Grasping Evil Chapter 999 to Chapter 1014. The Phoenix clan was the king of the winged demons. Their chi was different from the filthy and evil aura of the Fu Li clan. They often gave people a sense of nobility and holiness. As soon as Ning Fan circulated the power of the Phoenix Yin-Yang technique, his chi changed. The devilish aura around him gradually disappeared and was replaced by an unprecedented sense of holiness and solemnity. Part of his body began to turn into flames. Then, his entire body turned into raging pitch-black flames. With a sway of his body, he dashed towards the stone wall. The innate true flames that covered the surface of the stone wall began to flicker unsteadily under the suppression of Ning Fan's aura of the Phoenix race. However, the flickering only lasted for a moment and it returned to normal very quickly. As Ning Fan approached the stone wall, red and white waves of flames immediately gushed out from the stone wall. They actually carried a large amount of greenish-gray magma with them and rushed towards Ning Fan in an attempt to stop him. Even though the innate talent of the Phoenix clan was the ability to control fire, Ning Fan's cultivation base was limited. Thus, he naturally did not dare to get sucked into the flames. When he came to a sudden stop, he suddenly performed a series of strange demon hand seals with both of his hands. His primordial spirit flew out from the top of his head and turned into a palm-sized black phoenix. The black phoenix's eyes were cold and emotionless. It ignored the might of the innate fire and opened its mouth to suck in the red and white flames. That action of sucking had mobilized all of the power of the Phoenix Yin-Yang technique. It directly controlled the changes of the Tao laws of fire in this place, preventing the red and white flames from approaching or retreating. It was as if space had been frozen. It could only stand there and allow the black phoenix to absorb it without any resistance. However, the force of the flames was too great. The black phoenix only absorbed a small amount of the flames before its face filled with pain. When it reached its limit, it withdrew from its avatar and turned back into its primordial spirit, returning to Ning Fan's dantian. Due to the limitation of his cultivation base, Ning Fan barely managed to swallow a mouthful of innate true flames from the sea of red and white flames. After swallowing that mouthful of true fire, Ning Fan naturally felt extremely uncomfortable. The red and white true fire that he swallowed was surging violently in his stomach, as if it wanted to escape from his body and wantonly wreak havoc in his body. Fortunately, Ning Fan had already cultivated the Phoenix clan's nirvana innate skill. His internal organs that were burned by the flames could instantly recover in the raging flames. Throughout the entire process, he only felt some pain at most. As a result, that ball of true flames could not escape from his body no matter what. The sea of red and white flames around him seemed to be filled with anger. Its mission was to trap Ning Fan in this place without harming his life. However, it did not expect that Ning Fan would actually devour some of its flames. When the sea of flames condensed, a red and white fire bird flew out from it. The fire bird's appearance was peculiar. It did not look like a four heavens demon seed. When it flew, it could stir up waves of fire that filled the sky. His eyes were filled with ferocity. As soon as he spread his wings, he charged at Ning Fan. Its speed was so fast that in the eyes of ordinary people, they could only vaguely see a flash of fire. Even with Ning Fan's eyesight, it was difficult to catch the trace of the fire bird. After a brief exchange of blows, half of Ning Fan's body was burned into charcoal. Fortunately, in the next moment, Ning Fan's injured parts were restored to their original state within the raging flames. He was reborn from nirvana. This innate true fire has already given birth to a fire spirit. Unfortunately, this true fire has already entered my stomach. It is now mine. Even if you create a fire spirit, you can forget about taking this true fire back. Ning Fan's expression turned solemn. This fire spirit's cultivation base had just reached the immortal king realm of the three eternal tribulations. Even if Ning Fan's cultivation base had not been sealed, he would not be able to defeat it. Now, he did not dare to face it head-on. While retreating, he activated the golden protective light of the God-exterminating shield to its limit. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, he could not summon the complete God-destroying giant form at all. He could only spread the golden light to a radius of 3 zhang, 33 m per zhang, around him. The red and white fire bird ignored Ning Fan's protective golden light. Once again, it ferociously crashed into it. In the narrow space of the stone wall, only a ray of fire could be seen. The power of the collision directly burned off nearly 1 zhang, 3.33 m per zhang, of the golden light. Fortunately, the golden protective light that was incinerated instantly reappeared on its own. Even so, Ningfan's expression still changed. Even though his cultivation base was sealed at the moment, the god-destroying shield was extremely powerful. Even if its power was not enough, its defense was still not something that an ordinary immortal king could break through. However, this red and white fire bird destroyed nearly 1 zhang, 3.33 m per zhang, of the golden light with just a casual crash. It was obvious how terrifying its strength was. When the fire bird saw that its furious attack did not cause any damage to Ningfan, who was just an ant, it was instantly enraged. After shrieking 3 times in a row, the flames around its body surged and it charged at Ningfan again. This time, the fire bird actually got within 1 zhang, 3.33 m per zhang, of Ningfan, burning away all of the golden light that was more than 2 zhang, 3.33 m per zhang, of his body. It seemed like it was not impossible for the fire bird to break through all 3 zhang, 3.33 m per zhang, of the golden light as long as it put in a little more effort. It definitely had the ability to injure Ningfan, who was protected by the golden light. If it really comes to that, Ningfan would either have to destroy Xinghuan to restore his cultivation base or use his trump card like Origin Qi to directly kill the fire bird. Of course, he did not plan to waste his precious life-saving trump card on a mere fire bird, which was one of the 3 eternal tribulations. Similarly, he did not plan to destroy Xinghuan before achieving his purpose of coming here and attract the crazy pursuit of the Great Bay tribe. Ningfan's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. All of a sudden, he pounded his chest and spat out an arrow of blood which merged with the golden light that was protecting his body. His chi instantly weakened by a lot. However, the golden light that was protecting his body spread to a radius of 5 zhang, 3.33 m per zhang, within a short period of time, greatly increasing his defense. As a result, no matter how hard the fire bird tried to crash into him, it could not completely break through the defense of the god-destroying shield. As for Ningfan, he took a healing pill and barely suppressed his injuries. Then, he sat cross-legged within the layers of golden light. Under the resentful eyes of the fire bird, he forcibly refined the small amount of innate true fire in his body. Ningfan could not defeat the fire bird. However, it was very easy for him to deal with the innate true fire in his body. Not long after, the innate true fire was completely refined by Ningfan. The level of Ningfan's devil flames suddenly improved a lot towards the level of 12 truth flames. Ningfan did not stand up. After adjusting his breathing for a while, he still sat cross-legged on the stone ground. He patted his head and his primordial spirit flew out again. It turned into the form of a black phoenix and opened its mouth to devour the fire bird through the layers of golden light. All of a sudden, the Tao of Earth Fire was once again controlled by the black phoenix. The fire bird was startled and hurriedly tried to retreat. However, it could not break free from the black phoenix's control over the flames. A large amount of its innate true fire was still forcibly sucked away by the black phoenix. The fire bird let out angry cries and crashed into the golden light even more ferociously. However, it could not break through the layers of golden light that was protecting its body. Ningfan withdrew his primordial spirit and once again refined the innate true fire in his body. He did not care about the furious fire bird at all. When he finished refining the innate true fire, he devoured the innate true fire again and again, nibbling away the flames on the fire bird's body little by little. As the process repeated, the chi of the fire bird became weaker and weaker. It was no longer as strong as it was at the beginning. 1 day passed. The second day passed. There were only 3 days left for the martial trial. There was only 1 day left before it ended. Ningfan was trapped in the mountain and did not know what was happening in the outside world. At this moment, he only had one thought in his heart, and that was to make it in time for the martial trial no matter what. He could guess that the immortal emperor who trapped him here did not dare to harm his life. The reason why he was trapped here was to prevent him from participating in the martial trial of the southern region. First, his results were erased. Then, he was ambushed and suppressed on the eve of the martial trial. Ningfan could almost conclude that these 2 incidents were most likely done by the same immortal emperor or multiple immortal emperors. Ning Fan did not have a good impression of the so-called 5 immortal emperors of the central state. There was even a burning anger in his heart. I promised the Tamu tribe that I would participate in the southern region competition. There is no reason for me to give up halfway. This is the first reason. Zhang Yu specially instructed me to obtain the first place in the southern region. This matter is extremely important and cannot be neglected. This is the second reason. The immortal emperor who schemed against me is not willing to let me participate in the martial trial. How can I let him do as he wishes? This is the third reason. After 2 days of devouring and refining, 70% of the innate true flames here had already been devoured by Ning Fan. The red-white firebird's body had also shrunk greatly. Its chi was also extremely weak. It no longer had the chi of a third tribulation immortal king 2 days ago. Its chi was roughly at the mid-thought fragmentation realm. The firebird's eyes were no longer fierce. When it faced Ning Fan, there was a faint fear. The innate true flames cultivated by Great Emperor Lu Tua could transform into 7 fire spirits. It was just one of the weaker ones. Now that Ning Fan had devoured 70% of its flames, it instinctively wanted to escape. How could it still dare to trap Ning Fan here? Unfortunately, it could not escape from this volcano as well. If it was at its peak condition, it could certainly escape easily with its full cultivation base. But now, it was only at the mid-thought fragmentation realm. It was impossible for it to escape. I have already devoured most of the innate true flames here, but I still can't completely break through the 12th level. If I'm not mistaken, the innate true flames that trapped me here are not complete. It's just a part of the innate true flames of that immortal emperor. I'm only 1 step away from completely breaking through the 12th level. After I kill this fire bird and devour all of its fire essence, it will most likely be enough for me to break through the bottleneck of the 12th level. Ning Fan suddenly stood up and coldly stared at the fire bird that was hiding in the corner. Currently, he no longer needed to use the God-vanquishing shield to defend against the fire bird like 2 days ago. The current fire bird was just at the mid-thought fragmentation realm. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base and Feng Yinyang's ability to restrain flames, it was not difficult for him to kill it. Ning Fan could almost imagine how furious the immortal emperor who plotted against him would be after he killed the fire bird. Presumably, that immortal emperor would never have expected that not only did he not die from being trapped in this volcano, but he also found a way to kill the fire spirit of the innate true flames by limiting his cultivation base. Since he dared to plot against Ning Fan, he should be aware that he was going to suffer a great loss. The fire bird seemed to have sensed Ning Fan's killing intent. In its despair, it suddenly gained the courage to stake everything on a single throw. It turned into a ray of fire and charged towards Ning Fan. Its speed was much slower compared to 2 days ago. Ning Fan easily saw through the fire bird's route. His body suddenly exploded, turning into a pitch-black sea of flames that almost drowned the entire stone wall space. All of a sudden, the entire stone wall space was filled with the cries of the fire bird as it struggled. The cries gradually subsided. After an unknown amount of time, the sea of flames disappeared and Ning Fan reappeared. Without saying a word, he sat down with his legs crossed and began to refine the enormous amount of fire essence power in his body. Almost at the same time, a furious roar was suddenly heard from the sitting Oblivion Peak in the central state. How dare you kill my 7th fire spirit? This old man will never rest until one of us is dead. Ning Fan. Ning Fan. Ning Fan. Great Emperor Lu Tua rushed out of the underground cave with rage. When some of his disciples saw that their old ancestor was enraged, they immediately asked about the cause and effect of the incident. Great Emperor Lu Tuo's face only turned gloomy. He did not tell anyone what exactly happened. It was a humiliation. A great humiliation. He was a dignified immortal emperor. When he schemed against a young immortal venerable whose cultivation base had been sealed, he actually failed and lost one of his fire spirits. If it wasn't for his rationality, Great Emperor Lu Tua almost wanted to go to the southern state immediately and take Ning Fan's life. Unfortunately, he could not do that. If he went to the southern state now, his scheme against Ning Fan would be exposed first. Besides, if he killed Ning Fan, he would not be able to answer to the sacred mountain at all. Hateful. Hateful. I can't kill you in the open, but I have ways to take your life in the dark. Very good. Very good. What an audacious external cultivator. Just you wait. Great Emperor Lu Tua gradually calmed down. Instead, he revealed a cold smile and instructed his disciples beside him. How long will it take for your eldest senior brother to come out of seclusion? In reply to Ancestral Master, eldest senior brother has already entered the 6th floor of the Fire Spirit Tower. He won't be able to come out of seclusion for at least 100 years, let him come out of seclusion earlier. Tell him that there is an item in this grand competition of the middle state that is very beneficial for him to break through to the immortal venerable realm. If he misses it, it will be a great loss. Of course, I also have some personal matters that I want him to deal with. Tell him to come and see me as soon as possible. Yes. There was only half a day left before the end of the martial test. The written test tested one's comprehension while the martial test tested the overall strength of the tribe. At this moment, not far away from the volcano, the grassland of the Summoning Wind tribe was divided into 35 areas. Each tribe of the southern state occupied a vast grassland to conduct the martial test. The test of the martial test was to hunt fire spirits. According to legend, before the herb gatherer saint died, he had shattered his own sacred flames and scattered them under the ground of the Great Bay grassland. After a long time, the broken flames turned into living beings and turned into the Fire Spirit clan. They were suppressed underground forever and could never appear on the surface. Naturally, the seal of the saint was not something that ordinary people could covet. Countless cultivators had tried to sneak into the ground of the Great Bay grassland to search for the broken sacred flames sealed by the saint, but to no avail. Later on, a Saint Mountain Celestial Emperor found a strange talisman in the Saint Mountain Mausoleum. After activating it, he accidentally summoned an extremely powerful immortal Emperor Fire Spirit from the Great Bay grassland. He was caught off guard and was almost killed by the Fire Spirit. Shocked, the Saint Mountain Celestial Emperor summoned a few more Celestial Emperors and fought hard for many days before they finally killed the Fire Spirit. They also obtained a fire crystal from the Fire Spirit. After refining it, their cultivation of the Fire Tao improved greatly. After tasting the Fire Spirit, the Saint Mountain Celestial Emperor tried to imitate the talisman of the saint in his memory and activated it again. He could still summon fire spirits from anywhere in the Great Bay grassland. After killing the Fire Spirit, there was still a fire crystal. Unfortunately, without the talisman personally drawn by the saint, it was impossible to summon an immortal Emperor Fire Spirit. At most, it could only summon fire spirits with true immortal cultivation. If a celestial king or celestial venerable drew a talisman, the fire spirit's cultivation level would be even lower. If a broken thought cultivator drew a talisman, they wouldn't be able to summon any fire spirits at all. The Saint Mountain Celestial Emperor studied the talisman several times before they figured out the secret of the talisman. It turned out that the talisman was a summoning talisman created by the Saint Mountain Celestial Emperor. It was specifically used to summon fire spirits from underground in the grassland. In the past, the first round of the tomb-seizing martial test would be to hunt fire spirits. First of all, the fire spirits in the Great Bay grassland were almost inexhaustible. When hunting, they would be summoned as soon as they were summoned, so there was no need to prepare too much. Second of all, after killing the fire spirits, one could obtain fire crystals. These fire crystals were mostly of very low quality and were dispensable to the ancient monsters. However, if they were given to the tribes below, they could greatly improve the fire Tao of the low-level cultivators of the tribes. It was a very good reward for the martial test. Of course, there was a flaw in this talisman, which was that it could only be drawn by an ancient celestial venerable. Every time it was drawn, it would consume a lot of energy, so it couldn't be mass-produced. Fortunately, there would only be a tomb-seizing war once every 1,000 years. After 1,000 years of accumulation, the Saint Mountain Celestial Emperor was able to cope with the consumption of the tomb-seizing war. In this southern border minor competition, each tribe was given 50 low-grade fire summoning talismans, 20 mid-grade fire summoning talismans and 5 high-grade fire summoning talismans. The low-grade fire summoning talisman could be used once to summon a fire spirit of Crossing Truth Realm randomly. As for which stage of Crossing Truth Realm it was, it would depend on luck. It could be an early stage Crossing Truth Realm fire spirit or a peak stage Crossing Truth Realm fire spirit. The troublesome thing was that no matter what stage Crossing Truth Realm it was, killing one fire spirit would count as 10 points. The mid-grade fire summoning talisman could summon a shedding void fire spirit. Killing one fire spirit would give 100 points. The high-grade fire summoning talisman could summon a fragmentary thought fire spirit. Killing one fire spirit would give 1000 points. Each tribe could decide how to use the fire summoning talisman. For a weak tribe like the Tamu tribe, they didn't have the shedding void fire spirit. They usually only dared to summon crossing truth fire spirit. They never dared to use the mid-grade and high-grade fire summoning talisman. Once a shedding void fire spirit or fragmentary thought fire spirit was summoned, it would undoubtedly be a calamity for the weak Tamu tribe. It should be known that the summoned fire spirit was extremely ferocious and would kill anyone it saw. The unused fire summoning talismans would have to be returned to the Saint envoys who were supervising the minor competition after the martial competition ended. If each tribe used up all their fire summoning talismans, they could go to other tribes and snatch the fire spirits of other tribes. They could also increase their points. The Tamu tribe was extremely sullen, they only got 1 point in the written exam. Until now, they still didn't get any points in the martial competition. Until now, the Tamu tribe had summoned a total of 11 crossing truth fire spirits. All of them were snatched and killed by other tribes. As for the 12th crossing truth fire spirit that they summoned, no one came to snatch it because it was a fire spirit that was half a step into the shedding void realm. To the weak Tamu tribe cultivators, it was simply a calamity. Even if the 19 Tamu tribe cultivators joined forces, they were still unable to defeat that fire spirit that was half a step into the shedding void realm. Instead, more than 10 of them were seriously injured by that fire spirit. At this moment, the remaining 2 Duzhen cultivators of the Tamu tribe were still leading the remaining 5 Tamu Fate Immortals to hold on. These 2 people were dressed as shamans, and their cultivation was only at the early stage of Duzhen. Naturally, they didn't dare to fight the fire spirit head-on. Instead, they used the formation set up in advance to tangle with the fire spirit. However, the fire spirit was too powerful, and the Tamu tribe's cultivators were getting fewer and fewer, causing flaws to appear in the formation. Soon, the fire spirit caught a flaw and pounced on one of the Duzhen cultivators. That Duzhen was careless and half of his body was burned by the fire spirit. Only his primordial spirit escaped by a hair's breadth. However, he was seriously injured by the fire spirit and couldn't fight anymore. He had no choice but to withdraw from the martial competition. In this way, only the last Duzhen cultivator of the Tamu tribe was still holding on. It was even more difficult to maintain the formation. The situation was very dangerous. Among the remaining 5 Tamu Fate Immortals, there were people who were seriously injured by the fire spirit and withdrew from the martial competition. In the end, only Duzhen was left in the Tamu tribe. The formation that trapped the fire spirit originally required many people to work together to activate. Now that there was only one person left, it had completely lost its effect. This Duzhen cultivator's name was Sa Ting. At this moment, his eyes were obviously filled with despair. However, there was more anger and resentment. Not far away, a few tribes had sent out peak Duzhen cultivators to snatch the weak fire spirits of the Tamu tribe. Every time the Tamu tribe summoned an early or mid-Duzhen cultivator, these people would come and snatch it. When the Tamu tribe unluckily summoned a half-step shedding Kong cultivator, these people just stood by and watched. They didn't intend to interfere at all, allowing the Tamu tribe members to be severely injured by the fire spirit. If even Sa Ting was seriously injured by the fire spirit and withdrew from the martial competition, the overall result of the Tamu tribe today would be the lowest in history. They would end up with a 1-point disadvantage. Of course, the Tamu tribe still had another participant who had yet to withdraw. However, Ning Fan was currently being suppressed under the volcano. No one thought that Ning Fan could break out of the seal and make it in time for the martial competition under the premise that his cultivation base was limited. The tomb-seizing battle of the Tamu tribe was about to end. This Sa Ting is already at his limit. Even if he has an acquired magical treasure to protect himself, his magic power can no longer sustain him. In less than 100 breaths, he will definitely be defeated. A peak Duzhen cultivator from the White Ghost tribe said with certainty. This time, the Tamu tribe will most likely leave the tomb-seizing battle with a total score of 1 point. I wonder if Great Emperor Lu Tua will remember our contribution when he learns about this. A Peak Duzhen cultivator who participated in the seizing of the Tamu tribe's fire spirits said with anticipation. He was from the corpse preservation tribe. What a pity. If that external cultivator surnamed Ning was here, the Tamu tribe's result would most likely be higher. A Peak Duzhen cultivator from the evil goat tribe sighed. He stayed near the Tamu tribe not to snatch the fire spirits. Instead, it was the young master's order. If the cultivators of the Tamu tribe were severely injured by the fire spirits, this person must save them. If it wasn't for this person, the cultivators of the Tamu tribe wouldn't only be severely injured and retreat. Many of them would have died. The strength of the half-step empty fire spirit wasn't something that ordinary people could deal with. Humph. I really don't understand what your evil goat tribe is thinking. It's fine if you don't suppress the Tamu tribe, but you actually sent people to protect the cultivators of the Tamu tribe. Your young master is indeed the #1 idiot in the southern border. Don't tell me he doesn't know that his actions will most likely enrage that person in the central state? A Peak Duzhen cultivator from the Black Mountain tribe sneered. This Peak Duzhen cultivator from the evil goat tribe didn't argue. He also felt that the young master's decision was inappropriate. However, due to his loyalty to the young master, he still carried out the young master's order and protected the cultivators of the Tamu tribe. Seeing that the last cultivator of the Tamu tribe, Sa Teng, was about to be severely injured by the fire spirits, this Peak Duzhen cultivator from the evil goat tribe sighed slightly and prepared to save the cultivators. Suddenly, his gaze changed and revealed a shocked expression. It was the sound of a landslide coming from the direction of the volcano. What happened? Could it be that the external cultivator surnamed Ning who was suppressed under the volcano can escape? Even the Saint Envoy couldn't break the seal of the mountain. Unless that external cultivator surnamed Ning destroys the ring and recovers his cultivation, he won't be able to escape. Could it be that he destroyed the ring? This is a heinous crime in our Great Bay. On the grassland, cries of surprise sounded one after another. At this moment, there were only 2 cultivators near the volcano. One of them was Xianxia and the other was Duo Lan. Duo Lan and Xianxia had been waiting near the volcano for a long time. Duo Lan was Ning Fan's soul lock slave. Before Ning Fan took the initiative to remove the soul seal, she and Ning Fan had gone through thick and thin together. If something happens to Ning Fan, her life would also be in danger. Now that Ning Fan was suppressed under the mountain, Duo Lan did not know who was scheming against him. She also did not know if Ning Fan was in danger in the mountain. Naturally, she was somewhat worried. Staying near the volcano, how could she have the mood to pay attention to the progress of the martial trial in the southern region? Xianxia, on the other hand, was interesting. He directly withdrew from the martial trial and took out an iron shovel magic treasure. His expression was extremely anxious. He actually wanted to flatten the mountain and hollow it out to save Ning Fan. This infuriated his father to no end. The leader of the evil Yang tribe originally planned to rely on Xianxu's soul combination technique to lead the cultivators of the evil Yang tribe to achieve a good result. It was highly possible that they could even compete for the first place. However, who would have thought that this rash kid actually withdrew from the martial trial? He was even stupid enough to use a shovel to dig the volcano that even the Saint Apostle couldn't break open. This subordinate can't stand it anymore. It's fine if the young tribe leader is mischievous in the past, but he actually did it in the martial trial as well. He didn't put the interests of the evil Yang tribe in his heart at all. You should know that we have prepared for 1,000 years for this competition in the southern region. After obtaining the first place in the southern region, we will head to the central region and participate in the second round of tomb seizing. For this competition, we have made many plans that revolved around the young tribe leader's soul combination technique. However, the young tribe leader actually withdrew from the martial trial. Not only that, he even sent a peak crossing truth cultivator to save Tamu. This action not only depleted the strength of our tribe but also offended Great Emperor Lu Tua. Why didn't the tribe leader stop this? A few elders of the evil Yang tribe questioned. The tribe leader of the evil Yang tribe did not speak. He was also disappointed with Xianxu's action of ignoring the interests of the tribe. He even had the thought of abolishing his position as the young tribe leader. On the other hand, he felt even more pity for this son. What he felt pity for was this foolish child's pure heart. His mother was crushed to death by the volcano divine ability of the rock flame cultivator. The tribe leader of the evil Yang tribe suddenly opened his mouth. He seemed to be talking to himself but also seemed to be talking to the few elders of the evil Yang tribe. There was a trace of grief on his face. That woman was Xianxia mother and also the woman he loved the most. Tribe leader, what are you saying? We ask the tribe leader to abolish Xianxia position as the young tribe leader. We ask the tribe leader not to avoid this matter and change the topic. A few elders said in dissatisfaction. The tribe leader of the evil Yang tribe did not pay attention to these elders. He continued to look at Xianxia, who was sweating profusely as he dug the mountain. This child ignored the interests of the tribe. He was not fit to be the young tribe leader. However, this child had a pure heart that was different from other cultivators. This point was the most valuable in the cultivation world where interests were paramount. Outsiders only knew that the tribe leader of the evil Yang tribe had taken a fancy to Xianxia's cultivation talent and made an exception to let a foolish person become the young tribe leader of the evil Yang tribe. However, they did not know that what the tribe leader of the evil Yang tribe had taken a fancy to was that pure heart. Under the suppressing volcano, Duo Lan was speechless as she looked at Xianxia, who was bitterly digging the mountain. She naturally did not plan to help this kind of almost futile action. The suppressing volcano did not have soil, only stones. Moreover, they were not ordinary stones. They were stones formed by divine ability and were abnormally firm. Xianxia, who was only at the life immortal realm, was holding a magic treasure that had not even entered the post-celestial realm. Naturally, he would not be able to dig through the mountain rocks. There were already many gaps in his iron shovel. His hands had also been shaken to the point that they were dripping with blood from the recoil of digging the mountain. He could not feel the burning pain in his hands. He only anxiously dug the mountain. Even if he could not dig out even a single piece of rock, he did not give up. There was a trace of confusion and grief in his eyes. At this moment, what he wanted to dig up wasn't the volcano that suppressed Ning Fan, but the mountain that killed his mother in the past. Can't dig, can't dig, can't dig, why can't I dig? Why? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Bang *, the iron shovel finally could not bear the burden and broke into two. Xianxia threw down the iron shovel like a madman and directly knelt on the mountain rock. His hands were badly mangled as he dug at the hard mountain rock. Can't dig, can't dig, can't dig, why can't I dig? I don't believe it, Xianxia suddenly roared towards the sky. Blood and tears flowed out from his eyes. His mouth muttered a word. Mother, mother, I'm sorry. This child is useless. I can't save you, I am sorry. I'm sorry rumble the suppressing volcano suddenly shook violently. There were even sounds of collapsing coming from the inside of the mountain. The loud rumbling instantly attracted the attention of all the cultivators here. It also caused Xianxia's eyes to gradually wake up. Bewitched, bewitched again. Mother is already dead. The person trapped in the volcano is not mother, but master. Master actually escaped. Xianxia wiped the blood and tears, sweeping away the sadness on his face. He suddenly laughed towards the sky. Worthy of being the master that he fancied, even being suppressed by an immortal emperor, he could still escape. He, Xianxia, did not misjudge him. Bystanders could not see that this was a divine ability used by an immortal emperor, but he, Xianxia, could see it. Because he personally felt the terror of the suppressing volcano, and because of his mother's matter, he researched a lot about the suppressing volcano's divine ability. Because he could see this, he was worried about Ning Fan's safety and was shocked by Ning Fan's escape. The volcano's collapse became more and more serious. Xianxia did not dare to stay on the volcano any longer and flew away. The moment he was far away, the entire volcano suddenly split open like a gourd and exploded. A white-clothed figure with a soaring flame rushed out from the volcano and straight into the clouds. It was Ning Fan who escaped. There were many cultivators with keen eyesight here. They felt the flame aura on Ning Fan's body and sucked in a cold breath. It's actually the 12 Shades True Flame. This external cultivator surnamed Ning is quite amazing. Looking at the entire Great Bay, not many people have such a flame. This person, a mere external cultivator, actually has it. His white robes fluttered in the wind while his black flames burned fiercely. After killing the fire spirit and devouring its fire essence, Ningfan's devil flame had crossed the last line and completely broke through to the 12th hidden level. At this moment, his body was surrounded by devil flames as he stood in the sky. The pressure of the flames was even stronger because of the yin-yang phoenix, causing the temperature of the grassland to rise abruptly. It even made the flames in the bodies of all the cultivators of Debay tremble. They looked at the figure in the sky with fear. It was as if it was not a human but an emperor that walked out from the flames. Everyone in the Debay clan was a pill refinement master. Naturally, all of them were fire cultivators. However, it was rare for their flames to reach the 9 hidden level and above. Those who reached the 12 hidden level were even rarer. Even if there were, they would usually be the result of bitter cultivation of those ancient existences. Besides, the might of those people's 12 hidden level was rarely as powerful as Ningfan's. As a result, the exclamations on the grassland became louder and louder. It was because of Ningfan breaking out of the seal and also because of the might of the devil flames. I'm finally free. Looking at the time, there should be only a little more than 5 hours left before the end of the combat test. Ningfan withdrew his devil flames. His body flashed and appeared on the grassland as if he had teleported. He did not participate in the battle immediately but landed next to Shan Yuchun, who was not far away. Shan Yuchun looked at Ningfan excitedly. His eyes were filled with passion. He was still immersed in the shock of Ningfan breaking out of the seal. Ningfan looked at Shan Yuchun's badly mutilated hands and sighed softly. Even though he had just broken out of the seal, the mountain was already useless to him after he killed the firebird. It could not trap his all-pervasive spirit sense to see what was happening in the outside world. This Shan Yuchun actually wanted to dig the mountain to save someone. With his cultivation base and strength, this action was almost stupid. However, it was done with good intentions and out of sincerity. He did not even ask for anything in return. According to Ningfan's understanding, this Shan Yuchun was not a good person in nature. Instead, he was a tyrant of the southern border. The reason why he was willing to do this was because he respected Ningfan from the bottom of his heart. If it was someone else who was trapped, he would certainly watch coldly from the side. The combat test and the possibility of offending an immortal emperor were also thrown to the back of his mind. With his limited intelligence, he did not even bother to think about everything and just acted to save the person. Ningfan did not intend to take him as a disciple. However, today, he was a little impressed. Even though Shan Yuchun's mind wasn't complete, there was a stubbornness in his bones. Daring to use his flesh and blood to shake the volcano created by an immortal emperor, such courage was rarely seen. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid at all. It was just that the person he wanted to save was trapped in the volcano. Therefore, he had to dig the mountain open no matter what. Even if there was no hope, he would, and the mountain would be. Even if the entire world laughed at him, even if he became the enemy of all worlds, even if the world was destroyed, he would never change his heart. What surprised Ningfan even more was that when this young man roared at the sky, it actually gave him a kind of feeling, causing the bottleneck of his mid-shedding void realm and demon realm cultivation base to loosen a little. He even had a feeling that his heart tribulation was about to descend. This young man's mind is incomplete. However, because of that, he is purer and closer to the Tao. Even though he did not really save Ningfan, Ningfan appreciated his kindness. Fan, Yang Yang IMS. Fan Fan. Yang Yang Energy, Spirit Yang. Mountain, Yang 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 Fan. Yang Yang Fan. With a flip of his hand, Ningfan took out a pill bottle and gave it to Shan Yuchun. Then, he walked past him. Shan Yuchun was so moved that his eyes were brimming with tears. He had actually received a reward from his master. That expression was too cold and callous. That tone was too domineering. That gesture, that temperament, tsk, as expected of his master, this was not something he could imitate in a day and a night. Let's see what master has rewarded us with. Shan Yuchun opened the bottle and checked it with his divine sense. He immediately gasped. It was a 9-revolution golden pill. Furthermore, it was an elixir pill that he had never seen before. It was most likely an elixir pill from the eastern heavens. Looking at its medicinal effects, it seemed to be used for healing injuries. It was just that the grade of this medicinal pill was a bit too high. One had to know that even though he was the young clan lord of the evil goat tribe, if he wanted to use a 9 revolutions golden pill, he would need the unanimous consent of all the elders. He would also need to go through 3 rounds of examination and 3 rounds of reconsideration. This was because the 9 revolutions golden pill was a precious treasure to any of the southern border tribes, and it could not be used easily. However, Ning Fan just casually gave him one. Master is really generous. Congratulations on breaking free, senior. Duo Lan is willing to use my connections in the Middle State to investigate the person who plotted against senior. I feel that this matter was not done by the cultivators of the Stone Flame tribe. Instead, it was some old monsters who imitated the abilities of the Stone Flame tribe. Duo Lan walked towards him and secretly transmitted her voice to him. She did not dare to reveal her identity as a soul-locking slave in front of outsiders. Therefore, her facial expression was very cold, but her tone was extremely humble and respectful. There's no need for that. I can roughly guess who the mastermind is. During the few days that I wasn't around, the Tamu tribe only has one person left, huh? Ning Fan frowned slightly and spread his spirit sense towards the grassland where the participants of the Tamu tribe were. In that direction, only Tamu Duzhan was left, who was struggling to hold on. Tagori and the others were looking at his direction with pleasant surprise. During the few days that Senior wasn't around, many tribes bullied the Tamu tribe. Unfortunately, Duo Lan is an outsider and not a participant. Thus, I can't intervene in this matter. Duo Lan still wanted to talk about what happened to the Tamu tribe. However, Ning Fan did not even have the time to listen to her carefully. With a flash, he flew towards the grassland where the Tamu tribe was located. Duo Lan curled her lips and swallowed all the words that she wanted to say. She had no choice but to fly together with Ning Fan. However, before they entered the area of the combat test, they were stopped by the corpse devil old man. You are not a participant, so you cannot enter this place. Duo Lan could only stop and watch the combat examination from afar. There are only 10 hours left. I wonder if Senior's arrival will be able to lead Tamu to obtain a good result. It would be great if we can obtain the first place in the southern border, Tamu Martial Test Area. Ning Fan whizzed through the air like a ray of light. His aura force soared to the sky. Sa Teng, whose magic power was nearing exhaustion, had already given up all hope under the pursuit of the Fire Soul. At this moment, seeing his savior arrive, he was overjoyed and shouted, "Senior Ning, save me!" As soon as the half-step void-shedding Fire Soul saw Ning Fan's arrival, it immediately shifted its killing intent and stopped chasing after Sa Teng. From Ning Fan's body, the Fire Soul sensed an extremely delicious flame qi. That qi was tempting him and driving his killing instinct. I must kill him. I must devour his flames. I must kill him. Roar. The Fire Soul's roar was filled with killing intent. It could actually trigger a trace of change in the Tao of Fire. One should know that to any cultivator who had yet to enter the Eternal Era, such an action was extremely heaven-defying. The fact that the Fire Soul could achieve such a feat with its half-step void-shedding Fire Soul's cultivation base made it even more extraordinary, even if it was just an extremely weak trace. However, a half-step void-shedding Fire Soul was still just a half-step void-shedding Fire Soul. It could not cause any great waves, let alone kill Ning Fan. Ning Fan did not even give the Fire Soul a chance to attack. As his devil flame spread out, his entire being dashed forward like a fiery shadow. All of a sudden, he flew across the grassland and passed by the Fire Soul. At the moment when they crossed each other, the Fire Soul was directly burned into ashes. When the Peak Realm Duzhan who was watching from nearby saw this scene, all of them were shocked. One should know that the Fire Soul was a spirit that was born from fire. Its resistance towards fire attacks was naturally extremely high. However, in front of Ning Fan's 12 Adoration True Fire, it still ended up being killed instantly. What a terrifying devil flame. The changes in the law that it contained were even beyond the comprehension of Duzhan. Thank you for saving me, Senior. Sa Teng's eyes were burning with passion. Even though there was not much time left for the combat test, as long as Ning Fan could make it in time, the Towerwood tribe still had a chance to turn the tables. You should retreat and recuperate. I alone am enough for the combat test of the Towerwood tribe this time. As soon as Ning Fan said those words, Sa Ting, who had been severely exhausted, felt as if he had just been pardoned. He handed all of his fire-summoning talismans to Ning Fan and hurriedly withdrew from the combat test. None of the people of the Towerwood tribe criticized Sa Ting for withdrawing from the combat test because Ning Fan was still here. Everyone was in high spirits. Their fighting spirit was high. They deeply believed that as long as Ning Fan was here, it would be enough. Ning Fan's devil might was extremely terrifying. Especially at this moment, it carried a hint of anger. He even gave off an aura that kept strangers away from him. However, the feeling he gave his companions was that he was very reliable. After all, he was an immortal venerate whose cultivation base had been sealed. This is... Ning Fan suddenly saw a fiery red crystal core among the ashes of the fallen fire soul. He raised his hand and sucked it into his palm. According to Ning Fan's understanding of the combat test, this seemed to be a unique fire crystal produced by hunting fire souls. Before he had the time to take a closer look, 10 peak crossing Truth Realm cultivators landed at the same time. They surrounded Ning Fan and scolded him. "How did you escape from the volcano? Could it be that you have destroyed the punishment ring? As cultivators of the Towerwood tribe, we have the right to examine your punishment ring. If it is true, you are going to face a great calamity. You did not participate in the competition on time. Now that you have broken the seal, I'm afraid you have already lost the qualification to participate. Why are you still not leaving? What are you waiting for? The last person of the Towerwood has already withdrawn from the competition. This dead half-step void-rending fire soul should not be counted in the result of the Towerwood tribe. The final result of the Towerwood tribe is still 1 point. If it was Dong Tian Du Zhen, he would not dare to shout at the dignified Rain Lord like this. However, this was the Towerwood tribe. The cultivators here were born with the pride of their tribe. Even when facing Ning Fan, they still had a superior attitude. The coldness in Ning Fan's eyes became even more intense. Hee. Are they all here to suppress the Towerwood tribe? Firstly, as far as I know, participating in the competition halfway will not disqualify you. This has happened before in the history of the southern border. Ning Fan said expressionlessly. As soon as his words fell, a few people's expressions changed slightly. It seemed like they did not expect Ning Fan to have such a thorough understanding of the minor competition in the southern border. Their previous deceit made them feel embarrassed. Secondly, my punishment ring is still here. In this way, it is not considered as violating the rules of the Towerwood tribe. Ning Fan's primordial spirit left his body. The damaged ring was still there, which was enough to prove that Ning Fan did not lie. Then, his primordial spirit returned to its original position. Some cultivators were inwardly shocked. Ning Fan really rushed out of the volcano that even the Broken Thought's sacred envoy could not get out of with his restricted cultivation base. Thirdly, as far as I know, there is another rule in the combat test. You are allowed to enter the combat testing area of other tribes to snatch and kill the fire souls. You are not allowed to hurt others in the combat test. However, if you step into the combat testing area of other tribes and try to snatch the fire souls, you will only have yourself to blame if you get attacked. You are all trying to snatch the fire souls in my Towerwood combat testing area. In this case, even if I attack you, it won't be against the rules of the combat test, right? As soon as he said that, the Peak Truth Crossing Realm cultivators who had snatched the fire souls of the Towerwood had a drastic change in expression. They turned around and wanted to run out of the combat testing area. Listening to what he said, he actually wanted to attack the various tribes of the southern border as an external cultivator. This person is really audacious. These people were not slow in running. Unfortunately, they could not run away. Ning Fan's figure flashed and appeared behind each of the Peak Truth Crossing Realm cultivators like a ghost. With a raise of his hand, he sent each of them flying away while coughing out blood. All of them were thrown out of the combat testing area of the Towerwood like rubbish. Killing was not allowed in the combat test. Thus, Ning Fan only severely injured these people who bullied the Towerwood. Even so, it still caused the people of the Towerwood to cheer. They finally got rid of the resentment in their hearts. Daring to snatch the fire souls of the Towerwood tribe and stepping on the Towerwood tribe to curry favor with Emperor Luo Tua, this was the consequence. How dare you? How dare a mere external cultivator injure the cultivators of my white ghost tribe? The white ghost sorcerer cultivator who was hunting the fire souls in the combat testing area of the headquarters was enraged. How ruthless. The cultivators who were injured by this person will definitely not be able to recover without resting for 100 years. I'm afraid that if it wasn't for the rules, this person would even dare to kill them. There were also some tribes who were fearful of Ning Fan. When the Peak Truth Crossing Realm cultivator of the evil goat tribe saw Ning Fan rushing towards him, he was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He was afraid that he would be thrown out of the combat testing area along with Ning Fan. His mouth was agape and he wanted to explain something anxiously. To his surprise, Ning Fan did not attack him. Instead, he just raised his hand and stirred up a gust of wind, gently sending him out of the combat testing area of the Tower Wood. I've seen some of the things you did to help the Tower Wood. I won't hurt you. The young clan leader of your tribe isn't here. Quickly go and help your tribe to hunt the fire souls and improve your results. Ning Fan transmitted his voice to that person. The Peak Truth Crossing Realm cultivator of the evil goat tribe heaved a sigh of relief and immediately returned to the combat testing area of the evil goat tribe to help the cultivators of the headquarters to hunt the fire souls. Ning Fan had severely injured more than 10 Peak Truth Crossing Realm cultivators in just a single exchange. Not only did it shock some people, it also caused some of them to be angry and curse at him. Ning Fan did not care about those curses at all. He scanned the 35 combat testing areas with his spirit sense and came up with a plan. The total score of the Tower Wood tribe was originally only 1 point. After he killed a half-step void abandoning fire soul, his score rose to 11 points. Currently, this score was still at the bottom. Even the True Khan tribe, which was second from the bottom, also had 44 points and had successfully killed 4 True Crossing Realm fire souls. Most of the tribes had scored more than 500 points. As for those large tribes, basically none of them had less than 1,000 points. Currently, the Wind Summoning tribe was ranked first with a total score of more than 9,000 points. The Sea Spirit tribe was ranked second with a total score of almost 7,000 points. The Evil Goat tribe was ranked 7th with a total score of 1,500 points. Compared to the score of the Evil Goat tribe in previous years, it was much lesser. The reason for this was because of the sudden withdrawal of their young clan leader, Xianxia. If I want to get the first place in the southern border, just the fire summoning talisman in my hand is definitely not enough. In that case, I will first rob the fire souls of the other tribes to increase my score. Ning Fan did not rush to use the fire summoning talisman of the headquarters. Instead, he rushed towards the combat testing areas of the southern border. The poor True Khan tribe. 20 participants were besieging 5 True Crossing Realm fire souls. Before they could react, a pitch-black flame flashed past them. Almost in an instant, the 5 True Crossing Realm fire souls were burnt to ashes. The Tower Wood tribe got 61 points. At the same time, Ning Fan obtained another 5 fire crystals. Why? We didn't rob the Tower Wood tribe's fire souls. Why do you want to rob us? One of the shamans of the True Khan tribe shouted angrily. So what? What can you do about it? Ning Fan glared at the shaman mercilessly. That shaman was so frightened that he did not dare to speak anymore. Cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. Even though he knew that killing was not allowed in this combat test, after the True Khan tribe, Ning Fan robbed the fire souls of the other tribes that they were hunting one after another. The first tribes that were robbed were just those small tribes that did not have Shikong tribe's protection. Then, Ning Fan also visited those tribes that had Shikong tribe's protection. The Corpse Shi tribe had 3 early Shikong tribes protection. They were working together to hunt 3 Shikong tribes fire souls. Suddenly, they saw a ray of flame coming towards them. The 3 Shikong tribes members were enraged. What a bold external cultivator. You want to rob the fire souls of our Corpse Shi tribe? It won't be that easy. The 3 Shikong tribe's members soared into the sky at the same time and attacked Ning Fan. As for the 3 Shikong tribe's fire souls, they were temporarily sealed by the cultivators of the Corpse Shi tribe. According to the rules of the combat test, Ning Fan was not allowed to take the initiative to hurt the other tribe's fire souls. However, if the other party retaliates first, he can also retaliate. Get lost. Ning Fan opened his mouth and spat out a sea of flames, engulfing the 3 Shikong tribe's members who had soared into the sky. Then, 3 miserable shrieks were heard. After that, 3 primordial spirits that were terrified escaped from the devil flames. Their physical bodies had already been burnt to ashes. This was also because Ning Fan had shown them mercy. Otherwise, it would not be difficult for him to kill 3 of them instantly. Senior, please spare our lives. The 3 Shikong tribe's members were so frightened that they immediately begged for mercy. They were afraid that Ning Fan would be so audacious as to ignore the rules of this place and kill them. Ning Fan did not even look at the 3 Shikong tribe's members. He raised his hand and killed the 3 Shikong tribe's fire souls that they had summoned. Then, he went to the next combat test area. The combat test area of the Black Mountain tribe. The 2 Mid-Shikong tribe's members of the Black Mountain tribe licked their lips. They had already made up their minds to severely injure Ning Fan. Both of them suddenly soared into the sky and cast an inescapable net at Ning Fan. However, they were all burned to ashes by Ning Fan's devil flames even though their physical bodies were also destroyed by him. At the same time, the 2 Shikong tribe's fire souls that were summoned by the Black Mountain tribe were also destroyed. The combat test area of the White Ghost tribe. The White Ghost tribe had a total of 7 Shikong tribe's members. The strongest one among them was the late Shikong tribe's sorcerer. The moment Ning Fan stepped into the combat test area of the White Ghost tribe, the sorcerer immediately struck out a lightning palm towards the grassland. A grand formation that had been prepared for a long time immediately began to operate. My White Ghost tribe is proficient in the Tao of formations. Even an early thought fragmentation realm cultivator who enters this yin and yang life and death formation will be severely injured. Today, I will use my blood essence to activate the formation. I will definitely injure you severely in this formation. The sorcerer's face was filled with arrogance. He did not think that Ning Fan, who was trapped in this formation, could do anything. He spat out 7 mouthfuls of blood essence at the formation. The consumption of his blood essence was definitely not small. The other 6 Shikong tribe's members also did the same. Instantly, the power of the grand formation increased by more than 1-fold. This is just a mere formation. It's not enough to trap me. Ning Fan could even easily break Emperor Luo Tuo's formation in the mountain. Why would he be afraid of the formation set up by a group of Shikong tribe's members? He did not even use the force character. Instead, he directly dashed forward with his physical body and forcefully destroyed the grand formation. All of the 7 Shikong tribe's members, including the sorcerers, coughed out blood and retreated frantically. Their faces were filled with shock. This man's physical body is really terrifying. Even if his cultivation base is sealed, he can still defeat an early thought fragmentation realm cultivator with just his physical body. How would they still dare to stop Ning Fan? They could only watch Ning Fan destroy the fire soul that was summoned by the headquarters. The Wind Summoning Division was now under great pressure. The moment Ning Fan stepped into the Wind Summoning Division, Nan Jilong's eyes turned ruthless. He said coldly to the 9 Shikong tribe's members behind him. Hurry up and help me fuse my soul. The medicine soul power of the 9 Shikong tribe's members instantly went into Nan Jilong's body. Nan Jilong, who was already at the peak Shikong tribe's cultivation base, immediately skyrocketed. He directly broke through the bottleneck of the thought fragmentation realm and reached the early thought fragmentation realm. You have the physical body of the thought fragmentation realm, but I also have the combat power of the thought fragmentation realm. How can I let a mere external cultivator like you take away the fire soul of my Wind Summoning Division? Heavenly Devil Breaking Finger. Nan Jilong suddenly raised the index finger of his right hand and chanted an incantation. Immediately, 12 gigantic golden Buddha statues appeared behind him. His index finger was gradually dyed with a layer of golden light. That golden light was very faint, but it was constantly emitting a terrifying Buddha's might. That Buddha's might seemed to be able to suppress the ancient devil bloodline in Ning Fan's body. Ning Fan instantly realized that this was a Buddha clan's devil-breaking divine ability. Nan Jilong shouted loudly and pressed his finger with all his might. A faint golden 1000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, finger imprint seemed to have directly pressed against the vast sky within 10,000 li * 500 m per li, or directly into Ning Fan's eyes. Relying on the strength of his physical body, Ning Fan directly threw a punch and shattered the 1000 zhang * 3. 33 Emperor Zhang, finger imprint. However, a few breaths later, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. What a strange divine ability. He had clearly blocked the 1000 Zhang * 3. 33 Emperor Zhang, finger imprint, but he was still injured. From the looks of it, the finger imprint that fell into his eyes also had destructive power. What it damaged was the Tao heart of a devil cultivator. What a strange divine ability of the Buddha clan. It can actually directly attack one's Tao heart. It was Ning Fan's first time seeing such a divine ability of the Buddha clan. Of course, he suffered a small loss. However, now that he was prepared, it would be very difficult for this type of divine ability to work on him again. As the raging flames around his body burned, even the minor injury was healed in the process of nirvana. Seeing that Ning Fan was only slightly injured and his injuries healed in an instant, Nanjilong was slightly surprised. One should know that this was a divine ability that he had learned from the heavenly capital peak of the middle state after paying a huge price. It was also his strongest technique. In the past, when he used it, it was almost always successful. Even a mid-thought fragmentation realm cultivator would most likely be severely injured by it. Of course, there was a prerequisite for this technique. The opponent must be a cultivator of the Devil Tao. Only then could the devil-breaking finger unleash its full power. Ning Fan was undoubtedly a cultivator of the Devil Tao. It was obvious from his chi. However, he still managed to withstand the heavenly capital devil-breaking finger head-on. If you don't have any other trump cards, don't blame me for being merciless. Ning Fan's speed was unimaginably fast. Relying on the strength of his physical body, he directly collided with Nanjilong and sent him flying away while coughing out blood. He did not even have the time to dodge the attack. The soul fusion technique required an extremely precise spirit sense to maintain. As Nanjilong was injured, he almost fainted. Naturally, he could not maintain the technique and his chi quickly weakened. The other members of the Wind Summoning clan wanted to stop Ning Fan again. However, they were all sent flying away by Ning Fan one after another. In the end, all the fire souls that the Wind Summoning clan summoned were also killed by Ning Fan. Damn it! Damn it! Nanjilong was extremely unwilling to accept this outcome. However, he was helpless at the same time. The martial test was originally a place to test one's strength. In the past, the Wind Summoning clan had always been the ones who snatched the fire souls of other clans. Today, due to the cycle of karma, it was the Wind Summoning clan's turn to be unlucky. However, in this case, they would no longer be able to suppress the score of the Towerwood clan. In that case, they would not be able to please Great Emperor Lu Tua. The reason why Ning Fan did not go to the Evil Goat clan was naturally because of Shan Yuchun. It made the cultivators of the Evil Goat clan feel that it would be beneficial for their young clan leader to befriend senior Ning Fan for the first time. As for the Sea Soul clan, it was the last clan that Ning Fan went to snatch. There were many members of the Sea Soul clan. However, when Ning Fan arrived, Ming Hai Wu stopped the others from attacking him and stood in front of Ning Fan alone. If you can defeat me, I will hand over all the fire souls of my clan to you to kill. If you can't do it, please leave my Sea Soul clan. This person actually wanted to stop Ning Fan with his own strength. The Sea Soul clan was one of the few clans that did not oppress the Towerwood clan. Therefore, Ning Fan was not as ruthless to them as he was to the other clans. He nodded and agreed to Ming Hai Wu's challenge. Ming Hai Wu's expression became unprecedentedly solemn. After some hesitation, he finally used his strongest ability that had yet to be perfected to fight Ning Fan. It was a type of Tao sense technique. It was an ability that only thought-breaking realm cultivators could perfect. If this technique is perfected, it would be the day when Ming Hai Wu officially steps into the thought-breaking realm. Extreme Fire Sense. As soon as Ming Hai Wu's Tao sense technique was activated, the area where the two of them fought was filled with raging winds and scorching waves. This person could move the wind and clouds with just a single thought. Tao sense technique, Ning Fan did not directly defeat Ming Hai Wu with his strong physical body. Instead, he slowly raised his finger and pointed at the ground. His mind was recalling the massacre and loneliness on the path of cultivation. It was like the fallen leaves of the west wind falling into his heart. However, he had no regrets. Last night, the west wind had withered the green trees, Ming Hai Wu was instantly shocked. At the moment when Ming Fan raised his finger, the violent wind that he summoned with his Dao sense was instantly taken over by Ning Fan. Then, it turned into a gentle west wind and leaves fell from the sky. Those leaves were silent, but they gave Ming Hai an unprecedented sense of crisis. He almost activated his Dao sense and crazily charged towards those leaves. He wanted to use his extreme fire sense to burn the falling leaves that filled the sky. Fallen leaves belonged to the wood element. Wood gave birth to fire. Between the two elements, Ming Hai Wu thought that his Dao sense should be able to suppress Ning Fan's Dao sense. However, the result was that Ming Hai Wu's extreme fire sense was easily defeated by Ning Fan's Dao sense. Under the Dao sense of the west wind, it slowly turned into ashes. In terms of the 5 elements, the extreme fire sense should not be defeated by Ning Fan's Dao sense. In terms of the degree of perfection of Dao sense, Ming Hai Wu had a strange feeling. He always felt that Ning Fan's Dao sense was not perfect. It was even not as perfect as many early thought fragmentation realm cultivators. Could it be that Ning Fan's cultivation base was lower than the thought fragmentation realm? That was why his Dao sense was not perfect. As soon as this thought emerged, Ming Hai Wu rejected it. Ning Fan had already been proven to be an immortal venerable in the ancient times. Naturally, it was impossible for his cultivation base to be lower than the thought fragmentation realm. In that case, Ming Hai Wu could only assume that Ning Fan had purposely suppressed the strength of his Dao sense to have a fair fight with him. He, Ming Hai Wu, was convinced that he had lost to such a magnanimous old monster. Senior, please enlighten me on why my extreme fire sense would lose to your Dao sense of the west wind. Ming Hai Wu asked humbly. Ning Fan was not a thought fragmentation realm old monster. His understanding of Dao sense was not even as good as Ming Hai Wu, who was at the half-step thought fragmentation realm. However, he was a second heaven realm cultivator. He could see many questions that Ming Hai Wu did not understand. Thus, it was not difficult for him to answer this question. Different depths. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, he killed the fire soul summoned by the Sea Soul division. Ming Hai Wu heaved a long sigh. It was as if he had obtained great benefits from Ning Fan's short explanation. He gave an order to his subordinates. Immediately, the Sea Soul division summoned some other Du Zhan and Renkong fire souls for Ning Fan to kill and obtain points. Should I kill the thought fragmentation fire soul? Ming Hai Wu suddenly asked. Ning Fan did not answer immediately. From the bottom of his heart, he did not want to kill the thought fragmentation fire soul. After all, the risk of summoning the thought fragmentation fire soul was too great. If he summons a half-step thought fragmentation fire soul that was at the half-step eternal ancient realm, it would certainly be a tough battle. Of course, if Ning Fan was willing to use some of his hidden trump cards in front of the cultivators of the southern border, he could still kill the thought fragmentation fire soul. However, the gains would not make up for the losses. Some things would certainly be exposed to them. Ning Fan calculated the points. As he continued to snatch the fire souls, the total points of the Towerwood division had risen to 3,000 points. 3,000 points was enough to make any cultivator of the Towerwood division ecstatic. It had exceeded their expectations. It was also enough to make anyone who looked down on the Towerwood division and Ning Fan shut their mouths. Those cultivators who claimed that the Towerwood division would not surpass 1,000 points all shut their mouths at this moment. Those tribes who claimed to be ahead of the Towerwood division by how much points they had received a huge blow. However, Ning Fan was not satisfied with just 3,000 points. The Wind Summoning division, which was ranked first, had already obtained 9,000 points. If he wanted to become the first in the southern border, he must obtain a score that surpassed the Wind Summoning division. However, the troublesome thing was that those tribes whose fire souls were snatched by Ning Fan suddenly stopped all of their actions in a tacit manner. They no longer summoned the fire souls to hunt them. Some of them were too weak to hunt the fire souls because their members were severely injured. Some of them had other intentions and were unwilling to continue summoning the fire souls in case Ning Fan snatched the fire souls from them. In other words, the Sea Spirit division was more honest and trustworthy. They took the initiative to summon the fire souls for Ning Fan to snatch. According to the rules, if the other party does not take the initiative to summon the fire souls, Ning Fan was not allowed to directly snatch their fire summoning talismans. If I want to surpass the Wind Summoning Division's score, it won't be enough even if I use up all the remaining low-grade and mid-grade fire summoning talismans of the Towerwood Division. If that's the case, I'll have to hunt the Broken Thought Fire Soul sooner or later. Thinking of this, Ning Fan answered Ming Hai Wu. Summon one of the Broken Thought Fire Souls of your division. After I kill one, I'll summon the second one, alright. It's also a great fortune for me to be able to witness Senior's battle against a real Broken Thought Fire Soul. Ming Hai Wu seemed to not care about the results of the combat test at all. At this moment, he only wanted to see Ning Fan hunt the Broken Thought Fire Soul. Immediately, he ordered the cultivators of his division to use the high-grade fire summoning talisman. However, a problem suddenly appeared. After using the high-grade fire summoning talisman, there was no effect at all. No Broken Thought Fire Soul appeared. Strange. Could it be that there's a problem with this high-grade fire summoning talisman? Otherwise, why couldn't I summon the Broken Thought Fire Soul? Ming Hai Wu was greatly surprised. He then tried to use the other high-grade fire summoning talismans and found out that all of them had problems. In the entire minor competition of the southern border, no one was foolish enough to summon the Broken Thought Fire Soul. Thus, no one had tried to summon the Broken Thought Fire Soul before. It was also because of this that no one noticed the problem with the talisman before Ning Fan decided to summon the Broken Thought Fire Soul. Ning Fan tried to use the high-grade fire summoning talisman of the Towerwood Division and found out that there was no effect at all. However, the low-grade and mid-grade fire summoning talismans were still usable. Helplessly, Ning Fan could only give up on hunting the Broken Thought Fire Soul. Since the other tribes did not continue to summon the Dujin Void Fire Soul, he had no choice but to use all the fire summoning talismans of the Towerwood Division first. The remaining 38 low-grade fire summoning talismans and 20 mid-grade fire summoning talismans were all used up by Ning Fan. The score of the Towerwood Division had also exceeded 6,000. 6,000 points was still incomparable to the 9,000 points of the Towerwood Division. As time passed, the other tribes still did not have the intention to summon the Broken Thought Fire Soul. It was as if they would rather end the combat test with this result than to summon the Broken Thought Fire Soul. It's our fault that we can't make the Towerwood Division rank last. But no matter what, we must not let the Towerwood Division seize the first place. Our strength is not as good as that external cultivator with the surname Ning. If we summon the Broken Thought Fire Soul, it will certainly be snatched away by him before we can kill it. In that case, it's better for us not to summon it at all. That way, the Towerwood Division will have no hope of seizing the first place at all. At least we can consider it as us doing our part for Great Emperor Lu Tua. These were the true thoughts of countless tribes. Even the cultivators who were not lacking in intelligence could see through their thoughts. How could Ning Fan not see through them? This was a passive method to suppress the Towerwood Division. However, it was extremely effective. After all, if those tribes do not summon the Broken Thought Fire Soul on their own, Ning Fan would not be able to snatch it even if he wanted to. He would not be able to increase his score any further. If it really doesn't work, I'll just use an illusion technique on the cultivators of those tribes and force them to summon the Broken Thought Fire Soul on their own. Just as Ning Fan was muttering to himself, the grassland suddenly trembled irregularly. Sometimes it was light and sometimes it was heavy. The tremors were extremely irregular. As the tremors occurred, strange changes suddenly occurred in each of the combat testing areas. In the combat testing area of the True Khan Division, a ball of dark brown flame suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Then, a dark brown Broken Thought Fire Soul walked out of the flames. It emanated a mid-thought fragmentation realm cultivation base. Immediately after that, the second, third, fourth and fifth Broken Thought Fire Soul appeared in the True Khan Division one after another. Their cultivation bases ranged from the early thought fragmentation realm to the late thought fragmentation realm. As soon as the Broken Thought Fire Soul appeared, it instantly triggered a frenzied massacre in the True Khan Division. Almost all of the 20 participating cultivators of the True Khan Division died on the spot. One should know that the True Khan Division did not even use their high-grade fire summoning talisman. The timing of the appearance of the 5 Broken Thought Fire Souls was just too strange. Not only the True Khan Division, but also the other tribes' combat testing areas also had 5 Broken Thought Fire Souls. The number of Broken Thought Fire Souls was exactly the same as the number of high-grade fire summoning talismans they had. How could a group of Du Zhen and Shikong fight against the Broken Thought Fire Souls? Moreover, each tribe's combat testing area had 5 Broken Thought Fire Souls at the same time. Therefore, the casualties were extremely heavy. Many of the participating cultivators of the tribes were slaughtered on the spot. Only a few cultivators survived. Even so, it was still extremely shocking. The most terrifying thing was that after the Broken Thought Fire Souls killed all the participants in front of them, they started to attack the crowd. Judging from their momentum, if they killed all the cultivators here, they would flee to the entire southern border and slaughter the entire southern border. With the cultivation base of the cultivators in the southern border grassland, it was impossible for them to stop this massacre. After all, there were 175 Broken Thought Fire Souls. Even if the immortal venerables were here, facing so many Broken Thought Fire Souls would make their scalp numb and they would have to be careful. Suddenly, a sneer with the aura of Broken Thought Fire Souls entered the ears of every cultivator here. It seemed to have come from the underground of the grassland. Jia Jia Jia, Chu Lai, Duolan, the ominous realm didn't kill you because of Sky Flame's incompetence. However, I, Shi Yan, am not an incompetent person. This time, you won't be able to escape from our hands. The Tri-Flame guards who ambushed Duolan had actually chased him all the way here. How did they get out of the ominous realm and step into Debay? To be continued. That sneer seemed to have come from the deepest part of the ground. Then, it was drowned out by the chaotic noises of the grassland. Countless cultivators of the southern border were furious. Without a doubt, the Tri-Flame guards had invaded the grassland again. The invaders must have tampered with the fire-summoning talisman in advance, causing countless flame souls of broken thoughts to go berserk. This was not unprecedented. Thousands of years ago, the celestial water grassland also experienced a fire soul riot. The last time it happened was 70,000 years ago. Even further back in history, there were many similar occurrences. For the Debay tribe, every fire soul riot meant a catastrophe. The cultivators in the area were fleeing in all directions while spreading their spirit sense into the ground. Unfortunately, most of them had limited spirit sense. After reaching a certain depth, they would be blocked by the thick earth chi. It was difficult for them to go deeper. There were also some experts who relied on their powerful spirit sense to force their way into the ground. However, when they saw what was underground, they were all attacked. Their sea of consciousness was severely damaged and they coughed out blood and embarrassment. It's really the stone flame invasion. Moreover, the intruder actually brought a stone dragon with him. It's highly possible that a stone flame devil son has come to this place. In that case, the volcano divine ability that suppressed the external cultivator with the surname Ning was really the work of the stone flame scoundrel. However, we have also checked the ground just now. We didn't find anyone hiding here. Don't send your spirit sense into the ground. The stone dragons of the stone flame lineage eat spirit sense. Even immortal venerables have to be careful when dealing with them. Ordinary Tri-Flame guards won't be able to leave the territory of the ominous domain. The intruder is definitely not an ordinary person. We must report this to the Holy Mountain as soon as possible. However, even if they report this matter to the Holy Mountain, they would still have to wait for a long time before the experts of the Holy Mountain would arrive. During this period of time, there would definitely be countless casualties in the grassland. The exclamations of a few people were quickly suppressed by the blood-curdling screams from all directions. As the flame souls of broken thoughts spread out and began their massacre, more and more people died in the hands of the flame souls of broken thoughts. The entire grassland was filled with flames and corpses. Ning Fan's brows were tightly knitted together. This sudden change had also surprised him. Relying on his powerful spirit sense, Ning Fan peeked into the depths of the ground. It was completely dark in the depths of the ground. He could not see anything clearly. Besides, there was also a bone-corroding coldness that was like the netherworld corroding one's spirit sense, making it impossible for cultivators to maintain their spirit sense underground for a long period of time. With Ning Fan's perception, he could vaguely sense that there was an incomparably gigantic and mysterious creature entrenched in the depths of that place. Its body could stretch for hundreds of li * 500 m per li. Besides, there seemed to be a force around its body that seemed to be able to fuse with the land of this place, giving off an unusually heavy and oppressive feeling. The only unfortunate thing was that it was too dark underground, causing Ning Fan to be unable to see the appearance of this gigantic creature clearly. That gigantic creature's perception towards spirit sense was especially sharp. Even though Ning Fan's rain technique was concealed, it was still alerted. Even though it could not pinpoint the exact location of Ning Fan's spirit sense, the gigantic creature still instinctively used its abilities to attack its surroundings indiscriminately. All of a sudden, Ning Fan felt a scorching chi rushing towards his spirit sense. Then, he felt an excruciating pain as if his sea of consciousness was being burned. All of a sudden, the trace of spirit sense that he had sent into the ground was destroyed by the gigantic creature using an unknown method. The process was too fast that Ning Fan did not even have the time to withdraw his spirit sense. Fortunately, Ning Fan was very careful in his actions. The amount of spirit sense that he sent into the ground was very little. Thus, he suffered almost no damage. Compared to those cultivators of the southern border who were severely injured and coughed out blood, he was considered to be extremely lucky. Ning Fan's expression was extremely solemn. The gigantic creature that was hiding underground was no trivial matter. It actually gave him a trace of pressure. It was far stronger than the flame souls of broken thoughts that were wreaking havoc everywhere on the grassland. It was probably at least as strong as an ancient immortal venerable or even stronger. That gigantic creature was obviously extremely strong. But why did it hide underground instead of above the grassland? Was it because it couldn't show itself? Was it unwilling to show itself? Or was there something else? From the exclamations of some of the cultivators of the southern border, they seemed to have mentioned something like 100 Li stone dragon. Could it be that they were referring to the gigantic creature that was entrenched underground? There seemed to be a lot of cultivators hiding inside the gigantic creature. There were no less than 100 of him. Could these hidden cultivators be the stone flame cultivators of the 3 flame guards? Oh? Is it an external immortal venerable? According to the report of some void flame guards, they had seen an external immortal venerable in the ominous domain when they were searching for Duo Lan. Could it be this person? I wonder if the failure of the void flame guards is related to this person. However, this person's cultivation base is limited. If I don't destroy the punishment ring, it won't be worth mentioning at all. Even if I destroy the punishment ring and restore my full cultivation base, there's nothing to worry about. After all, I brought 100 Li stone dragon with me this time. If an ancient immortal venerable comes, I'll kill him without hesitation. In the depths of the ground, there was a cultivator with a sturdy figure standing in the mouth of the gigantic creature. He spoke with slight disdain. His facial features were well-defined, giving people a sense of determination. However, the only thing that didn't match his determined appearance was his messy white hair that resembled withered grass and his unhealthily pale complexion. Ning Fan, on the other hand, could not hear what this person said as his spirit sense had been destroyed. Behind this person, there were hundreds of human figures that were burning with flames. Ning Fan no longer peeked into the ground. After all, that gigantic creature seemed to be very good at attacking spirit sense. It was extremely unwise to probe it rashly as it would only cause unnecessary damage. Besides, compared to the gigantic creature that was hiding underground, the fire souls of broken sense that were wreaking havoc on the grassland also needed to be dealt with. "Senior, save me!" Duo Lan screamed. She ignored the rules of the combat test and directly rushed into the Tamu combat test area, trying to seek Ning Fan's protection. In other words, the rules of the combat test were already useless in such a chaotic situation. Even if she trespassed the combat test area without permission, no one would stop her. Duo Lan hid behind Ning Fan with a pale face. She did not expect that she would be chased all the way to the grassland of the southern border by the 3 flame guards. Moreover, in order to hunt her down, these stone flame guards directly triggered a fire soul insurrection. How extravagant! The reason why these people chased her all the way to this place could no longer be explained with a simple scheme. Could it be that the secret that she had painstakingly kept was known by some powerful old monsters? That's why they would go through so much trouble just to scheme against a princess who had fallen from grace. There were a total of 4 fire souls of broken sense that were chasing after Duo Lan. All of them were only at the early thought fragmentation realm. With Duo Lan's cultivation base and her body that had yet to fully recover, she was naturally far from being able to resist them. The 4 fire souls did not have high intelligence, but they had the instincts of wild beasts. They could vaguely sense the dangerous qi on Ning Fan's body. For a moment, they did not dare to get too close to him. One of the fire souls of broken sense suddenly took a step forward and said to Ning Fan in an unfamiliar language. "Hand over this woman. We will spare your life. Otherwise, we will kill you." Duo Lan gripped Ning Fan's sleeves tightly. She was afraid that Ning Fan would be afraid of the danger in front of him and abandon her. After all, there was a precedent of Ning Fan not saving her when she was in danger. In fact, Ning Fan was really not concerned about Duo Lan's life or death. However, he did not mind saving Duo Lan along the way. It was not out of kindness. He just wanted to take advantage of the chaos to kill more fire souls of broken sense. Naturally, he would not care about the threat of the few fire souls. Since that giant creature is not going to show itself, I don't need to care about it for now. Now that the combat examination has yet to end, a large number of fragmented will fire souls have appeared in the midst of chaos. If I am not wrong, these fire souls that have suddenly appeared are the ones that the high-grade fire summoning talisman could not summon. I wonder if killing these fire souls will be counted into the score of the combat test. If that's true, I can take advantage of this chaos to get the first place in the combat test. The southern border was in chaos. Everyone else was thinking about how to escape with their lives, but Ning Fan was still thinking about winning the first place in the minor competition. Seeing that the 4 fire souls of broken sense did not dare to come closer to him, Ning Fan left Duo Lan behind and took the initiative to dash forward. He directly went towards the 4 fire souls of broken sense that were chasing after Duo Lan. When the 4 fire souls of broken sense saw that Ning Fan actually dared to approach them, all of them were enraged. Immediately, they displayed their abilities and attacked Ning Fan with fire elemental abilities. Ning Fan, of course, was not afraid of them. At the moment when they crossed paths, he had already used his devil flame to exchange a blow with each of the 4 fire souls of broken sense. However, the result was that he and the 4 fire souls were evenly matched. They could not determine the winner in terms of flames. "What a high fire resistance," Ning Fan exclaimed softly. The fire resistance of the 4 fire souls was too high. In that case, even if his devil flame was powerful and had reached the level of the 12 darkness true fire, it would not be a good idea to fight fire with fire. The damage it could cause was negligible. With the strength of Senior's devil flame, it actually can't do anything to these fire souls of broken sense. No, these fire souls have been enhanced by the soul fusion technique. That's why their fire resistance is so strong. Duo Lan suddenly realized something and exclaimed. As soon as she uttered those words, Ning Fan noticed that the 4 flame souls of broken thoughts had an extremely obscure medicine soul power that could greatly increase their fire resistance. He immediately understood what was going on. So that's how it is. Someone has used the soul fusion technique to greatly increase the fire resistance of these earth fire souls. According to Ning Fan's understanding, the people of Dabii were born with medicine souls. Their understanding and utilization of medicine souls were not something that a 4 heavens pill refinement master could compare with. Not only were there many medicine soul skills that were hard to find in the outside world, but there was also an extremely special secret technique in Dabii called the soul fusion technique. It was an original creation of the cultivators of Dabii. One could use the power of one's own medicine soul to enhance the soul power of others through a specific method. The cultivators who were enhanced by the soul power would have all kinds of additional effects on their bodies. Some of them were enhancements such as the increase of their cultivation base, resistance to the 5 elements and speed. Some of them were damage reduction such as sluggishness, poison, accelerated consumption of magic power, dizziness. The specific effects were closely related to the characteristics of the cultivator's medicine soul. Ning Fan had fought against the 3 flame guards before. The soul fusion technique that the 3 flame guards used belonged to the enhancement type. Its effect was to combine everyone's soul power and temporarily increase the cultivation base of a single cultivator. The soul fusion technique that the young clan leader of the evil goat tribe, Xianxia, was good at was a little heaven-defying. It was said that he could inflict tens of negative effects on a group of enemy cultivators. It belonged to the damage reduction type technique. Besides, it was one of a kind among the damage reduction type soul fusion techniques. That was why it was feared by the cultivators of the southern border. As for the fire resistance of these fire souls of broken sense, there was no doubt that someone had enhanced them with the enhancement-type soul fusion technique. In that case, even if Ningfan's devil flame was strong, it would be difficult for him to defeat these fire souls of broken sense with his devil flame alone. That's all there is to it. The 4 fire souls looked at Ningfan with disdain and killing intent. Seeing that the devil flame was not going to work, Ningfan did not force it. He immediately kept the devil flame and with a flip of his hand, took out a tender pine seedling that was about a foot tall. He held it up to the sky. Immediately, the pine seedling grew in the sky and turned into a gigantic pine. The pine needles on it were all flying swords. There were countless of them. They were the 4 Emperor's Arhat pines. Among the many magic treasures that he had, this pine tree was not the strongest. However, it was enough to deal with the current situation. Wood element magic treasure. The 4 fire souls did not put the 4 Emperor's Arhat pines in their eyes at all. Wood gives birth to fire. Since they had the upper hand in this aspect, why would they be afraid of this magic treasure? However, the sudden change in this situation made the eyes of the 4 fire souls filled with human-like fear. Ningfan made a hand seal and 30 million sword rays immediately flew out from the gigantic pine tree. The vast number of flying swords was like a vast ocean, almost covering the entire sky. Many cultivators of the southern border who saw this scene with their own eyes sucked in a cold breath. Flying swords blotting the sky. Just how many flying swords does that external cultivator with the surname Ning have? He actually covered the entire sky with his flying swords. It's not just the number. Almost 1 out of 10 flying swords can be classified as an immortal sword. There are actually so many acquired immortal swords among them. Duo Lan was the closest to Ningfan. Thus, he could see it more clearly. Among the sea of swords that covered the sky, there were 9 rays of sword light that were the sharpest. They were 9-12 Nirvana immortal swords. Senior Ning is really generous. Duo Lan was so surprised that he could not close his mouth. Even among the immortal venerables and immortal kings of the sacred mountain, there were not many who had so many 12 Nirvana magic treasures. Could it be that all the immortal venerables of the external cultivators have so many treasures? For a battle between immortal venerables, a single 12 Nirvana magic treasure was enough to affect the outcome of the battle. For a battle between thought fragmentation realm experts, it was almost impossible for those who possessed 12 Nirvana magic treasures to lose. In terms of cultivation base, the 4 early thought fragmentation realm fire souls were not even as strong as Ningfan's single ancient devil. In terms of magic treasures, they were even more incomparable. There was no doubt about the outcome of this battle. As Ningfan made a hand seal, countless rays of sword light fell from the sky, killing the 4 fire souls in the sea of swords. The entire process did not take more than 10 breaths. Ningfan looked at his Dominion card. After killing the 4 thought fragmentation fire souls, his score in the combat test had indeed increased by 4,000 points. At the same time, he also obtained 4 thought fragmentation fire crystals. Unfortunately, it was still not enough. In order to become the first in the southern border, he needed more points. Follow me closely. Ningfan's face was expressionless as if killing the 4 thought fragmentation fire souls was just a trivial matter. With a flash, he flew towards the members of the Towerwood clan. Moving together with him was the ocean of 30 million swords that blotted out the sky. At such a chaotic moment, how would Duo Lan dare to leave Ningfan's side? Naturally, she would follow him wherever he went. At this moment, the rampaging thought fragmentation fire souls had already spread across the southern border. Wherever they went, the grassland was covered in a sea of flames. More killings were taking place continuously. The cultivators of the Towerwood clan were also targeted by a thought fragmentation fire soul. Their clansmen scattered in all directions, but there were still 6 to 7 of them who died in the hands of the fire soul. The clan leader, Tagori, watched as his clansmen died one after another. His heart was filled with sorrow as if it was dripping blood. The members of the Towerwood clan here were all participants of the minor competition. They were the elites of the clan. The death of any one of them was an irreparable loss for the Towerwood clan. To the Towerwood clan, which did not have a large number of experts in the first place, it was an even greater blow. Tagori hated himself for not having enough cultivation base. He hated himself for not being able to kill these fire souls. He hated himself for not being able to protect his clansmen. He hated himself for not being able to tear the mastermind behind the riot of the fire souls into 1,000 pieces. However, the sad thing was that even he himself was targeted by the thought fragmentation fire soul. I will die. When the thought fragmentation fire soul pounced on him, that was the only thought left in Tagori's mind. His face was filled with despair and unwillingness. He let out a loud roar and his eyes turned blood red. Just as he was about to detonate his primordial spirit to fight against the thought fragmentation fire soul, a gentle force suddenly stopped his primordial spirit from burning. Then, sword light that blotted out the sky and covered the earth fell from the sky, easily slashing the thought fragmentation fire soul that was brimming with killing intent just a moment ago into minced meat. Tagori suddenly raised his head. He was not the only one. All of the Tamu people who were fleeing stopped in their tracks and raised their heads. They saw the figure who was standing in the sky and killing the thought fragmentation fire soul like slaughtering dogs. "Thank you for saving us, Senior." The sorrowful expression on Tagori and the others' faces gradually faded. It was replaced by gratitude, fanaticism and crazy worship towards Ning Fan. This was a person who could turn the tide in a desperate situation. If it wasn't for him, none of the participants of the Tamu clan would have survived. This person was the benefactor of the Tamu clan. "It's 10,000 points." Ning Fan merely nodded his head indifferently in response to everyone's gratitude. He glanced at the dominoes and said to Tagori and the others calmly, "Follow me closely." As soon as he finished speaking, he flew towards another direction. Tagori and the others did not dare to be negligent. They immediately followed Duo Lan and hid behind Ning Fan. Following Ning Fan, they ran all over the grassland. Due to the crazy killing efficiency of the thought fragmentation fire soul, there were not many living beings left on the grassland. Ning Fan was the only one who was still running around recklessly, treating the surrounding fire souls as if they were nothing. 11,000, 12,000, 13,000. Ning Fan's points kept rising as he killed the thought fragmentation fire soul. This score was already enough for him to take the first place in the combat test. However, he still continued to kill the thought fragmentation fire soul along the way and flew towards the evil goat tribe. At this moment, all the surviving cultivators who had some strength had gathered together. The surviving cultivators of the evil goat tribe were also among them. The sacred envoy Corpse Devil who was in charge of the minor competition of the southern border was also here. He had become the leader of the group. He gathered most of the surviving experts together to fight against the thought fragmentation fire soul. He did not plan to kill them all. He just wanted to stall for time and reduce the number of casualties until the reinforcements from the sacred mountain arrived. As for whether the thought fragmentation fire soul would scatter across the entire grassland of the southern border, it was not something that the sacred envoy Corpse Devil could stop. With his cultivation base at the early thought fragmentation realm, the role that he could play in this chaotic situation was very limited. Fortunately, the minor competition was held in the Wind Summoning Division. At the critical moment, the Wind Summoning Division directly summoned the guardian Corpse Devil of their tribe. Surprisingly, it was also an early thought fragmentation realm Corpse Devil. As a result, the cultivators of the southern border had 2 thought fragmentation realm experts guarding them. Unfortunately, both of them were only at the early thought fragmentation realm. Such strength was enough for the surviving cultivators to stay alive for a short period of time. However, as time passed, trouble would come. Sensing that the experts in this place had gathered together, more and more thought fragmentation fire souls began to surround them. 5, 6, 7. 11. At this moment, 11 thought fragmentation fire souls including 4 mid-thought fragmentation fire souls were attacking the group of people led by the sacred envoy Corpse Devil, the Wind Summoning Division. The evil goat tribe and the other tribes tried their best but they could only cooperate with the sacred envoy Corpse Devil to form a grand formation. They were barely able to protect themselves under the attacks of the fire souls. However, as the number of fire souls continued to increase, the formation that the sacred envoy Corpse Devil had set up was constantly being breached. The situation had become precarious. Once the formation was broken, the fire souls outside would be able to rush in. No one knew how many survivors would be torn to pieces by the fire souls. Inside the Grand Formation, Nanjilong of the Wind Summoning Division's face was ashen. He no longer had the arrogant attitude he had before. If the formation was broken, they would have to face the siege of 11 thought fragmentation fire souls. Even though he was a void-abandoning expert, he was not confident that he could stay alive. The White Ghost Sorcerer of the White Ghost tribe closed his eyes in despair. He could no longer suppress Tamu. If he lost his life, what was the point of pleasing Great Emperor Lu Tua? Once the formation was broken, he would most likely die. Those were 11 thought fragmentation fire souls. The experts of the Black Mountain tribe and Yannan tribe were covered in dust. They were panicking like stray dogs. Their usual superior attitude was nowhere to be seen. On the contrary, Shan Yu-chun was unusually calm. He was not afraid of anyone, especially the people of the Stone Flame tribe. Once the chaos started, Shan Yu-chun was protected by his father and brought to the corpse demon Saint Envoy. Although his life was hanging by a thread, he still calmly performed the soul fusion secret technique and combined everyone's soul power to attack the 11 thought fragmentation fire souls outside the Grand Formation. One had to admit that Shan Yu-chun's talent in the soul fusion technique was indeed the best in the southern border. He was only at the life immortal realm, but after borrowing everyone's soul power, he forcibly added a damage-reducing soul fusion technique to the 11 fire souls outside the Grand Formation. Cultivation decreased by 5%, speed decreased by 5%, illusion interference once every 10 breaths, dizziness in the sea of consciousness once every 10 breaths. Fire attack weakened by 5%, magic power consumption increased by 5%. He actually added dozens of damage-reducing soul fusion techniques to the fire souls. Shan Yu-chun was indeed a genius in the soul fusion technique. Ordinary people would rarely be able to add more than 10 damage-reducing effects. However, he was able to add dozens of damage-reducing effects at the same time. That was why the 11 thought fragmentation fire souls were greatly weakened. If not for that, the Grand Formation would not have been able to last until now. It could be said that the reason why the cultivators inside the Grand Formation could live for so long was because of Shan Yu-chun. Unfortunately, no matter how talented Shan Yu-chun was, his cultivation was still too weak. It was impossible for him to completely suppress the 11 thought fragmentation fire souls by himself. Even with the help of many old monsters, he could only slightly weaken the thought fragmentation fire souls. It was impossible for him to greatly restrict them. Bang! Suddenly, a thought fragmentation fire soul knocked open a gap in the weak spot of the Grand Formation. One by one, the thought fragmentation fire souls entered the Grand Formation through the gap. The cultivators inside the Grand Formation were all shocked. In just a single exchange, more than 10 people were killed by the thought fragmentation fire souls that rushed in. The corpse demon Saint Envoy was caught off guard and suffered serious injuries. He brought the Wind Summoning Division's corpse demon guardian and struggled to hold on. However, he could only block a few of the thought fragmentation fire souls. The rest of the thought fragmentation fire souls were slaughtering wantonly inside the Grand Formation. In the distance, more fire souls were still approaching. More and more fire souls surrounded the corpse demon Saint Envoy. As time passed, the Wind Summoning Division's corpse demon guardian was killed by a few fire souls. The corpse demon Saint Envoy finally had the intention to retreat. The fire souls are going berserk. We can't stop them anymore. I'm afraid the Saint Mountain's reinforcements won't be able to make it in time. Do we have to give up on these southern border cultivators? The corpse demon Saint Envoy's eyes turned ruthless. He suddenly rushed out of the Grand Formation, leaving everyone behind and escaping alone. As soon as he left, there were no more thought fragmentation fire souls. They were even more powerless to resist. Some of the agitated cultivators cursed loudly. They were angry that the corpse demon Saint Envoy ran away. However, after a few breaths, a scream came from afar. It was the voice of the corpse demon Saint Envoy. The corpse demon Saint Envoy was intercepted by a half-step 10,000 ancient realm fire soul on his way. After a few rounds, his head was twisted off. No one can escape. The half-step 10,000 ancient realm fire soul said in a hoarse voice. He turned his hand and a flame shot out, burning the corpse demon Saint Envoy's body into ashes. The crowd was shocked. Even an early thought fragmentation realm corpse demon Saint Envoy couldn't escape. Those with weaker cultivation had no hope of escaping. "Father, you go first. I'll cover you. Go now." The fire souls were wreaking havoc everywhere. Xianxua's eyes were filled with madness. When he saw a thought fragmentation fire soul pouncing towards his father, he immediately stood in front of his father. No one knew what kind of divine ability he used, but his body suddenly turned into stone. He used his body to block the attack of the thought fragmentation fire soul. After the attack, Xianxia vomited blood and retreated. His face was extremely pale, and his cultivation seemed to have dropped. The Xiaoyang tribe's chief was shocked. He didn't expect his son to block the attack of the thought fragmentation fire soul with his life. He also didn't expect that his silly son would stand in front of him at the moment of life and death. Roar! The fire soul that was blocked by Xianxia was enraged after its attack failed. It pounced at him again. Xianxia didn't even have time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stood in front of his father again. The expected pain did not come. A white-robed figure suddenly descended from the sky and stood in front of Xianxia. With a casual attack, he neutralized the attack of the thought fragmentation fire soul. Then, he pointed his finger and made a sword art. Countless sword lights fell from the sky and easily killed the fire soul. He obtained another piece of fire crystal. "Master." Xianxua's eyes were filled with gratitude. Was he saved by the master he respected the most? Ningfan ignored Xianxua's cries. He began to massacre the fire soul on his own, causing fear in the thought fragmentation fire souls. His eyes flashed with a hint of enlightenment. When Xianxuan stood in front of his father, Ningfan once again felt the arrival of the heart tribulation. It was not just a flash. Instead, it felt like it was really coming. It was the heart tribulation that led to the mid-shedding void realm. My first heart tribulation was born because of a promise. Even though the second heart tribulation is not clear yet, I can still feel some clues. Unfortunately, now is not the time to break through. Ningfan suppressed the sudden heart tribulation and continued to kill the fire souls. Inside the body of the gigantic creature, the white-haired muscular man frowned and ordered the people behind him. "The one hiding behind this man is Chu Lai and Duo Lan. You guys go and search this woman's soul and memory. You must get what we need and then kill her. If this external cultivator tries to stop you, kill him as well. He has quite a number of 12 Nirvana immortal swords. Be careful." "Yes." The hundreds of figures behind the white-haired muscular man disappeared one after another. At the same time, on the grassland, the figures of cultivators who were wrapped in flames suddenly appeared around Ningfan. The cultivation base of these people was not high. Most of them were just at the early truth realm or mid-truth realm. Only a few of them had attained the void-shedding cultivation realm. However, when they formed a formation, their aura force was not any weaker than the weaker 10,000 ancient immortal venerables. It was simply unimaginable. What was even stranger was that as soon as these people appeared, the fire souls who had low spiritual intelligence and killed indiscriminately suddenly rushed towards Ningfan's location as if they were being controlled. "Senior, be careful. These people are the Stone Flame Clan's soul warriors. Their cultivation bases might not be strong, but any one of their medicine souls is strong enough to fight the thought fragmentation fire soul. If these people's souls merge together, it will be even more terrifying. You can't judge a battle soul master's strength by their cultivation. What they cultivate is not their cultivation, but their soul." As soon as Ningfan heard that there were more than 100 soul warriors in front of him and all of them were soul cultivators, he immediately stopped underestimating them. In the cultivation world, cultivating one's primordial spirit was regarded as the orthodox way. Body refinement was considered as an unorthodox method, while soul cultivation was completely different. The reason why the demon race was regarded as a different race was because they cultivated their soul. However, these people in front of him specialized in cultivating their medicine soul. In this aspect, they were even more different than the demon race. However, he could not underestimate them just because of this. Even if their cultivation bases were just at the level of Du Zhan and Shikong, Ningfan could sense the immense soul power contained within the bodies of these soul warriors. Almost every one of them had attained the 9th Revolution Gold Core Realm Medicine Soul. Of course, it did not mean that all of them were Gold Core Realm Pill Refinement Masters. Even though their medicine souls were strong, they were forcefully enhanced through special methods. Thus, they had a huge flaw. They could only be used in battles to display the soul skills of their battle souls. They could not be used to concoct pills or identify spiritual herbs. Hand over Chu Lai and Duo Lan. Otherwise, die. The hundreds of soul warriors shouted at the same time. All of a sudden, the soul power of heaven and earth surged. Their aura force did not move the wind or the clouds. It was not earth-shattering, but it directly struck everyone's soul. Its power was comparable to the roar of an immortal venerable. How could Duo Lan and the surviving cultivators withstand such an aura force? All of them coughed out blood under the pressure. The difference in their strength was just too huge. Ning Fan was the only one who remained calm. He did not care about the threats from the soul warriors. He raised his hand slightly and calmly suppressed the ancient aura force. Then, he said to the people behind him, "All of you hide here. I will handle everything here alone." As soon as he finished speaking, he drew a line on the ground. A golden line instantly appeared on the ground. That golden line was like a swimming snake. It moved along with Ning Fan's finger and circled around the area, forming a giant circle. All the surviving cultivators behind Ning Fan were trapped inside the circle. It might seem slow, but in reality, it only took the blink of an eye. The golden circle had taken shape. All of a sudden, it caused the great momentum of heaven and earth to change. It resonated with the heavens and drew the earth as its momentum, turning it into an earth elemental defensive grand formation. If one were to take a closer look, they would realize that the earth elemental grand formation was extremely similar to the formations in many ancient sacred domain cultivators' abodes. It was obvious that Ning Fan had imitated it after observing it for many times. Under the control of the soul warriors, the flame souls of broken thoughts wanted to charge into the golden circle and capture Duo Lan. However, they were blocked by the vast power of the array. Even with the cultivation of the flame souls of broken thoughts, they could not step into the golden circle. That greatly surprised Duo Lan. She did not expect that Ning Fan would risk a conflict with the Triflame guards to protect her. Oh? This person actually did not rely on any external objects to set up the formation. Instead, he pointed to the ground to form the formation. Furthermore, the formation that he set up is extremely powerful. From this, it seems that this person's comprehension towards the general trend has already reached a certain level. After all, in the entire great desolate continent, not every single immortal sovereign from the ancient times is able to form a formation by pointing to the ground. The white-haired robust man said solemnly. Ning Fan's action of instructing Lu Li to form the formation had also caused a lot of exclamations on the ground. However, Ning Fan turned a blind eye to those exclamations. He only ordered everyone to keep a close watch on the formation and maintain its operation. After all, this formation was not specially set up by Ning Fan. Instead, it was set up casually by Ning Fan. First of all, it lacked the support of the Tao crystals. Now, it needed the magic power of the group of cultivators to sustain it. Besides, although the process of setting up the formation seemed heaven-defying, there were actually a lot of flaws. The difficulty of setting up the formation was also extremely high, and the power of the formation would be greatly reduced. If it wasn't for the fact that Ning Fan had grasped the secret of the word force, he would certainly not be able to do it with his current cultivation base. If he wasn't pressed for time, he wouldn't have used such an unconventional method. When those soul warriors saw that Ning Fan not only refused to hand her over but also set up a grand formation to protect Duo Lan, each of their faces turned gloomy and their killing intent surged. "If you don't hand him over, then I'll kill you as well." Soul art, movement like seal. Hundreds of battle soul masters cast their techniques at the same time. Instantly, a shackling soul power was sealed on Ning Fan's body. Ning Fan's expression changed slightly. He felt as if his feet were filled with lead as he was sealed by everyone's soul power. He could not even move an inch. This was also because his cultivation was limited, which was why he couldn't move. However, according to his estimations, even if his cultivation was still there, with his strength that was comparable to the immortal exalts, his speed would still be greatly affected by this powerful soul power. Soul art, sealed thoughts. The spirit sense of Ning Fan's rain technique, which had always been successful, was actually sealed, making it hard for him to spread it out of his sea of consciousness. Soul art, extinguish fire. The 12 darkness devil flame in his body actually showed signs of extinguishing. Soul art, extreme darkness. The scenery in front of him became darker and darker. Gradually, he lost his sight. Everything happened in an instant. As the hundreds of battle soul masters cast their techniques at the same time, Ning Fan's body was inflicted with nearly 100 negative effects. Before he could even exchange blows with these battle soul masters, he had already lost his ability to move. His spirit sense and the circulation of his magic power were unprecedentedly stagnant. His resistance to the 5 elements was greatly weakened. Every few breaths, he would be attacked by an illusion technique. It was definitely Ning Fan's first time experiencing such a strange battle ever since he started cultivating the Tao. As soon as they exchanged blows, he was completely suppressed and had no way to fight back. Moreover, there were hundreds of soul skills of the battle soul masters that carried great destructive power blasting towards Ning Fan. Ning Fan could not see the enemies in all directions. His vision had already been sealed and he could not hear any sound. However, the constant chills that came from his back reminded him that after the enemies inflicted the negative effects on him, they started to attack him. If he stood still and did not move, he would only become a target and be killed by this group of enemies who did not have a strong cultivation base but had extremely strong soul power. Ning Fan secretly activated the God exterminating shield in his body and turned the golden light around his body to the maximum. Even though he could not move, under the protection of the golden light, he was like a big tree in the wind. Even though he did not move, he was not harmed at all. What kind of golden light is this? Such a defense. Is it possible for a restricted immortal venerable to display? The white-haired muscular man who was underground frowned. The soul skills of the battle soul masters were at least as powerful as the thought-breaking strike. Under the joint attack of 100 of them, even immortal venerables in the ancient times would not dare to take it head-on. However, Ning Fan remained invincible with just the golden light around his body despite being inflicted with various negative effects. This caused the group of battle soul masters to be astonished. Ning Fan also realized that after activating the golden light, not only did he defend himself from the attacks of the enemies, but the negative effects that were inflicted on him also lost their effects bit by bit. His line of sight gradually returned. His divine consciousness gradually returned to normal. His footsteps no longer felt heavy. All the reduced attributes were restored, so that was how it was. Ning Fan had found a way to defend against the soul fusion technique. The prerequisite for the soul fusion technique to harm others was that one had to attach their own soul power to the other person. If the other person's soul power was strong enough, it would be enough to directly erase some of the harmful effects on the body. If the other party had a special defensive method, it would be enough to isolate the negative soul power on their body. Ning Fan's medicine soul was not strong enough. Fortunately, he had the God exterminating shield, which was a heaven-opening divine tool. It was not difficult for him to defend against the soul fusion technique of a group of thought fragmentation realm experts. However, this meant that he had to constantly activate his golden light protection when facing these battle soul masters. He couldn't afford to be careless for even a moment. Duo Lan and the others were protected by the grand formation that he had set up. As long as they worked hard to maintain the formation, their lives would not be in danger for the time being. As for the other cultivators who were in trouble on the grassland, Ning Fan was too lazy to save them. After activating the protective golden light around his body, he directly rushed towards the 100 or so soul warriors. Since he had suffered some minor losses just now, he naturally wanted to get back at them. There was a reason why these battle soul masters were in formation and did not dare to split up. With Ning Fan's intelligence, he could easily see through the crux of the matter. Even though these people had strong soul power, they were just a group of Du Zhen and Xianxia at the end of the day. Theoretically, each of them could display a powerful soul skill that was comparable to the thought fragmentation strike. Their offensive power was impeccable and they were strong enough to deter immortal venerables from the ancient times. However, their defensive power was not high and their speed was not fast either. If they are alone, it would be extremely difficult for them to protect themselves. That was why they gathered in a group. If their enemies get close to them, they would also be in danger. Any random Xianxia technique would be enough to take away one of their lives. That was why these people would keep a distance from each other and cautiously avoid getting close to their enemies. At this moment, when they saw Ning Fan rushing towards them from the front, all the battle soul masters were shocked. Each of them used their soul skills to block him. However, how could they stop Ning Fan, who was protected by the golden light? Ning Fan's ancient devil physical body was already extremely strong in the first place. Now that he had the protection of the golden light, he did not even bother to dodge the incoming divine abilities. Instead, he directly rushed towards them in a barbaric manner. He used his strength to break through the divine abilities that were flying towards him and broke through the formation of the battle soul masters with ease. With a wave of his devil palm, a battle soul master was directly slapped to death. With a point of his devil finger, another battle soul master was killed. Then, he controlled the ocean of 30 million swords, and the flying swords rained down like a pear blossom rainstorm, causing another large number of battle soul masters to die. Killing these battle soul masters was as easy as killing Junior Du Zhen. In just less than 10 breaths of time, more than 40 battle soul masters had already died in Ning Fan's hands. The remaining battle soul masters were horrified. They quickly retreated and kept shouting strange words that Ning Fan could not understand. As a result, the fire souls that were besieging the formation immediately gave up the idea of attacking the formation. Instead, they surrounded Ning Fan to kill him. Why would Ning Fan be afraid of these flame souls of broken thoughts? When the 30 million flying swords swept across the area, many early and mid-stage thought fragmentation realm fire souls lost their lives. Even those half-step eternal ancient realm fire souls had to retreat slightly instinctively when they saw the scariness of the ocean of 30 million swords. They did not dare to rush into it head-on. Once they are caught in it, even if they did not die, they would at least suffer some injuries. In terms of defense, Ning Fan's magic power was abundant. He was almost innately invincible. He even managed to block the immortal King Realm Fire Bird that day. Why would he be afraid of these battle soul masters and fire souls who were comparable to the flame souls of broken thoughts? In terms of offense, Ning Fan's 30 million flying swords were almost an invincible method to these flame souls. Even if it is used in a battle between immortal venerables, it was enough to make many immortal venerables tremble in fear. The white-haired muscular man who was underground could no longer sit still. It was fine if it was just the fire souls, but these battle soul masters were the elites among his subordinates. Judging from the current situation, as time goes by, most of them would be wiped out by Ning Fan. This was something he could not tolerate. I initially thought that this operation would be a surefire success. I didn't expect this person to be a hindrance. 100 Lily Stone Dragon, devour this person. The white-haired muscular man said viciously. *mu**. What responded to the white-haired muscular man was an ancient beast's roar which sounded like both an ox and an elephant. Then, a massive creature rose continuously from the ground. A moment ago, it was still in the absolute darkness underground. In the next moment, it rushed to the surface of the ground and a massive head suddenly emerged from the ground. It was a head as large as a small city. It looked very similar to a pangolin. However, it was different from an ordinary pangolin. Its scales were greenish-gray in color and there was a pair of strange sharp horns on its head. There was a huge nose ring on its nose and its eyes could not be opened. It seemed to be a degeneration caused by living underground for a long time. Not good. It's 100 Lily Stone Dragon. Many cultivators who were lucky enough to survive exclaimed. However, before their exclamations could spread, they felt the sky turning dark and the earth turning dark. It turned out that even the ground had been devoured by the gigantic creature. With just a single bite, the gigantic creature had devoured the grassland within a radius of several tens of li * 3, 33 m per zhang, leaving a deep pit that was tens of thousands of zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, wide and tens of li * 3, 33 m per zhang, wide. Then, it timidly drilled back into the ground, be it Ning Fan, the group of battle soul cultivators, the countless fire souls, or even the cultivators who were hiding in the formation like Duo Lan, all of them were devoured, even the 30 million flying swords that filled the sky and the 4 emperors Arhat Pine at the center of the Sea of Swords were completely devoured. Ning Fan's expression was a little shocked. It was not that he did not sense the gigantic creature rising from the ground. However, before he could react, he was already swallowed into the creature's stomach. He had to admit that the speed at which the creature moved from the ground to the surface was unimaginably fast. It was completely incongruous with its gigantic body size. Therefore, Ning Fan did not have the time to defend against it. It's over. We're dead for sure. The body of 100 Li asterisk, 3, 33 m per Li, stone dragon is extremely tough. Even an immortal king would find it hard to break out of its stomach and escape after being swallowed. They can only be trapped inside until they die. Only those with the status of Devil's Son or above can possess 100 Li asterisk, 3, 33 m per Li, stone dragon of the stone flame lineage. There must be a Devil's Son of the stone flame lineage hidden inside this stone dragon's stomach. This stone dragon came for Holy Maiden Shu Lai. Now that it has succeeded, it must be returning to the stone flame lineage. With the speed of this stone dragon, it will certainly return to the stone flame lineage in less than 3 days. Are we going to be captured and brought back to the stone flame lineage? If it's just capturing it alive, it might not necessarily be a bad thing. At least, we still have the possibility of defecting to the stone flame lineage and keeping our lives. I'm just afraid that the Devil's Son will look down on us and directly kill us on our way back. Some of the cultivators of the southern border saw that the situation was hopeless and they even had the thought of defecting to the stone flame lineage. 3 flame guards were not allowed to enter and leave the ominous domain freely. It was a rule set by the saint before his death. However, there were 2 types of 3 flame guards that could enter and leave the ominous domain freely. The first type was the minority of cultivators who had passed the Flame Ancestors trial and had the possibility to enter and leave the ominous domain freely. The other type was not the bloodline of the 3 flame guards but the cultivators of the Great Bay Grassland. However, they had betrayed the Great Bay Grassland and joined the Tri-Flames. These people were naturally not restricted by the rules of the ominous domain and could enter and leave the ominous domain freely. There was no lack of conflicts and killings between the 3 flame guards and the Great Bay Grassland. Cultivators of the Great Bay Grassland would often be captured alive by the 3 flame lineage. Among those who were captured alive, some of the more talented cultivators would be recruited by the 3 flame lineage. As long as they betrayed the 3 flame lineage, they would be able to keep their lives. However, one needed to be qualified to betray the 3 flame lineage. At least among the cultivators here, there were only a few who had the qualifications to be recruited by the 3 flame lineage. I can't believe that I would be captured by the stone flame for the second time in my life. Shan Yuchun closed his eyes unwillingly. He would rather die than betray the Tri-Flames because there was a blood feud between him and the Tri-Flames. His mother had died in the hands of the Tri-Flames. I can't escape anymore. Duo Lan's face turned pale. She knew that if the other party came for that secret, she would still be killed even if she confesses everything. After all, this matter was of great importance. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Where did those Fire Soul Realm and Battle Soul Realm cultivators go? The 4 Emperor's Arhat Pines are also gone. Ning Fan did not care about the various expressions of the crowd. Instead, he frowned and observed his surroundings. They were inside the stomach of the 100 Li asterisk, 500 m per Li, stone dragon. With its gigantic body, its interior was naturally extremely spacious. Ning Fan and the others were swallowed together with the Battle Soul Realm cultivators. However, other than them, no one else could see where the Battle Soul Realm cultivators were. It seemed like there was a difference in how the 100 Li asterisk, 500 m per Li, stone dragon swallowed people. Perhaps when it swallowed those people, it directly teleported them to another place. This also explained why the 4 Emperor's Arhat Pines had disappeared. Perhaps his 30 million flying swords and the 4 Emperor's Arhat Pines had been forcefully taken away by someone the moment they were swallowed into the stomach of the stone dragon. The 100 Li asterisk, 500 m per Li, stone dragon had a great restraining effect on spirit sense. In its stomach, Ning Fan actually could not spread out his spirit sense freely. Once he does so, his spirit sense would spontaneously combust without any fire and be burnt to ashes. In that case, Ning Fan could no longer search the world inside the stone dragon's stomach wantonly. All of a sudden, the sound of footsteps resounded from afar. Gradually, a group of people walked out from the darkness. The leader of the group was a white-haired muscular man. His aura force was rather strong. His cultivation base had just reached the eternal ancient immortal realm. It seemed like he had just broken through to the eternal ancient immortal venerate realm not long ago. Behind the white-haired muscular man were more than 60 battle soul realm cultivators. They were the survivors of Ning Fan's massacre. Each of them was staring at Ning Fan with eyes filled with hatred and fear. Further behind them were more than 130 thought-fragmented fire souls. Originally, there were 175 of them. Those that were not here were all killed by Ning Fan and turned into points for the combat test. These fire souls did not have high intelligence. However, when they looked at Ning Fan, their eyes were filled with instinctive fear. Ning Fan's gaze swept past the white-haired muscular man. When his gaze fell on the item in his hand, his eyes immediately turned grim. His 4 Emperor's Arhat Pine was currently being played within the white-haired muscular man's hand without any damage. It seemed like it had been forcefully taken away by him. So it's him. The 7th devil son of the stone flame, Meng Zhen. As soon as the white-haired muscular man appeared, many cultivators of the southern border recognized him. Their faces were filled with despair. He was the devil son of the stone flame who had the cultivation base of an immortal venerate. With such a strong enemy surrounding them, they really did not have any hope of surviving while they were still trapped inside the stone dragon's stomach. Many of the cultivators of the southern border revealed expressions of fighting to the death. However, there were also some who had other thoughts. Nanjilong of the wind summoning tribe gritted his teeth and suddenly walked out from behind Ning Fan. He knelt in front of the white-haired muscular man. There were no less than 50 people who behaved like him. Among them were the White Ghost Mage of the White Ghost Tribe and the Black Mountain Mage of the Black Mountain Tribe. Many old monsters who had suppressed the Towerwood tribe before were actually among them. Well, it wasn't surprising. Those who always thought of stepping on others to rise to power were naturally not kind people. If such people were faced with death, it was reasonable for them to turn traitor. Oh, it's Lord Meng Zhen. It's because our skills are inferior that we have fallen into Lord Meng Zhen's hands. I beg Lord Meng Zhen to let us go and allow us to join the Stone Flame clan and work for them. Ning Fan knitted his brows. He had always disliked those who begged for mercy on their knees. The white-haired muscular man who was called Meng Zhen burst into laughter. After laughing, he suddenly struck with lightning speed. In the next moment, the physical bodies of the 50-plus people including Nan Jilong exploded. All of them died tragically. Why don't you measure your own strength first before joining the Stone Flame? Meng Zhen's eyes glanced at the corpses on the ground and said disdainfully. Among the cultivators of the southern border, some of them were aghast. Some of them grieved for the death of their own kind while some of them were secretly delighted. Those who were delighted obviously could not bear to see Nan Jilong and the others joining the enemy. Meng Zhen's eyes swept across Ning Fan and the others. His eyes only stopped on Xianyu Chen, Netherse Venerable Duo Lan and Xianyu Chen. Finally, his eyes fell on Ning Fan. He smiled coldly and waved the 4 Emperor's Arhat Pine in his hand. It's a good magic treasure. Unfortunately, the cultivation base of the person using it has been sealed. Otherwise, even if I brought 100 Li asterisk, 500 M per Li, stone dragon with me, I wouldn't be able to take this treasure away so easily. His eyes carried 30% fear but 70% arrogance that came from his bones. Arrogance was because he was the dignified devil son of the Stone Flame clan while the other party was just an external cultivator. On the other hand, fear was because of the strange golden light that protected his body. In the river where Meng Zhen grew up, there were not many people who could make him feel fear. In Meng Zhen's understanding, Ning Fan was an immortal venerable whose cultivation base had been sealed. Due to the rules of the world, Ning Fan would never take the initiative to destroy the ring. However, if he were to push this person too far, it would be hard to say what he would do. If it was an ordinary immortal venerable, Meng Zhen would definitely not be afraid. If he dares to resist, he would just kill him. However, Ning Fan's golden light really made him unable to remain calm. Even with the restriction of his cultivation base, this person could still face hundreds of battle soul masters and hundreds of flame souls of broken thoughts unscathed. If this person destroys the ring and recovers to his peak state, perhaps even the 100 Li asterisk, 500 M per Li, Stone Dragon would not be able to suppress him. According to the mission, he must search Chu Lai Duo Lan's memories and find that secret. After that, he would kill Duo Lan to silence him. However, it was obvious that Ning Fan wanted to protect Chu Lai Duo Lan. If that was the case, things would become difficult. In order to complete the mission, he must first find a way to take down Ning Fan. Do you want to live or die? Meng Zhen chanted an incantation in his heart. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he asked. Naturally, there was only Ning Fan who could make him, an immortal venerable, address him respectfully. So what if I want to die? So what if I want to live? Ning Fan asked with an expressionless face, but in his heart, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise and glanced at the soil beneath his feet. If you want to live, then hand over Chu Lai Duolon and obediently submit to the three flames. Become my stone flame slave. After I place a restriction on you, I can open the mouth of the stone dragon and let you live. I can even return this flying sword pine to you. If you want to die, this Meng can fulfill your wish right now. Even if you have that strange golden light protecting you, I'm quite confident in being able to kill you. Do you believe me or not? Meng Zhen was extremely conceited. He paused for a moment before he continued. Perhaps you think you can destroy the Xing Ring and escape with your original cultivation. But you must know that if you really destroy the Xing Ring, even if you have a 1 in 10,000 chance of escaping from me, you won't be able to escape the pursuit of the great humble celestial emperor. Those old things won't ask you why you destroyed the punishment ring, and they won't show any respect or understanding to an external cultivator like you. They will only chase you endlessly for this matter. With your strength, how can you survive the pursuit of the immortal emperors? Besides, I'm not afraid to tell you that you don't even have a 1 in 10,000 chance of escaping. Do you know that I've refined this 100 Li *** stone dragon's stomach with countless precious treasures? It can even trap an immortal king. Do you know where this 100 Li *** stone dragon is heading right now? It's not going to return to the stone flame directly. Instead, it's going to the Seal of Two Realms first to return the broken thought fire soul that I borrowed. Tell me, isn't the Seal of Two Realms scary? If you go there, no matter how strong you are, it'll be as easy as flipping my palm to kill you. As long as the stone dragon spits you into the Seal of Two Realms, you might be able to survive. Meng Zhen smiled coldly. He wanted to see the fear in Ning Fan's eyes. Unfortunately, Ning Fan's expression was calm. It was because he did not know anything about the so-called Seal of Two Realms. Naturally, he was not afraid. On the other hand, the expressions of the cultivators of the southern border changed drastically after hearing about the Seal of Two Realms. It seems like you don't know what the Seal of Two Realms is. Fine. I don't mind explaining it to you. Meng Zhen wanted to say something, but he suddenly noticed the mocking smile on Ning Fan's lips. His expression immediately turned gloomy. I didn't expect you to actually find out. You've made me waste my effort. Aren't you going to continue introducing the Seal of Two Realms? Ning Fan looked at Meng Zhen mockingly. Suddenly, his primordial spirit drilled out from the ground. At the same time, it brought along 18 skeletal puppets that were burning with flames. All of them had been killed by Ning Fan's primordial spirit. There were 9 big ones and 9 small ones. The big one was an adult female skeleton, while the small ones were the skeletons of young boys and girls. The mother-child puppet of one heart. A few cultivators of the southern border recognized the origin of the puppets. They exclaimed in surprise and looked at Meng Zhen with lingering fear. The mother-child puppet of one heart was an extremely sinister thing. If one was really sneak attacked by it, even an immortal revered throughout the ages would lose a layer of skin. Most of the people were still confused. They had no idea when Ning Fan's primordial spirit left his body and drilled into the ground. They also did not understand the hidden meaning in the conversation between Meng Zhen and Ning Fan. They also did not know why there were 18 skeletal puppets underground. Meng Zhen, however, did not intend to talk nonsense with Ning Fan anymore. He was not a person who liked to talk nonsense. The reason why he chatted with Ning Fan just now was to stall for time and divert Ning Fan's attention. Then, he would seize the opportunity to order the mother-child puppet to sneak under Ning Fan and launch a sneak attack. This place was located inside the belly of the stone dragon. Outsiders could not spread out their spirit sense. This gave Meng Zhen a chance to launch a sneak attack. Ning Fan's protective golden light was too strong. It made Meng Zhen fearful and decided to use some unorthodox methods. Unexpectedly, Ning Fan had seen through everything. His plan failed and he even lost the 18 puppets in vain. Humph. Since my plan failed, I will take your life with my own hands. Mengzhen did not plan to let Ning Fan live from the beginning. Now that his plan was exposed, his killing intent was immediately triggered. He kept the Four Emperors' Arhat Pine in his hand and dashed towards Ning Fan in a flash. The group of soul warriors behind him cast their techniques at the same time, giving the white-haired brawny man a buff. Mengzhen was a body cultivator. Under the support of the many soul warriors, his strength increased by 30%. Ning Fan did not dare to be careless in front of this person. He pointed at Lu Qingzhen again to protect Duo Lan and the others. After that, he activated his protective golden light and rushed towards Mengzhen. The two of them directly collided with each other using pure physical strength. Ning Fan was directly sent flying backwards. In terms of physical strength, there was a huge gap between him and the white-haired brawny man. Fortunately, he had the God-exterminating shield to protect him. Thus, he was not injured. However, the Tenjiang *3. 33 Emperor Zhang, golden light was dented by the white-haired brawny man. Ning Fan's expression became even more solemn. Mengzhen's eyes became even more gloomy. One should know that not many of those senior First Tribulation immortal venerables could withstand his attack head-on. However, it was not enough to completely break Ning Fan's Tenjiang *3. 33 Emperor Zhang, golden light. From the looks of it, the scariness of the golden light's defense was far beyond his expectation. Your 30 million flying swords are already in my hands. So what if you have a heaven-defying defense? 9 breaths of Qi submission technique, 1 breath of fire submission technique. Mengzhen muttered incantations. All of a sudden, he flipped his hand and took out a fiery red crystal core. He rubbed his palm and it turned into powder. Then, he scattered it into the sky and it turned into a boundless sea of fire. That crystal core looked exactly the same as the fire crystal Ning Fan obtained from killing the fire soul. The only difference was the fire power it contained. Mengzhen suddenly inhaled at the sea of fire. Instantly, he absorbed nearly 1/3 of the sea of fire. Then, he inhaled another third of the sea of fire. After that, he seemed to have reached his limit and could no longer absorb any more, causing the sea of fire to disperse. Mengzhen's physical body expanded by a size each time he absorbed the flames. His body became thicker and filled with explosive power. Mengzhen dashed out and clashed with Ning Fan again. Ning Fan could clearly feel that after Mengzhen used the 9 breaths of Qi submission technique, the strength of his physical body had greatly increased. He could already break through the golden light that was nearly 1 Zhang *3, 33 Emperor Zhang. Unfortunately, my comprehension is limited. I can only achieve 2 breaths of Qi submission technique. If I can achieve more than 6 breaths, I think it would be enough to break through this young man's golden light. After exchanging hundreds of blows with Ning Fan, Mengzhen still could not do anything to him. His eyes became even more gloomy. He flipped his hand and took out the other 2 fire crystals. He then rubbed them into powder to use his ability. Mengzhen did not seem to make any changes to his hand seals. Suddenly, flames burst out from his hand. Then, a 1-meter-long flaming blade appeared in the flames. There were dark golden runes flowing on the blade. The flaming blade was an item of the Buddha sect. However, the blade that Mengzhen summoned did not have any Buddha nature at all. Instead, it gave people a feeling that it was filled with monstrous devil qi. This blade was not a magic treasure. Instead, it was the manifestation of a divine ability. Extremely pure Tao of fire coiled around it. Without seeing how the white-haired muscular man made his move, the flaming blade suddenly disappeared as if it was just controlled by his spirit sense. Its speed was so fast that it could not be seen at all. Then, a strong penetrating force came from Ning Fan's left shoulder. The flaming blade had already reached his left shoulder, but it was blocked by the golden light that was protecting him. Even though he managed to block the flaming blade, Ning Fan's golden light was still pierced through 2 Zhang *3, 33 Emperor Zhang. It was so sharp. How can this person's defense be so strong? Mengzhen's confidence was greatly damaged. The flaming blade was his trump card. After using this technique, his already pale skin became even paler. It was obvious that he had consumed a lot of his energy. This technique was the 11th technique of the 12 stones of flame ancestor fire technique. With his cultivation base that had yet to stabilize, he could not use it too many times. Using it once was already his limit. In the past, when he used it, even a first tribulation immortal venerable would be severely injured. However, he could not even break Ning Fan's golden light. This was Ning Fan who had his cultivation base restricted. If he was at his peak, he would not be able to fight back at all in front of Ning Fan. After hundreds of rounds of fighting, the more techniques Ning Fan used, the more frustrated Mengzhen was. The seventh Devil Sun's arrogance was getting more and more damaged. He could not help but admit that Ning Fan's tortoise shell was too hard. His magic power was also endless. In this way, it was not possible for him to exhaust his magic power. On the contrary, Mengzhen's magic power was greatly depleted. If the battle continues, he would probably suffer a great loss due to the depletion of his magic power. Are you determined to protect Chu Lai and Duolan and become enemies with me, Shi Yan? Mengzhen said in a gloomy tone. Ning Fan did not bother to respond to Mengzhen at all. This made Mengzhen ask for a snub and he no longer talked to Ning Fan. All of a sudden, the ground inside the stone dragon's abdomen shook violently. It was as if the stone dragon that was moving rapidly had hit something and came to a sudden halt. Mengzhen suddenly sneered when he sensed the tremor. After exchanging another blow with Ning Fan, he suddenly disappeared in front of Ning Fan and the others along with the group of soul warriors and the flame soul of broken thought. They had actually left the stone dragon's body and arrived at the outside world. The seal of 2 realms has arrived. I can't break your golden light, but I don't believe that the saint power of the seal of 2 realms can't kill you. Mengzhen brought a group of his subordinates and appeared in the dark underground world. There was actually a large area of soilless space underground. Even the gigantic stone dragon that was 100 li asterisk, 33 m per li, could move freely in this soilless space. On the ground not far away from them, there was an abyss that was burning with flames. The abyss was bottomless and no one knew where it led to. Besides, there was a powerful force that could stop anyone from probing the vicinity of the abyss and kill anyone who enters it. Oh? Devil Sun Mengzhen has returned? I wonder if he can capture that Chu Lai Duolan? 4 rays of dark green flame suddenly shot out from the abyss and landed outside the abyss. They turned into 4 people. There was an elderly man and a burly man. However, all of them were illusions and not real bodies. Even though they did not descend with their real bodies, one could still tell from their chi that their true bodies were at least at the Immortal Emperor realm. They were actually the illusions of 4 immortal emperors who were guarding this place. Besides, judging from their appearance and chi, the true bodies of these 4 people clearly belonged to the Fire Spirit clan. They were the experts of the Fire Spirit clan. Fortunately, I didn't fail you. However, I haven't gotten the chance to pry out the secret that Chu Lai Duolan told me. Now, there's still a problem inside this 100 li asterisk, 33 m per li, stone dragon that's preventing me from completing my task. Speaking of Ning Fan, Mengzhen also felt a headache. Problem? Little friend Meng, you should know that we, the Fire Spirit clan, can't cross the seal of 2 realms and descend to the outside world without the summoning of the fire talisman. Even if you bring this problem here, don't expect us to help you kill the intruders. As soon as they heard that Mengzhen had not completed his task, the 4 illusions of the immortal emperors were instantly displeased. To be continued. I'm naturally aware of this. There's no need for imperial monarchs to worry about killing this person. I'll naturally think of a way to deal with this trouble. Mengzhen glanced at the flaming abyss with deep meaning in his eyes. The 4 immortal emperors immediately understood and smiled at each other. The fiery abyss was set up by the herb-gatherer saint before he died, and there was a seal within it that suppressed the fire spirit race forever. It was called the Seal of 2 Worlds. The 2 Realms seal was a fire elemental seal. It was divided into 2 layers, the inner and the outer layer. The inner layer contained extremely complicated variations of the Tao of Fire. Even immortal emperors from the Abdicate tribe who cultivated fire for their entire lives couldn't see through the variations of the Tao of Fire. In reality, it wasn't that the celestial emperors of the Sagely Mountain were unaware of the existence of the Dual Realm seal. It was precisely because of how dangerous it was that they kept it a secret. Debay had a total of 108 grasslands. Under each grassland was a seal of 2 realms. However, those who had the right to know the location of the sealed realms were at least the 10,000 ancient celestial sovereigns. Cultivators from small tribes in the southern border grasslands definitely did not have the right to know. To any despicable person, the Seal of Two Realms was an absolutely dangerous place. In ancient times, there was a celestial emperor of the sacred mountain who wanted to pass through the Seal of the Two Worlds to find out where the Fire Soul race was. In the end, he couldn't even pass through the outer seal, let alone the inner seal. The celestial emperor was even more careless and was trapped in the outer seal. It took him 10 years to escape. However, when he broke free, his body was destroyed, his magic treasures were destroyed, and his primordial spirit even suffered irreparable burns. After holding on for another few hundred years, his primordial spirit's injuries worsened to the limit, and he was unable to hold on any longer. He died with hatred in his heart, and the way he died was extremely tragic. His primordial spirit was burned to ashes. This matter shocked the entire sacred mountain. In the end, everything regarding the Two Realms seal became a top secret of the sacred mountain. Only the ancient cultivators were qualified to know a bit about it. Low-level cultivators were never allowed to spread the information, as they were afraid that some reckless juniors would go to the Two Realms seal and die. As a result, low-level cultivators only knew that the Fire Spirit clan was sealed under the Dabii grassland, but few could find the locations of the Fire Spirit clan seals. If it wasn't for Mengzhen who kidnapped Ning Fan and his group and brought them to this place, it would be extremely difficult for Ning Fan to find this place by himself. The outer seal was already extremely dangerous, but the inner seal was even more dangerous than the outer seal. It was said that within the inner seal, there was a remnant of a saint's evil will. Anyone who crossed the boundary would be killed without mercy. The Fire Soul race was trapped underground. If they wanted to rush out, they had to break through the inner seal and then break through the outer seal. However, the sad thing was that in the long history of the Fire Spirit clan, there had never been a fire spirit expert who could break through the inner seal with his own strength. Forcefully entering the inner seal would only result in death. Even the Fire Soul Immortal Emperor was no exception. Once they entered the inner seal, they wouldn't be able to escape in time and would die a horrible death. For example, these 4 Fire Soul Celestial Emperors only dared to turn into an illusion and land near the Two-World Seal. That was already their limit. It was impossible for him to charge out of the seal of the Two Realms with his true body. The Fire Spirit race had sealed their hatred for the Two Worlds, but more than that, they were in awe. It was as if they were worshipping gods, and they kept a respectful distance. According to the knowledge of the Fire Spirit race, the inner seal was a dangerous place. Whoever entered would die. The outer seal was barely a dangerous place. If an immortal emperor entered, they might have a chance to escape. However, if an immortal venerable or immortal king entered, they would definitely die. It seems like little friend Mengzhen is planning to use the 100-mile stone dragon's earth-space technique to throw that troublesome person into the Two Realms seal and burn him to death. However, this time, little friend borrowed 175 thought fragment fire souls. Why did you only bring back these? One of the Fire Soul Emperor's shadow changed the topic and asked with a frown. To the Fire Spirit race, although there were many thought fragment fire souls, there were not so many that they could ignore the casualties. This Fire Soul Emperor took a quick glance and found that there were only a little more than 100 thought fragment fire souls. Those that couldn't return must have been killed. Instantly, he was dissatisfied. This was not a small matter. If it was said that the southern border cultivators killed the thought fragment fire souls, this Fire Soul Immortal Emperor would never believe it. The southern border was only a small place. The strength of the cultivators here was limited. It was possible to kill a few thought fragment fire souls together, but it was impossible to kill 70 of them. There must be other people involved in this matter. This number of casualties had exceeded the expectations of the Fire Soul Great Emperors. As he spoke, the Fire Soul Great Emperor took out talismans one after another. These talismans were similar to the fire summoning talisman, but they were also very different. After chanting, the flame souls of broken thoughts that Mengzhen brought back turned into flickering flames one after another, disappearing from where they were. They had been summoned back to the Fire Soul race. Such a heavy loss. Naturally, someone interfered with our plan. That person is the troublesome person that I mentioned. This person is a 10,000 ancient immortal venerable. However, because he is an external cultivator, he was sealed by the holy mountain Xinghuan. Therefore, he can't even use half of his strength. Speaking up to this point, Mengzhen clearly saw the disdain in the eyes of the Fire Soul Great Emperors and immediately felt ashamed. The dignified Stone Flame Devil Son couldn't even kill an immortal venerable external cultivator with half of his strength. This was a blow to the arrogant Stone Flame Devil Son. If it wasn't for the strength of the 100-mile Stone Dragon, the plan to capture Duo Lan would have ended in failure. Fortunately, they managed to capture Duo Lan in the end. External cultivator, huh? A mere external cultivator dares to kill more than 70 of my compatriots. I really want to kill this person with my own hands. It's a pity that my true body can't escape. A Fire Soul Great Emperor who hated outsiders said regretfully. Although this trip's losses are not light, it's fortunate that we brought back Holy Maiden Chu Lai. If her memory really has the stone seed coordinates sealed, our Fire Soul race will be closer to breaking out of the seal. Compared to this matter, these losses are insignificant. Another Fire Soul Great Emperor said. When the stone seed coordinates was mentioned, the few Fire Soul Great Emperors became spirited. However, Mengzhen wanted to say something but hesitated. Hee, Great Emperors, don't be anxious. With the seal of 2 realms, killing that trouble will only take a moment. There's no need to be anxious. The key is that once that trouble dies, we have to discuss how to deal with Chu Lai Duolan. According to the previous agreement, the Triflames Great Emperor and your Fire Soul Great Emperor will each take half of the stone seed coordinates in Chu Lai Duolan's memory. However, I recently received a piece of information from a certain Saint Mountain Great Emperor. It's rather reliable. He said that the stone seed coordinates in Chu Lai Duolan's memory isn't 4, but 7. If that's the case, it seems that we can't divide it equally. As soon as Mengzhen's words fell, the 4 Fire Soul Great Emperors who were very shrewd couldn't help but be delighted. It's actually not 4, but 7. If that's the case, our Fire Soul race will be even closer to breaking out of the seal. However, if it's 7 coordinates, we have to change our previous agreement. 7 coordinates really can't be divided equally. Why don't our race take 4 and you Triflames take 3? Then, our race will compensate you with some fire crystals. How about that? In my opinion, it's better for our race to take 5 and you Triflames to take 2. Haha. Anyway, according to the agreement, you Triflames can only take 2 coordinates. Mengzhen knew that the Fire Soul Great Emperors would demand an exorbitant price. He said unpleasantly, although the Fire Soul race's fire crystals are good, I Triflames prefer to take more coordinates. It's impossible for us to take 2 out of 5, but we Triflames can take 4. How dare you? A mere celestial supremacy dares to bargain with us. We're just being polite and calling you Demon Son. Do you really think you're on the same level as us? It's fine if there's no dispute, but since there is a dispute, you're not qualified to deal with it. Let us talk to you, Triflame Celestial Emperor. Even if you, Triflame Celestial Emperor, are here, you won't be able to get more coordinates than our Fire Soul race. At least we'll take 4 and you take 3. The Fire Soul Great Emperor said arrogantly. Facing the auras of the 4 emperors, Mengzhen showed no sign of fear. It would be fine if he was facing the true bodies of the 4 immortal emperors. However, they were just the illusory bodies of 4 immortal emperors without any cultivation base. Mengzhen had nothing to be afraid of. After letting out a cold smile, he suddenly spat out a ray of golden light and reached out to grab it. It was a golden token. The appearance of the token was very strange. It looked like a palm with 5 fingers spread out. One could even see the ever-changing palm lines on the token. Golden Flame Ancestral Token. How did you get this token? As soon as they saw the token, the 4 emperors sucked in a cold breath. Their faces were filled with shock. The arrogant attitude they had before was completely gone. When they looked at Mengzhen again, their eyes were filled with fear. With this token, do I have the right to discuss this matter? Mengzhen said proudly. I didn't expect little friend Meng to be one of the descendants of the Flame Ancestor. If that's the case, we'll do as you say. The Fire Soul Great Emperors looked at each other and sighed. They no longer had any objections to the matter regarding the coordinates. Mengzhen became even more complacent. He glanced at the gigantic stone dragon behind him with eyes filled with killing intent. It's time to kill Ning Fan. After killing Ning Fan, I still have to search Duolan's memories. According to our agreement, I will read the coordinates of the empty space using the ancient three flames technique. As for the coordinates of the time and position, I will hand them over to your fire soul race to read them using your fire soul ancient technique. Now, the number of coordinates has increased to 7. I wonder if the materials you have prepared are enough to perform the technique. If not, it will be a little troublesome. Meng Zhen asked. Little friend Meng, don't worry. My race has already started preparing for this a few months ago. We have prepared a few extra sets of materials to perform the technique. It is completely enough. Let's just kill that troublesome fellow as soon as possible and search Duolan's memories. Alright. Great Emperors, please step aside. I'm going to perform the Earth Void technique. Meng Zhen confidently transmitted his voice to the stone dragon and gave an order. Then, he formed a hand seal with both of his hands and performed a divine ability. The strange thing was that the stone dragon did not respond to Meng Zhen's order at all. It did not send Ning Fan into the two-world sealing fire abyss. Why isn't this stone dragon listening to my order? Could it be that the time I tamed it is too short and it still wants to resist me? Meng Zhen thought it was strange and transmitted his voice to the stone dragon again. However, he still did not get any response from it. After a few times, Meng Zhen's expression suddenly turned extremely gloomy. How could he not know that something had happened to the stone dragon? You're really capable. Your cultivation base is obviously sealed, but you can still break free from the stone dragon's body. I have really underestimated you. As soon as Meng Zhen finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared on the gigantic head of the stone dragon. It was none other than Ning Fan. This person is the troublesome fellow that you mentioned? The stomach of the stone dragon can trap an immortal king. This young man is just an immortal venerable, and he was even sealed by the punishment ring. However, he could actually break free from it. It seems like this young man must have some tricks that we don't know about. We can't underestimate him. The few Fire Soul Great Emperors were secretly shocked. However, something even more shocking had yet to happen. Ning Fan suddenly opened his mouth and gave an order. Use your Earth Void technique to swallow these people and throw them into the two-world seal to burn them to death. He was actually giving an order to the stone dragon. What was strange was that the stone dragon that did not listen to Meng Zhen's order before was now obeying Ning Fan's order. Roar. The stone dragon let out a strange roar that sounded like both an ox and an elephant. At the moment when the roar resounded, Meng Zhen, the soul warriors behind him and the 4 Fire Soul Great Emperors did not even have the time to dodge. Their vision darkened and they felt dizzy. They were actually swallowed into the mouth of the stone dragon. This time, after the stone dragon swallowed them, it did not imprison them into its stomach. Instead, it spat Meng Zhen and the others into the blazing flames of the two-world seal. The 4 Fire Soul Immortal Emperors were just phantoms without any cultivation base. It was only natural for them to be swallowed. Almost at the same time they fell into the abyss of fire, they screamed and died. Of course, their true bodies would not suffer any damage. Even though the medicine souls of those soul warriors were strong, their physical bodies were really weak. As soon as they entered the area of the two-world seal, they were burned into ashes one after another. Their screams could be heard everywhere. As for Meng Zhen, he was already scared out of his wits. He could not understand why the stone dragon would betray them and why it would listen to Ning Fan's order. What frightened him even more was that he had already been sucked into the outer area of the seal of the two worlds by the stone dragon's earth-devouring technique in just the blink of an eye. Now, he was falling towards the depths of the seal of the two worlds. He could neither fly nor rise into the sky. He could only fall. With his current abilities, he could not resist the restrictive power of the seal of the two worlds. This was a seal that was laid down by a sage. In the dark green sea of fire, the temperature was so high that it almost burned Meng Zhen's body into charcoal in an instant. Even with the strength of his physical body, he could not resist the destructive power of the flames here. Why? I should have been the one who threw Ning Fan into the seal of the two worlds. Why did the situation turn around? Meng Zhen used his defensive abilities one after another. All he could do was try his best not to be burned to death by the blazing flames of the outer area of the seal. However, his body was still falling irrevocably. Originally, he had many magic treasures that he could use. However, to his despair, he realized that all of them had disappeared. Without a doubt, they must have been taken away by the stone dragon that was good at seizing treasures the moment he was swallowed. Damn it! Even the golden palm token of the flame ancestor has been taken away. I'm really finished this time. If I have the token, I might still have a chance to survive. Now, however, only death awaits me. After falling for an unknown period of time, just when Mengzhen was about to lose consciousness due to the suffocating smoke, the sound of waves beating on the shore finally resounded from the deepest part of the Seal of the Two Worlds. That was the area of the inner seal. In the middle of the Sea of Fire, there was a small hill that protruded from the surface of the sea. On top of the hill sat an old man whose eyes were filled with ferocity. He did not have any rationality or emotions. All he had was a pair of blood-red eyes filled with killing intent. That was the spirit of the seal that was formed by the sage's ominous intent in the inner seal. It was a small hill that was made up of skulls. If one takes a closer look, they would realize that there were many skulls of immortal emperors among the tens of thousands of skulls. Those who cross the boundary, kill. Asterisk bang asterisk suddenly, a loud explosion resounded. Mengzhen, who was insufferably arrogant, directly exploded into a mist of blood and died. He did not even have the time to see the appearance of the old man with the ominous intent. It was the ominous intent old man who killed Mengzhen. His body seemed to have moved a little, but at the same time, it also seemed like he had not moved at all. He was still sitting on the small hill of skulls. At this moment, Mengzhen, who had the cultivation base of an immortal venerable, died in his hands. He had no cultivation base, no rationality, no emotions, and he did not know how to think. He was just an ominous intent that had been left behind since ancient times. Just because he was left behind by a sage, even an immortal emperor would not be a match for him. So what if you're the Stoneflame Devil's son? You're just an ant. So this is the ominous intent of a sage? A single thought that has been passed down since ancient times can kill an immortal venerable. Ning Fan forcibly used the rain technique. When he saw the scene where the old man killed Mengzhen in the Seal of the Two Worlds, he was inwardly shocked. It was just the ominous intent of a sage. However, the feeling that it gave Ning Fan was no less powerful than Xiang Bozi. Under the 108 grasslands of Debay, there was a Seal of the Two Worlds. Could it be that each of the Seal of the Two Worlds was guarded by an ominous intent with terrifying strength? Those who enter the immortal intent realm, kill. As soon as the ominous intent old man's cold voice came out, raindrops that were hidden deep inside and outside the Seal of the Two Worlds were forcefully forced out. Then, they exploded one after another, bringing with them a mist of blood. Ning Fan felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness. The trace of spirit sense that followed Mengzhen into the Seal of the Two Worlds had been destroyed. Fortunately, only a small amount of spirit sense had entered the Seal of the Two Worlds. Thus, the damage was close to zero. Asterisk moo asterisk as if it had sensed Mengzhen's death, the stone dragon let out a sorrowful cry. However, it still could not disobey Ning Fan's order. Ning Fan descended from the gigantic head of the stone dragon and landed near the entrance of the Seal of the Two Worlds. He looked at the bottomless abyss of fire with a solemn expression. The ancient immortal venerables would die if they entered the Seal of the Two Worlds. It was indeed not a lie. That Mengzhen was not weak. However, he did not last long in the Seal of the Two Worlds, that ominous intent old man with terrifying strength and the seal that the fire spirit race could not cross for generations. Fortunately, he had subdued the stone dragon at the critical moment. Otherwise, the one who would be spat into the Seal of the Two Worlds and be burned to death would not be Mengzhen but him. I didn't expect that such an incident would happen in the minor competition of the southern border. Moreover, I actually learned so many secrets of the great desolate continent by chance. Ning Fan's eyes turned dark. After Mengzhen and the others escaped from the belly of the stone dragon, Ning Fan began to move around inside. First, he tried to break the wall of the stone dragon's belly to escape. However, he realized that the interior of the stone dragon's belly was impregnable. It was an excellent cage that was refined by Jin Guang with countless precious treasures. It was strong enough to defend against an immortal king realm attack. With his sealed cultivation base, he naturally could not break it. In that case, Ning Fan had to think of another way to escape. Even though his cultivation base was not strong enough, he still had many tricks up his sleeves. He managed to travel through the stone dragon's belly. Eventually, he arrived at the head of the stone dragon. After layers of solid defense, he arrived at the stone dragon's sea of consciousness. The stone dragon's belly had been specially refined. The place where its sea of consciousness was located was incomparably sturdy. Even a peak immortal king realm expert might not be able to damage its sea of consciousness. If it did not have such tricks, the stone dragon would not dare to casually swallow people. Unfortunately, the person it swallowed was Ning Fan. If there were no accidents, Ning Fan did not plan to use his trump card. However, the current situation was special. He did not know where Mengzhen had gone, but he vaguely felt a sense of danger. Obviously, Mengzhen was not lying when he said that he could kill him. If he does not get out of the stone dragon's belly as soon as possible, he would certainly be in great danger. Therefore, Ning Fan did not hold back at all. He directly took out his origin chi. This was the biggest trump card he could rely on now. Due to his cultivation base being restricted, he could not use the bottle of water drowning world. Since he was in the Supreme Pill Sacred region, he could not use Shadi's Jade Slip. If the origin chi were to explode, it would be enough to severely injure an immortal emperor. Thus, it was naturally not a problem for it to blow up the stone dragon's body. Now that he had reached a point where he had no choice but to use the origin chi, Ning Fan did not choose to blow up the stone dragon's belly to escape. If that was the case, he would not gain anything by using his trump card. Moreover, his 4 Emperor's Arhat Pines were still in Mengzhen's hands. Even if he managed to blow up the stone dragon and escape, he did not have the confidence to kill Mengzhen and take back the 4 Emperor's Arhat Pines under the restriction of his cultivation base. Ning Fan was not a person who liked to suffer losses, thus, he maximized the effectiveness of the origin chi and chose to blow up the stone dragon's sea of consciousness instead of killing it. The biggest mistake of the stone dragon was that it should not have swallowed Ning Fan into its body. After all, it gave Ning Fan the chance to face the stone dragon's sea of consciousness directly. What was the sea of consciousness? It was where the spirit sense of a cultivator resided. If the sea of consciousness is destroyed, the cultivator would die. The same goes for beasts. If he was outside the stone dragon's body, Ning Fan would not be able to do what he did. However, now that he was inside the stone dragon's body and was facing the stone dragon's sea of consciousness, he directly did a crazy thing. He invaded the stone dragon's gigantic sea of consciousness and directly used an illusion technique on it. Ning Fan's illusion technique was very powerful. However, he rarely used it because he had too many trump cards. Now that he was facing the stone dragon's sea of consciousness, the terrifying power of his illusion technique was revealed. The stone dragon was directly controlled by Ning Fan using his illusion technique. Ning Fan even erased the various restrictions inside the stone dragon's sea of consciousness, reducing Mengzhen's control over the stone dragon to 0. After that, he added the restrictions on himself. He actually disregarded the stone dragon's will and forcefully subdued it. The stone dragon was unwilling to betray its master. However, it was under Ning Fan's illusion technique. Its actions were not under its control at all. When it regained its senses, Mengzhen was already killed by its own hands. How could the stone dragon not feel sad? It hated Ning Fan's ruthlessness to the core. He actually used an illusion technique to confuse it and kill its master. However, Ning Fan could not be blamed for this. It was Mengzhen who attacked first. If Ning Fan did not counterattack, the one who died would not be Mengzhen but him. *mu*. The stone dragon's roar was filled with sorrow and determination. Moreover, it was filled with monstrous hatred. It could not wait to kill Ning Fan to avenge its master. It also wished that it could bang its head against the wall and commit suicide to apologize to its master. It desperately tried to resist the restrictions that Ning Fan planted in its sea of consciousness. However, it realized that it could not resist at all. Forcefully resisting would only result in death. It was not afraid of death. However, what made it even sadder was that it could not even die. It was under Ning Fan's illusion technique. If Ning Fan did not take the initiative to break it, it would not be able to break free from it. That illusion technique had deprived it of control over its body. It could not take revenge. It could not even die. After all, it was an illusion technique that Ning Fan directly planted in its sea of consciousness. *mu*. *mu*. Be quiet. Ning Fan ordered with a cold voice. the stone dragon could not roar anymore. Its sea of consciousness became chaotic again and it submitted to Ning Fan blankly. Ning Fan sighed. This stone dragon was really loyal. Unfortunately, he could not make use of it. With a flip of his hand, a pine sapling, a golden palm token and a storage pouch appeared in his hand. The pine sapling was the Luohan pine of the four emperors. The golden palm token seemed to be called the Flame Ancestor Golden Palm Token according to the conversation that Ning Fan had overheard when he escaped from the Sea of Consciousness. Moreover, it seemed to have a powerful background as it could make the four immortal emperors of the fire spirit race fearful and forced them to compromise. After taking a closer look, Ning Fan suddenly exclaimed softly. Then, he smiled faintly. The ability of this token still needs to be verified. However, if I am not mistaken, perhaps it is not a loss for me to use up my primordial qi. As for the storage pouch, it was the storage pouch of Devil Sun Mengzhen. There were not too many good items in it. Ning Fan just nodded his head slightly. There was nothing that caught his fancy. Ning Fan kept his spoils of war and turned his head to look at the stone dragon. Then, he suddenly said. Whether you are willing or not, no matter how unwilling you are, from today onwards, you will become my slave. This is the cruelty of cultivation. From the moment you attack me, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan did not care whether the stone dragon could hear his words or not. He directly flew back into the stone dragon's abdomen with a sway of his body. After giving another order, the stone dragon used its earth escape technique in a daze and moved underground. Gradually, it left the seal of two realms. Even though Ning Fan had mentioned such an unforeseen event, he was still concerned about the result of the minor competition in the southern border. Now, he naturally wanted to return to the surface to check on the situation. After all, he had killed so many flame souls of broken sense. Just by looking at the points on his Dominion plate, it had already reached a terrifying 77,000 points. If there are no accidents, he should be able to get the first place in the minor competition in the southern border. After getting the first place in the southern border, it would be the second round of the mausoleum seizing competition, the competition in the middle state. When he heads to the middle state, he would first need to find Ouyang Wan and Zanyu. Of course, before that, Ning Fan still needed to break through to the mid-shedding void realm first. He was still suppressing the sudden heart tribulation of the mid-shedding void realm. Inside the stone dragon's abdomen, Ning Fan had returned. The surviving cultivators of the southern border began to cheer excitedly. They actually escaped from death and managed to keep their lives from the hands of the stone flame devil sun and the hundredly stone dragon. This was really unbelievable, no one was willing to die. The reason why these cultivators of the southern border would rather die than surrender to Devil Sun Mengzhen was because of their moral integrity. If they could survive, of course, it would be even better. It's all thanks to Lord Ning's help that we managed to escape from the hands of Devil Sun Mengzhen. From now on, this lowly one's life belongs to Lord Ning. Even though you are an external cultivator, you are the benefactor of our Water Wolf tribe. Please accept our respect. From now on, if benefactor needs any help, we will die 10,000 times without hesitation. These stubborn and low-intelligence cultivators of the southern border said that they would die 10,000 times for Ning Fan and they would really do it. They did not know how to lie or be courteous. Those who knew how to lie had already been killed by Mengzhen disdainfully when they first defected to the enemy. Towards their gratitude, Ning Fan just casually responded and did not take it to heart. After all, he did not intend to save most of them. The reason why they were still alive could only be said to be because they were lucky. At first, he only wanted to save the cultivators of the Pagoda Wood tribe and the Evil Goat tribe. Master, you're too amazing. You actually killed the devil son of Stone Flame. You actually subdued 100 Li *, 500 M per Li, Stone Dragon. You actually. Xianxia Chun, the dumbass, was talking about Ning Fan's achievements in detail. Ning Fan was not a person who liked to listen to flattery. However, when there was really a dumbass who kept praising him and all of his words were sincere, he could not help but reveal a smile despite his usual coldness. A helpless smile. This dumbass admiration towards him seemed to have deepened. However, he really did not plan to take him as a disciple. Of course, compared to Xianxia Chun, Ning Fan was more concerned about Duo Lan. It was not because he was concerned about him. Instead, it was because of some words that he had eavesdropped on him. What were the coordinates of the stone seat? Something that could make the Three Flames and the Fire Spirit clan pay so much attention to it and make the immortal emperor of the sacred mountain collude with the enemy and send the information to Shi to plot against Duo Lan must not be something simple. According to what Meng Zhen and the others said, there were 7 coordinates of the stone seat sealed in Duo Lan's memory. However, Ning Fan had clearly searched through Duo Lan's memory before, but why did he not find any coordinates? He remembered that Meng Zhen seemed to have mentioned different ways to obtain the space coordinates and the time coordinates. Perhaps the so-called coordinates could only be seen from Duo Lan's memory using special methods. Regarding this incident, you should have something to tell me, right? Since there are too many people here, I won't ask too many questions. When we return to the southern border, I hope to hear your honest answer. Ning Fan transmitted his voice to Duo Lan meaningfully. Duo Lan bit her lips with some hesitation. In the end, she nodded silently. This scene was seen by some of the cultivators of the southern border. Naturally, they could not hear Ning Fan's voice transmission. They could only see Ning Fan and Duo Lan exchanging glances. Thus, these foolish cultivators of the southern border immediately thought that they were smart. There's no doubt that Lord Ning has an affair with the mausoleum guardian of the sacred mountain. Xianxia, who originally did not have much interest in Duo Lan, began to call Duo Lan his mistress foolishly, making Ning Fan speechless. Urgent report from the Middle State: Fire Soul insurrection has occurred in the southern border. The casualties are still unknown. The situation is urgent. On the celestial capital peak, only the celestial capital emperor was dealing with this matter. The other immortal emperors had already left. The insurrection of the Fire Soul insurrection was definitely not a trivial matter. However, it only happened in a small place like the southern border. It was enough to alarm one immortal emperor, and not all the other immortal emperors would come to deal with this matter. After all, it was just the insurrection of a group of broken sense Fire Soul insurrection. The celestial capital emperor was sitting on a Buddhist lotus, holding a string of prayer beads. Suddenly, his slightly narrowed eyes opened. He had already sent people to the southern border to investigate and provide aid. This time, the southern border would definitely suffer a great loss. However, to the weak southern border, it might not be a bad thing to have such a bloody baptism. Tribes had their own benefits. The risk of group cultivation was low and the environment was safe. However, there were also disadvantages. Most of them did not have enough understanding of the cruelty of cultivation and lacked the experience of bloody battles. Have you found out? What's the purpose behind the insurrection of the Fire Soul insurrection in the southern border? You should know that every time the Fire Soul insurrection occurs, the price that the Fire Soul race has to pay is definitely not small. There must be a conspiracy behind this matter. However, I don't know if the insurrection this time is purely an act of the Fire Soul race or if the Triflames are mixed in. The celestial capital emperor's voice was very cold. Although the matter in the southern border was urgent, it was just that. He would not personally go to the southern border for such a small matter. As for the insurrection in the southern border, we have not received any report yet. However, the results of the martial test in the grasslands have been released. After the results of the written test and the martial test, the ranking of the tribes in the grasslands has also been released. Does the emperor want to have a look? A celestial capital sect's disciple with the cultivation of immortal supremacy suddenly reported. Alright, we might as well wait and see the results of the first round of the mausoleum seizing. After this old man has a look, I will send a copy to the other 4 emperors. The celestial capital emperor nodded. To the immortal emperors, the insurrection in the southern border was just a small matter. Naturally, they would not spend all their attention on this matter. As for the 100 Flowers Great Emperor, will she also send a copy? The celestial supremacy's disciple asked carefully. A strange smile flashed across the celestial capital emperor's eyes as he answered. As for whether she is willing to have a look at it or not, it's not something I can control. The celestial capital emperor's eyes fell on the scroll in his hand. He browsed through the results of the tribes in the grasslands. With his intelligence, the results of most of the tribes were within his expectations. Thus, he was not too surprised. All of a sudden, the celestial capital emperor exclaimed softly. His eyes fell on the column at the end of the scroll, which was about the southern border. Oh? Didn't the insurrection happen in the southern border? Why can this Towerwood tribe still obtain so many results? Could it be that they are profiting from the chaos? The Towerwood tribe, 77,000 points. They were fully deserving of being the number one tribe in the southern border. They were 60,000 points higher than the wind summoning tribe, which was ranked second. The emperor might not know this, but the Towerwood tribe's overall results are not that high. These 77,000 points were obtained by one person. It was none other than Ning Fan, the external cultivator invited by Towerwood. He killed 71 flame soul fragments with his own strength. That is why the Towerwood tribe obtained such a shocking result. I suppose he must have killed them in the chaos. With this person around, the anxiety of the southern border has been alleviated. Oh? He killed 71 flame soul fragments with his own strength. Even though this person is an ancient immortal venerate, he should have been sealed by the punishment ring. Could it be that he has destroyed the ring? The celestial capital emperor's expression immediately turned cold. If this external cultivator really dares to destroy the ring, he must be killed regardless of whether he has contributed to the peace of the southern border or not. In reply to the emperor, there is no news about the destruction of the punishment ring in the punishment temple. I suppose this person did not destroy the ring. If that is the case, forget it. This person is able to achieve such a great achievement when his cultivation base is limited. He is really a good seedling. Unfortunately, he is an external cultivator. The celestial capital emperor's eyes flashed with a scheming light. No one knew what he was thinking about. His disciples did not dare to disturb him. Report. The whole story of this incident has been investigated. Please have a look, Emperor. Suddenly, an immortal King Realm disciple entered from the outside and handed a secret report to the celestial capital emperor. The celestial capital emperor looked at the first few lines of the report and immediately felt cold. As expected, it is San Yan's doing. Stone Flame Devil Sun Mengzhen. I didn't think that Stone Flame would actually send out the holder of the Golden Flame Ancestral Token. What a big move. Are they after Chu Lai Duolan? It seems like the information I received is not groundless. The celestial capital emperor continued to read and his expression suddenly became serious. When he saw the last few lines, the celestial capital emperor suddenly stood up. His face was filled with shock and he could not control himself. The successor of the Golden Palm Token was actually killed. Could it be that an immortal emperor made a move? Otherwise, who could surpass the power of the Flame Ancestral Token and kill this person? Others might not know, but as the person with the highest authority in the middle state, how could he not know Mengzhen's other terrifying identity? Unfortunately, the people below were unable to investigate the details clearly. They could only obtain fragmented information from the survivors who returned to the southern border. Report. The latest news from the southern border has arrived. Please have a look, Emperor. The celestial capital emperor lost his composure. He suddenly opened the scroll and his actions were rather urgent. The scroll contained the answer that he was eager to know at this moment. However, this answer was something that he could not believe no matter what. It made him suck in a breath of cold air. Emperor, the one who killed the Stone Flame Devil Sun is Ning Fan, an external cultivator. How could this be possible? A mere immortal venerable external cultivator who had his cultivation base sealed actually managed to kill the Stone Flame Devil Sun, that was not an ordinary Devil Sun. He was the holder of the Golden Palm Token. Even if the celestial capital emperor were to take action, he did not have full confidence in killing Mengzhen. How did Ning Fan do it? To be continued. The chaos in the southern border came and went quickly. Because the fire souls did not spread across the entire grassland, the losses of the riot were only limited to the wind summoning tribe and the participants and spectators of the minor competition in the southern border. The biggest victim was undoubtedly the wind summoning tribe. Not only did they lose their guardian corpse devil, but they also lost nearly 100,000 members in the riot. To the wind summoning tribe, which did not have many members, they could no longer maintain their original position as the number one tribe in the southern border. The other tribes had different degrees of casualties. Those who could participate in the minor competition in the southern border were the elites of each tribe. If they died or got injured, the strength of each tribe would naturally suffer a great loss. The evil goat tribe was one of the few large tribes which suffered lesser losses. This made the stubborn old members of the tribe feel very fortunate. Their attitude towards Xianxia and the Tamu tribe instantly became much better. As for the Tamu tribe, it was fully deserving of being the biggest winner in this riot. In the end, the crown of the number one tribe in the southern border still fell on the Tamu tribe, which had been at the bottom for 10,000 years because of Ning Fan's outstanding performance. Unfortunately, due to the riot, the process of the minor competition in the southern border was not complete. According to the process, after the results of the written and combat tests were collected, the tribe that obtained the first place would have to receive rewards. The rewards they would receive would be 30% of the fire crystals obtained by each tribe in the combat test. The sacred envoy Corpse Devil, who was in charge of the minor competition in the southern border, had already passed away. Naturally, no one would be in charge of the rewards. 6 days after the riot, a new person in charge came to the southern border to deal with the rewards of the Tamu tribe. The first thing he needed to do was to visit each tribe and take away 30% of the fire crystals obtained by each tribe in the combat test. Then, he would give all the fire crystals to the Tamu tribe. The person in charge this time was not Corpse Devil of the Sacred Mountain, but one of the disciples of the Heaven Capital Emperor of the Middle State. He had the cultivation base of an eternal tribulation. His name was Ku Jing. He was a seemingly honest Buddhist cultivator. Usually, he could still talk eloquently when discussing scriptures and Buddhism. However, when dealing with people, he would be awkward with his words and actions. Ku Jing felt a slight headache. He did not like to deal with mundane affairs. However, this time, the Heaven Capital Emperor had personally asked him to handle this matter. Naturally, he could not reject him. Venerated Sovereign has given an order. The reward for this trip is not a big deal. Handing the invitation card of the ancient Buddha assembly to that external cultivator, Ning Fan, is the important matter at hand. This is really unbelievable. The ancient Buddha assembly has never allowed external cultivators to participate. Even for people from the Saint Mountain, not everyone is qualified to participate. I didn't think that the Arch-Venerate would actually make an exception for an external cultivator. It seems like he values this person a lot. As soon as she thought of how much the Heaven Capital valued Ning Fan, Si Jing could not help but put away her racial discrimination towards foreign cultivators. Before meeting him in person, she already had respect for him. With Si Jing's immortal venerable cultivation base, there was naturally no tribe that dared to refuse when she personally went to the various southern border tribes to ask for fire crystals. 30% of the fire crystals was not a small amount. It was a very important resource for raising the cultivation of the fire elementalists in the headquarters. According to Wu Jing's experience, most of the tribes would do some tricks. The number of fire crystals handed over would match the results of the Wushu test on the surface, but they would secretly substitute inferior fire crystals with inferior quality fire crystals. As a result, the fire crystals awarded to the first tribe were often shoddy items, and the person in charge would often turn a blind eye to this. This was the old practice. However, this time, Si Jing's horizons were greatly broadened. The Sea Soul tribe should hand over 26 fire crystals. Among them, 22 true transference fire crystals and 4 void abandonment fire crystals should be handed over. There were 214 true transference fire crystals. Among them, there were 44 void abandonment fire crystals. All of the true transference fire crystals were also of excellent quality. The evil goat tribe should hand over 19 fire crystals, but they handed over 230 void abandonment fire crystals. Among them, there were 37 void abandonment fire crystals, and one of them was obviously not the thought fragment fire crystal that they obtained in the Wushu test, the Water Wolf tribe, the Flying Sand tribe. Each of the tribes in the southern border had actually handed over more fire crystals than they should have. Moreover, it was not just by a little. Even the Wind Summoning tribe and the White Ghost tribe, who had always been at odds with the Tamu tribe, had also handed over more fire crystals than they should have. The number of cultivators that Ning Fan saved this time was not many. However, it almost covered all the tribes in the southern border. Thus, he actually gained the favor of the entire southern border. As for those who originally hated the Tamu tribe, many of them died when they betrayed the tribe. Even though some of them did not die, they naturally spared no effort to hand over more fire crystals this time because they had received Ning Fan's kindness of saving their lives. They did not even hesitate to use the treasuries of each tribe just to repay Ning Fan's kindness. I didn't expect that the matter of receiving the fire crystals would actually be so easy. Xijing sighed with emotion. Then, he went to the Tamu tribe with the extra fire crystals. The Tamu tribe naturally did not dare to neglect a venerated immortal like Xijing. Almost all of them welcomed her with open arms. After that, they received Xijing's fire crystals and officially obtained the glory of being the #1 tribe in the southern border. Each of the people of the Tamu tribe was filled with joy. They lit bonfires and celebrated throughout the night. However, Xijing did not see Ning Fan among these people who were celebrating. "Why didn't I see the external cultivator that you invited?" Xijing's voice was calm. However, when it fell into the ears of the leader of the Tamu tribe, Tagli, it carried a sense of supreme majesty. In reply to High Envoy, Lord Ning is currently in secluded cultivation. He seems to be breaking through some kind of bottleneck. Thus, he did not come here. Do you need me to send a message to Lord Ning and ask him to come and meet High Envoy? Even though he said that, the hint of reluctance hidden deep in Tagli's eyes still betrayed his true thoughts. He did not want to disturb Ning Fan's secluded cultivation. Ning Fan was the benefactor of the Tamu tribe, the savior of the southern border and the most distinguished guest in the grassland. Ning Fan's secluded cultivation was more important than anything else. He was not willing to let this high envoy disturb Ning Fan's cultivation. It's all right. There's no need to disturb this person. I will just wait here for a few days. I think this person will naturally come out of seclusion before the second round of the mausoleum seizing begins. Xijing still had the task that the Heaven Capital gave him. Thus, he had no choice but to take the invitation and stay in the Tamu tribe temporarily while waiting for Ning Fan to come out of seclusion. This time, Ning Fan had chosen the forbidden area of the Tamu tribe, the Tamu medicinal pond. It was the place with the highest amount of spiritual qi in the Tamu tribe. It was also the most suitable place to break through bottlenecks. The reason why Ning Fan chose this place for secluded cultivation was naturally to face the second heart tribulation that suddenly came. Although it was called a medicinal pond, it was just a square pond that was 1,000 qi square in size. At the center of the pond was a Buddha statue that was enshrined in the water. The statue was still dressed like the medicine Buddha. The surface of the medicinal pond was covered with a formation that gathered the medicinal qi from all directions. The medicinal qi would liquefy and form the water in the pond. The water in the pond had the miraculous effect of nourishing the medicine soul. Every generation of the Tamu tribe would temper their medicine soul in this place. As time passed by, some medicinal quintessence would often be formed in the medicinal pond. It would accumulate at the bottom of the pond and have the miraculous effect of improving the power of one's medicine soul. The longer the medicinal quintessence was deposited, the longer the effect would be. Generally speaking, the people of the Tamu tribe would take out the medicinal quintessence every 1,000 years for the experts in the tribe to consume. Most of the other tribes also had medicinal ponds. Basically, they would also take out the medicinal quintessence once every 1,000 years. When Ning Fan entered the medicinal pond, the medicinal quintessence that had accumulated at the bottom of the pond that had reached 1,000 years old had already been taken away. There were only some medicinal quintessences that were hundreds of years old left. These medicinal quintessences that were hundreds of years old were of great help to the cultivation of a 6th Revolution Pill Master's medicine soul. However, to a high-grade 7th Revolution Pill Master like Ning Fan, the effect was not great. Ning Fan sat in the medicinal pond with his clothes still on. He closed his eyes and meditated without uttering a single word. Other than occasionally consuming medicine soul stones, he did not open his eyes at all. He had been like this for 6 days already. Outside the medicinal pond, Duo Lan, Xianxia and many of the people of the Tamu tribe were waiting for Ning Fan to come out of his seclusion so that they could participate in the celebration of the Tamu tribe. Outsiders only knew that Ning Fan was breaking through a small bottleneck of the eternal immortal venerated realm. However, they did not know that Ning Fan was just breaking through the bottleneck of the renunciation void realm. Above the medicinal pond, the illusory shadows of Ning Fan's 4 true bridges had already appeared. Under the true bridges was the murmuring river water. The reflections reflected on the surface of the water reflected Ning Fan's thoughts that were constantly changing. According to Ning Fan's personal opinion, his first heart tribulation should be about the word promise. As for his second heart tribulation, it seemed to be about the word kindness. The descent of the renunciation void tribulation could only be chanced upon and not sought. If one only goes into seclusion to cultivate diligently, one would not be able to experience the heart tribulation even after millions of years. If one goes out to travel, it might happen as soon as the opportunity arrives. Also, it might not happen until the opportunity arrives. Ning Fan could be considered to be very lucky. Because of Xianxua's sorrowful and crazy roar, his heart was actually touched as if it resonated with him. Then, it directly triggered the second heart tribulation. That roar contained Xianxua's sincere feelings towards his mother. It contained longing and sorrow. After returning to the surface, Ning Fan specially asked about Xianxua's past before going into seclusion. He learned about some of Xianxua's stories and also learned about the heart-wrenching pain of that roar. When Xianxua was young, he was kidnapped by Shi. His mother risked her life to save him. In the end, she died under Shi's volcano divine ability. The young Xianxua stood outside the volcano and watched his mother being suppressed to death bit by bit. However, he was powerless to save her. On that day, Xianxua realized how weak he was. On that day, Xianxua swore that he would definitely walk out of the southern border in this lifetime and live a life stronger than anyone else. Deep in his bones, Xianxua had a monstrous hatred towards the three flames. If his cultivation base is strong enough in the future, he would certainly seek revenge on the three flames. Ning Fan saw his own shadow in Xianxua. As for Xianxua's mother, it reminded Ning Fan of his own mother. His mother had also risked everything to save him. However, unlike Xianxua, Ning Fan's mother was still alive in the rain world. However, he did not know if his mother's stone statue had been petrified or not. He was a little homesick. As he thought of his mother, Ning Fan's heart tribulation came faster and faster. For 6 whole days, no matter how his reflection in the water of the True Bridge River changed, it was still the memories of him and his mother. There were fake memories of him living in the countryside with his mother in the purple battle illusory realm. There were pale memories of his mother painting the cocoon with her blood. There were also memories of him sitting outside the golden house and not daring to enter the house. There were also memories of him not daring to look at his mother's cold stone statue. Life in this world is like a white steed flashing past a crevice. What is the purpose of us cultivators? When we reach the end of our cultivation, we would usually be guarding a world that is getting stranger by the day. We would be guarding those fellow Taoists who have died forever and the promise that they made to live forever together. Occasionally, we would look through our old belongings and find the love letters that we wrote to our senior sister when we were young. When we passed by a market, we would suddenly remember that we did not have the time to buy the things that we promised our senior brother in the past. When we look back at our lives, we realized that the people who had been with us for a long time were no longer around. That kind of feeling was so lonely. As for those who could not go with us, they had already turned into a pile of yellow soil. There were too few stories of a man achieving the Tao and his companions ascending to the heavens. Most of the cultivators who were born as mortals had already died many years ago when they achieved the immortal Tao. Some of them had already cut the so-called parents' sword of wisdom out of their hearts when they were at the core formation realm or the spirit-severing mortal realm. However, everything in this world has its causes and effects. It's fine if you don't have the time to repay your parents' kindness. If you also cut off the memories and feelings of your parents, I'm afraid that it would be even more difficult for you to repay the karma. Such cultivators would never be able to achieve true perfection in their cultivation no matter what. Cutting off the emotions during the core formation realm is wrong, spirit-severing mortal realm is wrong, forgetting is also wrong. After 6 days, Ning Fan suddenly opened his eyes. Green light flashed in his eyes. He had actually seen through the flaws of the current cultivation system from the perspective of perfection. I can't forget. How can I forget? In this world, not all scars need to be healed. There are also some that need to be kept and remembered forever. In the past, he was just unwilling to go against his Tao heart during the heart tribulation because of his stubbornness. Now, however, he had directly seen through the flaws of the heart-severing realm. During the first heart tribulation, he still could not understand it so much. However, during the second heart tribulation, he clearly felt that the heart-severing realm was not as simple as it seemed. There was even a vague feeling that he couldn't put into words. It made him vaguely feel that the first heart tribulation of renunciation wasn't as simple as the word promise, and the second heart tribulation wasn't as simple as the word kindness. The heart tribulation was not only the heaviest obsession of the heart-severing realm cultivators. The heart tribulation seemed to be a major turning point in the change of a cultivator's Tao heart. Previously, Ning Fan had some doubts about why the first scene of his first heart tribulation would start from the memory related to Hu Fengzi. That person could not be considered as an important figure in his path of cultivation, let alone in the rain world. However, when he thought about it now, he realized that this person had a profound influence on Ning Fan. It was when his Tao heart changed for the first time. When Ning Fan first entered the Devil Tao, he was just an ignorant young man who only wanted to take revenge. What he saw was only the dark side of the path of cultivation. However, until he met Hu Fengzi, Ning Fan truly realized that there were also some positive things on the path of cultivation. There were also cultivators who persevered bitterly, and there were also things that were more important than their lives that were worth protecting. Perhaps from that day onwards, Ning Fan was not just a young man who wanted to take revenge but a true cultivator. It could be considered as the first change of Ning Fan's Tao heart on the path of cultivation. As for his mother's memory, it started from the purple Do illusory realm. Immortal Sovereign Zi Do had given Ning Fan an illusory memory where he lived an ordinary life with his mother. It was also from that moment onwards that Ning Fan realized that he was not just a devil cultivator but also an ordinary person. He ascended the mountain as an immortal and descended the mountain as a human. If it weren't for Immortal Sovereign Zi Do's guidance, perhaps Ning Fan would have sunk deep into the Devil Tao and would not be able to extricate himself from it. There would be no smile on his face but only cold killing intent. It could be said that during this period of time, Ning Fan had found a balance between the Devil Tao and the human heart. This could be considered as the second change in Ning Fan's Tao heart on his path of cultivation. 2 heart tribulations. If we only use promise and grace to understand it, it would be a little superficial. Rather than calling it a heart tribulation, it would be better to say that every time my heart changes. It's just that my Tao heart doesn't seem to have changed greatly from now on, and it's already set in stone. If I use a change of heart to understand it, then I wonder what kind of change of heart the third and fourth tribulation of renunciation will bring. A Liang was able to trigger my tribulation of renunciation as well, so one of the tribulations is definitely related to her. However, A Liang and I aren't just tied together in this lifetime, we're also tied together in our previous lifetimes. Could it be that my tribulation of renunciation doesn't just happen in this lifetime, but also in my previous lifetimes? If that's the case, then perhaps I might have had a change of heart in my previous lifetimes. Because of the comparison of the second heart tribulation, Ning Fan had a new guess about the pattern of his heart tribulation. His heart tribulation was originally different from ordinary people. Thus, he naturally needed to figure it out himself in order to find the correct path. From the 7th day onwards, other illusions began to appear under the true bridge. Some of them were the kindness of the old devil while others were the kindness of others. Sure enough, they all corresponded to the word grace. On the 11th day, the illusion stopped. Ning Fan knew that the breakthrough of his tribulation of renunciation had reached the most crucial moment. He still remembered that during his first heart tribulation, there was a terrifying withered palm that came at him and he was surrounded by perils. According to Ning Fan's guess, the second heart tribulation should not have such a change. However, he could not be too sure about it. Thus, he still made some preparations. Once the withered palm attacks him again, he would not just wait helplessly for death. Fortunately, there was no attack from the withered palm during his second heart tribulation. The process was very smooth. Ning Fan's ancient god and ancient demon cultivation base broke through to the mid-shedding void realm one after another. It would take a lot of time to stabilize his cultivation base. Unfortunately, Ning Fan was located in the Supreme Pill Sacred region and could not open the Profounding World. Thus, he could not use the Time Tower inside to stabilize his cultivation base for the time being. Thus, he could only stabilize his cultivation base slightly to prevent it from falling. His divine and demon chi, however, seemed to be a little superficial and lacked solidification. Ning Fan carefully examined his own body. The increase in the cultivation base of his ancient god and ancient demon did not increase the total strength of his four elements by much. After all, his ancient devil chi and blood chi were at a higher cultivation base. However, after the increase in his divine and demon cultivation base, Ning Fan could still clearly feel that the balance of the four elements in his body had increased significantly. It was just like the shortcoming of a wooden bucket. When the shortcoming of a bucket was improved, the amount of water in the bucket would naturally increase accordingly. My overall strength did not increase by much. However, when I use different types of energy to display my abilities, the consumption of magic power has obviously decreased and the destructive power of my abilities has also increased. After all, when I display my abilities in the past, most of my magic power is wasted on maintaining the balance of my power. If my divine and demon cultivation base can continue to increase, the balance of the four elements in my body will also increase. Ning Fan exhaled a mouthful of murky qi and walked out of the medicinal pool. He circulated his magic power and evaporated the water on his body. He did not immediately walk out of the formation of the medicinal pool. Instead, he sat on a large rock at the side of the pool and took out the golden flame ancestral flame token that he took from Mengzhen. He held it in his hand and carefully rubbed it. After rubbing it 7 times, a ray of golden light suddenly flew out from the golden token and turned into a golden mist giant that only had half of its body left in midair. The aura force of the giant was extremely strong. It gave Ning Fan a feeling that it was not much weaker than the ominous sense formation spirit of the Seal of Two Realms. However, the giant's power seemed to be limited. Once its power is exhausted, it seemed like it would disappear. I am the guardian spirit of the golden palm token. I can fulfill 3 wishes of the bearer of the token within my capabilities. The previous owner of this token, Mengzhen, has already used the first and second wishes. You are the new owner of this token. You can order me to fulfill the last wish of this token for you. After the 3 wishes are fulfilled, this token will self-destruct. Ning Fan's eyes sparkled. When he first obtained this token, he could already feel that there was an unimaginably massive power within the token that expressed its will to submit to him. This power was so massive that it gave Ning Fan an illusion that if he wanted to, he could even directly kill an immortal emperor with this power. One has to know that even though the origin energy was powerful, it only had the possibility of heavily injuring an immortal emperor. However, the power contained within this token was far greater than a single strand of origin energy. Of course, Ning Fan could also vaguely sense that this golden flame ancestral token was not only useful for killing. It could also be used for many other purposes. Before he went into seclusion, he inquired about the golden palm token from Dolan and was deeply shocked. The so-called Flame Ancestor Golden Palm Token was the status symbol of the Flame Ancestor's successor. Only an extremely small number of heaven-gifted 3 flame cultivators could obtain this token when they passed the Flame Ancestor's trial. The Ancestor of Flame was the name of the evil corpse that was slashed by the sage. He was the ancestor of all 3 flame cultivators. Legend has it that although the Flame Ancestor was the evil corpse of a sage, his cultivation level had not reached the 3rd step. However, with his ancient cultivation level, he had severely injured a sage, causing the sage to fall several reincarnations ahead of time. This was enough to show his power. Legend has it that the Flame Ancestor had a unique comprehension towards creation and destruction. The Flame Ancestor Golden Palm Token he created could fulfill 3 wishes of anyone who held it. Of course, it had to be within the scope of the Golden Palm Token's ability. He could ask the Golden Palm Token to raise his cultivation, he could ask for magic treasures, pills and cultivation methods from the Golden Palm Token, he could also ask the Golden Palm Token to kill someone for him. It was said that in ancient times, there was a Skyflame Devil son who made a wish and eventually killed an 8 tribulation immortal emperor of the Holy Mountain. It caused a sensation for a period of time. As long as Ning Fan made a wish, the guardian spirit of the Golden Palm Token could kill even an immortal emperor in front of him. Of course, it was not certain whether he could kill the immortal emperor or not. After all, as time passed, the power of the Golden Palm Token would be eroded bit by bit. It was no longer as powerful as it used to be. To Ning Fan, this Flame Ancestor Golden Palm Token was much stronger than his sure chi to protect himself. He believed that as long as he had this token, even the immortal emperors of the despicable clan would not dare to do anything to him. At the same time, Ning Fan was secretly relieved. If Meng Zhen used the golden palm token to kill him right from the beginning, it would certainly bring him great danger. Unfortunately, Meng Zhen was reluctant to use it. He wanted to kill Ning Fan with the power of the seal of the two realms. In the end, Ning Fan reversed the situation by tossing him into the seal of the two realms and burning him to death. Thus, the token became Ning Fan's advantage. If I make a wish to upgrade my 12 Darkness True Flame to an 8 True Flame, can you fulfill it too? Ning Fan suddenly asked. Of course. Are you sure you want to fulfill this wish? The giant spirit of the golden palm token asked in a stiff tone. Is there any drawback to this kind of upgrade? Ning Fan asked again. It will only damage my foundation. The giant spirit of the golden palm token answered. The golden palm token could increase one's cultivation base and upgrade one's abilities. However, it would be forcefully increased through a method similar to enlightenment. It would greatly damage one's foundation. If the golden palm token is used to upgrade the flame might be stuck at the same level for the rest of its life. The same goes for one's cultivation base. As a result, Ning Fan's originally burning heart cooled down a lot. He said regretfully, if the prerequisite is to damage my foundation, then I will forget about this matter. After thinking for a while, he continued, if I make a wish to upgrade my true flame to the level of a saint flame, can you fulfill it? The reason he asked this question was to find out the limit of the golden palm token's ability. I can't. At most, I can help you upgrade your flame to the mid-grade innate true flame. The giant spirit of the golden palm token answered indifferently. If I make a wish to upgrade my ancient god, demon, and devil cultivation base to the eternal immortal venerable realm, can I fulfill it? Indeed, I can't. At most, I can only upgrade one of your cultivation bases to the zero tribulation immortal venerable realm. It will still damage your foundation. It was already considered an extremely terrifying upgrade. Unfortunately, the drawbacks were too great. Ning Fan thought for a while and asked again, if I want to open my eyes and see the world that only the people of the true world can see, can you help me achieve this? No. This matter is way beyond my ability. If I ask you to kill someone, what's the highest cultivation base you can kill? This token has existed for too long. If it's at its peak, it can kill everything below the quasi-sage realm. Now, it can only kill a 6th tribulation immortal emperor realm cultivator. If the other party is good at defense and escaping, there's still a possibility of failure. That's not bad. In other words, if the other party is a 6th tribulation immortal emperor with slightly weaker abilities, or if the other party is careless, there's still a high chance that they can be killed. What a terrifying token. It can even kill an immortal emperor realm cultivator. Moreover, this token is not at its peak. If it's in ancient times, the scariness of this token is simply unimaginable. Ning Fan did not ask any further questions. The giant spirit of the golden palm token also bowed to him and returned to the token indifferently. There was no need for him to refine this token. Ning Fan directly swallowed it into his stomach and stored it in his dantian. He would not make the same mistake as Meng Zhen and let others take the token away. Ning Fan had yet to decide how to use this token. After thinking for a while, he decided to keep this token for the time being as a life-saving item when he travels the world. Duo Lan, you can come in now. After doing all this, Ning Fan sent a voice transmission to Duo Lan, who was outside the formation of the medicinal pool, and opened a passage. Duo Lan took a deep breath and walked into the medicinal pool as if he had just made an important decision. After that, the formation was closed. The Tamu people outside immediately began to make a ruckus. Could it be that Lord Ning has already ended his seclusion? But why did he call Lord Duo Lan in alone? Just as I thought, Lord Ning and Lord Duo Lan are having an affair. Could it be that he wants to have sex in a place like the medicinal pool? That's really blasphemous to the medicine Buddha. A few hotheads wanted to remind Ning Fan that they were not allowed to have sex in the land of Buddha. Their actions immediately enraged Xianxia. All of you, get lost. Get away from here. Don't disturb my master and master's wife. Xianxia regained his usual demeanor of a young thug. With a ferocious look, he chased the Tamu people away from the territory of the Tamu clan. He was a good disciple of the 24 filial exemplars. How could he allow others to disturb his master and master's wife? So what if this is the land of Buddha? Inside the medicinal pool, Ning Fan naturally could not have sex with Duo Lan. He was not in the mood for that. Compared to this matter, he was more concerned about the coordinates of the stone seat. It's time for you to give me an explanation. What are the coordinates of the stone seat? Ning Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, giving Duo Lan a huge sense of pressure. Duo Lan's small face turned slightly pale. She did not dare to lie to Ning Fan. The impression that Ning Fan gave her was just too cruel and ruthless. Once she lies, she did not know what kind of consequences she would face. Knowing that she could no longer keep the secret, Duo Lan knelt in front of Ning Fan. Senior Ning, I can give you the coordinates of the stone seat. But please agree to a request of Duo Lan. Otherwise, even if you kill Duo Lan, you will only get a corpse. I have no interest in agreeing to your request. I'm also not determined to get the coordinates of the stone seat. I'm just a little curious. Why can't I see any information about the coordinates of the stone seat from your mind? Let me ask you again. What are the coordinates of the stone seat? Senior, don't be anxious. Let me explain slowly. Duo Lan took a few deep breaths, trying her best to make herself feel less afraid when facing Ning Fan. Then, a look of reminiscence flashed across her face. There's a sacred place in our tribe called the Sacred Mountain Tomb, which was formed by the sacred ancestors' will. Inside the sacred mountain is a secret realm, known as the Stone Path's Secret Realm. There are 12 mausoleum veins in the secret realm, making it an excellent place for cultivation. It is also the item that cultivators of the sacred mountain have bitterly fought over in the past mausoleum wars. I believe Senior already knows about this. Other than the 12 mausoleum veins, the thing that attracts the most attention in the mausoleum is the stone seat. Previously, when Senior searched through this junior's memories, I presumed that my memories regarding the sacred mountain were very vague. This is where the sacred mountain's abilities lie, especially the coordinates of the stone seat. Without a special ancient method to read it, it is impossible to see it in this junior's memories. Ning Fan nodded his head. It was no wonder that he could not find the coordinates of the stone seat when he used the soul search technique previously. As expected, it was because of the sacred mountain again. The stone throne, its full name is the Sacred Ancient Stone Throne. It's located in the secret realm of the sacred mountain, and it's the place where the sacred ancestor sealed his belongings before his death. Each of the sacred ancient stone seats had relics of the sacred sages. Some of them were left behind, some were left behind by the sacred ancient stones. There are medicinal pills, divine arts, comprehension, and all kinds of strange things, but all of them are peerless treasures. So it turns out that the ancient sacred stone is where the relics of the saints are kept. Ning Fan was slightly surprised. Even the immortal emperors of the sacred mountain, who have studied the mausoleum for many years, do not dare to wander around inside. Once they get lost, it is said that the consequences are very terrible. I also heard from my father that only a few experts who get lost in the secret realm are lucky enough to walk back. Most of them, however, will have their consciousness taken away by the saint's will and become a walking corpse. They will wander the depths of the mausoleum forever until they die. There is no lack of immortal emperors among them. Even immortal emperors would become walking corpses if they were lost? Ning Fan was a little surprised. The Sacred Mountain Mausoleum was actually this dangerous. My father once said that those immortal emperors who were reduced to walking corpses were under the most powerful illusion technique of the sacred ancestor when he was still alive, the 10,000 decays. Speaking of the name of this illusion technique, Duo Lan's face suddenly became a little more spirited, a little more solemn, a little more reverent, and a little more national pride. 10,000 recitations, 1 decade. The strongest illusion technique of the sacred ancestor. It was the most powerful divine ability of all the despicable people. The Stone Path's secret realm is the pinnacle of formations and illusions. It's filled with confusion, and the terrain changes rapidly. Without the coordinates, it's impossible to walk in there. As of now, the mighty beings of the sacred mountain have only confirmed 174 coordinates within the tomb, including the coordinates of the tomb's entrance, the 12 mausoleum veins, some ancient ruins, and the coordinates of the sacred ancient stone. No one knows how many holy ancient stone seats there are in the Stone Path's secret domain, but so far, 126 holy ancient stone seats have been discovered. The first ancient holy stone contains a nameless ancient pill. The person who discovered it was a sixth tribulation immortal emperor. After consuming the pill, he immediately went into seclusion. In less than 100 years, he came out as a seventh tribulation immortal emperor. What kind of elixir was that? It actually allowed a celestial emperor's cultivation to increase by a small realm in just 100 years. The second ancient sacred stone seat contains an enlightenment that allowed an ancient seventh tribulation immortal emperor to reach the first level of one with the heavens. There was actually such a good thing. The third ancient sacred stone seat contains a mid-grade innate magical treasure. The fourth ancient sacred stone seat contains a 10th revolution pill. Unfortunately, it's just a healing pill. There was actually a legendary 10th revolution pill. It's a pity that the 5th ancient sacred stone seat has been robbed before. The 6th ancient sacred stone seat contains a trace of primordial chi. The 7th ancient sacred stone seat has also been robbed. The 8th ancient sacred stone seat actually contains part of the formation structure of the seal of two realms. The 9th, the 10th, most cultivators had a photographic memory. Thus, Duo Lan was able to recite all the information about the 126 stone seats effortlessly. He did not make a single mistake. The more Ning Fan listened, the more excited he became about the ancient sacred stone seats. Duo Lan had the coordinates of 7 stone seats. If he could read the coordinates, he would be able to enter the tomb to search for treasures and find the 7 relics of the saints. However, when he remembered that there were quite a number of old monsters who were plotting against Duo Lan's coordinates, Ning Fan's excitement cooled down. Up until now, the people who coveted the 7 coordinates were the 3 flames, the fire spirit race and the great emperors of the sacred mountain who had colluded with the 3 flames. This matter was too troublesome. If Ning Fan keeps Duo Lan's coordinates for himself, he would probably be targeted by countless people in the dark. The priority of this trip was to save Great Emperor Ancient Chaos. Before that, Ning Fan did not plan to cause any unnecessary trouble. Moreover, he did not have the qualifications to enter the tomb and he did not have the ancient method to read the coordinates. Instead of coveting the relics of the saints, it would be better for him to complete the objective of this trip first. I heard that reading the coordinates of the stone seats requires some ancient methods. Is that true? Ning Fan asked. That's right. The coordinates of the stone seats are divided into time coordinates and space coordinates. Only the 3 Flames clans know how to read the space coordinates while the ancient method to read the time coordinates is in the hands of the fire spirit race. There are also a few immortal emperors of the sacred mountain who know how to read the ancient method. It seems like just reading the coordinates is going to be very troublesome. Ning Fan shook his head. Time was rather tight for him to enter the sacred region this time. He did not have much energy to waste on the coordinates of the stone seats. However, if there are other experts who attack you in the future, I might not be able to protect you. Ning Fan said to Duo Lan helplessly. This Duo Lan was definitely troublesome. As long as he keeps Duo Lan by his side, there would certainly be a 3rd, 4th or even more people who would come after him and get closer to him. The 3 Flames had already failed twice. If they come after him for the 3rd time, they would certainly target him and would not be careless anymore. It was highly likely that they would send out more immortal venerables from the ancient times or even immortal kings and immortal emperors. How would Ning Fan deal with them then? Could it be that he had to abandon this troublesome Duo Lan? Duo Lan's small face was a little pale. How could she not hear the hesitation in Ning Fan's words? She said bitterly, if Senior thinks that Duo Lan is a hindrance, Duo Lan is willing to leave on my own. I won't give Senior any trouble. This was very interesting. Originally, Duo Lan could not wait to break free from Ning Fan's evil clutches. Now, she was somewhat reliant on Ning Fan's protection. Ning Fan shook his head. Duo Lan had witnessed him killing Pai Xiong with her own eyes. He did not trust her at all. Even though bringing Duo Lan along would bring him more trouble, he would not feel at ease letting her go. I'm also worried about letting you go. Forget it. You should still stay by my side. Duo Lan felt a little bitter. Senior is actually worried about letting me go. Hee. If I'm in his shoes, I probably won't feel at ease either. Forget it. It's good that I can rely on Senior's protection. At least it's safer than being alone. After all, I can't return to the sacred mountain unless I can represent Chu Lai's bloodline in the third round of the mausoleum seizing competition and achieve an outstanding performance. I still want to rest for a while. You can leave now. Ning Fan ordered. Yes. Duo Lan walked out of the medicinal pool respectfully. Just as she was about to leave the pool completely, a ray of purplish-black light suddenly flew towards her. Duo Lan halted her footsteps and reached out her hand to catch it. It was a purplish-black feather that was condensed from the power of illusion technique. When I'm resting, I won't be able to divert my attention to protect you. You just need to take my feather of illusion technique and hide inside the belly of the stone dragon. With the sturdiness of the stone dragon's belly, you won't be in danger even if the third hunt comes. Duo Lan's heart trembled slightly. Am I being cared for by someone? By the cold and selfish Ning Fan? Is it because of the coordinates of the stone seat, or is there another purpose? You don't need to be suspicious. The reason why I'm giving you a place to hide is because you are my soul-locking slave. Even though I don't like you, I won't allow my people to be killed so easily. Ning Fan's words carried a hint of dominance. Ning Fan's men could not be killed by others without knowing the reason. No one can. Duo Lan tightened her grip on Huan Yu's hand and thanked Ning Fan calmly. When she walked out of the medicinal pool, she could not help but feel a trace of warmth in her heart. Perhaps. Senior Ning is a good person. Suddenly, when she thought of her senior brother's death, Duo Lan felt a little gloomy. How could she have a good impression of a devil lord? A devil lord is a devil after all. After learning about the coordinates of the stone seat, the doubts in Ning Fan's mind were finally resolved. After resting in the medicinal pool for a few more days, he finally walked out of it. The stone dragon that he had subdued in the past was now hiding at the bottom of the grassland. As for Duo Lan, she had already used her earth escape technique to go underground and hide inside the belly of the stone dragon. There were still some people waiting for Ning Fan outside, and one of them was Xianyu Chun. It was unknown if Xianyu Chun was really stupid or just pretending to be. Usually, he did not do many things thoughtfully. However, when it came to serving Ning Fan, he did everything well and no one could find any flaws in his actions. Ning Fan found it a little hard to accept Xianyu Chun's enthusiasm. When he noticed that there was an immortal venerate waiting for him in the Towerwood tribe, he directly sent Xianyu Chun back to the evil goat tribe to recuperate. This fellow had suffered quite serious injuries during the Fire Soul rampage. What was he trying to do by loitering around here instead of recuperating? Since Ning Fan had ended his seclusion, the people of the Towerwood tribe naturally treated him with great enthusiasm and held a banquet to welcome him. During the banquet, Venerate Si Jing, who had been waiting here for many days, also showed up. This person's tone was extremely polite. However, deep in his heart, he more or less disdained external cultivators. He just did not show it on his face. After all, Ning Fan was a distinguished guest that the great emperor of Tian capital wanted to invite. Ning Fan did not mind Si Jing's attitude. After 3 rounds of wine, Venerate Si Jing suddenly dismissed everyone. He took out a golden invitation and passed it to Ning Fan with a smile. This time, I came here for 2 reasons. One is to reward the Towerwood and the other is to deliver this item on behalf of the great emperor of Tian capital. This is the invitation to the ancient Buddha meeting. It will be held 3 days before the minor competition in the Middle Province. Venerate D has said that if fellow Taoist Ning has the time, you might as well come to the ancient Buddha meeting for a chat. Ancient Buddha meeting? Ning Fan had heard about the great emperor of Tian capital and the ancient Buddha meeting. Therefore, he was a little surprised. The ancient Buddha conclave was a grand gathering of Buddhism and Taoism in the middle ground. It had extremely strict requirements for the participants and was known as the 3 Dan Ts. Cultivators below the immortal venerable realm were not allowed to be invited, those who were not members of the great desolate clan were not allowed to be invited, those who were not masters of the Buddha Tao were not allowed to be invited. If one could not fulfill these 3 requirements, even if he was a cultivator of the sacred mountain, he would not be invited. Logically speaking, as an external cultivator, Ning Fan did not have the right to participate in the ancient Buddha meeting at all. He did not expect that he would actually be invited by someone. Moreover, he was even invited by the great emperor of Tian capital, who was known as the Stubborn Rock of the Middle Province. The reason why this person was called the Stubborn Rock was naturally because of his stubborn personality. This person discriminated against external cultivators. Due to his personality, he hated others who broke the rules the most. However, such a person actually broke the rules for an external cultivator and invited him to participate in the ancient Buddha meeting. What exactly is the purpose of the great emperor of Tian capital doing this? Ning Fan stroked the invitation in his hand and muttered to himself. Seeing that Ning Fan was still hesitant about participating in the ancient Buddha meeting, Xi Jing immediately felt a little dissatisfied. There were countless old monsters in the Great Desolate clan who desired to participate in the ancient Buddha meeting, but they could not. This external cultivator in front of him had the honor of making the Venerate D make an exception, but he still hesitated. He really did not know what was good for him. Xi Jing's heart was filled with dissatisfaction. Unfortunately, he was not a person who liked to talk too much. Thus, he did not argue with Ning Fan. However, he also did not want to stay in this place for a long time. Originally, he wanted to exchange some cultivation experiences with Ning Fan, the immortal venerate of the ancient times. Now, however, he was in a hurry to leave. If it wasn't because he still had some instructions from the great emperor of Tian capital, he would have already left. The Venerate D also asked me to warn fellow Daoist Ning that you have completely offended someone in the middle state by breaking through the stone flame volcano. If you come to the middle state, you must be careful of the cold arrows from the top of the building. The cold arrows from the top of the building are referring to Great Emperor Lu Tua, right? Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly gloomy. However, he did not say anything and just nodded his head. One more thing. The Venerate D asked me to warn fellow Daoist Ning that Mengzhen's death will not be easily resolved. The Three Flames will certainly look into this matter. According to a reliable source, fellow Daoist Ning has already become a great enemy with the 11th bounty on the wanted list of the Three Flames. Ugh. He was actually wanted by the Three Flames. Fortunately, it was difficult for the Three Flames to walk out of the ominous domain. If he was wanted by the 5 emperors of the Middle State, it would be quite troublesome. From the looks of it, even without Duo Lan, the Three Flames would not let him go. However, would Ning Fan be afraid of trouble that he could not avoid? Thank you, fellow Daoist, for telling me about this. Ning Fan thanked Xi Jing. You don't have to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Great Emperor Tian Du. Xi Jing's attitude became very indifferent. After exchanging a few more words with Ning Fan, he left. Is this person blaming me for underestimating the ancient Buddha assembly? After Xi Jing left, Ning Fan shook his head helplessly. However, he did not take Xi Jing's temper to heart. Xi Jing was also a person with a true temperament. That was why he would show his emotions on his face. Unfortunately, he could not expect a devil cultivator like Ning Fan to be interested in a Buddha assembly that he could not coexist with, right? Moreover, Great Emperor Tian Du might have his own plans in this matter. Ning Fan could not help but think about it further. No one would believe that Great Emperor Tian Du did not have his own plans. Of course, putting everything aside, Ning Fan was actually a little interested in the ancient Buddha assembly. According to Tom Mu Ren's introduction, in a grand event like the ancient Buddha assembly in the Middle State, each of the invited great experts would be able to taste the ancient Buddha Dao fruit, which could improve their cultivation base significantly. It was said that other than tasting the Dao fruit in the ancient Buddha assembly, there would also be a small-scale trading event for immortal venerables and above. I can use the things that I do not need to exchange for other people's treasures. Of course, Ning Fan would go to this ancient Buddha assembly. If he does not go, Great Emperor Tian Du would still use other methods to achieve his goal. Instead of that, he might as well find out what was going on in the ancient Buddha assembly. Since Great Emperor Tian Du had invited him openly, he would not have any evil intentions even if he had some ulterior motives. Otherwise, he might be plotting against him in the dark. Of course, in order to participate in the ancient Buddha assembly, he would first have to go to the Middle State. There was still some time before the second round of the grand competition in the Middle State. However, it was pointless for Ning Fan to stay in the Tamu clan. Thus, he might as well go to the Middle State as soon as possible. In the grand competition in the Middle State, Ning Fan still needed to represent the Tamu clan. However, he did not need the other participants to go with him. Unlike the first round, which focused on the overall results, from the second round onwards, individual results would be more important. The other members of the Tamu clan could only blame themselves for being too weak. Even if they go, it would be useless as they would be eliminated before the second round. Thus, it was better to stay in the Tamu clan and wait for Ning Fan's good news. A few more days passed. For the grand competition in the middle state this time, we won't be going with Lord Ning. When you arrive at the middle state, there will naturally be someone to receive you. These fire crystals are a small token of our Tamu clan. Please accept them, Lord. The clan leader of the Tamu clan, Tagli, took out a heavy storage pouch and handed it to Ning Fan. Ning Fan scanned the pouch with his spirit sense and immediately sighed. All the fire crystals that the Tamu clan had obtained as rewards this time were actually all inside. Not only that, there were also millions of medicine soul stones, various types of pills, medicinal herbs, and 3 bottles of medicine marrow. The 3 bottles of medicine marrow that was close to 10,000 years old contained no less than 100 drops. These things. Ning Fan was a little hesitant. He did not immediately accept these things. After all, in the eyes of a cultivator with the level of immortal venerables like him, the Tamu clan was too small and too poor. He was too embarrassed to plunder their land. These are the token of our Tamu clan. Lord Ning, please don't reject it. We, the Tamu clan, have gotten rid of the fate of being at the bottom for 10,000 years and obtained the honor of being the first clan in the southern border. We are already very satisfied. These are all thanks to Lord Ning. Besides, if it wasn't for Lord Ning, I would have already died in the Fire Soul riot. If we don't repay Lord Ning's kindness to our Tamu clan and the southern border, we won't be able to feel at ease. Tagli sounded extremely solemn. Ning Fan remained silent for a while and accepted the storage pouch. Then, he waved goodbye to each of the Tamu clan's people. After leaving the Tamu clan this time, he probably would not return again. Master, can I go to the middle state with you? Xianxia suddenly appeared from the crowd of the Tamu clan. Ning Fan was a little speechless. Aren't you a member of the Xianxia clan? What are you trying to do by staying in the Tamu clan all the time? Unlike the time when his position in the Xianxia clan was in a precarious situation, the current Xianxia had received unanimous praise from the stubborn elders of the clan. They were very supportive of him befriending Ning Fan. After all, Ning Fan was the benefactor of the entire southern border, including the Xianxia clan. I have a lot of things to do. I don't have the time to take care of you. Ning Fan shook his head and refused. No. I don't need Master to take care of me. Besides, the reason why I'm going to the middle state is not to pester you. I have an appointment with someone. Of course, when the middle state grand competition begins, I will certainly go and cheer for you. Something else? Ning Fan was surprised. He thought that Xianxia wanted to pester him. The journey to the middle state is too far. With my cultivation base, it will take me at least 1.5 years to get there. That's why I want Master to bring me along. If that's the case, it's not impossible for me to bring you along. However, when we arrive at the middle state, you must be careful when you act alone. Don't forget that the ominous realm was plotted against by someone. Ning Fan reminded him. Xianxia was being targeted by someone. Staying in the southern border was naturally not as safe as going out. Don't worry, Master. When we arrive at the middle state, there will naturally be an old man who sells water vats to protect me. He and I are very familiar with each other. An old man who sells water vats? It doesn't sound very reliable. Perhaps it's some old monster who sells water vats in the marketplace in order to gain enlightenment. However, since Xianxia had his own plans, Ning Fan did not need to worry about him blindly. Even though he did not plan to accept him as a disciple, he still had some gratitude towards Xianxia for breaking through to the next realm because of his roar. By the way, how did Master know that I was being plotted against by someone in the ominous realm? Could it be that you heard it from the people of my tribe? Or perhaps you knew everything about the heavens and the earth? Yes, that must be it. Master is really a divine being. Xianxia admiration for Ning Fan grew even stronger. Ning Fan was a little speechless. He no longer wanted to talk nonsense with Xianxia. I'm finished. I forgot. The old man who sells water vats told me not to tell anyone about him. Xianxia beat his chest and stamped his feet in frustration. Why is my mouth so loose? Forget it. Anyway, I'm telling it to my master. So what if I let it slip? Ningfan did not pay attention to Shan Yuchun's noise. He brought Shan Yuchun and went underground. After going underground for an unknown period of time, they suddenly bumped into a massive object that was as hard as iron in the darkness. It was the stone dragon that was hiding underground. With a leap, Ningfan carried Shan Yuchun and flew into the abdomen of the stone dragon. As for the stone dragon, it was writhing in pain, as if it wanted to chase Ningfan out of its stomach. It would not allow its master's murderer to hide in its stomach and control it. Be quiet. Ningfan gave an order. The complicated illusion technique that was planted in the stone dragon's sea of consciousness began to operate, causing the stone dragon to lose his consciousness again. What a difficult fellow to tame. From the southern border to the middle province, one would need to cross more than 20 grasslands. Moreover, the closer one is to the middle province, the stronger the forbidden power of the sky would be. If Ningfan's cultivation base was not sealed, he could still fly all the way to the middle province. However, with his current cultivation base, he could not ignore the forbidden power of the grasslands near the middle province. When low-grade cultivators came to a place where they couldn't fly, they would hire spirit beast carriages and use them to travel to the central state. Ningfan had the earth escape technique of the 100-lily stone dragon. Thus, he naturally did not need to go through so much trouble. However, with the speed of the stone dragon's earth escape, it would probably take them a few days to reach the middle province. During these few days, Shan Yuchun was sleeping soundly in the stone dragon's stomach while Duolan was frowning beside Ningfan. The closer they got to the middle province, the more troubled they became. As for Ningfan, he absorbed a large amount of energy from the fire crystals during the journey. To fire cultivators, the fire crystals in the bodies of the fire spirit clan were precious cultivation treasures. Ningfan had already obtained quite a number of fire crystals during the martial test. Adding the fire crystals that Tamu gave him, he had nearly 4,000 true crossing fire crystals, 500 void abandonment fire crystals and 90 thought fragmenting fire crystals. Fire cultivators could absorb the fire elemental power within the fire crystals to increase the grade of their flames. However, to Ningfan, whose devil flame had reached the 12th adoration devil flame, absorbing the true crossing fire crystals did not have much of an effect. Usually, he would need to absorb more than 100 fire crystals to improve his devil flame slightly. After absorbing more than 4,000 true crossing fire crystals, the grade of his devil flame had only become much more stable. It did not improve much. With the grade of Ningfan's devil flame, the absorption speed of the void abandonment fire crystals was also extremely fast. After absorbing the 500 void abandonment fire crystals, Ningfan was surprised to find out that a wisp of dark green flame was actually born in his 12th adoration devil flame. The number of this kind of dark green flame was not much. As it was submerged in his devil flame, it was almost invisible. However, Ningfan did not dare to underestimate this flame. The changes of the Tao laws contained in this flame were extremely complicated, far beyond Ningfan's understanding. Vaguely, Ningfan felt that this dark green flame was somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he realized something. Isn't this the flame from the seal of the two realms? The dark green flame in the seal of the two realms was left behind by the saint. The Fire Spirit clan was a clan that was born after the saint's flame was shattered. The two of them were originally related. Now that Ningfan had absorbed the fire crystals in the bodies of the Fire Spirit clan, the dark green flame that was born was naturally extremely similar to the flame in the seal of the two realms. The amount of this flame was too little. It was so little that cultivators with weak naked eyes could barely see it. However, Ningfan did not dare to ignore the destructive power of this flame. If he uses the same amount of devil flame as him to fight against this dark green flame, the result would be his devil flame being devoured by it without a doubt. Obviously, the destructive power of this dark green flame was much stronger than Ningfan's devil flame. After refining the void renunciation fire crystals, Ningfan began to refine the thought fragment fire crystals. Unlike the void renunciation fire crystals, each time he devours a piece of the thought fragment fire crystals, it would add a wisp of dark green flame to his devil flame. After refining all of the fire crystals, the destructive power of Ningfan's devil flame had increased by nearly 5%. As for the dark green flame in his devil flame, it had also increased to the size of an infant's fist. It was no longer just 1 or 2 wisps of flames. Unfortunately, this amount of dark green flame still can't be used in actual combat. If I could have more. Ning Fan muttered to himself for a moment. Then, he began to stabilize the grade of the flame. Another 2 days passed. The stone dragon that was 100 li *, 500 m per li, suddenly crashed into some kind of barrier. Its momentum was stopped. The impact of the collision caused a rumbling earthquake, startling countless birds, cows, and sheep on the ground. Ning Fan became slightly vigilant. He spread his spirit sense and his expression relaxed. It was not the pursuit of the triflames. Instead, he had arrived at the boundary of the middle state. How audacious of you! How dare you crash into the grand formation of the middle state? At the border of the middle state, a cultivator with a large beard let out a cold harumph and slightly waved his hand. Immediately, several strong cultivators with powerful auras appeared behind him. The weakest among them was at the life immortal realm. Go underground and capture the person who crashed into the grand formation. I don't care if he's dead or alive. Those strong men answered and were about to dive into the ground to capture them. Unfortunately, before they could move, Ning Fan's group had already reached the surface while the stone dragon was still lurking in the ground. The strong men immediately became alert. Without a doubt, Ning Fan's group was the madman who crashed into the formation at the border of the middle state. Each of the strong men moved with a swooshing sound. In just an instant, they occupied all the positions and surrounded the 3 of them. Their movements were in sync with each other's. Ning Fan felt a little helpless. He did not expect to get himself into some trouble even before he entered the middle state. Speaking of which, did that stone dragon purposely crash into the grand formation at the border? Didn't it know how to avoid it? Most of the strong men in front of him were only at the life immortal realm. Duolan frowned slightly and released a trace of shedding void chi. The strong men immediately became alert. Experts who were shedding void chi were not considered weak in any grassland. Obviously, this group of people had a powerful background, but so what? They were just a group of foreigners after all. How could they be compared to the cultivators of the middle state who had a noble status? The strong men revealed arrogant expressions. That was the superiority of the people of the middle state. When they faced the other cultivators of the grassland, they often showed regional discrimination. Ning Fan was slightly speechless. Cultivators from other regions would be discriminated against by the people of the middle state. The cultivators of the Holy Mountain would also discriminate against ordinary people of the middle state. This was probably a characteristic of the middle state. Which grassland are the 3 of you cultivators from? How dare you to crash into the formation at the border? Don't you know that this is against the commandment of the middle state? If you surrender obediently and accept your punishment, we can still give you a lighter punishment. If you dare to resist, don't blame us for torturing you. The strong men's expressions were fierce and threatening. We are cultivators of the southern border. We are here to participate in the grand competition of the middle state. It is indeed our fault for crashing into the grand formation at the border. According to the commandment of the middle state, a small crime can be atoned with gold and silver. We are willing to offer gold and silver to make up for our crime. Xianxia skillfully took out a storage pouch filled with gold and silver. It was not his first time coming to the middle state. He naturally knew what these people wanted. The expressions of the strong men immediately softened. When they saw that the storage pouch contained more than 1 million taels of gold and silver. When they looked at Xianxia's eyes, there was a smile that said, "You are very sensible." Ning Fan was slightly speechless. He could not believe that they could solve the dispute in front of him with useless things like gold and silver. Despicable people love gold and silver, just this bit of atonement silver? It's only enough to pardon 1 person. If you want to pardon 3 people, it's not enough. The bearded commander behind the strong men said coldly. Xianxia silently cursed the other party for being greedy. He then took out a storage bag filled with gold and silver and handed it to the bearded commander. Another 1,000,000 taels of gold and silver. Greed flashed in the bearded commander's eyes, but he still kept a straight face and deliberately said in a cold voice, "Still not enough." Xianxia gritted his teeth and handed over another 1,000,000 taels of silver. The bearded commander finally revealed a satisfied smile and patted Xianxu's shoulder. I didn't expect younger brother to come from the southern border to actually have such a high net worth, hee. The matter of colliding with the array formation at the border is cleared. You can enter the Central Plains now. Oh right, younger brother, do you need a spirit beast carriage? I have a batch of high-grade spirit beast carriages here. They were left behind by some cultivators who broke the law in front of us to atone for their crimes. How about I sell one to you cheaply? He had already regarded Xianxia, who squandered money like dirt, as the leader of the three. Thank you for your kind offer, but we plan to buy a spirit beast carriage after we pass the border. Xianxia had an expression that said, I have been cheated many times, don't lie to me. That's really a pity. I can't earn another sum of money from this foolish brat. The bearded commander waved his hand. After ordering the strong men to let them pass, Ning Fan's group finally entered the Central Plains smoothly. Along the way, Xianxu's face was full of dejection. He had just entered the Central Plains and he had already lost 3 million taels of gold and silver. He felt a great pain in his heart. Ning Fan naturally would not feel heartache. To him, gold and silver were just stones on the roadside. If he could use gold and silver to solve a problem, then it was not a problem. He could not understand why the despicable people valued gold and silver so much. Du Lan, on the other hand, felt a little bitter. These soldiers at the border. They actually did not recognize her identity. She was the guardian of the Holy Mountain, the saintess of Chu Lai's lineage. If these soldiers at the border knew her identity, they would not dare to question her even if she did not hand over the gold and silver. That's right. She had left the center of power of Chu Lai's lineage for too long. It had been so long that the cultivators of the Holy Mountain did not put her in their eyes. It had been so long that these soldiers at the border actually did not recognize the saintess. Not far from the border, there was a small city at the border. The three of them arrived at the city on foot. It was not that they did not want to fly, but the restrictive force of the middle state was too strong. Those who were not ancient cultivators would not be able to fly. Other than that, the underground of the middle state was filled with formations, making it extremely difficult to enter the middle state through the earth. Thus, Ning Fan could only lead the stone dragon outside the middle state. The small city in front of them was not more than 10 li * 500 m per li, in size. There were quite a number of cultivators going in and out of the city. Most of the travelers would buy spirit beast carriages here as a form of transportation. I've seen so many nomadic lives of the people of the Southern Territory. It's really a little unexpected to see a city on the grassland. Ning Fan said with surprise. The grassland of the Middle State is a special case in the Dabi grassland. In terms of the vastness of the territory, the Middle State is ranked first. The people here no longer live in tribes or live as nomads. Instead, they build cities and live in them. The cities are connected by official roads. Within the Middle State, there are tens of thousands of small cities and hundreds of middle cities. There is only one big city called Liuli City. It is the Buddhist capital of the Middle State. It is the holy land in the eyes of countless Buddhist sects and saints. It is also the place where the grand competitions of the Middle State are held. Du Lan explained respectfully. Of course, she did it through telepathy. She did not want Xianxia to hear her tone of speaking in such a respectful manner. Liuli City, huh? I wonder if Nuan Air is waiting for me in Liuli City or somewhere else. Ning Fan felt a little helpless. The entire Middle State was filled with an extremely strong restrictive force of the Middle State. Those below the level of immortal venerables could not fly in the sky. Therefore, there were not many scenes of people flying across the sky in the Middle State. Most of the time, they would travel in spirit beast carriages. In the Middle State, there was also a restrictive force that limited the range of the spirit sense of cultivators. Ning Fan tried to activate his rain technique. However, he realized that his rain technique, which had always been successful, could not cover too far. It could only cover a distance of 10,000 li * 500 m per li, at most. Of course, the reason why it was so severely restricted was because his cultivation base was limited. However, according to Ning Fan's estimation, even if his cultivation base was not restricted, he would not be able to cover the entire Middle State with his spirit sense. Unfortunately, Zhongyu and Ning Fan had agreed to meet in the middle state, but they did not leave the address. As a result, Ning Fan actually had no idea where he should go to find Zhongyu and Ouyangwan. Fortunately, there was a faint connection between the child relic and the mother relic. Ning Fan looked towards the north. He could vaguely sense that Ouyangwan and Zhongyu were in that general direction. Is Liuli City in the north of the middle state? Ning Fan asked through telepathy. No. Liuli City is located in the extreme west of the middle state. Why do you ask this question, senior? Duo Lan replied through telepathy. I need to go to the north of the middle state to settle some matters. In other words, aren't we going to Liuli City directly? Xianyu Chen noticed the conversation between Ning Fan and Duo Lan through telepathy. He automatically imagined that the two of them were exchanging glances with each other. His limited intelligence told him that Ning Fan and Duo Lan were probably talking to each other through telepathy. They were probably saying some extremely mushy words of love that they did not want him to hear. Sigh. I'm really muddle-headed. It's so troublesome for me to stand here. I'm completely affecting the progress of the relationship between master and mistress. I've arrived at the middle state. I have an appointment with that old man and it's not on the same route as you. Can I leave first? Xianyu Chen winked at Ning Fan with an expression that said, Master, I can only help you to this point. Since it's not on the same route, you can go by yourself. Ning Fan nodded and let Xianyu Chen leave. Xianyu Chen eagerly entered the city and bought a spiritual beast carriage before leaving. Ning Fan and Duo Lan were alone again. There was no need for them to talk through telepathy. Senior's disciple seems to have misunderstood something. Duo Lan noticed Xianyu Chen winking at her. With her intelligence, she vaguely guessed that Xianyu Chen must have misunderstood something. How could she have that kind of relationship with Senior Ning? She's just a soul-locking slave. Xianyu Chen isn't my disciple. You don't have to care about him. He's just letting his imagination run wild. Let's get down to business. I'm going to the north of the middle state. I don't know where exactly I'm going. However, if I get close to this place, I should be able to confirm it. After I buy a spiritual beast carriage, I'll head north first. Ning Fan said indifferently. Once again, they talked about the itinerary. You don't know the destination but you want to go to the north of the middle state. Duo Lan felt strange. However, she had learned her lesson and did not ask too many questions. He only responded with a respectful yes. There were quite a number of shops that sold spiritual beast carriages in the city. However, most of them were low-grade spiritual beast carriages. The spiritual beasts that pulled the carriages were only at the life immortal realm or crossing true realm. Naturally, their speed would not be too fast. After searching for a long time, Ning Fan could only find a shop that sold spiritual beast carriages above the void-shedding realm. The name of the shop was Thunder Sound Pavilion. There was a blurred formation outside the pavilion. If one's cultivation level was not high enough, they would not even be able to get close to the pavilion. They could only be stopped outside. Ning Fan, of course, was not afraid of this formation. He calmly brought Duo Lan inside. Every step he took was strangely on the veins of the formation. After taking 3 steps, there was a thunderous sound coming from the formation. However, when Ning Fan casually pointed at it, the thunderous sound disappeared. After taking 7 steps, the thunderous sound resounded again. It actually carried a vast and mighty aura. However, it was still extinguished by Ning Fan with a single step. After taking 9 steps, the thunderous sound was about to resound again. However, Ning Fan had already brought Duo Lan through the layers of formations and entered the Thunder Sound Pavilion. It was just a mere 9 steps. In the end, the thunderous sound in the formation did not condense. It was still suppressed by him. This is a little terrifying, Duo Lan was secretly shocked. Isn't Senior's attainment in formations too high? This is the Thunder Sound secret restriction of the Thunder Sound Pavilion. Even though this pavilion was just one of the branches of the Thunder Sound lineage and there was only a corner of the formation outside the pavilion, it was still extremely difficult for an ancient immortal venerable to completely suppress the thunderous sound from entering the formation. However, Ning Fan was able to do it easily. In Duo Lan's heart, she could not help but feel a little more respectful towards Ning Fan. When Ning Fan and Duo Lan entered the pavilion, the group of maids who were not prepared at all were shocked. As for the shopkeeper who was taking a nap in the pavilion, he also opened his eyes at this moment. His eyes were filled with astonishment. This was an early thought fragmentation realm expert. However, he was taking up the position of the shopkeeper of the Thunder Sound Pavilion. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. If this person is not an old monster who lives in the streets, it means that the foundation of this Thunder Sound Pavilion is too strong. It is enough to make the thought fragmentation realm the shopkeeper. Your attainment in formations is really high. You can actually ignore the formation and enter the Thunder Sound Pavilion. Forgive me for my poor eyesight, but I don't seem to have seen you in this sacred mountain before. Could it be that you are a cultivator from the Debay tribe? The shopkeeper cupped his fists politely and asked. Inwardly, he was secretly guessing Ning Fan's identity. With such a terrifying technique, he could directly suppress the Thunder Sound secret restriction and enter the pavilion. It is impossible for him to be a nobody. Why does he look so unfamiliar? Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Duo Lan and he was surprised again. Isn't this the Saintess Julai? The declining saintess of a declining lineage. The shopkeeper withdrew his gaze. The disdain in his eyes was still caught by Duo Lan. Duo Lan felt a little bitter, but she still sent a telepathic message to Ning Fan. The Thunder Sound lineage is the #1 branch in the sacred mountain. There are 4 immortal emperors in the clan. Their strength far surpasses my Chulai's lineage. This Thunder Sound Pavilion is one of the businesses of the Thunder Sound lineage. When we come here to buy a spiritual beast carriage, we must be polite. We must not offend the Thunder Sound Pavilion. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn. The Thunder Sound lineage is the #1 branch in the sacred mountain. With 4 immortal emperors in the clan. No wonder this Thunder Sound Pavilion can make a thought fragmentation realm cultivator the shopkeeper. It seems that the spiritual beast carriages they are selling are not for those low-grade cultivators. I'm not a cultivator from the Debay tribe. I'm a cultivator from the outside world. This time, I'm representing the Towerwood clan of the southern border to participate in the competition in the Middle State. Ning Fan answered honestly. He did not feel that his identity as an external cultivator was inferior to others. The shopkeeper immediately frowned. His attitude towards Ning Fan was no longer as polite as it was in the beginning. So what if you can suppress the Thunder Sound in the secret restriction? You are just an external cultivator. You are even worse than the declining Chulai. Are you here to buy a spiritual beast carriage? Our Thunder Sound Pavilion is different from the shops in the outside world. We don't accept gold or silver. We only accept items of equivalent value. Do you know this rule? The shopkeeper asked impatiently. This is the first time I heard that the Great Humble Tribe has a shop that allows people to barter. Ning Fan's temperament was not to be angered by the shopkeeper's attitude. If an external cultivator is here to buy a spiritual beast carriage, the requirements are even harsher. The items used to exchange for a spiritual beast carriage must be pills of equivalent value. We don't want anything else. Hee, although my tribe looks down on you external cultivators, we still value your pills very much. Here. This is the price list. Take a look yourself. If you like a spiritual beast carriage, use pills of equivalent value to exchange for it. Also, there are some pills that our pavilion doesn't accept. The types of pills that we don't accept are recorded in this scroll. Take a look yourself. The shopkeeper casually threw 2 scrolls to Ning Fan. Then, he ignored Ning Fan and continued to pretend to sleep. The first scroll. It recorded the detailed information of all the spiritual beast carriages in the Thunder Sound Pavilion. At the same time, it marked the price. The spiritual beast carriage drawn on the scroll was not static. It was moving. The wheels would roll forward from time to time. The spirit beast that pulled the carriage would occasionally roar towards the sky. The sound could be vaguely heard from the scroll. Ning Fan roughly scanned the prices of these spiritual beast carriages. According to the materials used for the carriages and the grade of the spirit beast, the prices of the spiritual beast carriages were quite different. However, there was one fixed point. Void-shedding rank spiritual beast carriages could only be traded with 9 transformation silver pills. The prices ranged from 1 silver pill to 20 silver pills. If other people came to the Thunder Sound Pavilion to buy a spiritual beast carriage, they could use other items to barter. However, Eastern Sky cultivators who came here had to exchange pills. Naturally, this was the method that the Thunder Sound Pavilion used to obtain the Eastern Heaven pills. Since ancient times, Ningfan was not the only external cultivator who had purchased a spiritual beast carriage from the Thunder Sound Pavilion. Countless Eastern Heaven pills had already fallen into the hands of the Thunder Sound Pavilion. Since the Thunder Sound Pavilion had restricted the types of pills, it meant that they were not after the pills themselves but the pill recipes behind the pills. Ningfan looked at the second scroll. It was marked with the pills that the Thunder Sound Pavilion refused to trade. According to Ningfan's guess, these pills that refused to trade were most likely already obtained by the Thunder Sound Pavilion. After studying them thoroughly, they obtained the pill recipes, so they did not need them anymore. After eliminating the types of pills on the scroll, Ningfan's storage pouch still had a lot of pills that met the trading rules of the Thunder Sound Pavilion and could be exchanged for the spiritual beast carriages. However, there was one thing that Ningfan was quite concerned about on the second scroll. There were 13 types of 9 transformations silver pills that were newly added. The ink was still very fresh, not more than 3 months old. Apart from these 4 types of pills, the other pills' handwriting was very old. In other words, within these 3 months, there were external cultivators who used 9 transformations silver pills to exchange for the 13 spiritual beast carriages of the Thunder Sound Pavilion. Apart from him, were there other Eastern Sky cultivators who entered this place? Or perhaps, the person who exchanged the spiritual beast carriages was not an external cultivator and just happened to have Eastern Sky pills and traded them to the Thunder Sound Pavilion. However, it was not impossible for it to be an external cultivator. First of all, Ouyang Yuan and Zhang Yu's group must have come to the middle state. However, even if Old Wu was included, they would not need 13 spiritual beast carriages. On that day, Ningfan was not the only one who entered the Extreme Dan sacred region. Most of the people who entered were searching for medicinal herbs in the outer region. However, there might be others who took the risk to enter the inner region. Your Excellency, you have been staring at the pill scrolls. Could it be that you are short of money and can't take out any pills that are not rejected to trade? The shopkeeper frowned. Of course, I can take out some pills. However, I don't know if your pavilion has any thought fragmentation rank spiritual beast carriages for sale. If you do, I am willing to exchange them with 9 transformations golden pills of equivalent value. Ningfan smiled. 9 transformations golden pills. You want to use 9 transformations golden pills to exchange for thought fragmentation rank spiritual beast carriages? The shopkeeper was slightly shocked and extremely tempted. When a pill reached the 9 transformations golden pill rank, even the ancient experts would not be able to look down on it. His thought fragmentation rank was naturally moved. Unfortunately, after a while, the shopkeeper could only smile bitterly. Our pavilion has a rule that spiritual beast carriages of thought fragmentation rank and above cannot be sold to external cultivators. This old man does not dare to violate this rule. If it wasn't because of this rule, those external cultivators who spent a lot of money in the past wouldn't only be able to buy space-shedding spiritual beast carriages. Ningfan's eyes slightly narrowed when he heard the shopkeeper's words. Indeed, there were many external cultivators who came to buy spiritual beast carriages to enter the middle state. Forget it. If that's the case, I won't make things difficult for you. I just want to buy a space-shedding spiritual beast carriage. In the end, Ningfan spent 29 transformation silver pills to buy the best space-shedding spiritual beast carriage and left this small town at the border. After Ningfan and his group left, the shopkeeper did not say anything and sent a report back to his clan. The report only contained a short paragraph. The 14th batch of external cultivators entered the middle state. There was only one person. His cultivation base was limited by the ancient times and his body could not sense lightning. This person didn't come for the immemorial lightning cauldron, but we still have to be careful. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ningfan, who had already boarded the spiritual beast carriage to the north, suddenly opened his eyes and withdrew the rain scents that he left in the Thunder Sound Pavilion. The report that the shopkeeper sent back to his clan was still seen by Ningfan. I am the 14th batch of external cultivators who entered the middle state. Who are the first 13 batches? Nuan Air and the others must have entered the middle state together. They are considered as the same batch. Other than that, who are the other external cultivators? Flying Thunder Immortal King, Battle Rhino Immortal King, Mahasek's disciple, Xianxia. The people of the Dark Race and the thought-shattering old monsters who were famous in the Eastern Heaven. I heard that the Supreme Pill Sacred Region will be opened for the last time this time. There must be quite a number of famous old monsters who entered the place. It's not strange that some of them came straight for the middle state. However, the shopkeeper of the Thunder Sound Pavilion deliberately mentioned that there was no lightning in his body. What does that mean? Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn. Somehow, he recalled the day when Great Emperor Chongha used a mysterious Yin lightning to scheme against him. If he had taken the Yin lightning away because of his greed that day, perhaps the cultivators of the Thunder Sound Pavilion would have found out about the lightning in his body today. I can't rule out this possibility. If I'm not mistaken, the cunning and far-sighted Great Emperor Chongha has actually planned this until today. Also, what is the immemorial lightning cauldron that was mentioned in the report? It seems like the Thunder Sound Pavilion is guarding against the external cultivators who have designs on the immemorial lightning cauldron. Have you heard of the immemorial lightning cauldron? Ning Fan sat outside the spirit beast carriage and asked Duo Lan, who was in the carriage through the curtains while driving the carriage. The immemorial lightning cauldron is one of the treasured cauldrons that the sacred ancestor used when he was still alive. He had a total of 9 cauldrons in his life. The immemorial lightning cauldron is the first among all the cauldrons. It was refined by the sacred ancestor using the lightning of the Eastern Mountain. He also took all the spiritual materials from the sea area of the 4 sects and fused them into the cauldron. Duo Lan explained. What is the Eastern Mountain lightning? Which 4 sects are the sea area of the 4 sects? Ning Fan asked in surprise. He did not understand a single word that she said. I also don't know. These words are all recorded in the scriptures. However, I heard from my father that the materials used by the sacred ancestor to refine the cauldron were all taken from his hometown. My father said that it's a world that is completely different from the world we live in. The lightning of the Eastern Mountain and the sea area of the 4 sects are all things from that world. Duo Lan said with a yearning expression. She did not understand the concepts of the true world and the illusory dream world, but Ning Fan already had some understanding of them. Judging from this immemorial lightning cauldron was a magic treasure that the sacred ancestor refined using the materials of the true world, the medicinal cauldron used by the sacred ancestor. According to Duo Lan's words, the herb gatherer saint had a total of 9 cauldrons in his life. The immemorial lightning cauldron was ranked first. Other than that, there were 8 other cauldrons. The sect master of the Pill sect had once obtained the Great Wilderness Cauldron in the Supreme Pill Sacred Region. That Great Wilderness Cauldron was so powerful. I wonder if it was one of the 9 cauldrons of the sacred ancestor. No matter whether it was or not, it was indeed a pity that the Great Wilderness Cauldron was destroyed. Speaking of which, this Supreme Pill Sacred Region was really full of treasures. After the sacred ancestor died, his will turned into a sacred mountain to preserve his belongings. His flames turned into the Fire Spirit clan to guard the seal of 2 realms. The medicinal cauldron he left behind was also a rare treasure. The corpse of the medicine slave he left behind was the target of Zhang Yu's possession this time. Speaking of which, I still don't know the name of the herb gatherer saint. After I came to Great Bay, I have read through many ancient books. However, I only saw titles such as Extreme Pill Old Man and Medicine Ancestor. They seem to be fabricated and unreliable. Do you know the name of your sacred ancestor? Ning Fan asked casually. He did not expect Duo Lan to know the name. However, Duo Lan's delicate body shuddered as if she really knew the name. It was as if she recalled the scene when her father brought her into the Stone Path secret realm with a stern face and told her the coordinates of the 7 stone seats. She could still hear the strange illusory voice of the 10,000 corpses chanting scriptures in front of the stone seats. Medicine Saint of the South, Medicine Saint of the South? Yes. It's the Medicine Saint of the South. Nanzhanggu chanted the Tao spirit to perish, 1 decade into desolation, 10,000 chants into antiquity, a sword came from the west, samsara split, forever lost and converted to the Medicine Saint of the South. Duo Lan muttered to herself. Suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes. She thought of her father. Even that father of hers rarely gave her any warmth and care. Moreover, they rarely met each other. At that time, she could not understand the guilt and helplessness in her father's eyes. Now, she understood. What are you chanting? What is it? Ning Fan was inwardly shocked. Just as Duo Lan opened her mouth, he felt a slight pain in his sea of consciousness. Then, layers of illusions appeared in his eyes. Even though the illusions were dispelled with just a thought, they still gave him a hint of fear. He was very sure. Duo Lan, who was in the carriage, did not use any illusory technique on him. She did not even deliberately circulate her magic power. She just chanted a paragraph of words. However, this paragraph of words actually gave him a hint of confusion, giving him a feeling that he could not extricate himself from it. He could not resist it. These few sentences were definitely not simple. How could ordinary words bewitch a Fuli cultivator like this? I also don't know what these words are. I only know that all the corpses in the Stone Dao secret realm chanted the same words. They chanted numbly and emotionlessly. It's very scary. Very scary. My father said that this is a forbidden place that we can't touch. Duo Lan suddenly felt drowsy. She directly leaned against the carriage and fell asleep. It was as if just uttering that sentence had exhausted all of her mental strength, making her feel extremely exhausted. 10,000 recitations, 1 decade into desolation. Ning Fan's expression became slightly solemn. Duo Lan slept for an entire day before she woke up. In just a day's time, Ning Fan had already driven a spiritual beast carriage. They traveled towards the north for an immeasurable distance. Duo Lan rubbed her sleepy eyes, feeling a little apologetic. She actually fell asleep just like that. She should be helping Ning Fan to watch the road. After all, he was not familiar with the Middle State and there were many rules that he did not know much about. One should know that the cultivators of the Middle State built their cities and resided there. Therefore, their possessiveness towards their territories was not ordinary. Putting aside those small cities, the middle-sized cities had their own territories. They did not allow cultivators to get close to them casually. If Ning Fan continues to travel to the north and bumps into the territories of some city lords, it would be troublesome. She should be helping Senior to watch the road. How could she fall asleep? Besides, Senior is the one driving the carriage. No matter what, I, a soul-locking slave, should be the one driving the carriage. Speaking of which, why is it so noisy outside? It's as if there are many carriages and horses chasing after their carriage. You're awake? Ning Fan's tone did not seem to be in a good mood. Could it be that he is blaming me for falling asleep? Duo Lan immediately became a little worried. She wanted to explain the reason why she fell asleep. It was because she had misread those words. However, she suddenly heard faint curses coming from behind, interrupting her words. How dare you? You've trespassed on the territory of our 1,000-army city. Quickly stop the carriage and accept our punishment. Stop the carriage. Our Golden Thunder City has been chasing after you for a day and a night. If you continue to run, don't blame us for being merciless. Shoot him with arrows. Quick. Stop him with the formation flags. Damn it. We can't stop him. This man is so strong. A rain of arrows flew towards the carriage. However, all of them were burned to ashes by Ning Fan's devil flames. Formation flags flew into the sky and sprinkled down formation light, trying to slightly stop the carriage from moving forward. However, they were extinguished by Ning Fan's finger. We can't stop him. We can't stop him. There were at least 12 cultivators from the middle city chasing after the carriage. However, none of them could stop the carriage from moving forward. Ning Fan was in a very bad mood. He was driving the carriage perfectly fine, but he was scolded and chased for no reason. Moreover, the number of people chasing after him was like a rolling snowball. It was really annoying. If it wasn't for the fact that this place was the Middle State, which was the territory of the despicable people, he would have taught the people behind him a lesson even if he didn't kill them. Senior, what's going on with these people? Duo Lan was somewhat speechless. She lifted the curtain and walked out of the carriage. It seemed like Ning Fan's bad mood was not because of her. I don't know. It seems like they are here to pick a fight. Ning Fan said impatiently. Senior, you misunderstood. It's not them who are looking for trouble. It's you who trespassed into their territory and violated a taboo. Duo Lan wanted to explain, but she had no way to explain, so she could only smile bitterly. You are familiar with the Middle State. You should know which remote place is sparsely populated. Show me the way. Duo Lan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Senior is impatient and wants to find a desolate place to kill these small fries? She seems to know the truth, Senior, actually. It's our fault first. It's not good to kill people. Duo Lan said cautiously. We are in the wrong first? What did we do wrong? Ning Fan was surprised. We trespassed into their territory. I have been walking on the official road between the cities and did not step into anyone's territory. Ning Fan said with a frown. Even the official road belongs to the Middle City's territory. If you want to cross the border, you have to pay a certain amount of gold and silver. Oh, so that's why. I don't have any gold and silver. Ning Fan shook his head disapprovingly. It seemed like there were people who wanted to stop him and ask for gold and silver along the way, but they were all ignored by him. I do. Duo Lan smiled bitterly. Then should we pay now? It's too late to pay now. Duo Lan continued to smile bitterly. Then let's find a remote place. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light, causing Duo Lan to hurriedly wave her hand in fright. Don't. Senior, please don't kill people. It's not good to kill people. Duo Lan clenched her teeth. These people were her compatriots. If they were killed by Ning Fan just because they wanted to collect toll fees, it would be too unjust. Although the behavior of these Middle City cultivators was indeed a little overbearing and deserved a lesson, I will deal with this matter. Duo Lan calmed herself down and asked Ning Fan to stop the carriage. Then, she returned to her usual cold attitude. As soon as the carriage stopped, the carriages behind them caught up and surrounded the carriage. A few Middle City cultivators who were the loudest were preparing to teach Ning Fan a lesson. However, when they suddenly met Ning Fan's cold eyes, they were so frightened that they could not speak a word. What kind of murderous gaze was that? They seemed to have kicked an iron plate. Unfortunately, they did not notice that Ning Fan who was driving the carriage was so terrifying. Otherwise, they would only be fools to chase after them all the way here. Do you have something to say to me? Ning Fan said indifferently. The few Middle City cultivators immediately retreated. They were panicking. It was hard to get off the tiger. Fortunately, Duo Lan appeared at this moment. I am Holy Maiden Chulai. Why are you chasing after my carriage? Could it be that you want to attack me? The Middle City cultivators' faces turned pale with fright. The carriage driver in front of them was already very scary. They did not expect that the other woman in the carriage was even scarier, Holy Maiden Chulai. This woman was actually the Holy Maiden of Chulai's lineage. She was an existence that even the 5 emperors of the Middle State would not dare to offend. They had really kicked an iron plate. Each of the pursuers was sweating profusely. A few of the older cultivators even recognized Duo Lan's appearance. After confirming Duo Lan's identity, they immediately begged for mercy. We dare not. How would we dare to attack the Holy Maiden? Please forgive us, Holy Maiden. What are you waiting for? Duo Lan shouted. The group of pursuers who were scared out of their wits immediately scattered like birds and beasts. The trouble was solved so easily. Duo Lan heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Ning Fan did not give them the chance to kill them. Ning Fan looked at Duo Lan with a puzzled expression. I didn't expect you to be such a kind person, of course not. It's Senior's kindness that allowed them to live. Duo Lan put on a fake smile. Inwardly, she thought that her lying skills were getting better and better. She could even flatter Ning Fan against her will. Suddenly, she realized that she had unknowingly let go of her reservations after spending so much time with Ning Fan. That was why she could flatter Ning Fan so shamelessly. If she has her guard up, she should be careful with her words and actions. She would not even dare to flatter Ning Fan. Unknowingly, she was no longer as afraid of him as she was in the beginning. Ning Fan did not pry into the changes in Duo Lan's mind. He was happy to have less trouble. If it wasn't necessary, he would also be too lazy to kill them. He sighed with emotion. I didn't expect your identity as the Holy Maiden to be so useful. If it's me who is an external cultivator or a cultivator from the southern border like Xianxia, I'm sure those people won't retreat so easily even if they are afraid of you, of course. In front of Senior, my identity is naturally nothing. However, in the Middle State, even the 5 emperors of the Middle State are not willing to offend the dignified Holy Maiden Chulai, let alone the cultivators of the Middle City. However, in the Holy Mountain, the identity of the Holy Maiden is nothing. Duolan said the first half of her sentence proudly, but the second half sounded bitter. Currently, she was already nothing in the Holy Mountain. Oh? Even the 5 emperors of the Middle State don't dare to offend you? Ning Fan was surprised. It seemed like he had underestimated this woman from the beginning to the end. Of course, they don't dare to offend me openly. However, I don't know about them secretly. After all, they are also proud and arrogant immortal emperors. If they are forced into a corner, who knows what they will do? Speaking of which, if Senior has any troubles in the Middle State, why don't you let me settle them for you? It's my honor to be able to help Senior a little. If I don't help you, you will kill the innocent. Duolan thought to herself. If you can help me with many things, it can indeed save me a lot of trouble. Thank you very much. Ning Fan nodded. If it could reduce some troubles, Ning Fan would certainly agree. Thus, the spiritual beast carriage continued to the north. Occasionally, it would crash into the territories of other middle cities. However, Duolan would reveal her identity and scare them away. Thus, there was no conflict. Another day passed and Duolan realized that something was wrong. The direction Ning Fan was traveling in was obviously the 100 Flowers Peak of the 5 Fingers Peak in the Middle State. If we go any further, it will be the territory of the 100 Flowers Grand Emperor. She has yet to recover from her serious injuries. Her territory has already been sealed and no one is allowed to pass through. Duolan explained. 100 Flowers Grand Emperor? Ning Fan's expression turned slightly solemn. Just now, there was clearly an extremely strong but also extremely weak spirit sense that scanned the carriage. Could it be the owner of this place, the 100 Flowers Grand Emperor? The people I am looking for are here. With your identity, you should be able to enter this place, right? Ning Fan asked. Yes, I can. If Senior must enter this place, you can enter with me. However, this matter might be a little troublesome. Forget it. It's not a big deal anyway. Duolan was a little hesitant. However, she still bit her lips and nodded in the end. The carriage continued to advance for a while and was stopped. If they continued further, it would be the boundary of the 100 Flowers Peak. According to the order of the 100 Flowers Grand Emperor, the area within a 1,000 li radius of the 100 Flowers Peak is listed as a forbidden area. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter. A group of strong men blocked the road. I am Chulai, Duolan. I have something to do here. Duolan walked out of the carriage and said indifferently. Immediately, the strong men in the area sucked in a cold breath. A moment later, they burst into laughter. Good. 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 Since Saintess Duolan is here, of course, you can enter the 100 Flowers Peak. We have been waiting for you for a long time. However, Saintess, you better think it through. It's easy to come to my 100 Flowers Peak, but it won't be so easy to leave. I have thought it through. Why are you still not giving way? Duolan shouted. The strong men immediately gave way to a path that led straight to the 100 Flowers Peak. The 100 Flowers Peak was one of the 5 Fingers Peaks in the Middle State. It was also where the 100 Flowers Grand Emperor's abode was located. Could this be considered as revisiting an old place? When she was young, she had come to the 100 Flowers Peak. At that time, she followed her father to bully others. That year, she had made countless enemies. Her overbearing father. To be continued, after a simple inspection, the carriage was allowed to enter the territory of the 100 Flowers Peak. Behind the carriage, 10 strong men riding strange beasts followed closely behind, as if they were monitoring them. They did not intend to let Ning Fan and his group move freely in the territory of the 100 Flowers Peak. Within 1,000 li * 500 m per li, of the 100 Flowers Peak, cultivators could be seen patrolling every few li. The security was so strict that it made people believe that the martial law of the 100 Flowers Peak was not a joke. Ning Fan did not plan to wander around in this place. Instead, he drove the carriage along the path and went straight to the main peak of the 100 Flowers Peak. If his senses were not wrong, Ouyang and Zhongyu should be on the main peak. Among the 5 emperors of the Middle State, the 100 Flowers Emperor was the immortal emperor who disliked getting involved in mundane affairs the most. Because of that, she was severely injured by several immortal Emperor Realm Corps devils when she entered the 10th grade Fierce Domain to search for medicine 1,000 years ago. She had been in seclusion to recuperate until now, causing the territory of the 100 Flowers Peak to be in a state of martial law all year round. Cultivators from the outside world were not allowed to enter. Without Duo Lan, Ning Fan would probably have to go through a lot of trouble to enter the heavily guarded 100 Flowers Peak. Ning Fan had heard some rumors about the 100 Flowers Emperor. At this moment, when he recalled the message left by Zhongyu and the others, he could not help but have a guess. Zhongyu seems to be bringing Ouyang to save an old friend. With her identity as an immortal emperor, it is impossible for a friend to be mediocre. Perhaps, Zhongyu's old friend is this 100 Flowers Emperor. If that is true, the 100 Flowers Peak is no longer an enemy but a friend. However, the attitude of the cultivators of the 100 Flowers Peak was a little too aggressive. Along the way, Ning Fan met many cultivators of the 100 Flowers Peak. All of them looked at him with undisguised hostility. It was not that they were hostile towards Ning Fan's identity as an external cultivator. Up until now, his identity had not been exposed. The reason why they looked at him with hostility was actually because they vented their anger on him. The real enemy of the people of the 100 Flowers Peak was Duo Lan. As for Ning Fan, he was regarded as Duo Lan's coachman. Naturally, he would not be treated nicely. This coachman is really strong. My spirit sense was repelled before it could even get within 1 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, of his. Humph. So what if he is strong? He still became a lackey of Duo Lan. I've exhausted my mental power and used a secret technique to probe the coachman's cultivation, but I can't see through him at all. This person is at least a shedding void cultivator, maybe even higher. So what? It was not worth mentioning. Speaking of which, this bitch only brought a void-shedding servant with her, yet she dared to come to my 100 Flowers Peak. She's quite audacious. I might have to teach her a lesson. Some of the 100 Flower sect cultivators they met along the way were all discussing this. There were even some who were eager to get into action with impatient expressions on their faces. They wanted to attack Doran, but they had many misgivings and were overcautious. In the end, they gritted their teeth and gave up. Duo Lan was very nervous. It was fine if she was being scolded by others, but Ning Fan was the devil lord among all devils. She must not get angry when she was treated as a coachman and scolded as a lackey. She did not dare to order Ning Fan around like a coachman, so she simply sat outside the carriage with Ning Fan, accompanying him to drive the carriage. On the surface, she still had to maintain a cold and aloof attitude like the owner of the carriage, but in her heart, she had to carefully observe Ning Fan's expression. Seeing Ning Fan's frown getting deeper and deeper, his heart sank. Could it be that Senior Ning couldn't hold back his anger anymore and is really going to fight against these cultivators of the 100 Flowers sect? Apprehension, apprehension, apprehension. This was the territory of an immortal emperor. If they acted rashly, they would suffer greatly. Do you have a grudge against the 100 Flower sect? Ning Fan suddenly asked using telepathy. I guess you can say that there are some grudges between us. My father, the previous Chulai emperor, had once barged into the 100 Flower sect and bathed this place in blood. Duo Lan was surprised and answered carefully. Bathed in blood, huh? Ning Fan was slightly stunned. He could imagine the monstrous massacre behind this simple sentence. The smell of blood assaulted his nostrils. The previous Chulai bathed the 100 Flower sect in blood. No wonder these cultivators of the 100 Flower sect hated Duo Lan so much. With this layer of karma, I'm afraid it will be quite risky for you to enter the 100 Flower sect. If I knew about this earlier, I would have left you outside. Ning Fan said with a frown. Senior, are you worried about me? I'm really flattered by your favor. Duo Lan's uneasy mood inexplicably became better. A smile appeared at the corner of her eyes. Actually, I also don't want to come to this place. However, without me, it won't be easy for Senior to enter the 100 Flowers sect during the martial law period. Senior, don't worry. My safety is not a problem. I'm the Saintess of Chu Lai's bloodline. Even if these people hate me, they won't dare to take my life in public. After all, killing a Saintess of the Holy Mountain is a serious crime. These people will at most make things difficult for me. Ever since her father's death, as an orphan girl, she had suffered a lot of hardships and grievances. She accepted it calmly. Her heart was already indestructible. If I can help Senior, it's not a big deal for me to suffer some difficulties. For some unknown reason, her fear towards Ning Fan was getting lesser and lesser. She even secretly hoped to help Ning Fan. Ning Fan remained silent for a long time before speaking. Even if you don't help me, I'm confident that I can enter this place. Speaking of which, I have neither gratitude nor hatred towards you. There's no need for you to do this for me. With his experience, how could he not feel that Duo Lan's feelings towards him had changed a little after being together for a few days? She was no longer afraid of him. There was even a sense of closeness between them. Although there was still a distance from liking him, there were already budding feelings. However, this kind of feeling was actually just a kind of misunderstanding. There was neither gratitude nor hatred. There were no more concise words to describe the relationship between him and Duo Lan. He killed Duo Lan's senior brother, Pai Xiong. He forced Duo Lan to become his soul-locking slave. This was the truth. Just because he had saved Doran's life twice and showed him some kindness, just because he had occasionally shown Doran some kindness, Doran had been overwhelmed by the favor and had developed a favorable impression of him. Then this favorable impression was wrong. Neither gratitude nor hatred. The brightness in Duo Lan's eyes gradually dimmed. She gently bit her lips and her pretty face became a little pale. How could she forget that Ning Fan was her enemy? Even though she did not have a good impression of her senior brother, Pai Xiong was Chu Lai's disciple after all. However, he died in the hands of Senior Ning. Senior Ning was Chu Lai's enemy. She could not have a good impression of him. Moreover, Senior Ning was an external cultivator. Moreover, he was a madman who kidnapped the Saintess of the Holy Mountain. Only a person with a weak heart would have a good impression of their enemy and develop a good impression of him and rely on him. Was she a little too reliant on Ning Fan's protection? Was she still her? Was she still the declining Saintess who had come this far alone? How could she have a good impression of the murderer who kidnapped her? Hee. Senior's lecture is right. This is wrong. It's wrong, actually. Even if I don't want to help Senior, I also want to pick a time to visit the 100 Flowers Peak again. The last time I came here was with my father. It has been many years since then. Senior, you don't have to feel that you owe me anything. If I get into trouble in the 100 Flowers Peak because of me, you don't have to worry either. I will naturally find ways to deal with the troubles that the 100 Flowers Peak creates. I will never cause any trouble for Senior. Duo Lan's voice became even more respectful. It was so respectful that it sounded distant. It was as if she had forcefully extinguished the trace of good impression she had towards Ning Fan. However, at this moment, her state of mind and cultivation had obviously improved. Her Dao heart became firmer. However, the originally harmonious atmosphere of the trip was finally filled with silence because of this. Ning Fan knew that Duo Lan had understood what he meant. She would no longer be close to him. From the bottom of her heart, she had already forcefully corrected their identities. The identity of the master and the soul-locking slave. The identity of an external cultivator and a lowly cultivator. The identity of an enemy and an enemy. Other than that, there was nothing else. There was no kindness and enmity. Indeed, there was no kindness and enmity. Purposely making the soul-locking slave alienate me. Ning Fan sighed inwardly. Am I doing a good deed every day? I don't want this woman to fall into the wrong path. I don't want her to lose her heart and truly become a slave just because of some small favors. That's why Ning Fan purposely kept a distance between the two of them. He had already appreciated this woman's good intention of helping him enter the 100 Flowers Peak. Thus, he returned the favor by giving her some pointers. Even though these pointers were a little harsh and ungrateful, it really made Duo Lan see her heart clearly. Her state of mind had improved. It could be considered as him repaying her kindness. They did not speak again along the way. There were many stone peaks in the territory of the 100 Flowers Peak. However, most of them were short. Only the main peak was unusually tall and sharp. Looking from afar, it looked like an immortal pointing his finger at the sky with an imposing aura. On each of the stone peaks, there were countless exotic flowers and rare herbs. It really matched the name of the 100 Flowers Peak. Many of them were unique species that Ning Fan had never seen before. With a thought from Ning Fan's spirit sense, there was a light drizzle in the territory of the 100 Flowers Peak. The drizzle in the late spring was already normal. No one noticed the peculiarity of the rain. However, they did not know that Ning Fan's spirit sense had already followed the drizzle and entered each of the stone peaks silently. It even entered the cave residences of the experts on the stone peaks. There was only one main peak in the territory of the 100 Flowers Peak. It was where the 100 Flowers Great Emperor's cave residences were located. The main peak was covered with mountain mist. The mountain mist was very strange. It gave Ning Fan a feeling that it was like the heavenly Tao. The rain sense could not penetrate it at all. Once it enters the mist, it would lose control and gradually get lost. In the end, it would collapse and scatter in the mist. This was probably the technique of the 100 Flowers Great Emperor. Ning Fan did not forcefully peek into the main peak. After all, once this matter is discovered, it would be an extremely rude provocation to the 100 Flowers Great Emperor who was guarding the main peak. Each of the 7 secondary peaks was guarded by immortal kings and immortal venerables. All of them were the elites among the disciples of the 100 Flowers Great Emperor. Ning Fan also did not probe too much. He just took a quick glance at them and then withdrew his spirit sense. No one noticed it. As the spiritual beast carriage approached the main peak, the fragrance of flowers in the air became stronger. When they arrived at the foot of the main peak, a few young men suddenly walked down from the mountain path and blocked Ning Fan's path. Each of these young men was handsome and their cultivation base was around the rogue immortal realm. There were strange wings growing on their backs. When they flapped their wings, they could actually fly up to a height of several hundred zhang * 33 m per zhang, above the ground for a short period of time. It was quite impressive. You guys can leave now. The venerable sovereign has ordered us to bring Holy Maiden Chu Lai up the mountain. The few young men with the wings said expressionlessly. Instead of saying that they were expressionless, it would be better to say that their faces were stiff and they could not show any expression at all. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He sensed the extremely well-concealed corpse qi in the bodies of these young men and immediately understood what was going on. These are a few corpse devils. The strong men who followed Ning Fan seemed to be extremely afraid of these young men. After bowing respectfully to them, they hurriedly left. Ning Fan and Duo Lan got off the spiritual beast carriage and handed it to the guards at the foot of the mountain to park. The few young men then told Duo Lan and Ning Fan to follow them and walked towards the mountain path. Ning Fan's eyes flashed and he slowly followed them. These young men were the human cauldrons of the 100 Flowers Great Emperor when they were alive. The 100 Flowers Great Emperor has a preference for handsome and intelligent young men. She often plucked them for dual cultivation. Every year, countless young men would be toyed to death by her. Among them, the most beautiful ones would be turned into corpse devils by the 100 Flowers Great Emperor using a secret technique. She hopes to preserve their physical bodies forever and pamper them as they used to be. The young men who were turned into corpse devils would retain some of their spiritual intelligence. Their status in the 100 Flowers Peak is extraordinary. Even the immortal venerables and immortal kings on the secondary peaks would not dare to provoke them. It's all because they are favored by the 100 Flowers Great Emperor. Senior's appearance can be considered as 1 in 100 handsome men. It's fine if you don't meet the 100 Flowers Great Emperor. But if you meet the 100 Flowers Great Emperor, we can't rule out the possibility that the 100 Flowers Great Emperor will fall for you. Since these young men are assigned by the 100 Flowers Great Emperor to lead us up the mountain, I'm afraid we have to meet the master of this place first. Senior, you have to be careful. Duo Lan was extremely respectful. She chose her words carefully and transmitted her voice to remind Ning Fan. Be careful that the 100 Flowers Great Emperor will fall for you? Be careful that she will pluck you for dual cultivation? Ning Fan's face was filled with black lines. He looked at Duo Lan and saw that she was extremely serious. She did not look like she was joking at all. Is there really a risk of being plucked by the 100 Flowers Great Emperor? He came here to look for Zhongyu and Ouyang Yuan. According to Ning Fan's speculation, the two of them probably came to the main peak to save the 100 Flowers Great Emperor. If that's the case, he should also be considered as a guest of the 100 Flowers Peak. However, it seems like he cannot rule out other possibilities and the risks involved in this matter. If there's really no other way, I'll go up the mountain alone to meet the 100 Flowers Great Emperor. Senior, you can stay at the foot of the mountain. To the cultivators of the 100 Flowers Great Emperor, you'll just be my servant. Even if you don't go up the mountain, they won't mind. Duo Lan transmitted her voice again. I appreciate your kindness. However, the person I'm looking for is on this main peak. I still have to go up the mountain. Ning Fan answered. If that's the case, I won't say anything more. If anyone tries to make things difficult for me on the way up, Senior can just stand aside quietly. You don't have to worry about my safety, alright. Even though he knew about it, he did not say whether he would help her or not. Instead, he looked very calm. Duo Lan's heart, which she thought was indestructible, actually felt a little bitter. What was she hoping for? Was she hoping that Senior Ning would stand behind her domineeringly and protect her unwaveringly? It's impossible. This is impossible. Didn't Senior Ning give me some advice to draw a clear line between us? Wasn't it to cut off my wishful thinking? She should recognize her identity and the reality. It's impossible for her and Senior Ning to get into trouble and become enemies with the 100 Flowers Peak for the sake of a soul-locking slave like her. There was still no conversation along the way. Those young corpse devils remained silent. There was no longer any conversation between Duo Lan and Ning Fan. After walking along the mountain path for 2 hours, the few young corpse devils suddenly gave an order to Ning Fan and Duo Lan to wait for a while. They were not allowed to leave without permission. After that, all of them spread their wings and flew towards the top of the mountain. Soon, they disappeared from sight. Ning Fan had no choice but to wait on the mountainside for a while. However, a hint of vigilance arose in his heart. He was keenly aware that the terrain of the mountain had changed slightly after the few youths with flesh wings left. The change was almost undetectable. Even some formation masters who studied the general trend of the world all year round would have a hard time noticing it. However, it could not escape Ning Fan's eyes and ears, who had cultivated the secret of the word force. Time passed by slowly. The mountain mist that was originally lingering on the main peak suddenly became thicker. The atmosphere began to feel a little strange. Gradually, the density of the mist exceeded the eyesight of a cultivator. Things that were more than 10 steps away began to become a little blurry. Everything in front of them was white. They could not see the mountain path clearly, and they could not tell where they came from. Ning Fan frowned slightly. If he was not mistaken, the mountain mist becoming thicker was indeed done by someone on purpose. Senior, be careful. This is the bewitching formation of the 100 Flowers Peak. Someone is controlling this formation to attack us. Duo Lan was slightly nervous. The bewitching formation was the protective formation of the main peak of the 100 Flowers Peak. Without the permission of the 100 Flowers Emperor, it would not be activated easily. Could it be that the 100 Flowers Emperor gave the order to use this formation to make her suffer? Sure enough, with the grudge between her and the 100 Flowers Peak, it was impossible for her to ascend the mountain safely. Duo Lan was not a powerless person. After all, she was a void-shedding almighty expert. Now that she knew that someone was controlling the formation to attack her, she immediately displayed her ability. The power of her medicine soul protected her entire body. It seemed like she was using some kind of medicine soul secret technique. Duo Lan's long hair was originally tied with the tendon of the flood dragon. At this moment, the tendon of the flood dragon suddenly untied itself and danced 3 feet above Duo Lan's head. It was actually a defensive magic treasure. As soon as the treasure rose into the sky, wind blew around Duo Lan's body. Her long hair that was untied was as red as flames. It danced in the wind, making her look extremely beautiful. The dragon tendon of the void flame 100-li void dragon, huh? I didn't expect that you actually have this item and even refined it into a protective treasure. The void dragon is good at bewitching people. Naturally, it has the ability to restrain illusory formations. It's reasonable for you to use this treasure to resist the bewitching formation. Unfortunately, your cultivation base is still not strong enough. This item is useless in your hands. An old man's disdainful voice came from the depths of the mist. Surprisingly, he had the aura force of a mid-thought fragmentation realm cultivator. It was actually a mid-thought fragmentation realm cultivator who was controlling the bewitching formation of the main peak to attack Duo Lan. I'll only know if it's useful or not after I try it. Duo Lan activated her medicine soul power. Her medicine soul miraculously resonated with the tendon of the flood dragon. Obviously, this was a special magic treasure that relied on her medicine soul to activate. The flood dragon tendon trembled. Suddenly, a large patch of white mist swept out, forcing the surrounding mist to retreat 20 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, away. Insignificant skill. The old man in the depths of the mist sneered disdainfully. All of a sudden, he let out a loud shout. Suddenly, a giant shadow emerged from the mist. The giant shadow was extremely illusory. It was a giant snake formed by the mist. It was high up in the sky. It was none other than the condensation of the Tao elephant's power. Impressively, it was the thought fragmentation realm old man who had revealed his Tao elephant. This Tao elephant's name was Soaring Snake Riding the Mist. It had been fused with the old man's Tao sense. For thought fragmentation realm cultivators, not only could they use their Tao sense in a battle, they could also use their Tao elephant to enhance their divine abilities. The Tao elephant of Soaring Snake Riding the Mist could be ranked 64th in the Earth grade. Its effect was to greatly enhance the power of illusory techniques and illusory formations. As the Tao elephant appeared, the power of the mist formation immediately increased. The mist that had been pushed back by the white mist once again engulfed Duo Lan. Duo Lan was shocked. She tried to activate the void dragon tendon again to fight against the mist. However, the old man in the dark did not give her the chance. He displayed his divine ability and took away the flood dragon tendon treasure. As a result, Duo Lan lost her support. She was caught off guard and the mist suddenly invaded her body. She cursed inwardly. She wanted to expel the mist from her body, but it was too late. As soon as the mist entered her body, it went straight to Duo Lan's head along with her blood. She felt a sharp pain as it tore open Duo Lan's sea of consciousness and invaded her body. All of a sudden, Duo Lan's expression became absent-minded and confused. Illusions appeared in front of her eyes as she sank into the illusory formation. Lan'er, you must take good care of these 7 coordinates. When your cultivation level is high enough, you will use the secret treasures of the 7 stone statues to restore the glory of my Chu Lai. Don't forget, don't forget. Oh, that was what her father said to her before he died. In a trance, Duo Lan saw her father's weak smile and his eyes filled with guilt. He gently patted her head as her primordial spirit was burned to ashes bit by bit. However, she felt a trace of relief. Father, don't leave Lan'er. Lan'er doesn't want to restore the glory of Chu Lai. Lan'er just wants to be with father. I don't need a saint lady who has lost her power as my Tao companion. The marriage between my spirit sect and your Chu Lai lineage is nullified from now on. Oh, it was the illusion of her being annulled in front of everyone. Spirit sect's saint son, you think you are so great? You don't know that if it wasn't for the lifeline of Chu Lai, I, Chu Lai, wouldn't want to marry you either. However, the humiliation on the Saint Mountain that day is unforgettable and engraved in my heart. Because from that day onwards, I was no longer a high and mighty saint lady. My pride began to be trampled on by others. More and more people wanted to trample on me. Your mother is a slut, and so are you. Oh, it was the saint ladies from the other branches who mocked her. That day, the other saint ladies who were soaking in the mother-child pool ridiculed and humiliated her. She could be humiliated, but her mother couldn't. As a result, she became impulsive and made the first move. As a result, the other saint ladies took the opportunity to besiege her and severely injure her. They even destroyed her saint lady tattoo. In the end, she, the victim, was punished by the Saint Mountain. It was really unfair. Lan'er, I'm sorry. I can't accompany you as you grow up. Oh, it was the voice of her mother when she self-ignited her primordial spirit. It was very blurry and indistinct. At that time, she must have been very young. She was so young that she couldn't even remember her mother's voice and smile. However, her mother's voice remained in her memory and in her bones. It was unforgettable. My mother, what kind of person is she? I have never seen my mother before. I really want to see her once. I have never seen my mother before. I have never received father's love. I have no master, no senior brothers, no friends. All the love and concern are fake. Only the humiliation is real. Only those schemes are real. Only those people's greed for the coordinates of the stone seed is real. So tired, so tired. Don't I want to revive Chu Lai's lineage? I don't want to struggle anymore. I want to die together with my father and my mother whom I have never seen before, be free together. I don't want to be anyone's soul-chaining slave anymore. I don't want to be mocked by anyone anymore. I don't want to struggle anymore. There were more and more illusions in front of her. Her sea of consciousness kept hurting and it was about to collapse. However, Duo Lan couldn't sense the collapse of her sea of consciousness. She had been bewitched by the illusions and couldn't stop them. There was numbness, pain, exhaustion, and abandonment in her heart. She let the fog collapse her sea of consciousness. She didn't want to stop it and she couldn't stop it. Be gentle. Destroy half of her sea of consciousness and leave a crack in her Tao heart. This is enough to teach this woman a lesson. If you really kill her, it will be hard to explain to the holy mountain. Another old monster's voice suddenly sounded from the depths of the fog. It was the voice of a middle-aged man. The old man snorted coldly. When he was about to reduce the power of the fog formation, his eyes suddenly trembled. Collapsing noises suddenly rang out from within the mist. The formation was showing signs of instability. Impossible. Who is breaking the bewitching formation? It's that coachman. How could he do that? This is a formation set up by a venerable sovereign. Even though we are the ones controlling it, not everyone can break it directly. This man, in the depths of the fog, exclamations could be heard from all directions. Obviously, there was more than one attacker hiding in the dark. Duo Lan was confused and in pain. She was so upset that she could barely breathe. Suddenly, a warm feeling spread to her body from her palm, causing her sea of consciousness to rumble like thunder. After a shock, her sea of consciousness regained its clarity. Only then did she realize that her sea of consciousness was injured and there were 2 lines of tears on her face. You're crying? Ning Fan frowned. It was him who woke Duo Lan up. Thank you for saving me, senior. Duo Lan wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. She didn't mention anything about her tears. She just bit her lips slightly, causing blood to flow out. She forced herself to calm down. It's just convenient. Ning Fan frowned. He casually pulled Duo Lan's hand and took a strange step forward. This step seemed slow, but it was clearly extremely fast. There was even a footprint of golden flames on the ground where his foot landed, burning fiercely. The momentum of the formation in this place was disrupted because of that step. The sound of the formation collapsing began to resound. Duo Lan had just fallen into the illusory formation. She was still in a daze. When she was pulled by Ning Fan, only then did she realize that her ears were burning. Why am I being held by senior? I'm just a soul-locking slave. Asterisk bang asterisk asterisk bang asterisk asterisk bang asterisk. Ning Fan took another step forward. Each of his footprints made of golden flames was left on the ground. The fog in this place continued to collapse and disperse in all directions. Even the Tao image of the soaring serpent riding the fog also disappeared along with the collapse of the formation. The change in this situation caused the entire 100 Flowers Peak to tremble. Cries of alarm rang out from all directions. The birds fled in all directions and flew into the sky. There were even countless cultivators who were cultivating in seclusion at the top of the mountain who walked out of their caves, feeling indescribably shocked. What happened? Was the heart maze formation broken? Did some immortal emperor attack the 100 Flowers Peak? The clear sky appeared above Ning Fan's head once again. What did he do? He actually broke the formation of the heart maze grand formation? What kind of footwork is this? These golden flame footprints look a little familiar. I feel like I've heard of it somewhere before, the technique of the Eastern Heaven Ancestral Emperor. It's the secret technique of the Ancestral Emperor of External Cultivation. I've read about it in an ancient book before. No. He's not a coachman. He's an external cultivator. He's an external cultivator who knows the Eastern Heaven Ancestral Emperor technique. One after another, figures with powerful qi emerged from the other side of the mountain path. They were none other than the cultivators of the 100 Flowers Peak who sneakily attacked Duo Lan. All of them wore astonished expressions. Duo Lan, on the other hand, realized what Senior Ning had done. He actually broke the mountain defense formation that was set up by an immortal emperor head-on with his restricted cultivation base. Senior Ning's attainments in formations have actually reached such a high level. Ning Fan suddenly loosened his grip. Duo Lan felt a chill in her palm. She did not know why, but she felt a little disappointed. You're an external cultivator. Among the cultivators of the 100 Flowers Peak, an old monk with a long beard asked with a rather gloomy expression. He was the one who activated the Tao elephant just now. However, he did not expect Ning Fan to break the illusory formation that was strengthened by his Tao elephant's power so easily. Judging from Ning Fan's cultivation base, it doesn't seem to be very high. He should be suppressed by the punishment ring, that's right. I'm an external cultivator. Ning Fan said calmly. He would not feel inferior just because he was an external cultivator. The cultivators of the 100 Flowers Peak were instantly filled with disdain. If Ning Fan was Duo Lan's coachman, the cultivators would more or less pay attention to him even though they hated him. After all, the coachman of the Saintess was also a cultivator of the Holy Mountain. He was considered as the guardian of the Holy Mountain. Thus, he was not to be underestimated. However, if Ning Fan was just an external cultivator, the usual racial discrimination of the despicable people would be unavoidable. You're just an external cultivator. Who allowed you to enter the 100 Flowers Peak? And who allowed you to interfere in the grudge between us and Saintess Chulai? A middle-aged cultivator sneered. His cultivation base was at the mid-thought fragmentation realm. Ning Fan's frown deepened. He did not want to become enemies with the despicable people, especially with the immortal emperor realm forces of the middle region. However, his principles could not be changed. Duo Lan was his servant. He could treat her coldly and mistreat her. However, he could not allow others to harm her. I came to the 100 Flowers Peak to look for someone. Saintess Chulai is leading the way for me. Of course, I can't just ignore her troubles. Ning Fan said calmly. Is that so? It seems like you've decided to stick your nose into other people's business. Very well. Let me see what other means you have other than your attainments in the Tao of formations. How could you be so arrogant to stick your nose into my 100 Flowers Peak's business? The long-bearded old monk said coldly. He took a huge step forward and displayed his divine ability. White mist immediately spread behind him. Within the white mist, the shadow of a giant serpent slowly emerged. As soon as the giant serpent appeared, it immediately opened its bloody mouth and tried to bite Ning Fan's head. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly cold. The long-bearded old monk in front of him actually used the Tao image to attack him. The attack of the Tao image is truly sinister. Ordinary thought-breaking realm cultivators would not use their Tao image to attack even if they used the power of the Tao image. The battle of the Tao image was extremely dangerous. To a true immortal realm cultivator, once their Tao image is damaged, they would either suffer a drop in their cultivation realm or die from the collapse of their Tao. Moreover, the Tao image could not easily hurt others unless the opponent used the same Tao image to receive the attack. Otherwise, the Tao image did not have the ability to directly hurt others. Before the long-bearded old monk displayed his technique, he first used words to stop Ning Fan from using that strange movement technique. Then, he used the Tao image divine ability. If Ning Fan was afraid and did not receive the attack with the power of the Tao image, it would be considered as him admitting that he did not have the right to interfere in this place. He could either retreat or receive the attack with the Tao image. He did not give Ning Fan a third choice. Ning Fan recognized the Tao image of the soaring serpent riding the mist. Obviously, this long-bearded old monk was the cultivator who controlled the formation earlier. Did he use such a ruthless method because he was worried that I could easily break the formation? Did he really want to force me to use the Tao image to decide the outcome of the battle? If he was lucky, his cultivation base would be destroyed. If he was unlucky, his Tao would collapse and he would die. This long-bearded old monk really has a good plan, Ning Fan smiled. The reason why he chose to retreat and seek peace after entering the Great Inferno realm was just to avoid trouble. However, it did not mean that he was afraid of trouble. If he was afraid of trouble, he would not have forcefully broken the volcano divine ability and Great Emperor Tutua's innate fire spirit. He even dared to offend Great Emperor Tutua. Why would he be afraid of a mere mid-thought fragmentation realm cultivator? Get lost. Ning Fan suddenly shouted coldly. A wave of oppressive but powerful Tao image aura force immediately spread out from his body. The invisible force directly caused the giant serpent Tao image to shriek miserably and retreat. Its eyes were filled with fear and it actually began to tremble, which was rare for it. It was as if it could feel the suppression from a Tao image of a higher level from Ning Fan's body. How is this possible? The long-bearded old monk was overwhelmed with shock. After the initial shock, his embarrassment turned into anger. What he was most proud of was his Tao image cultivation base. A Tao image of the 64th rank of the Earth grade was already considered one of the best among the thought fragmentation realm cultivators. Moreover, it was extremely rare for an Earth grade Tao image cultivator to attain minor accomplishment. If they were fighting at the same level, he wouldn't dare say that he was in the mid-thought demolishing stage. But in terms of Tao mammoths, even late-thought demolishing cultivators might not necessarily be able to defeat him. His initial thought was to tempt Ning Fan into a duel with his Tao elephant. Then, he would kill Ning Fan easily by relying on the strength of his Tao elephant. He didn't expect that the Taoist elephant that he was so proud of would be defeated by the external cultivator in front of him. What a shame. He had actually lost to an external cultivator in his area of expertise. Swallow again. It was unknown what kind of secret technique the old monk used, but it actually strengthened the chi of the gigantic serpent. Once again, it opened its mouth to devour Ning Fan. However, the eyes of the giant serpent were obviously filled with fear towards Ning Fan. During that brief exchange of blows, it could sense how terrifying Ning Fan's Tao elephant was with its Tao elephant body. However, its master seemed to have not realized this. I held back the first time out of respect for 100 Flowers Peak. For the second time, I will still hold back. However, if you are still as stubborn as before, I won't hold back anymore. Ning Fan did not summon his complete Tao elephant. Instead, black light flashed around his body. It was as if there was boundless darkness around him. He directly rammed the giant serpent forward, sending it flying away. At the same time, he also pulled it backwards, forcefully tearing off a piece of illusory flesh from the serpent. The old monk let out a muffled groan and coughed out a mouthful of blood. His expression was filled with disbelief. Due to the damage to his Tao elephant, he actually suffered quite a serious injury. His cultivation base had also fallen a little. However, he was extremely lucky that his cultivation base did not fall to the mid-thought shattering realm. The long-bearded old monk had to admit that Yi Futian's Taoist image was very strong. Yi Futian had indeed shown mercy, and he had to admit it as well. Otherwise, his Taoist image would have been damaged even more, and it might even have caused his cultivation level to drop. But now, his cultivation level had not dropped. This was the fact that Yi Futian had shown mercy. However, no matter what, Ning Fan had torn off a piece of his Tao elephant's flesh. He could not accept this. Ning Fan was just an external cultivator, but his tone was incomparably arrogant. As a proud cultivator of the 100 Flowers Peak, he also could not tolerate this. Held back? Did he need an external cultivator to hold back? An external cultivator is just an ant. Being held back by an external cultivator is a disgrace. I must kill him to avenge my humiliation. Tao devouring technique. The old monk performed a hand seal with all 10 of his fingers and activated all of his secret techniques. The eyes of the giant serpent Tao elephant that was initially afraid of Ning Fan suddenly turned blood red. Ferocious light shone from them as if it had lost its rationality. There was no longer a trace of fear on its face. It supported its injured body and opened its mouth to devour Ning Fan for the third time. Immediately, the surrounding people gasped. Obviously, they recognized the Tao devouring technique. The Tao devouring technique was an extremely dangerous forbidden technique among the thought-shattering realm cultivators. It could repair one's own Tao elephant by devouring the opponent's Tao elephant. It could even increase the power of one's own Tao elephant. Many cultivators of the devil path loved to hunt others' Dao elephants and devour them to improve their own Dao elephants rapidly. However, could a Dao elephant be devoured casually? The Dao elephant was the materialization of a cultivator's Dao. Devouring the Dao elephant of others would mean devouring their Dao. To one's own Dao, the Dao of others would be impurities. Even though this Dao devouring technique could quickly improve one's Dao elephant, it had a huge side effect, which was making one's Dao impure. It would damage one's Dao foundation and affect one's future cultivation prospects. Even cultivators of the devil path would have to think twice before using the Dao devouring technique and be mentally prepared to bear the side effects of this technique. At this moment, the old monk only wanted to devour Ning Fan's Dao elephant to repair his own Dao elephant. He no longer cared about the impurities in his Dao elephant, let alone defeating Ning Fan in terms of Dao elephant. It was undeniable that Ning Fan's Dao elephant was extremely powerful. If he could devour it, it would be enough to completely repair his Dao elephant. Moreover, there might be other benefits as well. The old monk's heart was filled with greed. He was sure that Ning Fan's Dao elephant must have a higher grade, which was beyond the 64th grade of the Earth grade. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Ning Fan to defeat him with just a single blow. If he could devour the opponent's high-grade Dao elephant, it would not be a problem even if his own Dao had some impurities because of it. He could spend some effort to remove those impurities. However, the chances of devouring a high-grade Dao elephant were definitely not many. This was an opportunity. The old monk did not plan to let Ning Fan go. He was also sure that Ning Fan would not use too much force against him because they were in the territory of the 100 Flowers Mountain. Ning Fan gently closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he revealed a cold smile. It was a smile that was filled with devilish intent. It gave people a feeling of coldness that made them shudder in fear. He had already given enough face to the 100 Flowers Mountain. If the other party continues to be stubborn, he naturally would not give in. His unyielding character had been fixed since the beginning of his cultivation. If he goes crazy, he would throw away all of his worries and considerations. Absorb. Black light shone around Ning Fan's body. As he made a grabbing motion with his 5 fingers, the black light immediately condensed into a black hand of light that was comparable to the size of a giant snake. It sucked the giant snake into the hand. He doesn't even dare to show his Dao elephant in its complete form. This person really has a lot of scruples. He doesn't dare to display his full strength. The old monk looked down on Ning Fan even more. He wanted to make the giant snake break free from the hand and devour Ning Fan's Dao elephant. However, after trying for a while, the old monk was shocked to find that his minor accomplishment Dao elephant giant snake could not break free from Ning Fan's hand. Ning Fan did not even show his complete Dao elephant. How could he easily restrain his Dao elephant? This is impossible. A creepy feeling suddenly rose in the old monk's heart. He came to a sudden realization and broke out in cold sweat. Ning Fan did not show his complete Dao elephant because of scruples. It was because there was no need for him to do so. Ning Fan's Dao elephant was already so strong that it could completely suppress his Dao elephant with just a small part of it. This person's Dao elephant was unimaginably strong. Fighting against his Dao elephant was a mistake. A huge mistake. I won't show mercy for the 3rd time. Ning Fan smiled coldly. He clenched his 5 fingers and the huge hand made of black light also exerted a great force, directly crushing the giant snake. He destroyed the old monk's Dao elephant with ease. A miserable shriek of disbelief was heard. The old monk let out a miserable cry. Suddenly, blood flowed out from his 7 apertures and he fell to the ground dead. The bloody flames of his baleful chi dyed the vast sky red. Exclamations could be heard everywhere. The strength of the old monk's Dao elephant was well known in the entire 100 Flowers Peak. In the entire 100 Flowers Peak, other than the 100 Flowers Emperor, there were less than 5 people who had the ability to destroy his Dao elephant with a single blow. This external cultivator's Dao elephant was probably even stronger than ordinary immortal venerables. What exactly is this external cultivator's cultivation base? Moreover, this person actually dared to kill people in the 100 Flowers Peak as an external cultivator. Isn't he afraid that this matter will not end peacefully? Madman, maniac, audacious to the extreme. If that 100 Flowers Emperor is really Zhang Yu's friend, she would certainly be able to see through the old monk's vicious intentions. This person is the one who is at fault. Besides, I have shown mercy twice and given enough face to the 100 Flowers Peak. If the 100 Flowers Emperor is sensible, she will certainly not pursue this matter. If she is not sensible, why do I need to reason with these cultivators of the 100 Flowers Peak? Ning Fan's expression was cold. He took away the old monk's storage pouch and pulled Duo Lan up the mountain. His movements were as fast as a ghost. In just a few steps, he had completely shaken off the cultivators in the area and disappeared from sight. Even though he could not ignore the restrictive power of the middle state, his speed was still much faster than ordinary cultivators with his earth-piercing golden light ability. Take him down. How dare he commit murder in my 100 Flowers Peak? We can't let this person go. The group of cultivators immediately chased after him up the mountain. However, how could they catch up with Ning Fan, who was running at full speed? On the mountain path, a man and a woman were running towards the peak at full speed. Of course, they were Ning Fan and Duo Lan. Duo Lan smiled bitterly. Senior Ning is indeed a lawless person. He actually dares to create trouble in the 100 Flowers Peak. It was rare that she did not feel any fear or disgust towards Ning Fan's act of killing people. Instead, she felt a hint of warmth. Ning Fan had gotten into a conflict with the cultivators of the 100 Flowers Peak because of her. I'm sorry. Duo Lan has still caused trouble for Senior. In this case, I'm afraid Senior's purpose of coming to the 100 Flowers Peak will not be able to be achieved. Duo Lan felt extremely apologetic and happy at the same time. At the same time, she was worried about Ning Fan. She could not tell what kind of feeling she was having. Her previous decision to distance herself from Ning Fan had already been thrown to the back of her mind. In her mind, it was as if there was only the scene of her being held by Ning Fan and dashing on the mountain path. I'm being held by Senior again, it's just a matter of convenience. I won't let my people be bullied by others. This is my principle. You don't have to mind this matter and you don't have to be grateful for it. Ning Fan's tone was still cold. However, Duo Lan felt extremely sweet when she heard it. She secretly giggled to herself. Ning Fan felt helpless. Is this woman stupid? Didn't I give her some advice before? Why did I still walk on this wrong path and have a good impression of my enemy? However, Duo Lan's worry was not without reason. In the 100 Flowers Peak, there was probably news about the 9 raccoon sacrificial vessel. The reason why Xianxia came to save the 100 Flowers Emperor was because of this. In other words, the whereabouts of the 9 raccoon sacrificial vessel was probably in the hands of the 100 Flowers Emperor. After offending the 100 Flowers Peak, it would be difficult to get the whereabouts of the sacrificial vessel from the 100 Flowers Emperor. However, this was not a big deal. If the righteous path could not get the news about the sacrificial vessel, he would use the devil path to snatch it by force. After all, he had the golden flame ancestral token with him. If it was not because of that, he would not have the confidence to run amok in this place. The golden flame ancestral token could kill a 6th tribulation immortal emperor. I heard that the 100 Flowers Emperor was a 6th tribulation immortal emperor. Moreover, she was severely injured and on the verge of death. Against such an immortal emperor, the golden flame ancestral token should be able to kill her in a single strike. Of course, if the 100 Flowers Emperor was really Xianxu's old friend, Ning Fan would not go overboard even if he had to shed all pretense of cordiality with the 100 Flowers Peak. He would always leave some leeway for the 100 Flowers Emperor. He only needed to use the golden flame ancestral token to intimidate the cultivators of the 100 Flowers Peak. There was no need for him to really kill the 100 Flowers Emperor. Let's go to the peak of the 100 Flowers Peak first and see the 100 Flowers Emperor's attitude. Xianxia and Ouyang Wan are there. They are very close to me. The black luck on the peak is Old Wu. As expected, they are all here. Fellow Daoist, you killed someone in my 100 Flowers Peak. Even if that long-bearded Zen master was in the wrong, you don't have to be so ruthless. Fellow Daoist, you really don't put my 100 Flowers Peak in your eyes. A cold voice suddenly came from the front. Ning Fan's heart was alerted. He stopped moving and took a few steps backward to avoid the attack, causing the cold light that suddenly appeared in front of him to miss its target. Oh? Your speed isn't slow. Unfortunately, fellow Daoist's cultivation base is limited. If you fight me head-on, how confident are you to survive? An old monk with red eyebrows who was holding a flying sword slowly appeared. His eyes were filled with a hint of surprise, as if he was surprised by Ning Fan's speed. First Tribulation Immortal Venerable. Ning Fan's expression turned slightly solemn. He could kill a First Tribulation Immortal Venerable when he was at his peak. However, he was not at his peak now. Thus, he was naturally afraid of this Immortal Venerable expert. I am the Immortal Venerable of the 6th Secondary Peak. My Dharma name is Ming Feng. Since you can dodge my sword attack, I won't bully you with my cultivation base. After all, it was the long-bearded man who was in the wrong first. This sword attack is enough to repay his karma. However, you killed someone in my 100 Flowers Peak and damaged the reputation of my sect. I can't just sit by and do nothing about it. Fellow Taoist, you seem to be very proud of your Tao image. Just nice, I will use my Tao image to exchange some pointers with you. It was also a battle between Tao images, but this immortal venerable Ming Feng's motive was not to severely injure Ning Fan. Instead, he wanted to give Ning Fan a chance to have a fair fight with him. Ning Fan had the strength of an immortal venerable. His cultivation base was limited, but his Tao image was not. Venerable Ming Feng did not use his cultivation base to bully Ning Fan. Instead, he chose to fight with a Tao image of an immortal venerable who was at the same level as him. This was already considered as giving Ning Fan a fair fight. If he dies in a fair fight, Ning Fan would probably die without any regrets. That was Venerable Ming Feng's thought. Ning Fan's expression softened. This person's intention was not as vicious as the long-bearded old monk. Thus, he did not plan to kill him. However, it was a mistake for this person to try and stop him with his Tao image. The strength of his Tao image was definitely not something that Venerable Ming Feng could imagine. As for how strong it was, Ning Fan had never really tried it before. After all, he rarely encountered a battle between Tao images. Today, he might as well test the limits of his Tao image. My Tao image is called Ancient Buddha Feeding Eagle. It's a powerful Tao image at the 53rd rank of the Earth rank. It has the power of Buddha Dharma as well as the power of curse techniques. You might be able to deal with it. Ming Feng seemed to be a straightforward person. He actually told Ning Fan about the abilities of his Tao image, unwilling to take advantage of Ning Fan. His behavior also showed Ming Feng's arrogance. He was different from the long-bearded old monk. The latter was just a thought-breaking realm cultivator and his Tao image was only at the minor completion realm. As for him, he was a grand completion realm Tao image. When a grand completion realm Tao image is achieved, one could form a Tao technique. Not every immortal venerable in the ancient times could cultivate to the grand completion realm Tao image. Ming Feng did not think that Ning Fan was a grand completion realm Tao image cultivator. Even so, he did not think that the grade of Ning Fan's Tao image could be higher than his 53rd rank of the Earth rank. After all, he still had some racial pride in his bones. He still looked down on external cultivators. As Ming Feng displayed his Tao image, a golden Buddha light suddenly shot up into the sky. Then, the image of a seated Buddha gradually appeared within the Buddha light. It was a giant Buddha sitting on a lotus throne. Below the lotus was a golden and jade-green glazed platform. The carvings of 800 arhats were carved on the platform. Other than sitting on the platform, there was nothing else in the entire Tao image. According to venerated Ming Feng, his Tao image was called the Ancient Buddha Feeding the Eagle. He must have used the story of the Buddha sect cutting off their flesh to feed the eagle. However, the Tao image still did not have the image of an eagle nor the ancient Buddha cutting off its flesh. It really did not match its name. No, it was not that it did not match. Ning Fan thought for a while and understood. Perhaps this venerated Ming Feng was too arrogant and careless. He did not display the complete Tao image but only a small part of it. Was he imitating the way he held back against the long-bearded old monk? Ning Fan was a little disapproving. His Tao image was at the heaven grade. This grade almost only existed in the legends. It was far superior to Ming Feng's Earth grade, which was 53 grades. Even if this venerated Ming Feng fully displays his Tao image, he might not be a match for him. Since he was so careless, he would definitely lose. I only need to use 30% of my Tao image's power to deal with you. You should know. Venerated immortal Ming Feng had a calm expression on his face. He was also very talkative. Ning Fan, on the other hand, did not intend to talk nonsense with him. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Ning Fan directly activated his Tao elephant. Black light immediately soared into the sky from his body and swept across the surroundings. That black light was part of the light of his Tao image. It carried a suffocating pressure and monstrous devil chi. When the devil might swept across, it actually caused the space in this place to distort. This devil might of the Tao image came too suddenly, catching venerated Ming Feng off guard. He was directly forced to take a few steps back. The words that he wanted to say were cut short and his expression changed drastically. As for his 30% Tao image, it kept twisting under the pressure of Ning Fan's devil might. Cracks gradually appeared on it as if it could not withstand the devil might of Ning Fan's Tao image at all. A Buddha is no match for a devil. How is this possible? Venerated Ming Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. Even though he only used 30% of his Tao image's power, it was his first time seeing his Tao image being suppressed like this in his life. Moreover, the other party was the Tao image of the devil path. What was more terrifying was that Ning Fan did not even manifest his Tao image. He only released the devil might of his Tao image and it was already enough to force him to take a few steps back. Moreover, his Tao image cracked. This simply defied common sense. Use your full strength. Otherwise, you will die in this battle of Tao elephants. Ning Fan said indifferently. He stood there amidst the black light, which was part of the light from his demonified night Tao mammoth. It made him even more devilish, and his aura was unprecedentedly sharp and terrifying. Venerated immortal Ming Feng seemed to be provoked by Ning Fan's words. His expression was filled with anger and embarrassment. You sure have a big tone. You just have a slightly stronger Tao elephant pressure. You must know that the battle of elephants is not just a competition of Tao elephant pressure, there are many other contests. Fine, since you insist on witnessing my 100% Taoist elephant power, I'll give you this chance. Form again. Ming Feng Immortal Venerable suddenly put his palms together. A picture of an eagle chasing a dove appeared in the Tao image. The benevolent expression on the ancient Buddha's face and the Buddha nature contained within it instantly increased by several times. This was his complete Tao image. It was impossible for a Buddha to be defeated by a demon. It should be because his power was not complete that the opponent's devil might could take advantage of him. At this moment, he had already exerted all of his Tao elephant power. The Buddha might of the Tao elephant around him increased by several times. Even though it was still not as strong as Ning Fan's black devil might, it was already able to withstand Ning Fan's devil might with great difficulty. He could not help but regain some of his confidence. When the devil grows stronger, the Tao grows 10 times stronger. Just watch how I subdue the devil. There was a Buddhist scripture that said that a long time before the calamity, a king of the Buddhist lands did not hesitate to cut off his own flesh to feed the eagle in exchange for the dove's life in order to save a dove that was being chased by an eagle. It was a great mercy to protect all living beings. Be it the eagle or the dove, they were all living beings that the king wanted to protect. There was no distinction between them. Venerated immortal Ming Feng's Tao elephant had already reached the grand accomplishment realm. The Tao technique that he comprehended was related to the act of cutting off his own flesh. Besides, it also contained the mysteries of curse techniques which were quite powerful. However, at this moment, he was not competing with Ning Fan in terms of Tao technique but the strength of his Tao elephant. In that case, he naturally did not plan to use any Tao technique. Instead, he gathered the Buddha light produced by his 100% completed Tao elephant and condensed it into a Buddha light palm imprint that was as tall as a human. As soon as this palm imprint appeared, it seemed to be able to resonate with all the laws of all living beings. It actually kept absorbing the natural Tao power of the surrounding plants and rocks, forming ripples of Tao power in midair. As soon as the ripples spread, the main peak of the 100 Flowers peak began to tremble. At the moment the momentum of the ripples rose to its peak, Ming Feng pushed with all his might. That palm imprint whizzed towards Ning Fan and approached him in an instant. It even gave Ning Fan an illusion that he was not facing Ming Feng's Tao elephant alone but the condensation of the Tao of all living beings in the territory of the 100 Flowers peak. Its momentum was boundless and the weather changed. I have already given you a fair fight. If you die because of this, you can die in peace. After that, I will chant sutras for you to send you to the afterlife. After venerated immortal Ming Feng gave Ningfan a push, he put his palms together and chanted Amitabha. Then, he slowly closed his eyes as if he was unwilling to see the scene of Ningfan's Tao collapsing and dying. This was already the full power of his Tao image, and he even used Buddhist divine abilities to gather the Tao of all living beings in this place and merge it within. In terms of cultivation, Ming Feng was only ranked 6th amongst the 7 auxiliary peaks of 100 Flowers Peak, but in terms of the strength of Tao images, he could be ranked in the top 3. At this moment, he had already exerted his full strength. It should be enough for him to kill Ningfan. However, in the next moment, immortal venerable Ming Feng opened his eyes in horror. Before he could see clearly what happened, a demonic palm that was several times fiercer than his Buddha palm suddenly blasted over. Surprisingly, it was Ningfan who had imitated him by condensing the power of his Tao elephant. In terms of power, this demonic palm was several times stronger than Mingfeng's Buddha palm. With just one strike, it shattered Mingfeng's Buddha palm. It was almost unstoppable. In the next moment, the demonic palm slammed into Mingfeng's giant Buddha image. It was as if it wanted to use its own demonic path to fight against Ming Feng and the power of all living beings that Ming Feng had gathered. Bang! 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 The images of an eagle, a white dove, a lotus, and a giant Buddha were instantly shattered by this demonic palm. Immortal venerable Ming Feng felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Fresh blood spurted out from his mouth and he kept retreating. Every time he took a step back, his chi would weaken significantly. After taking 6 steps back, he could no longer support himself. He half knelt on the mountain path and found it difficult to even stand up straight. The surroundings were filled with broken Buddhist lights, and the deafening rumbles caused by the collision of the Taoist images were like thunder. The area within a few hundred steps of the mountain path was filled with devil chi. In this battle, Ningfan's devil might of his Tao image not only defeated Mingfeng's Tao image, but also forcefully changed the atmosphere of Buddhism in this place, turning this small pure land of Buddhism into an ancient devil cave. If there is no powerful cultivator who dispels the devil chi in this place, perhaps the area within 100 steps of the mountain path would still be filled with devil chi even after tens of thousands of years. I've lost. I'm not a match for him at all. A strong sense of defeat filled Mingfeng's heart. A complete defeat. The power of the Tao images of the two of them were not on the same level at all. If it was a head-on confrontation, even if Ningfan was at his peak, he would not have been defeated so helplessly. However, this was a duel between Tao images. It was different from a normal duel. The huge gap between the two of them in terms of Tao images meant that the result of this duel would only be a one-sided massacre. His opponent's Tao elephant was terrifyingly powerful. The other party didn't even use his full strength. Doran's red lips parted slightly. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. If she was not mistaken, Ningfan had only used a portion of his Tao elephant's power to defeat venerated immortal Kuei Ming in a single strike. It was not surprising for him to defeat the long-bearded old monk with thought-shattering cultivation with a portion of the Tao elephant's power, but defeating an immortal venerable of the same level was a little shocking. Among the immortal venerables, the difference between Tao images was usually not too huge. This kind of one-sided defeat was extremely rare. Just how strong was Senior Ning's Tao image? How much did he surpass Ming Feng immortal venerable? In this battle, how much strength did Senior Ning use? Was it 90%? Was it 70%? Was it even less? It's 10%, Ningfan murmured in his heart, but he didn't say anything on his face. He had seen through the doubts in Doran's mind using the mind-reading technique. However, since Doran was tactful and did not ask about it, he also did not plan to explain it to her. Actually, Ningfan was also a little shocked by Mingfeng's instant defeat. He had never tested the limits of his Tao image. It was only after today's duel that he fully realized how huge the difference between his Tao images and an ordinary person's was. Once his Tao image was completed, it was enough to defeat all of venerated immortal Kuei Ming's Tao images. Besides, he actually had 2 Tao images. One was the demonized Dark Knight while the other was the Tao image of the Big Dipper. In this duel, he actually only used the demonized Dark Knight. Under normal circumstances, even if there was a difference between the Tao images of the immortal venerables of the past 10,000 years, it would not be too huge. In other words, among the first great immortal venerables, there were probably only a handful of them who could defeat 10% of his Tao image. if he uses his full strength, perhaps even an immortal king would be defeated in a duel with his Tao image. However, it was unknown whether his Tao image would still be able to gain the upper hand against an immortal emperor. Why didn't you kill me? Ming Feng gritted his teeth and asked. His eyes that were staring at Ning Fan were filled with struggle. He was obviously defeated, but his Tao did not collapse and die. It was the other party who showed him mercy. Although his Tao image seemed to have completely collapsed, there was actually still a chance for him to survive. Otherwise, he would certainly die in this duel. He was a dignified and humble immortal venerables, but he was actually shown mercy by an external cultivator. You didn't use your cultivation base to bully me, so I will spare your life. That's all. However, if you try to stop me again, I won't show mercy for the second time. Ning Fan indifferently glanced at Ming Feng, who was on the verge of death. Then, he withdrew his gaze and held Duo Lan's hand again. Both of them dashed on the mountain path, heading straight to the peak of the mountain. Duo Lan's ears naturally turned hot again. As for Ming Feng, he looked at Ning Fan's back that was rushing straight to the peak of the mountain with a bitter expression. Even if he wanted to chase after Ning Fan, he did not have the strength to stand up. His injuries were too severe. Besides, he still owed Ning Fan a favor of sparing his life. Besides, the 100 Flowers Emperor's intention was also very worth pondering. It's impossible that His Excellency doesn't know what happened here. With His Excellency's cold-blooded and bloodthirsty personality, if anyone dares to commit murder in my 100 Flowers territory, he would always punish them without asking for a reason. Even if His Excellency is severely injured now, it shouldn't be difficult for him to kill an immortal venerables with limited cultivation base. However, he still hasn't done anything. Could it be that His Excellency doesn't blame this person for committing murder? Is it because this external cultivator is related to His Excellency? After all, a few days ago, there seemed to be a few external cultivators who came to the 100 Flowers Peak and received His Excellency's courtesy. Could it be that this person is actually on the same side as those people? Or perhaps His Excellency just took a fancy to this person's handsome appearance and had the thought of forgiving him? Or could it be that there are other unknown reasons? Ming Feng sat cross-legged on the mountain path. While consuming pills to heal his injuries, his mind was racing. In fact, he already had these thoughts when he stopped Ning Fan in the beginning. That was why he was hesitant and decided to give Ning Fan a fair fight. It was possible that he was also trying to test Ning Fan. Now, it seemed like he made the right bet. When his Tao image collapsed and his life was on the line, His Excellency did not even take action. If it wasn't for Ning Fan showing mercy, he would have already died. His Excellency is indeed a cold-blooded person. Could it be that the lives of the eternal disciples are actually not as important as the external cultivators in front of her? Otherwise, why didn't she take action? Hee. His Excellency has changed. She has already changed beyond recognition. In a daze, Ming Feng seemed to see the graceful figure in the 7-colored light walking towards him step by step. He could not see her face clearly, but her voice was exceptionally soft and pleasant like honey. I am the immortal emperor of the 100 Flowers Peak. Are you willing to follow me? I have the wish to deliver all living beings from suffering. Are you willing to follow me? I wish to save all the suffering in this world. Are you willing to follow me? As long as I am alive, I will never let anyone die in front of me. Are you willing to follow me? Hence, he joined the 100 Flowers Peak together with countless poor children. He could not remember how many years had passed since he started cultivating until now. I will never let anyone die in front of me. I will never let anyone die in front of me. Hee. Unknowingly, Ming Feng's cloudy eyes were filled with tears. He naturally did not care about all of this. At this moment, he was already not far away from the peak of the mountain. Ning Fan increased his speed to the maximum. Along the way, he encountered tens of patrolling cultivators who tried to stop him from advancing. However, he forced his way through all of them by relying on his speed. Only when he reached the peak of the mountain did he let go of Duolan. As soon as Ning Fan arrived at the peak of the mountain, the cultivators of the 100 Flowers Peak who were chasing after him became hesitant. They no longer dared to chase after him as if the peak of the mountain was some kind of supreme forbidden area. The peak of the main mountain is where the 100 Flower Sovereign's abode is located. Without being summoned, ordinary cultivators of the 100 Flowers Peak wouldn't dare to enter this place. Duolan explained. Looking at the scenery that was still the same as before, she felt a little absent-minded. She recalled the time when her father brought her all the way to the main mountain of the 100 Flowers Peak. Ning Fan's eyes scanned the surroundings. This place was already the end of the mountain path. The surroundings were surrounded by clouds and mist. On the mountain wall in the depths of the clouds and mist, he could vaguely see the illusory mountain gate of the abode. On both sides of the mountain gate, there were clusters of pale orchids. The color of the orchids was very unique, just like the skin of a sickly beauty. The mountain gate faced the cliff. At the top of the cliff, there was a stone tablet that was about 3 zhang tall and 8 qi wide. There were 2 lines of 16 large words engraved on it. When a peanut dies, all living beings will suffer. When a peanut dies, all living beings will be saved. There was a hint of the meaning of saving all living beings from suffering. Judging from the supreme aura force contained in these words, it was most likely carved by the 100 Flower Sovereign. It seemed like this 100 Flower Sovereign was also a Buddha cultivator. In this lowly clan which had a strong Buddhist Dharma atmosphere, it was not strange at all. On the mountain gate, there was an extremely weak fluctuation of restrictions. If one wasn't a Formation Dao Grandmaster, it would be very difficult to see through it. Of course, it could not hide from Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes swept across the place. Be it the mountain gate, the plants, the orchids, or the grass or the rocks, there were restrictions everywhere. Not only were there a large number of restrictions, but they were also arranged in a complicated and intricate manner. Killing intent was hidden everywhere. If the owner did not allow it, even an ancient immortal venerate would not dare to trespass recklessly. Otherwise, he would face the risk of dying. After all, this place was the mountain gate of a dignified immortal emperor. It was reasonable for trespassers to die. However, when it was placed together with the inscription of saving all living beings from suffering, he could not help but feel a little ridiculous. What happened to saving all living beings from suffering? Do those who trespass the mountain gate deserve to die? Is there no need to save all living beings from suffering? The inscription of this inscription is only what it looks like but not what it actually is. Ning Fan sighed with emotion. To think that the 100 Flower Sovereign was a figure from the same era as Zhang Yu. Even until today, her cultivation base was still at the 6th tribulation realm. Perhaps the reason why the 100 Flower Sovereign was unable to attain a higher cultivation base was because of her hypocrisy. She wasn't as merciful as what the inscription said. However, the formation of this mountain gate did have some tricks up its sleeves. It should not be underestimated. Even if Ning Fan had comprehended the secret of the word force, he could not completely see through the operation of the formation in a short period of time. If he wants to completely see through it, it would take him at least a few days to do so. From this, it could be seen that the complexity of the restrictions around the mountain gate was even greater than the formation that Great Emperor Chonghe had set up on the Swaggering Mountain. After all, it did not take Ning Fan much time to break the formation of the Swaggering Mountain that day. This 100 Flower Sovereign might be a hypocritical Buddhist cultivator. However, her attainments in the Tao of formations were definitely not to be underestimated. We certainly can't hide the fact that we trespassed the mountain from the 100 Flower Sovereign. Since she didn't show up directly to kill us, I suppose she won't do it. Perhaps she's more or less worried about my identity as the Saintess. This formation of the mountain gate is extremely dangerous. Even my father had to put in a lot of effort to break it in the past. With Senior's limited cultivation base, I'm afraid that you might lose your life if you trespass the formation. If the 100 Flower Sovereign doesn't summon us, I'm afraid we can only wait here for the mountain gate to open on its own. When she thought about meeting the 100 Flower Sovereign soon, Duo Lan felt a little nervous. Her father had severely injured the 100 Flower Sovereign in the past. There was a grudge between them. However, just as her voice fell, the mountain gate suddenly opened on its own. It surprised her a lot. In her opinion, she and Ning Fan had trespassed the mountain and killed many people. Moreover, she had a grudge against the 100 Flower Sovereign. Even if the 100 Flower Sovereign didn't punish her, she would at least make things difficult for her. If they were lucky, they would only be locked outside the mountain gate for a few days before being summoned again. If they were unlucky, they might even be attacked by the formation outside the mountain gate again. Unexpectedly, the two of them did not encounter much trouble when they arrived at the mountain gate and the mountain gate opened. A few young men with flush wings walked out from the entrance of the cave. When they saw Ning Fan and Duo Lan standing outside the mountain gate, they were not surprised at all. Instead, they said coldly, "The venerated sovereign has been waiting for a long time. This way please." They were the few young men who had brought Ning Fan up the mountain and then disappeared on the mountain path. One of them took out a token and struck it with a hand seal. All of a sudden, the killing formation in this place stopped operating. Then, they turned around and went back into the cave. Even though their tone was cold, Ning Fan could still hear some politeness in them. Compared to the attitude at the foot of the mountain, their attitude was actually a little better. However, it was still not much better. At least, Ning Fan did not see any obvious hostility from the faces of these young men with flesh wings. These young men with flesh wings must have received the 100 Flower Emperor's order to bring them into the cave. Their attitude implied the 100 Flower Emperor's attitude. Obviously, the 100 Flower Emperor already knew everything that happened on the mountain path like the back of her hand. She did not seem to blame Ning Fan for trespassing on the mountain. It seems like this 100 Flower Emperor is a sensible person. Of course, it's also possible that she did not want to pursue this matter with me because of Xianxia and the others. Suddenly, a mountain breeze blew past. The orchid bushes near the mountain gate actually produced a whimpering sound because of the wind. Sometimes, it sounded like a baby crying and sometimes, it sounded like a young lady crying. It was extremely strange. Ning Fan could not help but take another look at those orchids. Orchids that could cry had yet to turn into spirits. It was his first time seeing an orchid that could cry after so many years of cultivation. In reality, those whimpering sounds were just the listener's imagination. However, in Ning Fan's ears, he seemed to really hear a trace of sorrow that had existed since the ancient times. He actually felt that his heart was touched. Ning Fan realized that his eyes were attracted by those pale white orchids. It was not because he was bewitched by them, nor was it because of their abilities. It was just pure attraction. He could not move his eyes away. Duo Lan, who was originally a little nervous, could not help but feel a little amused. She did not expect that Senior Ning, who had monstrous devil chi, was actually a person who loved flowers. This flower is a unique species of the 100 Flowers Peak. It's called the Carefree Orchid. It's one of the 10 great Buddha flowers of Great Bay. In the Middle State, it has a good reputation of when the flower blooms, its nature will be revealed. It is said that the first master of the 100 Flowers Peak obtained it during one of his travels. He comprehended it because of this flower. Thus, he was very fond of this flower and transplanted it here. That senior had even displayed this flower in a certain ancient Buddha assembly and publicly praised it. All love meets. Impermanence is hard to come by. Life is filled with fear and one's life is endangered by the morning dew. Love gives birth to worry and love gives birth to fear. If you are separated from your lover, you will have no worries and no fears. Since then, this flower has become famous in the Middle State and even gained the name Carefree. Duo Lan transmitted her voice to Ning Fan and explained. If you are separated from your lover, you will have no worries and no fears. Ning Fan muttered to himself. He felt that the senior's words contained a deep understanding of the Tao of Buddha. Thus, he could not help but repeat it a few more times. However, I have heard another secret from my father. He said that the name that senior gave to this flower is not the Carefree Orchid but the Wangfu Orchid. This flower whimpers in the wind because it is missing its husband. Duo Lan actually seemed to be longing for the flower. The Wangfu Orchid, Ning Fan retracted his gaze and followed behind the few youths, stepping into the entrance of the cave dwelling. The layout of the 100 Flowers Emperor's cave was extremely complicated. The terrain would change every 10 breaths. It felt like an illusory formation. If he does not follow the few young men and walks on his own, Ning Fan firmly believed that he would get lost in this place. Ning Fan now had a clearer understanding of the 100 Flowers Emperor's attainments in the Tao of Formations. With just her cultivation base in the Tao of Formations, she is qualified to befriend Xianxia, who has a peak cultivation base. The cave was obviously not big and there were not many forks in the road. However, Ning Fan had to walk for a full 2 hours before he arrived at a spacious main hall. On both sides of the main hall, there were more than 10 maids who were wearing light muslin. Each of them had their heads lowered and were waiting for the 100 Flowers Emperor's orders. At the center of the main hall, there was a golden chair that was 1 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, long. A charming lady was sitting on it. The pink muslin she was wearing could not hide the curves of her body. One could still vaguely see the delicate fullness and bumps on her body. Her face was also covered with a nearly transparent muslin. Below the muslin was her overly sexy and coquettish lips. Just by breathing lightly, it could stimulate the most primitive desire of any man. Conquer. I must conquer this woman. Below the golden chair that the lady was sitting on, there were 3 to 4 young men with fleshy wings kneeling on the ground with greedy eyes. They were licking the lady's fingers, ankles, and bare feet in a frenzy. The scene was so disgusting that it made Duo Lan immediately avert her gaze. Her face turned slightly red and she did not dare to look at them directly. As for the few young men who were leading the way, they also joined in the actions of the lady in robes as soon as they returned to this place. The enchanting lady who was sitting on the ground was naturally the owner of this place, the 100 Flowers Emperor. She did not use her luck to conceal her appearance. Instead, she willfully exposed her body. She did not reject the view of men. Incense was lit in the main hall. The incense could also stimulate one's desires. Even Duo Lan found it hard to resist this kind of fragrance. However, it was absolutely nothing to Ning Fan. Chu Lai, Duo Lan. Hee. I haven't seen you for so many years. I can't believe you're still alive. The 100 Flowers Emperor raised her blurry eyes and glanced at Duo Lan. Her tone was rather sarcastic. What she was sarcastic about was naturally Duo Lan, who was struggling to survive in this world. She is just an orphan girl and she is still alive. This holy maiden Chu Lai is really lucky. The 100 Flowers Emperor's face was flushed. Obviously, she was not completely oblivious to the lustful behavior of the young men beside her. However, the redness could not conceal the trace of paleness that was hidden deep within her. Her internal injuries were very serious. They were so serious that she could only display 10 to 20% of her strength. Even so, she still had the imposing aura of an emperor. She shifted her gaze away from Duo Lan and looked straight at Ning Fan while licking her red lips. He's not a bad man. Ning Fan's appearance suited her taste very well. She liked this kind of soft, delicate, fair, and clean man. She liked it when they would submit to her feet and serve her like a dog. Unfortunately, this person was the companion of a mortal concubine Xianxia. She could not touch him. Otherwise, she would not mind having sex with Ning Fan. After that, she would make Ning Fan's physical body into one of her collection of corpse devils forever. Ning Fan instinctively felt a little disgusted. With his standpoint as a dual cultivator, he certainly did not have the right to look down on the 100 Flowers Emperor's unrestrained behavior. However, he also disliked being stared at by the 100 Flowers Emperor as if she was looking at her prey. He did not expect that Duo Lan's inauspicious words would really come true. This 100 Flowers Emperor actually had lustful thoughts towards him. However, it seemed like this 100 Flowers Emperor was still restraining herself. Is it really because of Xianxia? May I know your surname? The 100 Flowers Emperor giggled and asked. My name is Ning Fan. Oh. So it's Ning Fan. Hee. Why did you come to my 100 Flowers Peak? Are you here to look for Sister Xianxia? The 100 Flowers Emperor's gaze moved downwards and stopped at Ning Fan's lower body. Then, she made a sucking gesture. It's a blatant tease. Ning Fan felt even more disgusted, but he still said calmly. That's right. I came here to look for them. May I know where Xianxia and the others are? They are busy helping me nourish my pills. They should still be busy at this hour. I'm afraid they will only be done after another 4 hours. If you want to see them, you can only wait. Before that, how about we talk about something else? The 100 Flowers Emperor smiled seductively. I wonder what you want to talk about, venerated sovereign? Of course, I want to talk about the murder you committed in my 100 Flowers territory. The 100 Flowers Emperor's beautiful eyes flashed with killing intent. That bone-chilling killing intent instantly made Duo Lan break out in cold sweat. It was so heavy that she felt like she was suffocating. Of course, it did not scare Ning Fan. She was a great sovereign who had lived since ancient times until today. She had gone through a few life and death situations. Her baleful chi was no small matter. She was a treacherous and merciless great sovereign. Ning Fan must be extremely careful when dealing with this person. All of a sudden, Ning Fan had many thoughts in his mind. However, at the next moment, the killing intent in the 100 Flowers Emperor's eyes disappeared. She was still bewitching and charming. She giggled at Ning Fan and said, "Don't be afraid, Ning Fan. I won't mind killing a mere bearded man. Who wants to kill you? I can forget about this matter, but the woman beside you and I still have some old scores to settle. I will give her some punishment later. I hope you won't stop me. Otherwise, no matter how soft-hearted I am towards you, I will still have the intention to kill you. Gentler, gentler. That's right, right here. Tongue in, Come in with your tongue. Because it was too comfortable, the 100 Flowers Emperor let out a soft moan and closed her eyes in enjoyment. After a while, she weakly gave an order. Yun Lang, Shi Lang, you two don't need to serve me anymore. Go and strip Chu Lai's dual lance close for me. I can't kill her. You two humiliate her on my behalf and use the same skill you used to serve me on her. Yes. Two young men with flesh wings immediately stood up and answered in a lifeless tone. Dual Lan's face turned pale. She was sure that her life would not be in danger after entering the 100 Flowers Peak. However, she did not expect that the 100 Flowers Emperor would use such a method to profane her innocence. She asked these young corpse devils to her. I am the holy maiden of Chu Lai. If you ruin my innocence, Chu Lai will definitely punish you. Duo Lan gnashed her teeth and said angrily. Do you think this generation's Chu Lai Emperor will stand up for you? As long as I don't harm your life, the Holy Mountain will not pursue this matter. Don't forget what kind of massacre your father had caused in my 100 Flowers Peak and what kind of injuries he had left on my body. The 100 Flowers Emperor waved the few young men with flesh wings away and stood up. With a cold expression, he took off his clothes in front of everyone. On his almost perfect there was an extremely ugly scar that went all the way to his back and had yet to heal. This was cut by your father's sword. Do you still remember? I didn't harm your life, but it doesn't mean that I don't intend to repay this enmity. Since you sent yourself to my 100 Flowers Peak, don't blame me for taking revenge. If the Holy Mountain asks, I will only say that you did this willingly. How will you defend yourself? There was no way to refute. Duo Lan's face turned pale. She entered the 100 Flowers Peak willingly and no one forced her. If something happened to her here, she could only blame herself for being careless. As long as the 100 Flowers Emperor did not harm her life, this matter would not be considered a big deal. After all, although a holy maiden's chastity was important, as a holy maiden, she would be molested by others. Otherwise, why would she soak in the mother pool? There were many holy maidens who were in decline who were treated as goods and were used by the supreme beings of the Holy Mountain to improve their cultivation. If her innocence was destroyed here, even if she returned to the Holy Mountain, she would be treated as a plaything and would be destroyed and plucked. She did not want to fall into that kind of fate, she would rather die. If she threatens to kill herself, the 100 Flowers Emperor might have some scruples. After all, if she dies, the 100 Flowers Emperor would also have to bear the consequences even if this matter becomes a big deal. Duo Lan gritted her teeth slightly and made up her mind. Just when she was about to resist, Ning Fan moved his body slightly to the side and stood in front of her. As soon as his devil might dispersed, the two young men who were approaching Duo Lan were forced to retreat with a muffled groan. They could no longer take another step forward. Put away your suicidal thoughts. I'm here. Ning Fan had never believed that he disliked this woman in front of him. The 100 Flowers Emperor. Hee. What a 100 Flowers Emperor. Bullying a junior with the status of an immortal emperor and bullying an orphan girl with the power of the 100 Flowers. Even if the 100 Flowers Emperor of the previous Chu Lai Emperor had the right to massacre them, he should not use such a method to deal with Duo Lan. It was too shameful. If the 100 Flowers Emperor's method of revenge was to kill Duo Lan at all costs instead of destroying her chastity, Ning Fan would praise the 100 Flowers Emperor for his courage. Of course, he would not just sit and watch Duo Lan die. He would still take action. If he wants to take revenge, he should do it cleanly. He should not play any dirty tricks as it would only put him in a disadvantageous position. The grudge between the Hundred Flowers Emperor and Chu Lai Emperor, whether it was right or wrong, Ning Fan did not intend to get involved. He did not care who was right or wrong. Duo Lan entered the Hundred Flowers territory for him. Thus, he must not let her die because of him. That was his principle. I seem to have said that if you stop me from doing something, I won't be lenient anymore. The Hundred Flowers Emperor's beautiful eyes flashed with killing intent. Currently, she was severely injured and could not use her magic power recklessly. However, if it's a duel between Dao images, she would not need to use her magic power. Even though there were risks in a duel between Dao images, why would the Hundred Flowers Emperor be afraid of such a method when there was an absolute disparity in strength? Would she lose in a duel between Dao images who were below the Immortal Emperor realm? Dao images would not weaken because of injuries. None of the other 4 emperors of the Middle Province could match her Dao image, let alone Ning Fan, putting aside the fact that it was impossible for the grade of his Dao elephant and his cultivation base to be higher than hers. Just the fact that his Immortal Emperor realm Dao elephant had been enhanced by his Emperor Qi alone made it impossible for any cultivator below the Immortal Emperor realm to defeat him. No immortal venerables or immortal kings dared to accept a battle between immortal emperors. That was equivalent to seeking their own death, and there was no chance of victory. If Ning Fan was an immortal emperor, the Hundred Flower Emperor might still have some scruples and would not choose to use this method. However, Ning Fan was not an immortal emperor. Of course, she would not really kill Ning Fan. She had yet to finish making use of Zhongyu and the others. She still needed their help to heal her injuries. If she wants to regain her strength, a pill refinement master with a 5-colored medicine soul was indispensable. She must never offend him. However, a necessary lesson had to be taught. Otherwise, how could she maintain her dignity as an immortal emperor? If you can defeat me in the Battle of Daos, then the grudge between my 100 Flowers Peak and Chu Lai Duolan will be written off. Do you dare? If you don't dare, then don't stop me from taking revenge. The 100 Flower Sovereign looked at Ning Fan with a mocking expression. She did not believe that Ning Fan would dare to accept the challenge, unless Ning Fan was a fool. No. The Dao elephant of an immortal emperor is incomparable to an immortal venerable or immortal king. In the history of my country, no one below the immortal emperor realm could defeat an immortal emperor in the Dao elephant realm. Don't accept her challenge. Duolan was afraid. She was not afraid of the possibility of her death. After all, she had been facing schemes and death day and night for all these years. She had long become numb to her own safety. However, Ning Fan was different. Senior Ning was her enemy. He was a madman who held her hostage. He was also Chu Lai's enemy. However, she just could not watch Ning Fan throw away his life without doing anything. I can't do it. I can't do it. If Ning Fan accepts the challenge, he would certainly die. This 100 Flower Sovereign might spare her life because of her identity as a saintess. However, she definitely would not have any scruples against an external cultivator like Ning Fan. She was afraid that Ning Fan would die. The more she got to know Ning Fan, the more she knew that he was not a cowardly person. On the contrary, Ning Fan was definitely a madman who dared to kill anyone in a fit of anger. At this moment, she could feel Ning Fan's anger that was hidden deep under the layer of ice. Ning Fan stared straight into the 100 Flower Sovereign's eyes without any hesitation. There was no lust or anger in his eyes. His expression was still calm, but it gave people a heavy sense of oppression. Her father was once like that. The only time in his life when he was angry was in such a manner. There was no sign of sadness or anger, but he did something crazy that shocked the holy mountain. He washed the 100 Flowers Peak with blood, slaughtered the blood river, set the holy mountain on fire, slaughtered the Triflame lightning and pointed his sword at the Radiance Buddha. No one would have thought that the former Chu Lai who had always been devoted to Buddhism would be so terrifying and crazy when he gets angry. She's mine. Ning Fan said calmly. So, are you going to fight or not? The 100 Flower Sovereign said disdainfully. If you don't regret it, there's no harm in fighting. His tone was still as calm as before, but it directly triggered the 100 Flower Sovereign's anger. Arrogant indeed. How arrogant, if I don't regret it. Hee, let's see how a mere immortal venerated external cultivator like you can make me regret it. Someone, inform the 7 auxiliary peaks and the 49 peaks that an external cultivator wants to fight with me. All cultivators above the true immortal realm who are free must come to the main peak to watch the battle. It had been a long time since she displayed her abilities. Ever since she suffered from severe injuries, the people of the 100 Flowers Peak had wavered. This was a good opportunity for her to let her disciples see that she was still the 100 Flowers sovereign who reigned supreme in the world. She would punish Ning Fan in front of everyone. To be continued. Since Ning Fan dared to accept the challenge, he naturally had something to rely on. There was a huge difference in cultivation between him and the 100 Flowers Emperor, but he also had an advantage. At the very least, the grade of his image of Tao was higher than the 100 Flowers Emperor's. Ning Fan did not know the exact grade of the 100 Flowers Emperor's Tao elephant. However, with his eyesight which was at the second level of the Heaven Being realm, he was very sure that the grade of the 100 Flowers Emperor's Tao elephant was far inferior to his. He could keenly sense that when he faced the 100 Flowers Emperor, there was a hint of suppression from a high-ranked Tao elephant. Unfortunately, the 100 Flowers Emperor was not a celestial being cultivator, so she could not sense it. This gave Ning Fan a certain degree of confidence when facing the 100 Flowers Great Emperor. Of course, the duel between Tao elephants was not as simple as comparing their grades. Even though Ning Fan had the advantage of grade, he certainly could not compare with the 100 Flower Empress who had lived since the ancient times in terms of specific application. In short, he was still the one who was at a disadvantage in this duel. However, with his principles, even if he was at a disadvantage, it was impossible for him to leave Duo Lan alone. His Tao had always been unyielding. It had been so since the beginning of his cultivation. Moreover, he still had the Flame Ancestral Golden Palm token with him. If he falls into a disadvantageous position in the Battle of Tao Elephants, he was confident that he could find a way to protect himself before he suffers severe injuries. Therefore, he didn't mind fighting against an immortal emperor. This was an opportunity to prove his Taoism, even though there was a certain amount of risk involved. Of course, it was impossible for the battle to be held inside the abode. Instead, it was held on a cliff of the main peak. The cliff was 1000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, wide. Ning Fan and the 100 Flowers Emperor each occupied a corner of the cliff. At the edge of the cliff, true immortals from various peaks were constantly being summoned to watch the battle. The mountain rocks were trembling slightly, as if they were afraid of Bai Hua Emperor's hidden anger. The mist was originally very thick, but with a glance from the 100 Blossom Emperor, it dissipated crazily as if it was afraid. Thunder suddenly roared in the clear sky. This was naturally a spectacle unique to the Dabii tribe. Emperor's Wrath of Thunder. The perfected immortals who rushed over were shocked when they saw the thunderous phenomenon in the sky. The appearance of this phenomenon means that an immortal emperor must be really angry. The person who incited his honor's anger is this unremarkable-looking outer cultivator. Who is this person? Why did you anger his honor? This person is an external cultivator. He came together with Chu Lai Duo Lan. So it's Chu Lai's companion, and it's actually a lowly outer cultivator. Even though this person is an outer cultivator, he did not hold himself back like other outer cultivators do in our tribe. Instead, he was extremely audacious and openly committed a crime on the main peak. First, he killed the long-bearded Zen master, then he injured the peak master of the 6th peak. He was even condescending along the way and barged into the forbidden area at the top of the main peak. Initially, his honor didn't want to punish this person, but this person didn't know what was good for him and openly disobeyed his honor. Because of that, this battle happened. You must be tired of living. Since you dared to cause trouble in my 100 Flowers Peak and even publicly disobeyed his honor, you can forget about leaving 100 Flowers Peak alive today. I also heard that this person is arrogant and conceited. He actually dared to accept the Tao Elephant duel proposed by his honor. He wanted to use the Celestial Prime Tao Elephant to fight against his honor's Celestial Emperor Tao Elephant. You should know that no lower-level cultivator has ever defeated an immortal emperor in the Battle of Mammoths. Although it's hard for you to recover from your injuries, it doesn't affect your Tao image. If you fight with your Tao image, this external cultivator will definitely die. However, I received a piece of news. This external cultivator seems to be the same as the external cultivator who came here a few days ago. Hiss. If he's with those people, it's hard to say if his honor will kill this person. It was normal for people to discuss among themselves. Ever since the 100-flower sovereign returned from the Three Flames continent with severe injuries 1,000 years ago, the entire 100 Flowers Peak had been sealed off from the outside world. It had been 1,000 years since they last saw his honor in action. Many true immortals of the 100 Flowers Peak were staring at the duel without blinking their eyes. There were also some who were not in a hurry to watch the duel. Instead, they were glaring at Duo Lan while gritting their teeth. Those gazes were filled with undisguised hatred. If it wasn't because the 100-flower sovereign had given the order to not attack this woman before the duel ended, perhaps some of the cultivators of the 100 Flowers Peak would not be able to hold back their anger and seek revenge on Duo Lan. Duo Lan stood alone outside the crowd. Behind her were countless hostile gazes. Among them, there were many memory-breaking old monsters which made her feel uneasy. It was not that Duo Lan was not afraid of those hostile gazes, but she did not have the time to be afraid. At this moment, she was more worried about Ning Fan's situation. It's all her fault. If it wasn't for protecting me, why would Senior Ning recklessly fight against that 100-flower sovereign? Duo Lan felt extremely guilty and blamed herself. She did not believe that Ning Fan could defeat an immortal emperor. However, the change of the situation was no longer something she could stop. All she could do was to pray silently for a miracle to happen so that Ning Fan would not lose too badly and not be injured too badly by the 100-flower sovereign. At this moment, the 100-flower sovereign was standing at the side of the cliff. She was graceful, but she gave off a domineering aura of supremacy. It was as if the mountain belonged to her as long as she stood on it. The sky belonged to her as long as she stood in the sky. The mountains and rivers that she could see belonged to her as far as her eyes could see. When she slightly released her emperor's prestige, it had a momentum that could devour the mountains and rivers, causing the weather to change. The mountains and rivers changed their shapes. The birds lowered their heads and the beasts crawled on the ground. It caused the eyes of many true immortal realm-old monsters to be filled with shock and passion. Their respect for the 100-flower sovereign rose once again. The emperor's prestige became stronger and stronger. It continued to rise and soared into the sky, causing the sky to crack. It expanded the strange phenomenon of the Emperor's Wrath Lightning Sovereign, revealing more cracks in the sky where lightning was leaking out. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts rumbled deafeningly. The lightning in the sky was so bright that the group of immortals could not open their eyes. The Emperor's prestige turned into a violent gale and rushed towards them. Each of the true immortals instantly lost their balance. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was not affected by the wind at all. He secretly activated the Might Secret Word. Most of the Emperor's prestige that was rushing towards him unknowingly dissipated. This was not the first time he fought against an immortal emperor head-on. Instead, it was his second time. Thus, he was still able to deal with it calmly. The first time was when he fought against Great Emperor Chonghe on the Flamboyant Mountain. In the end, he was subdued by Great Emperor Chonghe in a single move. Even though he managed to escape in the end, it was still considered a complete defeat to Ning Fan. It was also that battle that made Ning Fan realize the difference between him and an immortal emperor. This time, he was facing Great Emperor 100 Flowers who was severely injured. Moreover, it was not a competition of cultivation base but a battle of Dao elephants where he had an advantage. A surge of heroic spirit surged in Ning Fan's heart, causing the flames of battle to burn in his eyes. So what if she's an immortal emperor? It's just a battle. Ever since Jia Shui was sealed, the power in Ning Fan's body was dominated by the power of the ancient devil. Ancient devils were the least afraid of bloody battles. Moreover, they had an innate fanaticism towards bloody battles. Due to the impact of Great Emperor 100 Flowers' prestige, the devil prestige in Ning Fan's body became disrespectful and disobedient. That devil prestige turned into a black gust of wind. As Ning Fan glanced at it with his devil eyes, it whistled out. It carried the killing intent that Ning Fan had accumulated since he started cultivating the Tao. In an instant, the entire place was engulfed in monstrous devil qi. That devil prestige continued to rise. It was so powerful that it was strong enough to pollute the Pure Land of the Buddha sect. It kept colliding with Great Emperor 100 Flowers' prestige, but it did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Countless true immortals who were proficient in Buddhism gasped. It was rare to see such monstrous devil qi in the despicable clan. Ancient devil, Great Emperor 100 Flowers stared at Ning Fan deeply. Suddenly, her temperament changed. Her beautiful face that was filled with killing intent instantly became solemn and kind. She put her palms together and smiled faintly. Her body was surrounded by runes of Buddha light. She was as merciful as a bodhisattva who saved people from suffering. She was as beautiful as an ancient immortal. Her voice was cold and pleasant to the ears. My despicable clan uses lightning as the sky and flames as the earth. When an emperor is angry, he is welcomed with lightning. When an emperor dies, he is cremated. There are 10 Buddha flowers. The first one is the golden lightning epiphyllum. It was born in the extreme lightning sky and extinguishes the wishes of all living beings. It blooms once every 100,000 years and withers after 10 breaths. When the flower blooms, the mountains and rivers are buried, she chanted, and rays of golden light shone from her body. Behind her, a gigantic golden lightning flower was formed. That gigantic flower was condensed from golden lightning. It gave off a dignified Buddha nature and an indescribable sense of mercy. Anyone who saw it would sink into the path of Buddha. As soon as the flower appeared, Sanskrit chant appeared out of nowhere. It spread across the mountains and rivers and entered the ears of everyone who heard it. The Sanskrit chant was ancient and obscure. It was difficult to discern its content. The tone of the chant was sorrowful and heavy. It gave people a heavy feeling that it had been through countless years. The cadence of the chant seemed to have the ability to bewitch people. Some of the cultivators who did not have a strong Tao heart were directly lost in the Sanskrit chant. As for those who were not lost, they became even more enthusiastic and amazed. The golden epiphyllum flower form. It was ranked 29th among the 32 forms of Buddhism. Among the earth-grade Tao images, it was ranked 17th. This Sanskrit chant was actually the Buddha voice of heaven and earth that was triggered by the golden epiphyllum flower. His Eminence rarely used this form. After all, it was rare for an immortal emperor to participate in a battle of Tao images. It was really fortunate for him to be able to witness this form with his own eyes today. As for a mere external cultivator, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. It was ridiculous that he overestimated himself. He was just courting death. It's coming. The moment the flower took form, the 100 Flowers Empress took a small step forward. Her steps were light and graceful. However, it was also extremely dangerous. With just a small step, millions of rays of golden light shot up into the sky from where she stepped. It was the authentic golden light of the Buddhist sect. The golden light reached the heavens and descended to the ground. Then, it spread crazily towards the world behind the 100 Flowers Empress, causing the mountains and rivers behind her to be engulfed in the golden light. 10 Li star. 100 Li star. 1000 Li star. 10,000 Li asterisk. When the 100 Flowers Empress unleashed her full power, the power of the Tao image had already spread to 10,000 Li asterisk away from the boundary of the 100 Flowers peak. The sky that could be seen within 10,000 miles behind him turned golden, the grassland in the distance turned golden, the beasts, birds, cultivators, cities. Everything that was affected by the power of his Tao image turned golden. The mountains and rivers within 10,000 miles behind him seemed to be the only color that remained. It gave people an inconceivable feeling. The 100 Flowers Empress was the only ruler of this world that was engulfed in golden light. The immortals of the 100 Flowers Peak were also engulfed in the golden light. Being in this golden light, they actually lost control of their Tao. It was even extracted from their bodies by an invisible force. Then, it was assimilated and absorbed by the 100 Flowers Empress Tao. Even they themselves had become a part of the 100 Flowers Empress Tao. Seizing the Tao of all living beings and turning it into my own. This was the 100 Flowers Empress technique. All the Tao in the world can be used by me. All living beings belong to me. When all living beings become one with the Tao can drown the heavens. You can't stop me. The 100 Flowers Empress voice carried an indescribable conviction. With a thought in her mind, the 10,000 Li asterisk, 500 m per Li, of golden light behind her rushed towards Ning Fan with the Tao power of mountains and rivers. Wherever the golden light passed through, the Tao laws that intertwined between heaven and earth collapsed. It was enough to show how destructive this attack was to the Tao. This attack was an attack of the Tao image. If Ning Fan refuses to receive it, he would not be injured, but it was equivalent to admitting defeat. Of course, Ning Fan would not admit defeat. At the moment the golden light collided with him, he suddenly lifted one of his fingers and pointed at the air in front of him. When his finger touched the air, a black dot that looked like an ink mark was left in heaven and earth. At first, it was just a dot of ink. However, that dot of ink gradually spread and turned into a black mirror wall. It was as tall as the sky and 1 zhang*, 33 m per zhang, thick. It blocked the golden light brazenly. It was a barrier that Ning Fan condensed using the power of the Tao image. At the very least, if it was Ming Feng immortal venerated, he would definitely not be able to break it with the power of the Tao image. However, the 100 Flowers Empress 10,000 Li *, 500 m per Li, golden light smashed the mirror wall into pieces after just one collision. Then, it got closer to the 100 Flowers Empress. With this test, Ning Fan was able to confirm the difference between his Tao image and the 100 Flowers Empress Tao image. The Tao power in his body circulated crazily. More heaven-connecting mirror walls appeared and blocked the 100 Flowers Empress path. Vaguely, there were more than 100 of them. The golden light that covered an area of 10,000 Li *, 33 m per Li, was still as ferocious as before. It forcefully broke through the mirror walls one after another. However, its momentum kept weakening. When it broke through the 46th mirror wall, the golden light's momentum was completely stopped. Ning Fan pressed his 5 fingers and the remaining mirror walls suddenly shattered. Then, they condensed into a gigantic palm made of black light and slammed heavily at the golden light, pushing it back to the back of the 100 Flowers Empress. Outside the cliff, the crowd of cultivators was shocked. Obviously, none of them expected that Ning Fan would be able to withstand an attack from the 100 Flowers Empress. Being able to withstand one attack meant that he would be able to withstand 10 attacks. If he could withstand 100 attacks, he would be qualified to fight against the 100 Flowers Empress on equal grounds. A mere immortal venerated realm external cultivator could actually resist the Tao image of an immortal emperor with his identity as a lesser immortal venerated realm external cultivator. If this news were to spread, it would certainly shake the entire great desolate continent. Ning Fan, however, sighed inwardly. Even though he managed to withstand an attack from the 100 Flowers Empress Tao image, the consumption of their energy was completely different. The 100 Flowers Empress was using the Tao of living beings to attack. Thus, the consumption of her energy was negligible. As for Ning Fan, he was using his own strength to resist the Tao of the 10,000 Li *, 500 m per Li, of mountains and rivers. Of course, the consumption of his energy was huge. He could withstand one attack head-on. He might also be able to withstand 10 attacks head-on. 100 attacks. What about 1,000 attacks? If this goes on, the 100 Flowers Empress would eventually exhaust all of his Tao power and he would be defeated. You are not bad. The 100 Flowers Empress waved her hand slightly. The golden light that covered an area of 10,000 Li *, 500 m per Li, rumbled towards Ning Fan again. However, Ning Fan understood the hidden meaning in the 100 Flowers Empress words. He was not bad. However, he was still not good enough to fight against an immortal emperor. Ning Fan still managed to withstand the second attack. The third attack, the fourth attack. On the 21st attack, Ning Fan finally showed signs of fatigue. The circulation of the Tao power in his body became sluggish. The 30th attack, the 40th attack. The 79th attack, the 100 Flowers Empress was still calm while Ning Fan was showing signs of his Tao power being depleted. This man has lost. However, he should be proud of himself. A low-level cultivator who can withstand 79 attacks from an immortal emperor's Tao image. There isn't a single one in my clan who can do that. It's just a fantasy to say that a junior can subdue a senior. Without reaching that level, one wouldn't understand how terrifying an immortal emperor is. In the midst of the discussions in the surroundings, the 80th attack whizzed towards Ning Fan. It carried the Tao of mountains and rivers and was still as unstoppable as before. The difference between our levels is too great. Let's start again. Chu Lai and Duolan's matters are none of your business. Of course, the 100 Flowers Empress held back. This last attack would severely injure Ning Fan, but it would definitely not take his life. The golden light engulfed Ning Fan and the 10,000 Li *, 500 m per Li, of mountains and rivers behind him. However, she did not notice that Ning Fan's eyes were still calm despite being shrouded in the golden light. No, it would not be accurate to say that his eyes were calm. It was a gaze of someone who had comprehended something. Using the Tao of one to fight against the Tao of all living beings. Moreover, my opponent is an immortal emperor. My chances of winning are naturally slim. Unless I also have a similar technique which allows me to use the power of all living beings, only then will I have a chance of winning. I used one attack to estimate the difference between my Tao image and the 100 Flowers Empresses. Then, I used 78 attacks to comprehend the method that the 100 Flowers Empress used to gather the Tao of all living beings. Unfortunately, this Tao gathering technique isn't easy to learn in the first place. Moreover, because it's a divine ability of the Buddhist sect, it goes against the will of the ancient devil in my body. Thus, the difficulty of mastering it is doubled. Ancient Buddhism transformed all sentient beings, so they could use the Tao of all sentient beings to subdue their enemies. Ancient fiends are different. The ancient devils did not know how to teach living beings. They only knew how to fight and kill. They had no gratitude towards living beings, so it was naturally extremely difficult for them to use the Tao of all beings. When the ancient devil wanted to do things, he would cut through mountains, fill seas, kill people, and kill Buddhas. If all living things stand in my way, I will destroy all living things. If the heavens and earth obstruct me, I will destroy them. The ancient devil's Tao is actually breaking and destroying. Breaking is the will, wanting to break through all restraints and seek the true self. Destroying is power. If there is no power, all disobedience is just empty talk. Annihilation, annihilation. In the past, when I used the power of the ancient devil, I lacked the heart of annihilation and the Tao of annihilation. The demonized dark night is the Tao image of the devil Tao. Without the comprehension of the Tao of annihilation, its power is naturally just an empty shell. The golden light pierced into his body, tearing apart his Tao and destroying it. There were no wounds or blood, but he felt excruciating pain. However, under the intense pain, a smile appeared on Ning Fan's face. It was a devilish smile. Fighting against an immortal emperor realm expert was indeed the best opportunity to verify his Tao image. It was Ning Fan's first time comprehending the essence of the ancient devil bloodline. All the abilities of the ancient devils were just the surface. What truly determined the difference between the ancient devils and the other races was not their bloodline nor their abilities but their Tao. The Tao of annihilation, Ning Fan's bloodline began to throb and burn. His Tao heart had improved and it had sublimated, the part of his Tao persistence that belonged to the ancient devil bloodline had improved, the golden Buddha light that pierced into his body was directly repelled by the boiling ancient devil power in his body. It could no longer invade his body anymore. The 100-Flower Empress frowned for the first time since the start of the duel. She had already tested Ning Fan's strength. According to her calculations, Ning Fan definitely would not be able to withstand the 80th attack. However, at this moment, Ning Fan was still not defeated and even repelled her Buddha power. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. A human figure shrouded in black Tao light blasted away the golden Buddha light beside him and appeared. It was Ning Fan who was engulfed by the Buddha light just now. This external cultivator is actually still holding on. Some true immortals who predicted that Ning Fan would lose were instantly slapped in the face and became speechless. There were also some who insisted that Ning Fan's Tao power had already been exhausted. It was the 100 Flowers Emperor's fault for being able to withstand the 80th attack. However, it was definitely impossible for him to withstand the 80th attack. Unless the 100 Flowers Emperor continues to throw the match, however, Ning Fan's smile was just too horrifying. It actually made many true immortals who were proficient in Buddhism feel a chill down their spines. Fear. There was actually a Buddhist cultivator who was afraid of the smile of a devil cultivator. However, it was not strange because Ning Fan's current body was emitting a completely different devil chi. That kind of devil chi was too dangerous and could not be tolerated by heaven and earth. It was something that Buddhist cultivators had been trying to destroy since ancient times. Wanting to destroy it was a sign of fear in the first place. The word destruction is the essence of the ancient devil bloodline. The more exhausted one's Tao power is and the more desperate the situation is, the stronger the ancient devil Tao of destruction will be. Ning Fan could feel the boiling ancient devil bloodline in his body. The 100 Flowers Emperor knitted her brows and delivered the 81st attack with a flip of her hand. Faintly, she had a feeling that Ning Fan seemed to have undergone a transformation. He was different from before. That was why the power of his attack was actually 30% stronger than his previous attacks. It seems like the 100 Flowers Emperor didn't use her full strength just now. But in fact, I didn't use my full strength either. I just wanted to comprehend the Tao of all beings in the attack of the Tao image. That's why I held back. But now, I don't have to hold back anymore. Demonized Dark Night, with a single thought from Ning Fan, 10,000 li * 500 m per li, of mountains and rivers behind him sank into the dark night almost instantly. 10,000 li * 500 m per li, behind the 100 Flowers Emperor was a dazzling golden world. As for the 10,000 li * 500 m per li, behind Ning Fan, it was a world that was shrouded in darkness. The golden sky and the black sky were equally matched. It was the first time Ning Fan fully displayed the demonized Dark Night Tao image ever since he entered the 100 Flowers Peak. Moreover, it was the Dark Night that he condensed after comprehending the ancient Devil Tao of destruction. The aura of the Devil Tao that it emitted shocked the 100 Flowers Emperor. As Ning Fan pointed his finger forward, the 10,000 li * 500 m per li, of black light collided with the 10,000 li * 500 m per li, of golden light. The result of the collision made everyone's expression change. Boom, the 10,000 li of black light remained unmoved, but the 10,000 li of golden light retreated crazily, and cracks appeared on it. In the 81st strike, Ning Fan actually reversed the situation and began to gain the upper hand. The immortals all gasped. A mere celestial prime external cultivator had the upper hand in front of a celestial emperor. Was it the 100 Flower Emperor's carelessness, or this external cultivator's luck, or, boom, the 100 Flower Monarch's brows were tightly knitted together. She brazenly delivered her 82nd attack, but she was once again defeated by Ning Fan and suffered a small loss. It was not a fluke, this external cultivator had truly suppressed 100 Blossom Emperor. What did he do? His Devil Tao aura seems to be different from before. And his Tao image? The 100 Flowers Emperor's heart was in turmoil. Ning Fan's Devil Tao Qi was definitely not ordinary, his Tao image was even more extraordinary. What an arrogant kid. Against a Celestial Emperor expert, he actually lasted until the 81st strike before he started to reveal his complete Tao manifestation. What kind of Tao image was this? He couldn't see through its level. But it was definitely higher than her Earth rank 17, there were too few records about Tao manifestations in the era of Dharma decline. Some powerful Tao manifestations were the absolute secrets of the world. Even in ancient times, not everyone was qualified to know about them. The current Shah Di was qualified to know about Ning Fan's Tao manifestation of night, but the 100 Flower Monarch was not qualified enough. Blossoming thunder fragrance. The 100 Flower Monarch shouted. The giant flower behind her began to spin. Instantly, millions of traces of golden lightning Tao power fused into the 10,000 li * 500 m per li, golden light. All of a sudden, the power of the 100 Flower Monarch's Tao manifestation skyrocketed by tens of times. The battle of Tao manifestations was not just a simple competition of cultivation levels. There were many other ways to utilize them. Without a doubt, this 100 Flower Monarch had completely mastered her Tao manifestation. Ning Fan could not help but admit that he was astonished. The 10,000 li * 500 m per li, golden light that was enhanced by lightning not only had its power increased tremendously, but it was also filled with violent impact force. The Tao laws were in a frenzy. Before the 10,000 li * 500 m per li, golden light could reach Ning Fan's body, the Tao laws that shot out in all directions had already scratched Ning Fan's face. Traces of blood flowed out. Logically speaking, Tao manifestations could not hurt people. However, the power of this Tao manifestation had obviously exceeded this limit. This was the 100 Flower Monarch's full strength. Only by defeating this attack could one be considered to be above the Tao manifestation and truly defeat the 100 Flower Monarch. The 100 Flower Monarch pressed her white hand on the 10,000 li * 500 m per li, golden light, and said with a cold tone. This is the full power of my Tao manifestation. The result is not something that I can control. You better think it through. It's still not too late to retreat now. Otherwise, she might not be able to control her strength and hold back, because she still wanted to make use of Xianxia. Even though the 100-flower monarch was unwilling to kill Ning Fan, she also could not allow herself to lose to a lowly being. If no one wants to retreat from this battle, there must be a result, then she must win. As an ancient devil, how can I run away? Ning Fan gave a devilish smile. He also pressed his devil palm. Within the 10,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, of black light, bright white stars were born. Dao manifestation of the Big Dipper. This was Ning Fan's second great heaven-grade Dao manifestation. Even though he had yet to cultivate it to grand completion, he still used it at this moment. When the two great Dao manifestations fused together, it would be a transcending heaven-grade Dao manifestation. The effect it produced also increased the power of Ning Fan's Dao manifestation by more than 10 times. After all, it was a sublimation of the realm. Facing the full power attack of an immortal emperor, Ning Fan would be a fool if he still holds back. The aura force of the 100-flower monarch's Dao manifestation shocked every cultivator who was watching the battle. Ning Fan's 10,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, devil aura force also made the expressions of every cultivator who was watching the battle change. This was definitely not a battle between Dao manifestations that they could participate in. Absolutely not. Even the immortal venerables and immortal kings of the 7 auxiliary peaks felt their hearts trembling at this moment. Other than Ming Feng, who was severely injured, the other 6 old monsters of the auxiliary peaks were all present. If their Dao manifestations get involved in this battle, they would certainly be directly annihilated. Who will win? Will it be the venerable one or this external cultivator? At this moment, even the 100-flower monarch herself was not sure that she could win this battle. However, since Ning Fan did not retreat, how could she retreat as well? This battle must have a winner and a loser. Falling Buddha Mountain of one realm. The 100-flower monarch pushed her palm forward. Within the 10,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, a Buddha light, the shadow of 5-finger mountains appeared. The Buddha light that was 10,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, of 10,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, crashed towards Ning Fan with a force that could move mountains and overturn seas. This was the strongest attack of her Dao manifestation. This was the strongest attack. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was not as concerned about the outcome of the battle as the 100-flower monarch. He had already forgotten about the outcome of the battle. All he had was the desire to challenge experts in his ancient devil bloodline. There was only the 2 words ancient devil destruction that kept reverberating in his mind. Even if the Buddha mountain came to suppress him, it would never be able to suppress his devil Dao. I must destroy everything. I must break through everything. Only then can I be a true ancient devil. Ancient devil mountain breaking strike. Ning Fan gathered all the black light within 10,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, on his fist and swung it. His control of the Dao manifestation was not as good as the 100-flower monarch's. However, his devil heart and his Dao were not something that the 100-flower monarch could compare to even if she cultivated for 10 lifetimes. Asterisk bang asterisk asterisk bang asterisk asterisk bang asterisk. The shadows of the 5-finger mountains were shattered by Ning Fan's punch. Then, the 100-flower monarch's Dao manifestation was completely defeated. The Buddha light within 10,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, turned into nothingness. The powerful shockwave directly sent the true immortals who were watching the battle flying. The 100-flower monarch coughed out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Like a withered flower, her chi rapidly weakened. In the end, her injuries had worsened. She was defeated. She was utterly defeated. Even if the other 5 emperors of the Middle Province were to fight against Ning Fan's Dao manifestation, they would still lose without a doubt. This young man's Dao manifestation is simply terrifyingly strong. He has yet to grow to the immortal emperor realm. If he becomes a sovereign, asterisk Pucci asterisk. After coughing out another mouthful of blood, the 100-flower monarch's body turned illusory in the midst of the boundless broken Buddha light. No one could see what happened at that moment. The others were all sent flying away by the shockwave. Ning Fan was the only one who saw this unbelievable scene. At the moment when the 100-flower monarch's body turned illusory, she seemed to have lost her human form and turned into a withered flower. Could that flower be the 100-flower monarch's true form? Could it be that the 100-flower monarch is a plant that gained sentience and stepped onto the path of cultivation? No, this is just an ordinary flower. There is no trace of cultivation base at all, it is even a flower that had already withered and died a long time ago. It does not even have any life. Besides, there is also the divine ability on this flower. Could it be? Ning Fan's thoughts raced. A moment later, the withered flower turned back into the 100-flower monarch. At the same time, in a market of a certain city in the middle state, an old man who was bargaining with a customer suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "Hey, old man yo, are you selling this water jar or not? My old master has asked for 10 water jars. After all, he has just bought a new mansion and there are many things that he needs to buy. If you don't want to do this business, I will look for someone else. I'll sell it. 300 coins. The person who was addressed as Old Man Yo put away his surprised expression and answered. In his heart, however, he was secretly curious. Who was the one who fought against that dead bee's illusory puppet? Who could actually exhaust its Tao power and reveal its true form? In a singing house in the Liuli city of the middle state, 7 to 8 female dancers were performing for the customers. Suddenly, one of the dancers stepped on the wrong beat. Her face was filled with a hint of surprise. She was a dancer with an almost perfect appearance. There was not a single flaw on her face. She was elegant and her bones were made of jade. She gave people a feeling of holiness. It was as if she was not a dancer but a walking bodhisattva, the taste of the boundless butterfly. The dancer could not help but lick her lips. The saliva secretion in her mouth also increased in an instant. I didn't expect that the famous #1 leader of the Liuli city would actually make such a small mistake. However, even if she made a mistake, she is still the one I love the most in my heart. Humph. Ah Feng is mine. Whoever fights with me will be the enemy of my He clan. Your He clan's money and food might not even be enough for Ah Feng to give for a month. How can you be compared to my Lei clan? Ah Feng, my Ah Feng. Below the stage, there was a group of young masters fighting for the flower. The dancer named Ah Feng looked deeply at the young masters below and smiled sweetly. Then, she continued to dance without a change in expression. I won. Ning Fan waved his hand and the dark night Tao image that spread across 10,000 li * 500 m per li, instantly dispersed like smoke. His expression was very calm. His temperament had undergone a slight change compared to before. There seemed to be an additional sense of confidence in him. It was the improvement of his Tao heart after defeating the 100 Flowers Empress. In terms of cultivation base, he might not be a match for an immortal emperor. However, in terms of the Tao image, he would even dare to fight a 6 tribulation immortal emperor. He did not need to feel inferior when facing an immortal emperor. The entire main peak of the 100 Flowers Peak was filled with devil chi due to Ning Fan's Tao image. The cultivators of the 100 Flowers Peak who cultivated the Buddhist Dharma obviously found it hard to endure such devil chi. However, none of them made a sound or left. The entire scene was strangely quiet. Only the sound of the mountain breeze could be heard. It seemed like everyone was still immersed in the shock of the 100 Flowers Empress defeat. A lesser immortal venerate actually defeated the dignified 100 Flowers Empress on the path of the Tao image. If this news were to spread, it would certainly shake the entire middle state. Moreover, everyone could see that the reason why the 100 Flowers Empress lost was not because her Tao image was too weak but because Ning Fan's Tao image was too strong. He was ridiculously strong. **** The 100 Flowers Empress barely managed to stabilize her body. She coughed weakly. Her eyes that looked at Ning Fan were filled with unconcealable shock and dispiritedness. After a long time, she finally walked out of her dispiritedness and said to Ning Fan expressionlessly. You've won. I will definitely do what I say. The grudge between my 100 Flowers Peak and Chu Lai Duolan will be written off from now on. If Chu Lai Duolan wants to pay her respects to her mother, no one is allowed to stop her. If she walks in the territory of my 100 Flowers Peak, no one is allowed to touch her. Her tone was still a little reluctant. Someone, prepare guest rooms for little friend Ning and holy maiden Chu Lai. From today onwards, these two people are our 100 Flowers Peak's honored guests. No one is allowed to neglect them. The duel has ended. Those who are not in charge of patrolling the mountain should leave the main peak now. After giving the order, the 100 Flowers Empress turned around and left with the help of a few young men with flesh wings. Then, the entire place was in an uproar. Before this, who would have thought that Ning Fan, who had wreaked havoc in the Hundred Flowers Peak, was not only not punished, but also defeated the Hundred Flowers Emperor and became his esteemed guest. Moreover, who would have thought that Duolan, who bore a deep grudge against the Hundred Flowers Peak, would end her grudge against the Hundred Flowers Peak today? Humph. Many Hundred Flowers cultivators snorted coldly and left with a wave of their sleeves. These people all had friends and relatives who died at the hands of the previous Julai Emperor, so their hatred for Duolan could be said to be monstrous. Unfortunately, the Flower Emperor had already given the order, so no matter how unwilling these people were, they didn't dare to make a move against Doran. There were also a few cultivators who were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they only left the main peak after exchanging a few pleasantries with Ning Fan. It could be considered as him getting acquainted with Ning Fan. With the pride of the great despicable, they wouldn't want to make friends with a mere foreign cultivator. However, no matter where they were, the strong were always respected. In the Battle of the Dao Elephant, Ning Fan defeated the Hundred Flower Sovereign head-on. It was a display of his strength. Once this news spreads out, it would definitely shock the world. It was enough to make these arrogant and despicable people to respect him. However, due to the Hundred Flower Emperor's order to disperse everyone, they did not dare to stay in this place for long even though they had the intention to befriend Ning Fan. Most of them only told Ning Fan their names and left. Among these people, there were even the peak lords of the few secondary peaks. Other than the immortal Lord Ming Feng of the 6th secondary peak who had yet to arrive due to his injuries, the other 6 peak lords were all present. They exchanged names with Ning Fan respectively and their tone was extremely polite. Even the immortal King Realm peak lords of the 1st and 2nd secondary peaks treated Ning Fan as equals. They did not speak or act arrogantly towards him. With the shrewdness of these 6 peak lords, how could they not figure out the Hundred Flower Sovereign's attitude? Ning Fan was the same as the foreign cultivator who saved the Hundred Flower Sovereign. Thus, he was a distinguished guest of the Hundred Flowers Peak. Besides, he himself possessed the strength to defeat the Dao Elephant of an immortal emperor. Thus, it would not be beneath their status to befriend him. Ning Fan was extremely polite to the 6 peak lords who took the initiative to befriend him. He was not as unscrupulous as he was when he broke into the main peak. Neither was he as stern and devilish as he was when he fought the Hundred Flower Sovereign. On the contrary, he was as gentle as a gentleman. This surprised the few peak lords. Their opinion of Ning Fan's devil cultivation base rose to another level. Not every devil cultivator could control the devil heart as he pleases. After a brief exchange of greetings, the 6 peak lords did not dare to stay on the main peak for too long. They bid farewell and left. However, before they left, the 6 of them invited Ning Fan to visit their respective secondary peaks in the future. They even said that they would treat Ning Fan with the most precious spiritual fruits of their respective peaks. It was hard for Ning Fan to reject such hospitality. Thus, he had no choice but to accept each and every one of them. After all the spectating cultivators had left, a few young men with flesh wings came to lead Ning Fan and Duo Lan back to the entrance of the cave residence. They then went to the guest rooms to rest. There were more than 100 guest rooms. Most of them were empty and covered with dust. Only 3 of them were extremely clean and tidy. Moreover, there were maids serving them. These 3 guest rooms belonged to Lord Yu, Lord Ouyang and Lord Wu respectively. At this hour, the 3 lords are still concocting medicine for Lord Ning and they can't leave. In another 10 minutes, Lord Ning will probably be able to meet the 3 lords. One of the young men with flesh wings explained with a stiff expression. The Lord Yu that the young man mentioned was naturally Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu had a lot of enemies in the Great Humble clan. Thus, it was highly possible for him to attract trouble by revealing his name. Thus, he entered the Hundred Flowers Peak under a fake name. Ning Fan immediately understood this point after thinking about it. The rooms of the 2 lords will be cleaned in a moment. Please wait for a moment. While they were speaking, 8 young and beautiful maids came to clean the guest rooms as ordered. Not long after, 2 guest rooms were cleaned and 4 maids were left in each room to serve them. These 2 guest rooms were naturally for Ning Fan and Duo Lan to stay in. However, before they checked in, the few young men with flesh wings still asked, I wonder if Lord Ning and Lord Duo Lan need to stay in the same guest room. If there is a need in this aspect, I will order the maids to clean a more spacious guest room for the two lords to stay in so that it will be more convenient for the two lords to work at night. Work at night. Work at night, Duolan felt her ears burning. She hurriedly explained, there's no need for that. I don't have that kind of relationship with Senior Ning. It's fine for us to stay in one guest room each. She wasn't Senior Ning's concubine. How could they stay together? Speaking of which, did these corpse devils misunderstand something? Otherwise, why would they ask such a question? Now that she thought about it, in order to protect her, Senior Ning actually dared to disobey the dignified 100 Flowers Great Emperor and had a duel with the dignified immortal Emperor Dao Elephant. If this matter fell into the eyes of others, it would most likely cause their imagination to run wild. They would regard Ning Fan's action as a hero saving a damsel in distress. They would think that there was an ambiguous relationship between the two of them. However, only Duolan knew that Senior Ning did not have any romantic relationship with her. It was just because he wanted to protect her. That was why he insisted on protecting her. Just because he wanted to protect her. Duolan felt a little disappointed. Ning Fan, on the other hand, could not help but laugh. The spiritual intelligence of these young corpse devils was not low. They could actually consider this kind of sexual matter so thoroughly. Their spiritual intelligence was much higher than ordinary corpse devils. It seems like this 100 Flowers Great Emperor has a unique secret in refining corpse devils, the young man with flesh wings was just asking. When he saw Duolan rejecting him, he pondered for a while and changed the topic. Both of you are His Excellency's honored guests. According to the rules, you can enjoy having human cauldrons serving you in this cave. If Lord Ming needs women to serve you, you can take in any of the maids here. As for Lord Duolan, there are no male cauldrons serving you in this cave. All the men here belong to His Excellency alone. Without His Excellency's order, we can't serve Lord Duolan. Therefore, if Lord Duolan needs anything, you must inform us in advance. We will think of a way to get some male cultivators for Lord Duolan to enjoy. No need. I don't need male cultivators to serve me in bed. Duolan's face turned even redder. Sure enough, like master like servant. Could it be that the brains of these young men with flesh wings only know how to think about the matters between men and women? Can't every question be related to this matter? Lord Duolan doesn't seem to be interested in the matters between men and women. Could it be that you have some hidden illness in your body? His Excellency is good at collecting the nectar of hundreds of flowers to make incense. It can stimulate sexual desire and cure all kinds of hidden illnesses. Among the incense that is suitable for women, there are the soft body fragrance, the red wet flower fragrance and the 10 men fragrance in one night. If Lord Duolan needs. No. I don't want any incense. There are various kinds of jade powder in the guest room. Lord Duolan can use them on your own, no need. Every day, there will be maids who will serve warming tea, no need. Lord Duolan's dual cultivation comprehension stele allows guests to view it. If Lord Duolan needs, no need. In the storeroom, there are secret scrolls of sexual techniques drawn by a famous monk, Huan Huan. May I know, I don't need anything. Duolan's face was so red that blood could drip from it. The young men with flesh wings were a little nervous. This Lord Duolan doesn't need anything. Could it be that he is dissatisfied with our hospitality? If His Excellency blames them for not treating their guests well, it would be troublesome. Therefore, the more Duolan refused, the more enthusiastic they became. All right. You guys can leave now. If there's anything you need, Saintess Chu Lai will tell you. Ning Fan saw that Duolan was really embarrassed, so he ordered the young men to leave. Duolan immediately gave him a grateful look. When she met Ning Fan's calm eyes, she could not help but recall the scene where he stood in front of her resolutely. All of a sudden, Duolan felt her heart beating wildly. Her heart was filled with emotions. She wanted to express her gratitude, but when she thought of Ning Fan's advice, she became tongue-tied and did not know what to say to him. She knew that she had really fallen in love with Senior Ning. However, this was wrong. Ning Fan withdrew his gaze and sighed softly. Do you have something to say? No. Duolan lowered her head guiltily. Her cheeks were flushed. That's for the best. When you went up the mountain, you were trapped by the misty formation and suffered some injuries. If you don't treat them in time, it will inevitably leave hidden dangers. You should go and treat your injuries quickly. I have also gained some enlightenment from the battle just now. I want to go back to my room immediately to comprehend it. I won't talk much with you. Ning Fan turned around and walked towards his guest room. Duo Lan looked at Ning Fan's back. Her heart was filled with emotions but it turned into a deep sigh. By the way, I haven't returned your thing to you. That long-bearded old monk took away your hair-binding dragon tendon. After I got it back, I was busy with the mountain and forgot to return it to you. Ning Fan suddenly turned around and handed a storage pouch to Duo Lan. Then, he walked into his guest room. This was the storage pouch that he took from the long-bearded old monk. Inside it was the old monk's collection of broken thoughts. However, it was not important to Ning Fan now. Thus, he gave it to Duo Lan. Duo Lan opened the storage pouch and took out the hair-binding dragon tendon. A warm feeling filled her heart. Thank you. She muttered to herself and walked into her own room. As soon as he entered the guest room, Ning Fan dismissed the 4 beautiful maids and stayed in the room alone. He was not a lustful person. It should be said that he did not lack women in his life. Thus, he did not have any intention to plunder the maids here. However, the 4 maids who wanted to curry favor with Ning Fan were greatly disappointed. Ouyang Wan and the others were still busy. He would only meet them later. Before that, Ning Fan did have the intention to sort out the insights he gained from the previous battle. During the battle with the Immortal Emperor, Ning Fan had continuously comprehended the usage of various Dao images. Moreover, he had comprehended the essence of the ancient devil clan for the first time. Destruction. Ning Fan could vaguely feel that after comprehending the word destruction, the ancient devil bloodline in his body felt complete. It was as if from this moment onwards, he was the true ancient devil that looked down on the immortals and Buddhas. However, Ning Fan had only just comprehended the ancient devil Dao of destruction. If he wanted to deepen his understanding, he would probably need a long period of accumulation. The ancient devil Dao was the word destruction. What was the ancient god Dao? What was the ancient demon Dao? Presumably, the 2 of them would only be considered complete after comprehending them. They were the true ancient gods and ancient demons. Very quickly, Ning Fan roughly sorted out the gains from the battle. Then, he recalled the final scene of the 100 Flower Emperor's defeat. His expression suddenly turned solemn. After the 100 Flower Emperor was defeated, she turned into a withered, lifeless flower. Turning into a flower could be explained by the fact that the 100 Flower Emperor's true form was a plant that gained sentience. If she was beaten into her true form, she would naturally look like this. But why was she a flower without any signs of life? Even if the 100 Flower Emperor's true form was a flower, she shouldn't be lifeless. Could it be that the 100 Flower Emperor was actually a dead person? It was not impossible. After all, there were also powerful cultivators who attained the Tao of corpse devils. They were originally lifeless existences. However, the suspicious point was that when the 100 Flower Emperor was in her human form, Ning Fan clearly did not feel any corpse devil chi. Instead, her life chi was extremely vigorous. She should be a living person without a doubt. If she was really a living person, then the dead flower's true form could not be explained. A living person's true form could be a flower, but it was impossible for her to be a dead flower. What caught Ning Fan's attention the most was that at that moment, his left demon eye clearly sensed an extremely obscure and weak illusory power from the dead flower. Since he possessed the innate talent of fully break illusion, Ning Fan was extremely sensitive towards illusory techniques. He was confident that he did not see wrongly. At that moment, he sensed a terrifying illusory power from the dead flower. Then, he activated the illusory power and turned the dead flower into the 100 Flower Emperor's appearance bit by bit like an illusion. Ning Fan's eyes became extremely solemn. He had never seen an illusory technique of such a level in his life. It was as if someone had used an extremely powerful illusory technique to turn a lifeless flower with no cultivation base into an immortal emperor. Could it be that the 100 Flower Emperor is not a real person but a person created by an illusory technique? As soon as this thought appeared, it stirred up a storm in Ning Fan's heart. He could not confirm whether this speculation was true or not. However, if it was true, then this matter was indeed rather terrifying. The 100 Flower Emperor was definitely not a weakling. how strong must the person who could create the 100-flower emperor with an illusory technique be? What kind of profound illusory technique was that? Besides, if this is true, does anyone in the Great Humble clan know about the secret of the 100-flower emperor? Or is he the only one who knows about this secret? If this matter is made known to others, would it violate some taboos in the clan, or perhaps, I'm just overthinking things. There is no conflict between a living person and a dead flower, but it's caused by the cultivation method. Is there really such a powerful illusory technique in this world that can create an immortal emperor's illusory technique? Ning Fan sighed with emotion. He felt that the waters of this 100-flowers peak were much deeper than he had imagined. After a while, a wave of chi of dark luck suddenly rushed in from outside the door. Ning Fan opened his eyes. He knew that old Wu and the others had returned. Master, my most respected and beloved master, you're finally here. During the days when you weren't around, Little Eight has been loyal and devoted. He protected Mistress Xu and Mistress Ouyang on behalf of Master. I don't know how much suffering he had gone through and how much he had suffered. The hardships he had gone through are not worth mentioning to others. Moreover, because he didn't understand the laws of the Middle State, he was hunted by the city lords several times. Ning Fan saw a black shadow flashing in front of his eyes. A wretched-looking old man with green bean-like eyes had already entered the room. He knelt on the ground, hugged his knees and wailed loudly. Who else could it be other than old Wu? Some of the words you used are wrong. Ning Fan was a little speechless. Master, you don't know. You don't know. Little Eight has gone through all kinds of hardships and even faced death a few times. If it wasn't because of his loyalty and hot-bloodedness, if it wasn't because of his longing and gratitude towards Master, if it wasn't because he was worried that he would bring shame to Master's brilliance and noble character, Little Eight would have already been beaten to death by the enemy. Enough. Let me have a look at your storage pouch. Ning Fan frowned and his devil sense flashed. Old Wu immediately quivered. He stood up straight and hid the storage pouch on his waist. Inwardly, he was extremely shocked. It has only been a few days since I last saw him. Why did the devil chi of this malefic star become stronger again? It's really scary, WH. What storage pouch? What are you talking about? Little Eight doesn't understand. Little Eight is really stupid and ignorant. He actually can't understand Master's priceless advice. If you don't hand over the storage pouch within 3 breaths, you'll have to bear the consequences. Ning Fan laughed in his heart but pretended to be full of killing intent on his face. Old Wu was so frightened that he quickly handed over the storage pouch and acted as if he was willing to hand it over. Ning Fan only took a quick glance at the storage pouch and was speechless to the point that he could not close his mouth. He did not believe that old Wu had gone through any hardships during his journey to the Middle State. Even though a lot of his cultivation base had been sealed by Xing Huan, his luck was not. One should know that old Wu's dark luck divine ability was mostly related to the level of his luck. On the other hand, it had little to do with his cultivation base. If this bastard wants to set someone up, his methods would probably be accurate. According to this bastard's character, the reason why he caused such a commotion on his way to the Middle State was probably true and he probably gained a lot from it. That was why Ning Fan asked for the storage pouch as soon as they met. He wanted to see what old Wu had gained from his trip to the Middle State. As expected, not long after he let old Wu roam freely, there were already countless good items in his storage pouch. There were actually no less than 10 million pieces of medicine soul stones. Where did this bastard get so many medicine soul stones from? They were enough for them to stay in the Great Bay clan for a long time. To external cultivators who did not have a strong medicine soul, the number of medicine soul stones they had would directly determine how long they could stay in this place. Pills. There were no less than 100 bottles and each of them were pills that were above the 9th revolution. They were produced in the Great Bay clan. There were lead pills, silver pills, and even gold pills, magic treasures. There was actually an additional 12th Nirvana-acquired magic treasure in this bastard's storage pouch. There were more than 10 9th Nirvana and 10th Nirvana magic treasures in it. The extra 12th Nirvana magic treasure was an emerald green emperor's ancient crown. It seemed to be a defensive magic treasure. Its power was not weak at all. Besides, it seemed to have other abilities apart from its defensive properties. It seemed to be able to temporarily increase a cultivator's luck. if Master wants that Emperor Jade Luck crown, just take it. Little Ba got this treasure from me in the first place to give it to Master. I definitely have no intention of keeping it for myself. Please accept it, Master. Old Wu's heart was filled with heartache, but his face was filled with a flattering smile. Ning Fan could not help but smile and shake his head. He had the god-exterminating shield of the ancient country for defensive magic treasures. There was no need for this mere 12th Nirvana-acquired magic treasure. This magic treasure could increase one's luck. It was indeed very mysterious. However, it was obvious that this treasure was more beneficial to Old Wu. After all, his trump card was his dark luck. The effect of this treasure on Old Wu was much greater than ordinary innate magic treasures. Don't worry. You can keep this green hat for yourself. I don't want it. Ning Fan's words were exceptionally pleasant to Old Wu's ears. He did not care about the other meaning of green hat at all. As long as Master did not snatch this green hat from him, he, Little Ba, did not care about the other things in the storage pouch. His mouth naturally flattered Ning Fan and expressed his loyalty. He repeatedly said that after he obtained the green hat and his dark luck, he would definitely serve Master on the battlefield and become a sharp blade for Master. He would expand the territory for Master and conquer the world for Master. With his hot blood, he would conquer the territories for Master. Ning Fan directly ignored all these flattery. He calmly took away more than half of the medicine soul stones and only left a few for Old Wu. Then, he took away more than half of the pills and returned the storage pouch to Old Wu. The wool could not be cut off in one go. Ning Fan still hoped that Old Wu would continue to plunder and accumulate wealth for him. Naturally, he had to leave some benefits for Old Wu. After doing all these, Ning Fan completely ignored Old Wu. His eyes slightly tilted and met Ouyang Wan and Zhang Yu's slightly mischievous smile. This pair of master and servant are really a pair of clowns. Is everything going well? What Ning Fan asked was naturally about the news regarding the 9 civet sacrificial vessel. Zhang Yu's group had come to the middle state in advance for this matter. It's still going well. According to our agreement with Baihua Emperor, as long as younger sister Nguyen produces enough pills to help her heal her injuries, she will tell us all the information about the sacrificial vessel. Unfortunately, a certain someone brazenly attacked and injured Baihua Emperor with his identity as a lower being, aggravating her injuries. In this way, I'm afraid younger sister Nguyen and I will have to produce more pills to fulfill our agreement. Zhang Yu glared at Ning Fan. Obviously, she had already heard about the duel between Ning Fan and Baihua Emperor on the way back to the guest room. Her eyes that were filled with anger but did not dare to say anything seemed to be blaming Ning Fan for injuring Baihua Emperor. After all, she and Baihua Emperor were old friends. She still owed Baihua Emperor some favors. She was really worried that Ning Fan would directly kill Baihua Emperor. Baihua Emperor was already severely injured and on the verge of death. Her injuries could not be further aggravated. Of course, Zhang Yu would never admit that she was actually a little worried about Ning Fan. It's really a little reckless to duel with an immortal emperor. It's best if this little bastard wins. However, if he loses, it will be dangerous. A duel between Dao elephants was extremely dangerous. Even if Baihua Emperor spared Ning Fan's life, she would most likely punish him. It's possible for him to suffer severe injuries or even have his cultivation base fall. Ouyang Wan did not hide her worry for Ning Fan at all. She wanted to say something to reprimand him. However, when she met Ning Fan's burning eyes, the words that were about to come out of her mouth immediately lost their momentum. She only sighed softly. The opponent is an immortal emperor. Husband, you should be more cautious. Then, she gave Ning Fan a slightly reproachful look. I heard that you had a conflict with Baihua Emperor because of a lowly woman? It's not what you think. Ning Fan felt a headache coming on and was about to explain. However, Ouyang Wan and Zhang Yu said at the same time. I understand. There's no need to explain. These two women had a deep tacit understanding. However, the former's tone was indifferent while the latter's tone was sarcastic. Ouyang Wan already knew that Ning Fan was the descendant of ancient chaos. Thus, she was already mentally prepared for such a situation. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, had already determined that Ning Fan was a little thief. Thus, she tried to use any opportunity to mock Ning Fan. There's no need to explain, is it? Well, forget it then. There's no need to explain, Ning Fan left the pitiful old Wu at the side and sat opposite the two ladies to chat. He asked them about their experiences along the way. With old Wu following them, their journey was naturally chaotic. However, most of the enemies who came to attack them were directly sent away by old Wu's bad luck, including immortal venerables and immortal kings. As long as immortal emperors did not show themselves, there were really not many people who could do anything to old Wu. Especially during their journey, old Wu had unexpectedly obtained the green hat, which was a spoil of war. After that, the power of his bad luck increased by a lot, making him even more powerful. Even though they had caused quite a lot of trouble in the middle state, fortunately, they were directly treated as distinguished guests by the Baihua Emperor after they arrived at the 100 Flowers Peak. As such, those forces who wanted to attack them no longer dared to do so. After that, Xianxia and the others stayed at the 100 Flowers Peak to provide the Baihua Emperor with healing pills. According to Xianxia, the Baihua Emperor did not lack pill refinement masters. She had already hired a few 9th Revolution Gold Core Realm pill refinement masters to concoct healing pills for the Baihua Emperor. To the four heavens, there were very few 9th Revolution Gold Core Realm pill refinement masters. To the Debay clan, there were also not many Gold Core Realm pill refinement masters, but they were not rare either. The Baihua Emperor's injuries were very strange. The healing pill was also an extremely unorthodox 9th Revolution golden pill. With many professional pill refinement masters around, there was naturally no need for Ouyang Yuan to concoct the pills herself. Moreover, there were already quite a number of semi-finished pills that had already been concocted. However, the requirements to concoct this pill were quite harsh. It could only be successfully concocted with the help of a few rare medicine souls. The 5-colored medicine soul was one of them. The Baihua Emperor was injured by the power of samsara. That's why her injuries are taking so long to recover. Xianxia sighed softly and revealed the secret. The power of samsara? If it's the real power of samsara, I'm afraid it would have directly taken the Baihua Emperor's life. Even if it causes injuries to her, it is definitely not something that a mere 9th Revolution golden pill can cure. I think the power of samsara that injured the Baihua Emperor is either incomplete or flawed. Ning Fan had some understanding about the power of samsara. That's right. The one who injured the Baihua Emperor is just an imitation of the power of samsara by a supreme second-step cultivator. It's not the real one. Otherwise, the Baihua Emperor wouldn't just be severely injured. Xianxia sighed with emotion. A moment later, she held Ouyang Yuan's hand gratefully. If it wasn't for younger sister Yuan, who has a 5-colored medicine soul, which is a rare medicine soul that can be used to concoct the divine essence pill, it wouldn't be that easy to cure the Baihua Emperor. I have to thank younger sister Yuan for helping me in this matter. Elder sister Xianxia, there's no need to be so courteous. This matter is basically to help my husband. Of course, I have to do my part. The Debay clan has too many ancient pill recipes. All of them can only be concocted by those who possess rare medicine souls. This is also the reason why despicable people respect rare medicine soul possessors. Speaking of rare medicine souls, does Big Sister still remember those possessors of medicine souls that we met a few days ago? The more Xianxia and Ouyang Yuan talked, the more they got along with each other. Ning Fan was left at the side and the two ladies went to chat among themselves. Ning Fan found it a little funny. He felt that he could not interrupt their conversation. Thus, he simply sat at the side and listened to their conversation. Master, the loyal and devoted Xiaoba is willing to chat with you? Old Wu smelled the opportunity to show his loyalty. His tiger body trembled as he moved closer. No need. These two words were faint, yet they were so cold and lofty that they caused old Wu to suffer a great blow. Master would rather remain silent than chat with Xiaoba. Master would rather remain silent than chat with Xiaoba. Master would rather remain silent. Master, Lord, he continued to ignore the pitiful old Wu. As he listened, Ning Fan's eyes gradually turned solemn. It was because Xianxia finally talked about the past where she ran amok in the past. According to Xianxia, she was saved by the 100-Flower Emperor when she was trapped in a tight encirclement. Thus, she owed him a favor. Because of that, she coincidentally heard the news of the 100-Flower Emperor being severely injured when Ning Fan went out. Then, she used a secret method to contact the 100-Flower Emperor. After learning that the 100-flower emperor might know the whereabouts of the sacrificial artifact, she brought Ouyang along and directly rushed to the middle state to save the 100-flower emperor. She was in a hurry to save the 100-flower emperor, but she really did not have the time to wait for Ning Fan's return. From this point of view, even though Zhang Yu had a lot of shortcomings, she was really a person who knew how to repay kindness. In the past, I ran amok in the middle state with my peak Immortal Emperor Realm cultivation base. However, I was severely injured by an ox spirit who suddenly appeared. At the critical moment, it was Bai Hua who saved me with her profound Dao of formations. If it wasn't for her, even if I didn't die that year, I would have to pay a huge price. I still remember when I first met Bai Hua. She was gentle and compassionate like the Bodhisattva who saved people from suffering as recorded in the Buddhist scriptures. She had never been so interested in men. However, I didn't expect her to become like this after all these years. She is decisive and domineering. Moreover, she actually has many male servants. It has been many years since we last met. Things have really remained the same, but the people have changed. Zhang Yu was very emotional. That kind of things had remained the same, but the people had changed. It was a period of time from the ancient times to the present day. Compared to the current Bai Hua emperor, she certainly preferred the Bai Hua of the past. She liked the little lady who would even save an ant. She was very silly. She was so silly that she didn't seem like a cultivator. However, she was really cute. Even though the current Bai Hua emperor had changed a lot, becoming ruthless and cunning, she had always been a person who valued kindness. Naturally, she would not forget the kindness of the other party for saving her life just because of this little change. A true friend would always be her no matter what the other party had become. She was just her. Wait a minute. Are you saying that the Bai Hua of the past and the current Bai Hua have very different personalities? Ning Fan suddenly spoke, interrupting the conversation between the two ladies. Zhang Yu habitually mocked him. Why are you so concerned about the topic related to Bai Hua? Could it be that you, little thief, have taken a fancy to Bai Hua? If that's really the case, I have to give you a piece of advice. You better stay away from women like Bai Hua. Her tone might sound sarcastic, but it was actually a piece of advice. She was afraid that Ning Fan would fail in his dual cultivation with Bai Hua Emperor and be plucked clean by her instead. The current Bai Hua Emperor is not a kind person. It's best not to touch her. I'll remember your advice. However, you should at least answer my question. Ning Fan felt a little helpless. When can Zhang Yu change her habit of speaking with a mouth full of gunpowder? Alright. You're the master. How can I dare not to answer your question? Bai Hua is indeed like a completely different person now. However, this is the way of cultivation. People will always change as time passes. No one will stay in this same place forever and no one will never change. Is that really the case? Ning Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He could vaguely imagine the scene where Bai Hua Emperor was as pure and holy as a bodhisattva in the past and could not bear to harm the lives of ants. Is there a possibility? It's not that Bai Hua Emperor's personality changed drastically, it's that the Bai Hua of the past and the current Bai Hua were not the same person at all. No matter what the truth is, it has nothing to do with me. I mustn't get too involved. Having made up his mind, Ning Fan no longer asked for any information about Bai Hua Emperor. After chatting with the two ladies for a while, they returned to their respective rooms to rest. Ouyang mental strength was greatly depleted as she helped Bai Hua Emperor nourish her pills. Thus, Ning Fan did not sleep with her in the same room but gave her enough time to rest. On the morning of the second day, Ouyang went to the 100 Blossoms Emperor's abode's alchemy room with Zhang Yu and Old Wu as usual to nurture the 100 Blossoms Emperor's semi-finished divine essence pill with the 5-colored medicine soul. Ning Fan followed her to take a look. He realized that he could not be of much help with his current medicine soul level. Thus, he did not reveal his medicine soul and intervene in this matter. Instead, he stayed to protect Ouyang for a day. On the third day, Ning Fan still went to protect Ouyang. On the fourth day, many peak lords of the 7 auxiliary and 49 peaks of Bai Hua Peak sent their visiting cards to Ning Fan. Since Ning Fan had promised to visit them that day, it was naturally inappropriate for him to reject them. Thus, he decided to keep his promise and visit them to inquire about the second round of the mausoleum seizing battle. The second round of the mausoleum seizing battle was about to begin. According to Zhang Yu, in the second round of the mausoleum seizing battle, there was an item that was extremely important for the Baihua Emperor to recover from her injuries. Only by obtaining a certain rank in the second round could she obtain this item. Without this item, the Baihua Emperor's cultivation base would definitely fall after she recovers from her injuries, even if she had a large amount of divine essence pills. The name of this item was the South Sea Spring Water. It was said that if a severely injured person consumes this item, they would not have to worry about their cultivation base falling after their injuries are healed. With the Baihua Emperor's identity, if it's an ordinary item, she would naturally find a way to obtain it. There was no need for Ning Fan to obtain it after obtaining a good rank in the second round. The problem was that the person who provided the South Sea Spring Water as the reward was not a force of the Middle State but the Holy Mountain faction. Moreover, they seemed to have some grudges with the Baihua Emperor. In that case, even if the Baihua Emperor had a special identity, it would be extremely difficult for her to obtain this item. Unless someone could obtain this item in the second round and give it to the Baihua Emperor legitimately. If this South Sea Spring Water really has such a miraculous effect, it would certainly be of great help to the Baihua Emperor and the ancient Chaos Emperor. Ning Fan's thoughts gradually drifted away. If he succeeds in saving the ancient Chaos Emperor, it was still unknown whether the latter could recover his previous cultivation base. However, if I have the South Sea Spring Water, judging from this, I really need to make a good plan for the second round of the mausoleum seizing battle. Before that, it's better to gather more information to increase our chances of success. To be continued. The 7 auxiliary peaks and the 49 peaks sent Ning Fan more than 30 invitations, inviting him to taste the spiritual fruits and discuss the Tao. Those who dared to send invitations were at least at the thought fragmentation realm. After all, void-shedding cultivators were not confident that they could invite Ning Fan, who was an ancient immortal venerable. In fact, even those thought fragmentation realm cultivators were not absolutely confident that they could invite Ning Fan to their residence. Therefore, other than the lords of the 6 auxiliary peaks who sincerely invited Ning Fan, the rest of the invitations were more of a symbolic gesture of goodwill. However, Ning Fan actually kept his promise and visited each and every one of the Nirvana fragmentation realm cultivators, making them feel extremely flattered. The layout of 100 Flowers Peak consisted of 1 main peak, 7 auxiliary peaks and 49 other peaks. The lord of the 47th peak was at the early thought fragmentation realm. One day, he was brewing tea and reading scriptures in his cave when he suddenly heard a young monk report that a cultivator with the surname Ning had come to visit. He was so shocked that he did not even hold the teacup properly and dropped it on the ground. After recovering from his shock, he hurriedly asked someone to invite Ning Fan into his residence. Then, he excitedly took out all kinds of treasures and warmly entertained Ning Fan. I didn't expect that Senior Ning would be willing to visit my residence. This junior is really honored. The spiritual fruits and tea in my residence are crude. I hope Senior won't dislike them. Hee. Peak Lord is too polite. If I'm not mistaken, these spiritual fruits and tea are quite beneficial to the improvement of magic power. If thought fragmentation realm cultivators drink them frequently, they will gain a lot of benefits over time. If Senior likes them, you can use more of them. I'm ashamed to say that the spiritual fruits and tea in my hands aren't of a high grade. They might be useful for thought fragmentation realm cultivators, but for an ancient immortal venerable like you, I'm afraid they won't be of much use. It's a pity that my cultivation base is limited. I can't take out higher grade spiritual fruits and tea. I hope Senior can understand. Peak Lord, you don't have to be so polite. Spiritual fruits and tea are just external things. If you don't mind, why don't we exchange our cultivation experiences? Senior is actually willing to guide this junior. As a result, the lords of the 47 peaks became even more excited. They took out more treasures to entertain Ning Fan and raised some questions about their cultivation during the conversation. Even though Ning Fan had yet to experience these cultivation problems, he had the Tao comprehension of the second level of the celestial being realm after all. Thus, it was not difficult for him to give some pointers. Usually, he would be able to point out the key points of the problem with just a few words, allowing the other party to be enlightened. Therefore, even though it was just giving pointers, it actually did not take him much time. Besides, listening to the troubles of a thought fragmentation realm expert might not necessarily be bad for his future cultivation. One day, he would also attain the thought fragmentation realm. These spiritual fruits and spiritual teas weren't as crude as what the Peak Master had described. They were only crude for ancient immortal venerables. For nirvanic cultivators, they were precious. For void-shedding cultivators, they were extremely helpful. Just by using a small amount of spiritual fruits and spiritual tea, Ningfan's ancient god realm and ancient demon realm magic power actually improved a lot. Moreover, these spiritual fruits and spiritual tea also had the miraculous effect of consolidating one's cultivation base. It gradually solidified Ningfan's ancient god realm and ancient demon realm which had just broken through. Besides, during their short conversation, Ningfan also tried to get some information about the second round of the tomb-seizing battle by beating around the bush. The Peak Master knew that Ningfan wanted to get some information. However, he was grateful for his guidance. Thus, he simply engraved all the information he knew into a jade slip using his spirit sense and passed it to Ningfan. Ningfan only stayed for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea before he left. This made the Peak Master feel very regretful. However, the Peak Master also understood that with Ningfan's identity as an immortal venerable, he was already giving him a lot of face by being willing to stay for a cup of tea on this Peak Master's peak. Of course, he would not blame him. Besides, Ningfan also said that if he has time in the future, he would visit again. He hoped that the Peak Master would not dislike him and so on. This made the Peak Master have great expectations for Ningfan's future visit. He was full of welcoming words. Of course, he would not dislike him. It was just a short visit, but everyone was happy. Such a happy scene also happened in the 43rd Peak Master's Peak, 41st Peak Master's Peak and 39th Peak Master's Peak. In just half a day's time, Ningfan had already visited more than 20 thought fragmentation realm cultivators' cave dwellings and gained their goodwill. He also ate a lot of spiritual fruits and spiritual teas. He had also gathered a lot of information. His cultivation base of the ancient deities and ancient demons had also completely stabilized. He had even taken a huge step forward towards the late void severing realm. Regarding the cultivation of fragmentation realm cultivators, Ningfan also gained a lot of experience. If he has time in the future, he really would not reject this kind of visit that was beneficial to both parties. After that, it was time to visit the 10,000 ancient peak masters of the various auxiliary peaks. According to etiquette, he should actually pay a visit to the peak masters of the auxiliary peaks who had a more honorable status first before visiting the peak masters of the other peaks. Ningfan did the opposite. It was not intentional. It was just that those peak masters seemed to be more serious when they invited Ningfan to visit them. They actually staggered the time of their visit, as if each of them wanted to entertain Ningfan for the whole day. They did not want Ningfan to leave after just a cup of tea. The peak master of the 7th auxiliary peak invited Ningfan to visit them one day later. The peak master of the 6th auxiliary peak, who was also the light peak venerable immortal, also sent out an invitation card, inviting Ningfan to visit them 2 days later. He said that he wanted to thank Ningfan for showing mercy to him. As for the peak master of the 5th auxiliary peak, he invited Ningfan to meet them 3 days later. As for the other peak masters, they staggered the time of their visit and arranged it one by one, as if they had discussed it beforehand. Originally, Ningfan only wanted to visit the peak masters of the auxiliary peaks out of courtesy. However, with the benefits of the broken thoughts from the other peaks, Ningfan was more or less looking forward to visiting the ancient monsters. These ancient monsters were very serious in their actions. Presumably, the spirit fruits and spirit tea that they would serve him would not be ordinary either. The Great Bay clan seemed to be very rich in spirit fruits and spirit tea. The Broken Thoughts spirit tea already had so many benefits. If it was the eternal spirit tea, the benefits would be even greater. It seems like I'm just trying to get free food and drink. However, the visit is a matter of mutual consent. I'm not the only one who can benefit from it, because the 7th auxiliary peak's invitation was tomorrow. Ningfan did not visit them. Instead, he returned to the main peak. As soon as he arrived at the mountain gate of the 100 Flowers Emperor's Cave, a young man with fleshy wings who was waiting for him respectfully brought him in. The journey was full of twists and turns and the formation was blurred as they returned to the guest room. It was considered a very courteous reception. As a matter of fact, Ning Fan had already stayed in the 100 Flowers Emperor's cave for 4 days. He had already comprehended the formation of the cave. If he wanted to, he could enter and leave the cave on his own even if no one led the way. However, if the 100 Flowers Emperor knew about this, he would most likely feel a little apprehensive. No one would be willing to have the formation of their cave completely seen through by others. Thus, Ning Fan did not reveal that he had seen through the formation to avoid unnecessary trouble. The young man with fleshy wings still led the way. After returning to the guest room, Ning Fan began to organize the various comprehensions that he had gained today. He also began to refine the remaining medicinal power of the spirit fruits and spirit tea in his body. A day passed by very quickly. On the 5th day, Ning Fan visited the 7th auxiliary peak as promised. This was an immortal venerable who had gone through the first tribulation of the eternal era. He took out a lot of precious spirit fruits to entertain Ning Fan, which allowed Ning Fan's ancient deity and ancient demon cultivation base to improve greatly. The spirit fruits that this person took out increased his magic power by several times compared to yesterday. Thus, it could be seen that the benefits of visiting an immortal venerable were naturally greater than those of a mere broken thoughts cultivator. The visit lasted for an entire day before Ning Fan left. The two of them exchanged a lot of cultivation experiences. With Ning Fan's Tao comprehension, he naturally answered their questions fluently. On the 6th day, Ning Fan visited the 6th auxiliary peak and met with Venerable Ming Feng. Venerable Ming Feng's injuries were not light, but he knew that Ning Fan had already shown him mercy. Thus, he naturally did not blame Ning Fan. Especially later, when Ming Feng learned about Ning Fan's valiant battle record of defeating the 100 Flowers Emperor, he was even more convinced that Ning Fan had held back a lot of his strength when he fought with his Tao elephant. Thus, he was truly grateful to Ning Fan. Due to his severe injuries, Venerable Ming Feng did not ask Ning Fan to stay. The two of them only chatted for a short while. Then, Venerable Ming Feng used tea in place of wine to punish himself by drinking 3 cups of wine. He had no choice but to leave the banquet and return to his room to treat his injuries. Ning Fan naturally would not blame Venerable Ming Feng for neglecting his guest. Even though Venerable Ming Feng did not talk to him for a long time, he gave him a lot of rare spirit fruits. The amount was almost 10 times more than what Ning Fan had eaten in the 7th auxiliary peak. These spirit fruits were considered quite precious to Venerable Ming Feng. His action showed that Venerable Ming Feng's gratitude to Ning Fan was not just verbal. It was sincere. Ning Fan could not finish such a large amount of spirit fruits in a day. Thus, he decided to keep them and eat them slowly. On the 7th day, the 8th day and the 9th day, Ning Fan visited the peak lords of the 5th, 4th and 3rd auxiliary peaks one after another. On the 10th day, Ning Fan visited the peak lord of the 2nd auxiliary peak. When he was about to leave that night, this peak lord actually held Ning Fan's hand and spoke with a tone of regret that they did not meet earlier. I have been arrogant all my life. There are very few immortal kings at the same level as me who are sincerely convinced by me. There are even fewer venerables who can convince me. Fellow Taoists, Tao comprehension is so profound that I have never seen anyone like you before. I believe that fellow Taoist will definitely enter the immortal king realm in less than 1 million years. Fellow Taoist thinks too highly of me. Advancing to the immortal king realm in 1 million years is just too difficult. Ning Fan said politely, but he was actually quite confident in his heart. This peak lord of the immortal king realm did not have any ill intentions when he said those words. Instead, he thought highly of Ning Fan. After all, for ordinary people, not to mention 1 million years, they might not be able to reach the immortal king realm even if they cultivate for 10 million years. Even many void-severing old monsters and thought-severing old monsters had cultivated for a few million years. It was imaginable how fast their cultivation speed would be after reaching the true immortal realm. However, Ning Fan was not an ordinary person. Counting the time in the outside world, he had cultivated for less than 1,000 years. However, his cultivation base was already so unfathomable. Counting his bone age, he was only slightly more than 40,000 years old. Of course, it was because he had used many towers of time and towers of time. Ning Fan did not dare to be certain about the 3rd step. After all, the inheritance of the 3rd step had already been cut off in the Age of Chaos. However, as for the second step, Ning Fan was confident that he could reach the peak of the second step in this lifetime. After that, he would pursue the third step and the fourth step. On the 11th day, Ning Fan was finally going to visit the peak lord of the first auxiliary peak, Reverend White Deer. He was a peak immortal king who was about to become a quasi-emperor. Even though he was not as strong as Battle King Luo Hu, he was not much weaker. On this day, when Ning Fan was about to visit White Deer's spiritual master, Duolan suddenly came to him. As a matter of fact, Duolan's room was not far from Ning Fan's room. However, he knew that Ning Fan was busy making friends with the cultivators of Hundred Flowers Palace. Thus, he did not disturb Ning Fan too much. He only came over occasionally to greet Ning Fan. Today, however, he had a request. I heard that Senior is going to the first auxiliary peak to visit White Deer's spiritual master. I wonder if you can bring this junior along. Oh? You want to meet White Deer's spiritual master? Do you have some relationship with him? Ning Fan was surprised. No. This junior is not going to the first auxiliary peak to meet White Deer's spiritual master. I want to pay my respects to my mother. Pay respects to your mother? Ning Fan was surprised. After the Hundred Flowers Emperor lost the battle, he mentioned Duolan and also mentioned that he was allowed to pay respects to his mother. However, Ning Fan did not think too much about it. Now, it seemed like there was more to this matter. Could it be that Duolan's mother is buried in the first auxiliary peak? If so, she probably has a deep relationship with the Hundred Flowers Peak. When he thought of the previous fierce Chu Emperor's action of massacring the Hundred Flowers Peak, Ning Fan understood that everything in this world had its cause and effect. The so-called massacring of the Hundred Flowers Peak probably had its own cause and effect, yes. My mother is buried in the first auxiliary peak. I heard from my father that my mother used to be the previous peak lord of the first auxiliary peak. Duolan's eyes were very calm. She did not have the heart-wrenching pain of her mother's death. After all, she was still so young when her mother died. So young that her memories of her childhood were already blurred. But occasionally, he would dream of his mother's blurry face, dream of that guilty and reluctant gaze. Every time she dreamt of that scene, she would have an indescribable feeling of annoyance. It was as if there were fine needles pricking her heart. She would feel a faint pain but she could not move it away. What kind of person was her mother? Even though I won't be able to see her again in this life, I still want to pay respects to her. Why don't you go there yourself? The Hundred Flowers Emperor seems to have given the order to allow you to walk freely in this place and pay respects to your mother. Ning Fan asked. I've been there once a few days ago and once again yesterday. It's just that Senior doesn't know about it. Even though the people of the first auxiliary peak didn't attack me or make things difficult for me, I can't break through the fog of the first auxiliary peak with my current cultivation base. I can't go up the mountain no matter how hard I try. Duolan said shamefully. No one stopped her from going up the mountain. It was because her cultivation base wasn't high enough that she couldn't go up the mountain. The 7 great auxiliary peaks had natural fog. If an ordinary cultivator's cultivation base wasn't high enough and they didn't have a guide from the other peaks, it would be very difficult for them to pass through the fog. Ning Fan already knew about this when he visited the other peaks. Obviously, the cultivators of the first auxiliary peak didn't welcome Duolan's arrival. They didn't stop Duolan, but they didn't send anyone to lead her up the mountain either. It was already very rare for them to not attack Duolan under the Hundred Flowers Emperor's strict order. If I bring you along, I don't know if there will be more trouble. Ning Fan slightly frowned. Duolan lowered her head sadly after hearing his words. Ning Fan then changed the topic. Fine. You can come with me. I'll bring you up the mountain. There won't be any trouble. Thank you, Senior. Duolan was overjoyed. Ning Fan nodded and summoned the young man with the fleshy wings. The young man then led the way out of the cave. Duolan followed them all the way to the first auxiliary peak. He didn't like to get into trouble but he also admired loyal and filial cultivators. If it was for other things, Ning Fan might not necessarily help Duolan. However, if it was for the sake of sacrificing his mother, he wouldn't mind helping her. Presumably, Daoist Bai Lu who wanted to befriend him would not fall out with him over such a trivial matter. At the foot of the first auxiliary peak, there were already people waiting there to welcome Ning Fan. When they saw Duolan walking together with Duolan, they were stunned and hesitant. However, they returned to normal after a while and respectfully led Ning Fan and Duolan up the mountain. It didn't cause any waves. Interestingly, Ning Fan secretly used his mind-reading technique on some of the female cultivators who were leading the way to the mountain to gather information. He actually saw such thoughts in some of the female cultivators' minds. Peak Lord's guess is right. Lord Ning really brought Saintess Chu Lai along with him. Fortunately, Peak Lord has already given us the order. Otherwise, we wouldn't be too flustered. Peak Lord has already given us the order. If Lord Ning is traveling together with Saintess Chu Lai, we can't neglect her. Even though I'm unwilling, I can't neglect Saintess Chu Lai either. The mind-reading technique is really useful. They went all the way up the mountain and arrived at the entrance of Daoist Bai Lu's cave. As soon as they arrived, Daoist Bai Lu walked out of the cave at the right time, as if he already knew everything. His eyes moved between Ning Fan and Duolan meaningfully. After a while, he ordered the others to bring Duolan to the back of the mountain to sacrifice his mother. As for himself, he personally led Ning Fan into the cave. As usual, they enjoyed the spiritual fruits and spiritual tea while discussing the Tao. This Daoist Bai Lu's comprehension of the Tao was quite profound. Ning Fan gained a lot from discussing the Tao with him. However, as time went by, the topic of Daoist Bai Lu's conversation gradually changed. It seemed like he was beating around the bush. For a while, he casually mentioned the saintesses of the other sacred mountains. Then, he casually mentioned that there was a quasi-emperor realm cultivator who was close to breaking through to the sovereign realm. It seemed like she had obtained some kind of opportunity. With Ning Fan's wisdom, how could he not know that Daoist Bai Lu invited him to visit? Discussing the Tao was just one of the reasons. Befriending him was also another reason. Most probably, he had something else to ask for. However, since Daoist Bai Lu did not take the initiative to mention it, Ning Fan did not expose him. He just smiled and sipped his spiritual tea calmly. Gradually, Daoist Bai Lu also stopped talking. Instead, he looked at Ning Fan meaningfully. He was rather surprised. After a long time, he praised. When we first met that day, I already felt that fellow Daoist is an anomaly in the Devil Tao. Your control over your devil heart has almost reached the point of perfection. Today, when I see you again, I realize that I still underestimated you. Your temperament is much calmer than I expected. If fellow Daoist has something to say, why don't you speak frankly? Ning Fan put down the teacup and said with a smile. With fellow Daoist's wisdom, I'm sure you already know that I invited you here for a request. Indeed, I can see a thing or two. However, I wonder what is it? I'm just an external cultivator. There doesn't seem to be anything that fellow Daoist wants. Fellow Daoist Ning, please don't misunderstand. I definitely don't have any intention of scheming against you. I just have some benefits that I want to share with you. Oh? What benefits? Why don't you tell me? Ning Fan's expression did not change. A great benefit. A benefit that can increase your chances of breaking through to the sovereign realm. Daoist Bai Lu observed Ning Fan's expression. He could not help but feel a little surprised when he saw that Ning Fan did not have any reaction towards the matter of increasing his chances of breaking through to the sovereign realm. One should know that if other ancient old monsters hear about the benefits of increasing their chances of breaking through to the sovereign realm, most of them would have a slight change of expression and be tempted. Breaking through to the sovereign realm could be said to be the ultimate goal of every ancient cultivator. However, the difficulty of breaking through to the immortal emperor realm was extremely high. There were also very few things that could increase one's chances of breaking through to the sovereign realm. Even for him who had already taken half a step into the sovereign realm, it was hard to say how many years he would be stuck in the quasi-emperor realm if he did not have enough luck. The difficulty of breaking through to the sovereign realm could be seen from this. In Daoist Bai Lu's opinion, it was certainly impossible for Ning Fan to not want to break through to the sovereign realm. However, his indifference was really out of his expectation. It seemed like this person's shrewdness was still beyond his expectations. It wasn't that Ning Fan was not tempted by the chances of breaking through to the sovereign realm. It was just that he did not have much of a concept about breaking through to the sovereign realm. He also did not have a deep understanding of how difficult it was. To be honest, the matter of breaking through to the sovereign realm was indeed still too far away for him. His cultivation base of the ancient god realm and ancient demon realm was only at the void abandonment realm. His cultivation base of the ancient devil realm was only at the 9 nirvana heavenly devil realm. His cultivation base of the tribulation blood realm was indeed powerful, but he did not have a proper cultivation method. The reason why he could reach his current cultivation base was because of luck. If he wanted to advance to a higher realm, it would be extremely difficult. It seemed to be too early to talk about the chances of breaking through to the sovereign realm now. If I'm not mistaken, fellow Daoist should be quite proficient in the Tao of dual cultivation, right? Daoist Bai Lu remained silent for a while and said, I can't say that I'm proficient in it, but I know a thing or two about it. If I'm not mistaken, you seem to be proficient in the Tao of dual cultivation as well. Could it be that you're cultivating the joyful Zen of Buddhism? Fellow Daoist has sharp eyes. Indeed, I'm cultivating the joyful Zen. Daoist Bai Lu's eyes narrowed. He was a little surprised by Ning Fan's insight. Buddhist cultivators were particular about the 4 elements being empty and the 6 senses being pure. They rarely touched women as it would damage the foundation of Buddhism. Therefore, most of the Buddhist cultivators were people who focused on cultivating their nature. Some Buddhist cultivators who had profound attainments in the Tao of Buddhism even kept their virginity for the rest of their lives. They even cultivated the elephant horse song of Buddhism and directly absorbed their male penis into their bodies and sealed it. However, there was also a type of Buddhist cultivators who cultivated the joyful Zen. They cultivated the Tao of dual cultivation to improve their cultivation base. For example, the 100 Flowers Great Emperor was a cultivator of the joyful Zen. Daoist Bai Lu was also a cultivator of this Tao. In the joyful Zen, as long as both parties are willing to do it, it was not an outrageous thing. The 100 Flowers Great Emperor, Ning Fan, did not comment on it. However, the baleful qi on Daoist Bai Lu's body was close to 0. Obviously, he did not commit many sins in his life. He was not the kind of person who would take advantage of women and kill people. However, this person first mentioned the saintess, then the sovereign realm and then dual cultivation. With Ning Fan's shrewdness, he had already vaguely guessed what all the methods that Daoist Bai Lu used to increase the chances of becoming in sovereign realm were. Fellow Daoist, do you have any thoughts about the saintess, Chu Lai? Daoist Bai Lu finally got to the point after beating around the bush. Ning Fan knew that Daoist Bai Lu was not asking if they had an affair. Instead, he was asking if Ning Fan wanted to pluck dual lan and obtain the mother-childing qi in her body. That was something that only the saintess who had been soaking in the mother-child pool since she was young could have. There were very few things in the world that could increase the chances of becoming in sovereign realm. However, this item was definitely one of them. Ning Fan could not help but recall the time when he first captured Duo Lan. Duo Lan was so resolute when she threatened him with her own life. I can let you plant the 3-in soul locking technique in me, but I, Duo Lan, will never comply with that. If you force me, I would rather die here. If I die, you will certainly get into big trouble after the closed tomb period. I know that you have a great purpose for entering great humble country. That's why you don't want to get into trouble. If you don't do that to me, you will definitely regret it. I, Duo Lan, promise you with my life. That day, what that little girl wanted to protect with her life was not the purity of her body but the mother-childing qi in her body. So what if I have an idea? So what if I don't? Ning Fan's attitude was non-committal. He wanted to hear what Daoist Bai Lu was going to say next. It's fine if you don't have an idea. If you do, with your identity as an external cultivator, the difficulty of seducing the saintess of the sacred mountain is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The emperors of the sacred mountain will definitely not allow this to happen. Unless fellow Daoist can get the support of some powerful beings of the sacred mountain. Ning Fan's eyes slightly narrowed. After a long time, he asked. What should I do? Please give me some pointers. Hee hee. Fellow Daoist really has such an idea. It couldn't be better. I know that the reason why fellow Daoist is so protective of that saintess Chu Lai is definitely not as simple as what the rumors say. Indeed, fellow Daoist has a great plan. You want the mother-childing qi of the saintess. Hee hee. Even a quasi-emperor like me wouldn't dare to covet that item. However, with fellow Taoist strength, I'm afraid you really have a chance to get it. White Deer Spiritual Master looked at Ning Fan as if he was a close friend and continued. Among the branches of the sacred mountain, I have a good relationship with an immortal king of the spirit sect. That's why I know some information. The saint of the spirit sect has been collecting women with rare medicine souls as his concubines all year round. He uses the joyful Zen technique to pluck them for dual cultivation. If someone provides him with a rare medicine soul, he will definitely reward them handsomely. If the medicine soul of the woman is rare enough to have a 5-colored medicine soul, there is a possibility of obtaining the support of the spirit sect even if it's too much to ask for the saintess of Chu Lai. However, fellow Taoist is just an external cultivator after all. It's impossible for you to get all of the Yin Qi in Chu Lai and Duo Lan's body. At most, you can only take 20 to 30%. The remaining 70 to 80% will still belong to the old monsters of the sacred mountain. As for the 20 to 30% that fellow Taoist obtained, you should at least share it with me. After all, I'm the one who shared this information with fellow Taoist. Ning Fan's eyes immediately turned cold. Clearly, White Deer Spiritual Master wanted Ning Fan to offer Ouyang Yuan to the saint of the spirit sect, selling his wife for glory. After selling his wife, he could only pluck 20 to 30% of Duo Lan's mother-child Yin Qi. Duo Lan's fate was to be plucked by the other old monsters of the sacred mountain. This White Deer Spiritual Master also wanted to take advantage of Duo Lan's body and obtain a little Yin Qi to increase his chances of breaking through to the immortal emperor realm. How shameless! Although this person didn't kill many people and his baleful Qi wasn't dense, he had done many shameless things before. Fellow Taoist, why are you so angry? Did I say something wrong? White Deer Spiritual Master was surprised. His expression also turned cold. I will never sell my wife. As for the mother-child Yin Qi in Saintess Chu Lai's body, I don't covet it either. Fellow Taoist, you found the wrong person by looking for me. Ning Fan suddenly stood up and was about to leave. White Deer Spiritual Master was shocked. He gritted his teeth. This was a great opportunity for him to obtain the Saintess's Yin Qi. How could he miss it? Fellow Taoist, are you reluctant to part with Ouyang Yuan's beauty? This is a big mistake. As long as one could become an emperor, there was no need to worry about not having a wife. As long as one could become an emperor, there was no need to worry about not having a beautiful woman to enjoy. Fellow Taoist, offering your wife and the bloodline of the spirit sect is of great benefit to you becoming an emperor. Moreover, as long as you give me some face, the spirit sect's holy son will most likely be willing to return Ouyang Yuan after he plucks her. Just as Taoist White Deer was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed. He saw Ning Fan turn around all of a sudden and exuded an extremely strong killing intent. Even though he was a quasi-emperor, his heart was beating wildly. From Ning Fan's body, he sensed a sense of danger that was enough to kill him. You and I have different paths, so we can't work together. However, if you continue to blaspheme my wife, Ning Fan wouldn't dare to kill a quasi-emperor on this secondary peak. You better watch your mouth. Every single word was filled with devilish might, and it wasn't an empty show of strength. Instead, it truly made Taoist White Deer feel as if his life was hanging by a thread. It was the golden palm of the flame ancestor that gave Taoist White Deer a sense of crisis. At this moment, Ning Fan was hiding the golden palm token in his sleeve. Although Taoist White Deer could not see it, he was truly shocked by the deadly sense of danger. Taoist White Deer's heart was filled with shock. At first, he thought that Ning Fan was just an ordinary immortal venerable with a powerful Tao manifestation and a sealed cultivation base. Now, it seemed like this person clearly had a terrifying trump card that could kill a quasi-emperor in a single strike. This person was not someone to be trifled with, however, he had good intentions after all. Even if this person doesn't agree with it, he shouldn't be so angry. This person is really rude, as expected. All the devil cultivators in the world were arrogant and rude. They weren't worth befriending. For example, the previous Chu Lai who was so angry that he bathed the world in blood. For a woman, he incurred the wrath of the entire world and mistakenly entered the devil path. In the end, he died and his clan was annihilated. Everyone turned against him and he became the laughingstock of the world. This kind of person couldn't be considered a great man. Among the people who invited Ning Fan, Taoist White Deer was the only one who disdained Ning Fan. He looked down on Ning Fan. If he couldn't even give up on a woman, how could he achieve great things? Even though he looked down on Ning Fan, he was truly frightened by Ning Fan's undisguised killing intent. His aura immediately weakened. A dignified quasi-emperor actually did not dare to say anything blasphemous about Ouyang Yuan in front of Ning Fan. This young man was a madman who dared to fight against an immortal emperor. If he really infuriated this crazy devil, he was afraid that his life would really be in danger. A real man doesn't need to lower himself to the same level as a boorish man. Since this young man wants to leave, just let him go. After all, he's just a brat. He's not enough to scheme against. Seeing Taoist White Deer shut his mouth obediently, Ning Fan turned around and walked out of the cave. Only when he reached the back of the mountain did his anger subside slightly. He looked down on people like Taoist White Deer. However, this kind of people really existed. In fact, they even existed in many corners of the cultivation world. He could not say that Taoist White Deer's actions were definitely wrong. It was just that the two of them had different paths. Since that was the case, Ning Fan felt annoyed even if they just had a simple conversation. I didn't expect that my pleasant visit to this place would end up like this. I'm afraid I don't want to set foot in this place anymore. Ning Fan walked all the way to the back of the mountain and found Duo Lan in a remote place. Duo Lan was kneeling alone in front of a short grave. Her face did not have too much sadness. However, even though she was not sad, she did not know why she did not want to get up or leave after kneeling. What kind of person is my mother? Everyone scolded my mother for being a promiscuous bitch. However, Duo Lan did not think that her mother was that lowly. In her heart, her mother must be the most beautiful and holy woman in the world. Even though she had never seen her mother before, she firmly believed in this matter. Duo Lan touched the old tombstone that was slightly weathered. She did not know why, but she recalled the time when her father brought her to the 100 Flowers Peak when they were still young. That day, her father's eyes were blood-red like an angry lion. He was so terrifying and crazy. In the end, they fought their way to the first auxiliary peak and arrived in front of her mother's tombstone. They touched the tombstone. Their eyes were filled with sorrow and tears of blood. Duo Lan had heard from some of Chu Lai's elders that she had inherited her mother's beauty. She was very similar to her mother, especially that head of long red hair that was hot to the eyes. Duo Lan once guessed that since she was very young, her father had neglected her and did not want to meet her often. It was not because he did not like her but because he was afraid to see her face. Her face was similar to her mother's, that was why she had never blamed her father. She always believed that her mother, who she could not even remember her face clearly, loved her. Her father, who was always cold to her, loved her as well. This was also the belief that kept her going until today. It's time to go. Ning Fan's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Duo Lan's face was slightly red. She stood up and saw Ning Fan, who was going down the mountain. There were no words of concern. But since Senior came here to look for me, it should be an act of concern. He really is very similar to my cold and taciturn father. Duo Lan patted the dust on her knees and ran to catch up with Ning Fan. They walked towards the miasma at the foot of the mountain path. Goodbye, mother. After Lan Er completes her father's last wish and reinvigorates Chu Lai's bloodline, I will come to see you again. No matter how difficult it is, Lan Er will do it. I will definitely do it. Because Lan Er is your and father's daughter. To be continued. From that day onwards, Ning Fan never set foot on the first secondary peak again. Venerable White Deer also never invited him again. Other than the first secondary peak, which was an exception, the other peak lords who invited Ning Fan had a good impression of him. In the days that followed, they often invited Ning Fan to their residences. Ning Fan naturally did not reject such a matter that would benefit both sides. Moreover, he still had a large number of spiritual fruits given to him by venerated immortal Ming Feng. As he ate them day and night, his cultivation base would improve a lot every day. He also realized that the spiritual fruits he ate were basically spiritual fruits that were 1 million years old and above. They were quite expensive in the Great Humble Clan. Unfortunately, ordinary mid-void shedding realm cultivators would need at least 1 million years of hard cultivation to accumulate their magic power to the limit. Even if Ning Fan had the help of spiritual fruits and the effect of a 3 orifices ancient god, His cultivation base was still far from reaching the peak of the mid-void shedding realm. Other than discussing the Tao and visiting friends, Ning Fan would spend the rest of his time on the cliff where he fought against the 100-Flower Sovereign. Currently, this cliff was already filled with devil chi. Ordinary Buddha cultivators did not dare to approach this place at all in case they were contaminated by the devil chi. There were also cultivators from the 100-Flower sect who took turns to expel the devil chi day and night. However, the effect was minimal. It would probably be difficult to succeed without at least 100 years. There were originally some plants on the cliff. However, due to the influence of the devil chi, they withered and died one after another as if their vitality had been cut off by the devil chi. Only a few clusters of carefree orchids on the cliff did not have their vitality devoured by the devil chi. They were still growing tenaciously in the devil chi. Since this flower could resist Ning Fan's devil chi, it really deserved to be one of the 10 great Buddha flowers of the middle state. It was the 19th day since Ning Fan came to the 100 Flowers Peak. Today, Ning Fan visited some of his fellow Taoists as usual. Then, he came to this cliff to meditate. 3000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, away from the cliff, there were about 10 to 20 cultivators of the 100-Flower sect who were expelling the devil chi. When they saw Ning Fan, they greeted him and temporarily retreated. They did not perform any exorcism techniques to avoid disturbing Ning Fan's meditation. During these days, they were already used to Ning Fan's daily visits. Knowing that he was meditating here, they naturally did not dare to disturb him while he was meditating. After all the cultivators left, Ning Fan sat down at the center of the cliff as usual. Not far away from him were a few clusters of carefree orchids that were as pale as sickly beauties. These carefree orchids were full of vitality and contained an extremely strong Buddhist nature, allowing them to survive in a certain degree of devil chi. Ning Fan's eyes swept across the few stalks of carefree orchids in front of him and stopped for a moment, as if he was attracted by them. However, he quickly withdrew his gaze and continued with the enlightenment he had been doing for the past few days. Every day, Ning Fan would come to this cliff and carefully review every scene of the duel between him and the 100-Flower Sovereign. Today was no exception. Even though the battle that day was only a battle of Daos and not a real battle, the comprehension contained within it was definitely not small. Just like the initial comprehension of the ancient devil Tao of destruction, the various uses of the Tao image, and the awe-inspiring state of mind when facing a dignified immortal emperor. Of course, what was most worthy of Ning Fan's comprehension was the Tao elephant attack that he launched at the very last moment, which completely defeated the 100-Flower Sovereign, ancient demon mountain breaking strike. With Ning Fan's comprehension ability at the second level of the heavenly being realm, he could easily create ordinary abilities on his own. This ancient demon mountain breaking strike was just Ning Fan's natural counterattack when he saw the 100-Flower Sovereign transforming the mountain's momentum into the Buddha's shadow. Even though it was just a random ability, Ning Fan was in a high-pressure state when he was fighting against an immortal emperor at that time. His state of mind, Tao comprehension, devil sense and willpower were all at 120%. Therefore, the creation of this technique was quite extraordinary. The principle of this technique was to condense the power of the Tao image on a punch. Using the will of destruction to strengthen the inside of the punch while using the power of destruction to destroy the outside of the punch. With the help of this technique, Ning Fan's Tao elephant attack, which was not weak in the first place, instantly exploded with more than twice its original power. It was just like a violent attack. It was precisely because this violent attack was too strong that the 100-Flower Sovereign did not even have the time to condense enough power of the Tao elephant to resist it and was directly defeated. The ancient demon mountain breaking strike is actually an application of the ancient devil Tao of destruction. It's a way to use the power of the ancient devil. It's a kind of ability that only ancient devils can use. The profound meaning of this ability is to instantly unleash the power of the ancient devil in one's body to achieve the effect of a violent attack. In other words, the ancient demon mountain breaking strike that I created in the past is a kind of violent attack ability. It can double the power of my attack. It was a kind of violent attack ability that only belonged to the ancient devil lineage. There were very few abilities that belonged to the ancient devil lineage in the world. For example, Immortal Emperor Mo Zhong's life-killing technique was one of them. Today, Ning Fan had actually created another one of his own. If it was during the devil conferral era, such an act would definitely shock all the devils. It was a pioneering act. It seemed like a stroke of luck or a coincidence. However, which one of the creation of the famous abilities in the world would not be influenced by luck, if it wasn't for the natural process of the ancient devil comprehension, if it wasn't for the domineering act of facing an immortal emperor, he certainly wouldn't have such luck. In the past, I used the method of condensing my Tao image into a fist to launch this attack. Thus, this attack only has the destructive power of a violent attack against the enemy's Tao image. However, if I condense my ancient devil essence chi into my fist and launch the attack in the same way, this ancient demon mountain breaking strike will no longer be limited to the destructive power of the Tao image. Instead, it will be a true ancient devil body technique. Theoretically, that's true. However, it's quite difficult to achieve this. Moreover, this ancient demon mountain breaking strike is still in its embryonic form. It hasn't been perfected yet. Ning Fan sat cross-legged on the ground. With a thought, countless runes of the devil Tao surrounded his body. Black light shone brightly and black chi billowed. Green light flickered in his eyes. At this moment, the Tao comprehension of the second level of the heavenly being realm was fully exerted. He kept deducing the flaws and shortcomings of the ancient demon mountain breaking strike. He constantly used the will of the ancient devil Tao of destruction to refine his ancient devil essence chi, causing the devil nature of his essence chi to deepen day by day. The 20th day, the 21st day, the 22nd day. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed. The time for the second round of the mausoleum seizing competition was approaching day by day. The spiritual fruits that venerated Clear Peak Immortal gave Ning Fan had already been eaten up. Many of the treasures of those peak lords had also been eaten by Ning Fan. Gradually, they felt embarrassed to invite Ning Fan. As such, Ning Fan did not want to be an unwelcome guest. Instead, he stayed at the cliff of the main peak and perfected some of the details of the ancient demon mountain breaking strike. On the other hand, Ouyang Yuan's progress in nourishing the divine essence pills was very smooth. Currently, she had already nurtured 12 divine essence pills. However, according to Zhang Yu, this number was still far from enough. At least 100 divine essence pills were needed to heal the 100 flower sovereign's injuries. There was still a long way to go. Consuming the divine essence pills had greatly depleted Ouyang Yuan's medicine soul. Fortunately, Ning Fan had already given Ouyang Yuan the 10,000 years old medicinal marrow that Tamu gave her. It was enough to replenish the depletion of her medicine soul. On the other hand, Old Wu was a little restless. These days, he often took out his treasure-searching tortoise and looked around as if he was searching for some kind of treasure. Unfortunately, the search was not going smoothly. Sometimes, he would frown and think hard. Sometimes, he would sigh. Sometimes, his small eyes would light up. Sometimes, he would feel lost. As for Zhang Yu, he brazenly took the treasures from the 100 Flower Sovereign's palace to stabilize the body of his incomplete primordial spirit. His complexion was getting rosier day by day. After all, he was an old friend of the 100 Flower Sovereign. Thus, he did not need to be courteous with him. As the time for the second round was approaching, strange carriages of spirit beasts began to enter the territory of the 100 Flowers Peak one after another. The people who were sitting on the carriages were basically cultivators from the grasslands outside of the Middle State. As soon as they entered the place, they were directly led to the main peak by the young man with the flesh wings. After that, these people also became the distinguished guests of the 100 Flowers Peak. One by one, they stayed in the guest rooms of the cave residences on the main peak. However, none of them came out of their rooms. They did not seem to be visiting each other. All of them were quietly waiting for the 100 Flower Sovereign to summon them. Ning Fan asked the young man about it. The latter seemed to have received an order. He did not hide anything from Ning Fan and told him everything. These cultivators came from more than 10 different grasslands, and the tribes they belonged to were the tribes that won first place in their respective grassland minor competitions. The 3,000 tribes of Debay were dependent on the 5 emperors of the central province, and the tribes of these people were dependent on the Emperor of 100 Flowers. As the second round of the mausoleum seizing battle approached, they naturally had to pay their respects to the Emperor of 100 Flowers. Ning Fan pondered for a moment and understood the profound meaning behind it. The 100 Blossoms Emperor's injuries are too severe. Even if he recovers, it is very likely that his cultivation level will drop. Therefore, he is determined to win the South Sea Spring water for the second round. Zhang Yu, and the others entering debate wasn't within the 100-flower Thearch's calculations. With the 100-flower Thearch's shrewdness, he must have already made arrangements for this. These tribes were the 100-flower Thearch's previous reliance. According to the information Ning Fan obtained, there would always be 108 teams participating in the second round of the mausoleum seizing competition in the past. Apart from the Central Plains, the other 107 grasslands would be represented by the tribe that won the minor competition. The number of people in each team could not exceed 10. As for the Central States team, each of the 5 emperors of the Central State would give a few spots, and the strongest among them would participate in the second round of the mausoleum seizing by themselves. The second round of the contest for the mausoleum had a strict limit on the age of one's bones. Those with a bone age exceeding 5 million years were not allowed to participate in the second round. Therefore, very few primordial immortal sovereigns would appear in the second round. Most of them were just thought fragments or void renders. Among the 100-flower emperor's subordinates, there weren't even a few at the late stage of the thought shatterer realm. Obviously, it wasn't that there weren't any more powerful people, but because of the second round's bone age limit, they were eliminated. If the second round is filled with cultivators of this level, it will be an opportunity for me. 3 days later, 100-flower emperor suddenly sent someone to invite Ning Fan to the inner hall of the cavern. Under the guidance of a few young men with flesh wings, Ning Fan came to the inner hall of the cave residence. He glanced around and found that there were already many people waiting here. Most of them were subordinates of 100-flower's peak. Could this person be? As soon as Ning Fan arrived, some of them immediately noticed Ning Fan's outer cultivator attire. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Ning Fan. Obviously, these people had already heard of a shocking news that had spread across the entire Middle State on their way here. An outer cultivator had defeated 100-flower emperor head-on in a duel between Dao images in the 100-flower's peak. The junior succeeds the senior. It was unprecedented. Lord Ning, please wait here for a moment. His Excellency will be here soon. The few young men with flesh wings greeted Ning Fan respectfully and retreated to the side. The inner hall immediately fell into dead silence. Even though some of them were extremely curious about Ning Fan, none of them came over to talk to him. The atmosphere became a little dull. Fortunately, the dull atmosphere did not last for too long. Very soon, 7 to 8 women walked out from the other side of the hall. They were the personal maids of 100-flower emperor. Behind the maids, 100-flower emperor walked into the hall step by step on a red carpet like a female emperor. Every step she took carried a domineering aura. Her beautiful eyes swept across the hall coldly. All the subordinates of 100-flower emperor could not withstand her aura. They lowered their heads in shock and cupped their fists to pay their respects. Greetings to His Excellency. Dispense with the formalities. Are all of you the participants sent by your respective clans? 100-flower emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. A hint of disappointment flashed across her eyes. If her subordinates only have people with such strength to participate in the second round, their chances of getting the South Sea Spring water would not be high. After all, only those who get into the top 3 would be rewarded with the South Sea Spring water. According to the insider information that 100-flower emperor obtained, among the participating teams, there were no less than 20 teams with late thought fragmentation realm cultivators. There were 9 teams with peak thought fragmentation realm cultivators and 3 teams with immortal venerables, among the 3 immortal venerables teams. With the strength of these subordinates, it was almost impossible for them to get into the top 3. Unfortunately, the second round of the competition was not as simple as a duel. They were not allowed to use supplementary items such as the attack of an immortal emperor. Sure enough, I can only rely on this outer cultivator that Zhang Yu brought along for this trip. The 100-flower emperor glanced at Ning Fan imperceptibly and the corners of her mouth curled up into a cunning smile. Even though this person's Dao image is powerful, the second round is not about the Dao image. Having a powerful Dao image is useless. However, this person's cultivation base is an eternal immortal venerable. This point can be used to our advantage. As for his bone age is terrifyingly young. It seems to be only around 40,000 years old, which completely meets the standard of reference. Cultivating to become an eternal immortal venerable in just 40,000 years? The 100-flower emperor did not think much of it. She would never believe such a thing. She thought to herself that Ning Fan was probably using a secret technique to conceal his bone age. Even an immortal emperor like her who had attained the Tao in ancient times could not see through it. It was a pretty good secret technique. If he could hide it from her, he could also hide it from the other 4 emperors of the Middle Province. Thus, it would not affect the second round of the grand competition. The reason why I called all of you here today is because the second round of the mausoleum seizing competition is approaching. I want to give all of you some benefits. Later, I will open the 100 Flowers secret vault. All of you can enter freely. Take as many things as you can. I won't be stingy. As soon as the 100 Flower Emperor's voice fell, countless people in the inner hall gasped. The 100 Flowers secret vault. Isn't that the 100 Flower Emperor's treasure vault? Even though they were her subordinates with lowly statuses, they were actually fortunate enough to enter the immortal emperor's treasure vault. In the past, didn't only the immortal venerables and immortal kings who had made great contributions to the 100 Flower Emperor get to enter the vault? Rumor has it that the 100 Flowers secret vault was filled with formations and illusory techniques. It was an opportunity but also a kind of test. How many things one could take would depend on one's strength. Rumor has it that the 100 Flower Emperor had once condensed her comprehension of the Tao in the first half of her life into a relic. Now, it was placed in the 100 Flowers secret vault and no one had ever taken it before. Rumor has it that the 100 Flower Emperor's cultivation base in the Tao of formations was extremely high, far surpassing her peers. Her comprehension of the Tao of formations was also left in the 100 Flowers secret vault. There was also a rumor that the 100 Flower Emperor had planted a poison immortal of the 3 wilderness in the vault. It was a species of poisonous flower that no one knew where it came from. Just a drop of its venom could kill an eternal immortal venerable. Rumor has it that the 100 Flower Emperor smiled seductively. She was very satisfied with the surprised expressions of her subordinates. Suddenly, she noticed Ning Fan's calm expression and could not help but frown. Is this brat looking down on my treasure vault? Well, she could not blame Ning Fan for being so calm. It was because he had seen too many good things. That was why he was a little calmer. Of course, it did not mean that he did not have any expectations for the so-called immortal emperor's treasure vault. Since it was an immortal emperor's treasure vault, he might really be able to obtain some items that would be helpful to his trip. Someone, bring these people to my secret vault. Yes. A few young men with flesh wings led hundreds of subordinates out from one end of the inner hall. They walked along the winding path and no one knew where they were going. Ning Fan naturally followed them. He secretly took out the treasure-searching compass and hid it in his sleeve. The further they went, the more precious treasures the compass could sense. It seems like there are really a lot of good things ahead. After everyone left for a long time, the corner of the 100 Flower Emperor's mouth suddenly curled upwards. I wonder if that brat can successfully obtain the cold dew of releasing punishment. This is a good item that can temporarily freeze the punishment ring. It can suppress the seal of the punishment ring for a short period of time and restore his original cultivation base. Hee. It's just that the side effect is a little big. However, if I don't tell you, how would you know about this? Under the guidance of the young men with flesh wings, the group of cultivators came to the outside of the 100 Flower secret vault. The doors of the secret vault were 2 illusory stone doors. The restrictive power was extremely strong. Obviously, there were countless formations hidden inside. If anyone trespasses this place, they would definitely be obliterated by the formations. A young man with flesh wings who was the leader took out a token and waved it at the stone door. The stone door suddenly made a creaking sound and opened to both sides, revealing the space inside which was surrounded by illusory mist. This is the treasure space of the Venerable One. This stone door is the only entrance that can be used to enter and exit. The illusory techniques and restrictive spells inside are intricate and complicated. Whether you can really obtain the treasures inside depends on your strength. If you can't hold on inside, you can chant the incantation and you will be teleported out immediately. The incantation is. The young man with flesh wings told everyone the incantation and told them about the dangers inside. Hearing that there was a certain degree of danger in the secret vault, everyone's heart trembled. However, there was a little hesitation and they did not immediately enter. However, this hesitation did not last long. A few bold people took the lead and entered first. Then, one after another, the subordinates rushed into the secret vault. So what if it's risky? In front of them was the immortal emperor's treasure vault. What's the harm in taking some risks for it? Ning Fan was not in a hurry to enter. Instead, he observed the formation and restrictive spells at the entrance of the stone door for a while before stepping into it. As soon as he entered the stone door, he immediately felt a teleportation force surging under his feet. In the next moment, he was forcefully teleported to a peach forest by the formation of this place. This treasure space was quite vast. Besides, it had an extremely strong confusion and restriction on spirit sense. If one stays here for a long time, it would even cause certain damage to his sea of consciousness. Just when Ning Fan wanted to spread out his spirit sense to explore this place, he felt a suction force forcefully devouring his spirit sense. Without saying anything, he cut off that trace of spirit sense and his expression turned solemn. I really can't underestimate the formation of this place. However, if he is given enough time, it would not be difficult for him to see through the formation of this place. As for the damage that the formation of this place could cause to his sea of consciousness, it was directly broken by him using the secret word force. Ning Fan secretly activated the secret word force. While searching in the peach forest, he also memorized the formation under his feet. This peach forest seemed to be one of the places where treasures were kept in this treasure space. Even with Ning Fan's cultivation base in the Tao of formations, it still took him a long time to walk out from the other end of the peach forest. As soon as he got out of the peach forest, he saw a golden house. Inside the golden house, there was a 9 revolutions golden pill. It was a pill that could increase one's cultivation base. Its name was Putua pill. This pill was extremely famous in the Great Bay clan. Ning Fan had also heard some news about this pill. He heard that this pill was different from ordinary pills. Its medicinal effect was unusually overbearing. The medicinal power of a single pill could even match 10 thought fragmentation Tao fruits. Of course, the concoction of this pill was also extremely complicated. The medicinal ingredients were even harder to find. It was said that even some gold pill refinement masters of the Great Bay clan who had been famous for a long time would only succeed in 1 or 2 out of 10 attempts. Moreover, they could only concoct 1 Putua pill at the same time in each attempt. If they concoct 2 pills at the same time, they would definitely fail and it would be hard to control. He did not expect to get a Putua pill for free. Ning Fan briefly examined the pill and found that there was nothing unusual about it. Then, he swallowed it. After refining it for a while, the cultivation bases of his ancient gods and ancient demons improved significantly again. Ordinary thought fragmentation Tao fruits would definitely not dare to do this. However, Ning Fan was a 9th Nirvana heavenly devil. His physical body was fully capable of withstanding the medicinal effect of this pill. All he needed was to slowly refine it later on. After that, he found the right path and continued to search the place. This young man is actually so fast. He has already passed through the formation of the peach forest and obtained the Putua pill. In the inner palace, the 100 Flowers Empress seemed to have sensed something and she frowned slightly. She had spent a lot of effort to set up this formation. Even the immortal venerables and immortal kings on the secondary peaks would not be able to walk out of it without a few days of effort. Thus, they could only give up on the peach forest and return to where they came from. She seemed to have underestimated this young man's formation mastery. Ning Fan left the golden house in the peach forest and continued forward, passing through the illusory mist. Unknowingly, he arrived at a large river. The water in this river was none other than 8th grade Tao spring of extraordinary quality. Moreover, there was a whole river of 8th grade Tao spring water. Unfortunately, it seems like the tree of 7 wonders can only continue to grow if it is watered by 6th grade and above Tao springs. Even though there are a lot of these Tao springs, they are not beneficial to the tree of 7 wonders. However, he could take all of them away and use them to water another plant, the 4 Emperors Arhat pine. Even if he could not use them all, he could also use them to trade. One should know that in the Debay clan, ordinary goods were traded with gold and silver while high-grade cultivation materials were usually traded with other goods. If he uses this amount of Tao spring water to trade, he would certainly be able to get a lot of good items. He remembered that the 100 Flowers Empress had mentioned before that as long as he was strong enough, he could take anything he wanted from the secret vault, since she had said that, he naturally would not be courteous with her. He directly used his ability and broke the restrictions on the river one by one. Then, he took the entire river of Dao spring water away. They can even break the restrictions of the Dao River. The 100 Flowers Empress sensed it again. Given her identity as an immortal emperor, losing a river of Dao spring water was still a little painful. According to her calculations, when these people entered the secret vault, they could at most break 1 or 2 restrictions each. Moreover, most of the restrictions they broke would only be low-grade ones. What they took away would only be the items that she had arranged for them in advance. However, Ning Fan was an exception. She had underestimated his cultivation base in the Dao of formations. Her arrangement was that Ning Fan would be trapped in the peach forest and had no choice but to leave the peach forest and move according to the route that she had arranged. However, Ning Fan directly rushed out of the peach forest and headed in another direction to collect the treasures. Someone, summon the 10,000 ancient experts of the 7 peaks here. Yes. Very soon, the 7 peak lords of the auxiliary peaks arrived. Even Ming Feng, who had yet to recover from his severe injuries, had also arrived. As soon as the 7 of them arrived, the 100 Flowers Empress did not explain anything to them. She just handed each of them a row of formation flags and ordered them to inject their magic power into the flags. She could have done it herself, but she was unwilling to use her magic power recklessly when she had yet to recover from her severe injuries. Thus, she sent her subordinates to do it. The other 6 ancient experts were baffled. They did not understand the meaning behind the 100 Flowers Empress action. Only enlightened being Bai Lu, who was the leader of the auxiliary peaks, could guess a thing or two. Inwardly, he was surprised. Aren't these the formation flags of the secret vault? Could it be that His Honor wants to make things difficult for someone in the secret vault by asking us to reinforce the formation of the secret vault? I heard that His Honor had given an order today to let all the subordinates enter the secret vault to choose their treasures. That little Ning Fan seems to be one of them. Could it be that His Honor's arrangement has led to some changes? The one who could cause such a change was naturally not those subordinates with mediocre cultivation bases. It was highly possible that it was Ning Fan. If he is going to make things difficult for this person, I might have to do something. Enlightened being Bai Lu immediately channeled a large amount of magic power into the formation flags. That day, he was subdued by Ning Fan. Even though he did not dare to go against Ning Fan, he still held some resentment towards him. Today, he could take his revenge without facing Ning Fan directly. Naturally, he would not let go of this opportunity. The other 6 ancient monsters also channeled their magic power into the formation flags without any delay. Even venerated immortal Ming Feng also channeled his magic power within a controllable range. With the reinforcement of the formation by the 7 ancient monsters, Ning Fan soon noticed the difference. After leaving the Great River, he continued to move forward and arrived at a garden that was filled with poisonous mist. That poisonous mist was quite extraordinary. It actually gave him a sense of danger. It seemed like it was not an ordinary item. According to Ning Fan's plan, he was going to break the restriction of this place and take the poisonous item away. However, as soon as he tried to break the restriction, a vast amount of magic power spread out from the restriction, causing him to retreat continuously. The blood and qi in his chest churned violently. He only managed to stabilize his breathing after a long time. The restriction of this place is far stronger than the previous few places. This aroused Ning Fan's interest even more. Ning Fan had already activated the force character to its limit. With a wave of his hand, rays of golden light condensed from the great force of heaven and earth were shot out, hitting the weak points of the restriction of this place. However, it could not withstand Ning Fan's incessant attacks. Gradually, some immortal venerables who were channeling their magic power into the formation could no longer endure it. First was the heavily injured Ming Feng immortal venerable, then the other immortal venerables, then the 2nd peak's immortal king. I'm sorry to disappoint you. We were too far away, so it was difficult for us to control the formation on this flag. Someone broke the formation. The 6 of them remained calm. They only knew which middle prefecture great emperor was the one who broke the formation. Since they were competing with 100 Blossom Emperor, they didn't feel ashamed to lose to middle prefecture great emperor. Only Taoist Master Bai Lu was still struggling to hold on with an expression of disbelief. How could this be? How could that Ning Fan possibly have such a profound cultivation base in the Tao of formations? Even the formation laid down by the 100-Flower Empress and the magic power of the 7 ancient immortals could not stop him from advancing? Bang! Taoist Master Bai Lu was too slow in giving up and was affected by the backlash of the formation being broken. He felt a sharp pain in his knowledge sea and spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura weakened a little. His expression was one of extreme shock. Even if this person's Tao of formations was not as strong as his honor, it was not much weaker, it was not something he could win against. Forget it. It's my negligence. You guys can leave now. The 100-Flower Empress dismissed the 10,000 ancient immortals and frowned. She had already said that those who enter the secret vault could take the treasures by themselves based on their own strength. She would not go back on her words. Since she had already miscalculated this matter, she had no choice but to let Ning Fan wreak havoc in the treasure vault. In the treasure vault, Ning Fan broke the poisonous mist formation. When he saw a stalk of dark green flower which was filled with poisonous qi, he was slightly shocked. What a domineering poisonous qi! A single drop of this flower's poison was probably enough to poison an ancient immortal venerable to death. If it's the entire stalk of this poisonous flower, perhaps it could even poison an immortal king to death. Of course, this was not the only function of this flower. If it was just used to poison people, the 100-Flower Empress would not have valued it so much. If this flower is consumed, it seemed like, it could greatly increase a cultivator's resistance against poison. Of course, the thought of consuming this flower made Ning Fan's hair stand on end even with his temperament. After all, even a supreme treasure like the God-exterminating shield could not provide much help to Ning Fan when it came to consuming the poisonous flower internally. Ning Fan could only rely on his own strength to resist the poison of this flower and gradually absorb it to increase his own poison resistance. Difficult. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, consuming this flower recklessly was no different from courting death. However, Ning Fan did not mind keeping this flower temporarily. He would keep it by his side and slowly nurture it. It would not be too late for him to consume it when his cultivation base is higher in the future, when he is strong enough to resist the poison of this flower. Once his poison resistance is high, he would certainly be invincible when facing some old monsters who play with poison, so this flower is called the Triad Poison Immortal. Ning Fan's gaze swept across a stone tablet in the poison garden. Then, he turned around and left the garden, walking in another direction. There were still many clues from the treasure-searching compass. There were definitely a lot of good items in this place. As Ning Fan's understanding of the formations in this place deepened, it actually became easier for him to move around. As for the other cultivators who entered the secret vault, they could no longer withstand the pressure of the formations in this place. Each of them chanted an incantation and teleported out of the secret vault. Each of them had gained something and all of them looked very excited. However, compared to Ning Fan, their gains were not worth mentioning at all. Time passed by slowly. The subordinates outside the treasure vault could no longer hold back the excitement in their hearts. They wanted to return to their respective rooms and consume some food to comprehend the new knowledge. However, the young men with the flesh wings refused to bring the subordinates away from this place. Their reason was that there was still one person who had not returned. Who, after such a long time, there was actually still someone who could endure in the secret vault. Only then did the subordinates realize that Ning Fan had not returned. He was still searching for treasures in the secret vault. Some of them were envious of him. How many benefits must he have obtained by staying in the secret vault for such a long time? Some of them even exclaimed in admiration. Rumor has it that this person is an immortal venerated throughout the ages whose cultivation base is sealed. Now, it seems like even if his cultivation base is sealed, he is still not someone that an ordinary thought-breaking old monster could compare to. He is indeed worthy of being an expert who defeated an immortal emperor in the Tao Elephant realm. His reputation is indeed well-deserved. Ning Fan did not know about the exclamations of the subordinates outside. At this moment, he was wholeheartedly searching for treasures in the secret vault and continuously increasing his harvest. He immediately consumed another Padala pill without any change in his expression. There was an ancient dual cultivation scripture which recorded the cultivation technique of the Buddhist gate of Joy Zen. Since Ning Fan had the yin-yang transformation, he naturally would not cultivate the Buddhist gate of Joy Zen. However, he could still obtain some confirmation by reading it. A small hill of 9 revolutions lead pills and silver pills. Hee. Now, he has the capital to barter with other items. A large orchard of 1 million years old spiritual fruits. Ning Fan naturally plucked all of them. There was also a large number of ancient pill recipes, great infernal cultivation methods and medicine soul secret techniques. Ning Fan also knew how to restrain himself. He did not directly take away the original copies but made a copy of each of them. In the end, after taking a big round, Ning Fan returned to the vicinity of the peach forest where he first went. He had been to the peach forest before. Naturally, he did not plan to enter it again. He thought that he had already walked around 60 to 70% of the area and it was about time for him to leave. If he goes overboard, he might really anger the 100 Flowers' great emperor. Just as he was about to chant an incantation, a pungent wind suddenly blew towards him. Within the pungent wind, buzzing sounds could be heard continuously. It was a blood bee that was the size of a thumb. All of a sudden, it attacked him. It was just a blood bee but its chi was not weaker than the peak thought fragmentation realm. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. He expanded the protective golden light of the god exterminating shield to 3 Zhang*, 3. 33 m per Zhang, away from his body and easily blocked the blood bee's attack. The blood bee seemed to let out a soft cry of surprise. However, it also seemed like it had never made a sound before. All of a sudden, it turned around and fled in another direction. As if it was afraid of Ning Fan, it went into the illusory mist and Ning Fan could no longer find it. Trying to escape. Ning Fan's eyes flickered. He turned his hand and took out the treasure-searching compass. He injected the trace of chi that he captured from the blood bee into the compass. This compass could not only be used to search for treasures but it could also be used to search for people. There was nothing in the world that it could not search. As such, even though the illusory mist was strong, Ning Fan could still easily determine the direction that the blood bee was fleeing to and chase after it. The place that the bee was fleeing to might contain some precious treasures. As for this blood bee, it was highly likely that it was the treasure-protecting spiritual insect. Ning Fan chased after it for an unknown period of time. Suddenly, a towering blood light penetrated through the illusory mist in front of him. Further ahead was a sea of blood that stretched to the sky. However, it was frozen by something and turned into a sea of ice. In the sky above the frozen sea of blood, there was a floating profound ice platform. On top of the profound ice platform, cold chi that could devour people kept coming out. The coldness of the cold chi was so strong that even a cultivator like Ning Fan who had attained the 5 elements avoidance realm shivered slightly. What is this? On the jade platform, there was a jade plate. On the jade plate, there was only a drop of blue, half-frozen liquid. It was this drop of liquid that was emitting a frightening cold chi that froze the entire sea of blood below it. Even the Xing ring in Ning Fan's body became a little sluggish in the face of this frightening cold chi. It seemed like it was a little difficult to seal Ning Fan's cultivation base. The moment Ning Fan's blood calamity realm got close to the liquid, there was a tiny bit of the seal that was lifted. The blood wasps that lured Ning Fan to this place had already disappeared. Ning Fan stared at the sea of blood for a long time. Suddenly, he leaped onto the frozen sea of blood. After a few flashes, he arrived at the bottom of the floating profound ice platform. With another flash, his body moved like a ghost. When he opened his palm, there was already a drop of dark blue icy liquid in his palm. It was the drop on the profound ice platform. This item seems to have a suppressive effect on the punishment rings in my body. The icy liquid gave off a bone-piercing cold feeling but it did not cause any frostbite. It seemed like it only had the effect of freezing certain things. When he touched the icy liquid at a close distance, the 8 punishment rings in his body had obvious changes. The seal power that flowed in the rings actually froze a little from the edge. After the seal froze, the cultivation base of Jiaxue that was originally sealed was unsealed a little. It was just a little but it was enough to surprise Ning Fan. When I went to the ferocious domain continent in the past, I went to many cave dwellings of ancient cultivators. There was a stone inscription that mentioned something called releasing cold dew. The releasing cold dew is an ancient treasure of the Debay clan. It has the magical effect of freezing and sealing power. There were some ancient cultivators who wanted to cultivate the Tao of ascetic monks. They asked the saints of Debay to suppress their cultivation base with the punishment rings to temper themselves. However, there were always risks and killings in the cultivation world. These ascetic monks also had times where they had no choice but to use their sealed cultivation base. During such times, the ascetic monks would usually not break the punishment rings. It is said that the punishment rings have some unknown benefits and they are reluctant to break them easily. Whenever they are in danger, they would usually choose to consume a little releasing cold dew. That way, they can temporarily recover some of their sealed cultivation base without damaging the punishment rings. The time and amount of recovery is related to the amount of the releasing cold dew that they consume. Ning Fan recalled the stone inscription that he had seen before and guessed inwardly. Could this drop of icy liquid be the releasing cold dew? Judging from the suppressive effect of this drop of icy liquid on the punishment rings, it might really be this item. Unfortunately, there were too few records about the releasing cold dew in those stone inscriptions. Thus, Ning Fan could not confirm it and could only speculate. The punishment rings were really a headache. It was not that it was difficult to break the punishment ring. If Ning Fan wanted to, he could break it at any time and recover his true cultivation base. However, the troublesome thing was that the real meaning of Xing Huan was that the despicable tribe had a restriction on external cultivators. Once this restriction was broken, it would be considered as violating the laws of the great humble race and would attract the pursuit of the 5 thearchs of the Middle Province. The punishment ring could not be broken. Just because he couldn't shatter it didn't mean that he couldn't find another way to recover his cultivation. Obviously, this drop of ice liquid was such a trick. Even if this item was not the releasing frost dew, it most likely had a similar suppressive effect. Just by holding this thing in his hand, he could freeze some of the punishment ring seal. If he took some, the freezing power would directly suppress the punishment ring in his dantian, and the effect would be even better. This item could be used as another trump card in the second round of seizing the mausoleum. If he could not get the South Sea spring water with his sealed cultivation base, he would not mind consuming a little bit of the icy liquid and participate in the second round with his unsealed cultivation base. If it's for the South Sea spring water, I think the 100 Flowers Great Emperor would certainly not blame me for taking this item. Besides, I even suspect that the blood wasps that lured me here were sent by the 100 Flowers Great Emperor. As he thought of this, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of vigilance. He checked the icy liquid and did not find anything unusual. Then, he kept it. Just as he was about to leave, a ray of blood light suddenly shot out from the frozen sea of blood. It made a buzzing sound and rushed towards Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. Just as he was about to defend himself, the blood light suddenly stopped and revealed itself. It was the blood wasps that launched the attack just now. However, this time, the blood wasps did not seem to have the intention to attack him. Instead, they landed on the icy surface of the sea of blood. After they landed on the ground, they turned into a young lady wearing a pink dress in the middle of a series of blood-red runes. The lady's body was emitting multicolored light, giving people a feeling of holiness. Beneath her long black hair was her almost perfect body. Her body was also emitting a delicate fragrance that resembled flowers and honey. The only thing that was out of place was her pair of bare feet, which were chained with iron chains. When she walked, they made clanking sounds, making her look like a prisoner. After the lady appeared, she seemed to be hesitant. However, she quickly made up her mind. She dragged the iron chains closer to Ning Fan and bowed to him. This sinful woman greets young master. Please forgive me for attacking young master just now. Then, she waved her palm and rays of blood light shot out, turning into a nearly transparent blood-red beehive, covering the area of 10 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, around Ning Fan. That beehive did not pose any threat to Ning Fan. However, it had an extremely strong barrier against spirit sense. Perhaps even an immortal emperor would not be able to easily break the beehive and see what was inside. Obviously, it was an extremely powerful isolation ability. It seemed like this lady had something to tell Ning Fan, but she was worried about the 100 Flowers Great Emperor who was the owner of the treasure vault. Thus, she purposely concealed it. Miss, what do you mean? Ning Fan's eyes were calm as he scrutinized the lady in front of him, secretly guessing the purpose of her visit. The lady bowed again and pleaded. Young master is a powerful cultivator. Please save me from the sea of suffering. Save you from the sea of suffering? Do you mean to truly save your main demon soul from this sea of blood? Ning Fan frowned. This lady was none other than the blood wasp that attacked him just now. Ning Fan did not get a clear look at her. Now, he realized that she did not have a physical body but a trace of her demon soul. Moreover, it was not a main demon soul but an existence similar to a second demon soul. Humans could cultivate their main primordial spirit and second primordial spirit. Demon cultivators could also cultivate their main demon soul and second demon soul. With Ning Fan's rain technique, he could vaguely sense a trace of demon chi that was deeply hidden under the ice layer of the sea of blood. It seemed to be suppressed. It was the same chi as the blood wasp. However, compared to the blood wasp, it was a few times stronger. It must be the main demon soul of this lady. A main and a secondary. The cultivation base of this lady's secondary demon soul had reached the peak thought fragmentation realm. As for the cultivation base of her main demon soul, it seemed to have reached the second tribulation immortal venerable realm. This lady also seemed to have cultivated some kind of secret technique that allowed her to conceal even the mind-reading technique, preventing Ning Fan from peeking into her mind. It's not simple, young master, please understand. I was originally a wasp demon born in ancient times. Even though I'm a demon, I have never harmed anyone. Because I admired Buddhism, I became the disciple of the first master of 100 Flowers Peak, enlightened Gu Hua. I listened to his teachings and cultivated diligently. Gradually, I gained my cultivation base and even became the spiritual beast guardian of 100 Flowers Peak. After that, enlightened Gu Hua failed to break through the seventh tribulation and died in the heavenly tribulation. Thousands of years later, the second master of 100 Flowers Peak came and appointed me as the spiritual beast guardian of the mountain. After several generations, I have always been cultivating in 100 Flowers Peak. I never had any other thoughts until the fourth master of 100 Flowers Peak, Ji Shirling, came. When she mentioned the name Ji Shirling, the blood wasp actually held her head in pain. It was as if there was a restriction on her demon soul that prevented her from mentioning this name casually. After a while, the pain finally disappeared. Ji Shirling, Ning Fan was slightly surprised. This name was a little unfamiliar. Ji Shirling is the common name of the current 100 Flowers Emperor. I'm afraid he doesn't use it anymore. The blood wasp endured the restriction and explained. Miss, why were you imprisoned here by the 100 Flowers Emperor? Ning Fan pondered for a while and still asked. I angered Ji Shirling because of some matters. The blood wasp seemed to be a little embarrassed to speak her mind. After hesitating for a moment, she continued. Actually, when Ji Shirling first took over as the master of 100 Flowers Peak, he treated me quite well. However, 1 year after that, he suddenly asked me to sacrifice my body to seduce a man. However, what I admire is the orthodox Buddhist Dharma. I have always been cultivating my body and mind. How could I be willing to give myself to someone else and lose my primordial yin? That's why I rejected him sternly. However, I didn't expect that I would anger Ji Shirling. In a fit of anger, he destroyed my physical body, extracted my demon soul and even suppressed my demon soul under this blood sea. Fortunately, I'm an expert in the soul separation technique. Even though I couldn't break through the blood sea and escape, I gradually cultivated a second demon soul and secretly broke free from the blood sea with my separated soul. Unfortunately, this separated soul was soon discovered by Ji Shirling. She also imprisoned it in this place with a powerful technique. Compared to my main demon soul, which is suppressed at the bottom of the blood sea, even though my second demon soul can obtain a certain degree of freedom and wander outside the blood sea, it can't go too far away from it. Besides, every few months, this blood sea will have a blood sense tide. At that time, I will have to suffer the pain of the tide pouring into my soul. It's worse than death. The blood wasp's eyes flashed with hatred. So, you hope that I will take the risk of offending the 100 Flowers Emperor and rescue you from this place? Ning Fan asked with a frown. It was just a treasure hunt in the treasury. He did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. It was unwise to provoke the 100 Flowers Emperor for a woman he did not know. Young master, you must be joking. I'm not related to you at all. How would I dare to expect you to do so much for a stranger like me? To tell you the truth, even though I'm being suppressed here, I also have some arrangements outside. I've been preparing this escape plan for a long time. Even though I need your help, I don't need you to do anything that will anger Xianxia in the treasury. There won't be any risk of offending him. You don't have to worry about this. I just want to ask you to find someone in the middle state and give her something. As long as I can accomplish this task, I have 60 to 70% confidence that I can escape from this place with my own strength. Even if I really infuriate Xianxia, he certainly won't blame you for it. If you're willing to help me and I manage to escape, I'll certainly reward you with a satisfactory reward. Reward only after the matter is over. Ning Fan looked at the blood wasp lady without batting an eyelid. Inwardly, however, he was secretly calculating. It seems like this blood wasp lady already has an extremely perfect escape plan. All she needs is someone's help to find someone in the outside world and pass her something. On the surface, this matter seems to be as easy as lifting a finger. However, is there really no risk in this matter? Is there a deeper reason why the 100 Flowers Emperor suppressed the blood wasp lady here? Is it really like what the blood wasp lady said? Was she suppressed because she refused to seduce a certain man? In Ning Fan's eyes, the 100 Flowers Emperor was temperamental and gloomy. However, she was not someone who did not know how to restrain herself. On the contrary, from the fact that she could endure Ning Fan's offense several times, it could be seen that she was the kind of person who was extremely forbearing in order to achieve great things. Would such a person really suppress the spiritual beast that had served the master of the 100 Flowers sect for several generations just because of a moment of anger? Ning Fan was more willing to believe that there was another reason for this matter. In fact, it was highly possible that the reason was even more important. There was another point. Was the 100 Flowers Emperor unaware of the blood wasp lady's escape plan? Or did he already know about it? Or maybe he already had a backup plan and everything was under his control. He was just waiting for the blood wasp lady to escape and fall into his trap. Then, he would reel in the net and complete his scheme. It couldn't be said that there was no such possibility. Ning Fan could not be blamed for being so cautious. The waters of the 100 Flowers Peak were really a little too deep. The existence of the dignified 100 Flowers Emperor might just be an illusion technique. This matter was already very strange. Now, the suppression of the blood sea seemed to be something else. Thus, Ning Fan could not help but think about it further. It seems like just verbal gratitude won't be able to move young master. Young master is really a hard-hearted person. The blood wasp lady kept silent for a while and continued. To be honest, young master, Xianxia has actually set you up. Unfortunately, young master has yet to notice it. Set me up? What do you mean? Ning Fan's expression did not show it on his face. Inwardly, however, he was recalling everything that he had done since he came to the 100 Flowers Peak. Eventually, he thought of that drop of ice liquid. Could it be that there's really something wrong with this item? Young master doesn't know that it wasn't a coincidence that I attacked you today. I was ordered by Xianxia to lure young master to this place. His purpose was to lure young master into taking away this drop of releasing cold dew. It really is the releasing cold dew. It was really arranged by the 100 Flowers Emperor in advance. If I'm not mistaken, young master should be an external cultivator, right? You definitely don't know much about the releasing cold dew. It's no wonder. Even among the venerables and immortal kings of the great humble immortal realms, only a few of them truly knew about it. I've served enlightened Gu Hua before and I've heard about the drawbacks of this item from him. Enlightened Gu Hua divided the 100 immortal herbs into dozens of subjects. This item belongs to the poppy family. Those who consume this item are like ordinary people who consume opium poppy. If they consume too much of it, they will develop drug addiction. After that, they will need to consume this item continuously. Day after day, the drug addiction will gradually deepen and it will gradually destroy the cultivator's Tao foundation, causing the cultivator's cultivation base to regress day by day. In ancient times, there were ascetic monks who consumed this item. They weren't afraid of the drug addiction and they even used the drug addiction to temper their hearts. However, not many people could truly resist the drug addiction and there were many people who had their Tao destroyed because of it. Xianxia didn't give this item to young master directly. Instead, he lured young master to steal it. Firstly, he was afraid that if he told young master the truth, young master would refuse to consume this item. Then, it would affect your chances of obtaining the South Sea spring water. Secondly, he probably wanted to secretly plant drug addiction in young master's body. If young master consumes this item and doesn't have a way to cure the drug addiction, I'm afraid that you will be controlled by Ji Shirling because of the drug addiction. I suppose young master doesn't like being controlled by others, right? Ning Fan's eyes immediately turned grim. This item is comparable to Poppy in the mortal world, isn't it? If that's the case, even if this item has the effect of freezing the seal of the punishment ring, Ning Fan would never consume it. It's too risky. His heart was filled with anger. In order to obtain the South Sea spring water, the 100 Flowers Emperor actually used this item to trick him. Moreover, it's highly possible that there's a deeper scheme behind the drug addiction. The 100 Flowers Emperor has gone too far. I wonder if young master is willing to take the risk and help me after I tell him about this. Don't you want to take revenge on Ji Shirling? The blood wasp lady looked at Ning Fan deeply and said with a smile. There was only one way to take revenge: release the prisoner of the 100 Flowers Emperor and let the 100 Flowers Emperor's plan of many years go to waste. This reason isn't enough for me to help you. Ning Fan suddenly took a deep breath. His mind regained its calmness in the blink of an eye. There was no longer any trace of anger on his face. If it's for the sake of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor, he could endure this little scheme for the time being. Even if he really wants to take revenge, he would not do it now, but after everything is done. The blood wasp lady looked at Ning Fan with slight surprise. She seemed to have underestimated Ning Fan's patience. After hesitating for a while, she said, "How about this? As long as young master is willing to help me, not only will I reward you handsomely, but I can also share some benefits with you right now." Benefits? What kind of benefits? Young master, why don't you take a closer look at this frozen blood sea? What exactly is it? The blood wasp lady pointed at the frozen blood sea through the blood veil that shrouded this place. Ning Fan followed the direction that the blood wasp lady pointed at and carefully examined the blood sea. His expression changed from seriousness to solemnity and then to slight shock. The water of this blood sea is actually the blood of an immortal emperor. However, isn't this resentment a little too heavy? Young master has good eyesight. The water of this blood sea is the blood of an immortal emperor. In the past, enlightened Gu Hua failed to break through the eternal 7 tribulations and perished under the cataclysm. His blood spilled and formed a river within 1,000 li * 500 m per li. The resentment was so strong that it couldn't be dispelled. It actually turned the 100 Flowers Buddhist land into a place of great danger. The spirit veins were all destroyed and 9 out of 10 disciples were scattered because of it. It was only until the second master of the 100 Flowers sect came and spent 100 years to dispel the resentment of the immortal emperor. He rebuilt the spirit veins and collected all the blood that enlightened Gu Hua had spilled that day. Unfortunately, even though this blood was the blood of an immortal emperor, it lost all of its golden light due to its heavy resentment. It couldn't be of much use anymore. Thus, it was sealed in the treasure vault by the second master of the 100 Flowers sect. It was only until Ji Shirling became the 4th master of the 100 Flowers sect that he took out this blood and studied it repeatedly. I have no idea what he was studying. After that, I offended Ji Shirling and he used this blood to suppress me. The resentment contained in this blood sea is extremely terrifying. Every few months, it will form a blood sense tide. That blood sense tide won't harm people's lives, but it will disturb the minds of cultivators. When I was suppressed in the beginning, I would lose my rationality every time a blood sense tide appears. I would fall into a state of madness and would only be able to regain my consciousness after a few months. After that, it would be the next blood sense tide and I would fall into a state of madness continuously. Perhaps I gradually got used to it. As time went by, the time that I would fall into a state of madness when facing the blood sense tide became shorter and shorter. Even though I would still suffer unspeakable pain when the tide comes, I gradually gained some benefits from it. The resentment in the blood sea contains some of enlightened Gu Hua's memories before she died. Among them are the scenes when she failed to transcend her tribulation. There are also some divine abilities and secret techniques that she used before she died that she did not teach to outsiders. In a few more hours, it will be the time when the next blood sense tide arrives. If I pay some price, I'm confident that I can engrave the scene of enlightened Gu Hua's tribulation and give it to young master. This is something that only I who knows the most about this blood sea can do. No one else can do it. Ning Fan's expression changed. Ning Fan might not even put Daoist Bai Hua's abilities and secret techniques in his eyes, but the memories of Daoist Bai Hua's failure in transcending the tribulation were even more precious than the abilities of an immortal emperor. Cultivators in the primordial realm were classified by the number of tribulations they had gone through. Naturally, the tribulations weren't ordinary heavenly tribulations, but rather, aeon tribulations. They were far more powerful than heavenly tribulations like the skeletal age tribulation. To the ancient cultivators, cultivating their magic power to the limit was not the most difficult thing. The most difficult thing was to attract the cataclysm. If he couldn't attract the cataclysm, he would be stuck at a bottleneck, unable to improve further. As for immortal Thear-cranked experts, drawing down the cataclysm was no longer the most difficult thing. Successfully passing the cataclysm was the most difficult thing. The cataclysm of the immortal Reverend and immortal King realm was not too dangerous. Even the sixth cataclysm of the martial monarch realm, as long as one was well prepared and talented enough, the chances of surviving it were not small. However, once one became an emperor, the power of the cataclysm would increase by several folds. From the seventh cataclysm onwards, only 2 out of 10 immortal emperors would be able to overcome the cataclysm. Throughout the ages, countless immortal emperors had died from the cataclysm. The biggest difference between the immortal emperor cataclysm and the immortal king cataclysm was that there was only one chance to attack the cataclysm. There had never been an immortal emperor who could survive a failed tribulation. As a result, most of the immortal sovereigns were stuck at the sixth tribulation. Some of them were not lucky enough and were unable to attract the next tribulation to break through to the next realm. There were also many old monsters whose bottlenecks had already loosened and could attract the seventh tribulation at any time. However, because they were not confident of passing the tribulation, they held back the tribulation and stayed at the sixth tribulation, accumulating their strength. To those immortal emperors who desired to undergo tribulation, any experience related to tribulation was priceless. If he could observe the memories of other immortal emperors going through the cataclysm, it would undoubtedly increase his understanding of the cataclysm, thus increasing his chances of success. It was a matter of life and death, so he had to be cautious. Unfortunately, it was not that easy to observe the memories of immortal emperors going through the tribulation. Those immortal emperors who succeeded in passing their tribulations were basically lucky enough to pass the tribulation after going through a narrow escape from death. During the tribulation, they would usually use all their abilities and techniques. The memories of the tribulation involved too many secrets. Naturally, they would not be willing to share it with others. It was the top secret of each immortal emperor force. It was said that the Eastern Heaven Godly Void Pavilion had auctioned a memory crystal. The memory of an immortal emperor who succeeded in passing the tribulation was sealed inside the crystal with a great ability. It was said that in the end, it was bought by an immortal emperor with a damaged innate magic treasure. It was considered to be quite valuable. The blood-wasp lady in front of him had provided him with a chance to observe the memories of an immortal emperor going through the tribulation. Even though it was just the memory of a failed tribulation, it was still very helpful for him to understand the details of the cataclysm. However, such a small benefit was obviously not enough to move him. After all, he was still very far away from becoming an immortal emperor. The seventh tribulation was even further away. Thus, he was not in a hurry to understand these things. If it's just the memory of a failed tribulation, it's not enough. Ning Fan shook his head and said, "Humph. If it's other sixth tribulation immortal emperors, I'm afraid they would be very willing to help me for the sake of these memories of a failed tribulation. After all, it's just delivering something to me. It's not a difficult task." However, young master is still not satisfied. Your appetite is really big. If it wasn't for the fact that young master is the only one who is slightly trustworthy among all the people who have entered the treasure vault, I could have gone to look for other people to help me instead of wasting my time here with young master. The bloodwasp lady was a little displeased. When she saw Ning Fan's indifference, she could not help but grit her teeth. I really don't have anything else to repay young master now. If I can get out of this dangerous situation, I will certainly repay you in the future. The value of it is definitely more precious than these memories of a failed tribulation. I can swear on my demon soul great oath. Ning Fan shook his head slightly. There's no need for the demon soul great oath. I have 3 questions. As long as you can answer one or two of them, it's not like I can't help you. After hearing his words, the blood wasp lady's expression instantly eased. She said with a smile, "Young master, you can ask me whatever questions you have. I'm very willing to answer them. Firstly, what's the real reason why the 100-flower sovereign suppressed you?" About that. The blood wasp lady was at a loss for words. She knew that Ning Fan had seen through her lies. Her face darkened slightly, but she did not explain further. Secondly, other than your main demon soul and your second demon soul, you seem to have cultivated other secondary demon souls, right? That's right. The blood wasp lady pretended to be calm, but she was secretly shocked. She did cultivate the third demon soul, and it was hidden somewhere else. However, no one knew about it. Even Ji Shirling did not know about it. How did this man who she had just met for the first time know about it? Thirdly, do you think the 100-flower sovereign knows about your escape plan? The blood wasp lady's expression became even more dejected and desperate. Even this man whom she had just met for the first time could see through her concealment of the third demon soul. Did Ji Shirling also see through it? Or, did Ji Shirling already know the whereabouts of her third demon soul? Then, is there a need to continue with this escape plan? Will I fall into the next trap after escaping from one trap? As expected, this lady still has other secondary demon souls. I'm afraid the person whom she wants me to look for is the other secondary demon souls that she has hidden in the outside world. Ning Fan was just making a random guess. When he saw the change in the blood wasp lady's expression, he knew that he had guessed correctly. "Young master, are you going to help me or not?" The blood wasp lady smiled bitterly. No. What a joke. Why would Ning Fan help a lady who was hiding something from him? What if he was tricked by her? Alright. About the escape plan, I indeed need to reconsider it. It's fine if young master doesn't want to help me. However, seeing that I have given you some advice, can you keep it a secret from me? Don't tell Ji Shirling about my intention to escape. The blood wasp lady was not disappointed by Ning Fan's rejection. Instead, she regained her composure. Don't worry. I'm not a gossipy person. Even though I won't help you escape, I won't harm you either. Besides, even though I won't help you escape, I'm more than willing to help you in other aspects. Consider it as me repaying you for warning me about the cold dew. Thus, under the astonished gaze of the blood wasp lady, Ning Fan easily broke through her isolation honeycomb. Then, he waved his sleeves and struck out rays of golden light, constantly changing the general situation of this place. Gradually, the general situation of the Sea of Blood eased. The suppressive force was reduced. The blood wasp lady covered her mouth in disbelief. Her main demon soul that was suppressed at the bottom of the Sea of Blood should have been suffering the pain of her soul being torn apart at all times. However, as Ning Fan casually changed the general situation of this place, the pain actually subsided. Even though her main demon soul was still being suppressed, she no longer felt much pain when it was being suppressed. After enduring the pain for millions of years, the sudden disappearance of the pain was obviously not something that ordinary people could understand. It made the blood wasp lady let out a comfortable moan. Her entire body felt comfortable. For the first time, the way she looked at Ning Fan was filled with a hint of complicated emotions. There was also a deep sense of respect. This external cultivator's attainments in the Tao of formations are really impressive to be able to change the restrictions that Ji Shirling had set up so casually. Even though Ning Fan had rejected the blood wasp lady's request, he did not plan to leave in advance. Instead, he decided to stay here and wait for the blood sense tide that the blood wasp lady mentioned. It was certainly impossible for this blood wasp lady to pay the price to help him imprint the memory of enlightened being Gu Hua's tribulation transcendence. Even though this lady did not want to help him, it did not mean that he could not try it himself. If he could imprint part of the memory of the tribulation transcendence from the tide with his own strength, it would also be a wonderful thing. 8 hours later, the blood sense tide appeared. The surface of the Sea of Blood that was originally frozen suddenly rose with a green lightning. As soon as the lightning appeared, the blood wasp lady's expression changed. She hurriedly bade farewell and turned into a ray of blood light to hide at the bottom of the sea. She actually did not dare to return to the surface of the sea. Then, the entire surface of the Sea of Blood was engulfed by the green lightning. Gradually, the green lightning weakened. However, What came next was a resentment sense that was enough to cover the entire sky. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It was an angry roar that echoed from the ancient times to the present day. It came from the resentment sense. It was the angry roar of enlightened being Gu Hua before his death. Ning Fan did not dare to be careless. He had already activated the protective golden light of the God Extermination Shield, isolating the resentment chi of the enlightened being several zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, away from him. At the same time, at the bottom of the sea of blood, the blood wasp lady was talking to another lady who looked exactly like her. It was the main demon soul of the blood wasp lady. I'm sorry. I didn't manage to convince him to help, humph. He's lucky. Otherwise, to the third demon soul, this boundless butterfly will be a great supplement. This person is too cautious. Fortunately, even if he doesn't come to us, the third demon soul will probably do it on its own. To us spirit-devouring bees, it's impossible for us to recognize the smell of the boundless butterfly and ignore it. However, there's one thing that this boundless butterfly said. It's impossible for Ji Shirling to know nothing about our plan. I'm afraid that she also wants to use this matter to confirm some of her guesses. If she didn't have doubts, why would she imprison us here for so many years? This boundless butterfly seems to want to use its own power to imprint the memory of enlightened being Gu Hua's tribulation. It's difficult. It's too difficult. Even if we work together, we still need to pay a huge price to achieve this. This person's cultivation base is sealed. I'm afraid that once he touches the memory of the resentment sense, he will lose his mind. Hee. Let's just take it as a punishment for his unwillingness to help us. Let's just watch him get gravely injured by this resentment sense. At the same time, the 100 Flowers Grand Emperor who was in the inner palace let out a cold humph. If she did not sense wrongly, the suppressed spirit-devouring bee actually activated its honeycomb ability and came into contact with Ning Fan. The spirit-devouring bee seems to know the drawbacks of the releasing cold dew. If that's the case, Ning Fan will most likely not eat the releasing cold dew. Humph. If this person doesn't seal his cultivation base, it's no different from a fool's dream to enter the top 3 of the second round. It seems like I need to think of another way to obtain the South Sea spring water. I don't need to rely on this person's strength anymore. As the tide of blood sense approached, the resentment chi in the air became even more oppressive. Ghostly cries of unknown origin resounded in the surroundings. Ning Fan expanded his protective golden light to 1 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang, and walked calmly on the surface of the frozen sea. The resentment chi did not affect him at all. He could clearly see the general situation of this place. He could even guess the location of the center of the tide. After determining the location of the center of the tide, Ning Fan went to the east of the sea and sat in a meditative position, waiting for the arrival of the tide. 6 hours passed just like that. The sea of blood suddenly showed signs of melting. The waves under the layer of ice started to flow again. The resentment chi spread like a thick fog, covering the entire surface of the sea in a hazy manner. In the midst of the haze, some broken images would appear in the mist from time to time like a mirage. All of them were the scenes of enlightened being Gu Hua before his death. It's here. The power of the tide of blood sense will double every 2 hours. Even with our combined strength, we can only last for 8 hours in the tide. At that time, the memories related to the tribulation will appear. This vast expanse butterfly wants to imprint the memories of the tribulation by sealing its cultivation base. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens. At the bottom of the deep sea, the main demon soul of the blood wasp struggled to resist the rising resentment chi in the surroundings while smiling coldly. She was really looking forward to seeing Ning Fan suffer a setback under the tide. Moreover, in the eyes of the main demon soul of the blood wasp, Ning Fan might not even be able to last for 2 hours in the tide and would definitely be severely injured. Unfortunately, she was destined to be disappointed. With the protection of the God Exterminating Shield, Ning Fan treated the resentment chi as if it was child's play. He was not injured at all and the resentment chi did not even get close to his body. As a blood-red wave rushed over from the boundless sea surface, deafening sounds of waves crashing against each other could be heard. The wave was getting closer and closer to Ning Fan. Surprisingly, it was a 100 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, tall giant wave. it roared and slammed down on the place where Ning Fan was sitting. The resentment chi that this 100 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, tall giant wave was extremely terrifying. If one were to compare it to mortals, one would need to slaughter tens of thousands of mortals on cultivation planets in order to accumulate such a huge amount of resentment chi. It was already enough to make some newly advanced immortal venerables change their expressions. However, Ning Fan was calm in dealing with it. He casually waved his hand and shot out hundreds of golden rays at the gigantic wave in an instant. The rays dispersed the momentum of the gigantic wave. Then, the gigantic wave was stopped in midair as if it had stopped moving. It was extremely strange. This kid actually managed to negate the momentum of the giant wave's advance and fall, causing the giant wave to stop in midair. What kind of profound understanding of the world's momentum is needed to be able to do this? At the bottom of the deep sea, the main and second demon souls of the blood wasp were both shocked. Even the 100 Flowers Emperor in the inner hall raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he was surprised. Ning Fan looked thoughtfully at the still waves. The memories of Taoist Master Gu Hua's tribulation have been preserved to this day because of the deep resentment. It is covered in resentment, unchanging over the years. These memories are too fragmented. They are like a complete book that has been torn into countless pages. Moreover, each page has been broken into countless pieces. It's too troublesome to record these fragmented memories. Even if I do record them, I can only see scenes that cannot be connected together. It's better to directly collect the resentment chi in this place and slowly study the various memories in the resentment chi in the future. Perhaps I can see the complete version from them. These resentment chi can also be considered as one of the treasures in the treasury. After all, the 100 Flowers Emperor has already said that if I take them away, she certainly won't have anything to say. Having made up his mind, Ning Fan actually waved his sleeve and directly kept the still giant wave into his sleeve. This kid actually took away the giant wave that was formed by the resentment chi. The two ladies at the bottom of the deep sea were extremely astonished. With their understanding of the world's momentum, they were far from being able to make the giant wave stop in midair and allow it to be collected freely. When facing the onslaught of the giant wave, the only thing they could do was to avoid it. However, Ning Fan was able to do it. His techniques had already gone beyond their imagination. Obviously, he was not someone that ordinary immortal venerables from the ancient times could compare to. A mere external cultivator actually had such powerful techniques. The secret character of Force of the Eastern Heavens. No, I'm afraid this kid has also mastered the prestige character art. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be so calm when facing my aura force that day. I have underestimated this kid. Perhaps this kid doesn't even need to consume the releasing cold dew to obtain the spring water of the southern sea. There's no need for me to completely give up on this hope. Ever since Ning Fan entered the treasury, the 100 Flowers Emperor finally revealed a satisfied smile for the first time. The gloominess on her face had been swept away. Then, as if she thought of something, her eyes flashed with the light of calculation. Even after imprisoning the blood wasps for so many years, they still could not verify anything. Perhaps, if the memories of the ancient flower fall into Ning Fan's hands, he might be able to uncover some secrets. Ning Fan used the secret character of force to neutralize the force of the incoming tidal waves and kept them away one after another. This state of calmness lasted for 6 hours. Finally, it began to feel a little strenuous. At this moment, the density of the resentment chi in the tidal waves had already increased by a few times. Moreover, it was still showing signs of increasing as time passed. From the 18th hour onwards, Ning Fan had no choice but to activate his golden protective light to its limit. When the 18th hour arrived, Ning Fan's protective golden light had already been pressured by the surrounding resentment chi to the point that it had sunk a little. If he withdraws the protective golden light at this moment, Ning Fan firmly believed that he would be directly turned into a pool of blood by the resentment chi. Fortunately, the tidal waves were coming to an end. Otherwise, Ning Fan did not have the confidence to hold on for a few more hours with his sealed cultivation base. However, this was already enough to make the two ladies of the deep sea feel astonished. As the last wave of the tidal waves passed, Ning Fan withdrew the protective golden light and left calmly. There was now a palm-sized blood-red crystal in his sleeve. If one were to listen to it from a close distance, they would be able to hear the cries of ghosts and the sound of waves crashing against the shore from the crystal. It was the condensation of the resentment chi that he had collected from the blood-sense tidal waves. After chanting an incantation, a formation light instantly appeared in the air. It wrapped Ning Fan up and teleported him out of the treasure vault. The crowd outside the treasure vault had already become impatient from the wait. Just as they were discussing among themselves, Ning Fan's sudden appearance made everyone fall into silence. Each of them had their own thoughts. This person is finally willing to come out. Since he could stay in the treasure vault for such a long time, his abilities must be strong. We can't underestimate him. If we meet him in the second round, we mustn't provoke him too much. There were many people who were wary of Ning Fan. This person has actually stayed in the treasure vault for such a long time. I wonder what kind of benefits he has obtained. Of course, there were also greedy cultivators. However, because they were wary of Ning Fan's strength, they restrained their thoughts. After Ning Fan came out, the young men with flesh wings who led the way were finally willing to bring everyone back to the guest rooms. Those cultivators who had obtained benefits in the treasure vault began to get busy as soon as they returned to the guest rooms. Ning Fan was no exception. He had indeed obtained quite a lot of good items in the treasure vault this time. For example, that drop of venom which could kill an immortal venerated poison immortal of the 3 desolate lands. Ning Fan did not plan to use it to kill people. Instead, he planned to consume it in the future when he was strong enough to increase his poison resistance. Another example was the 6th grade Dao spring that filled a river, the huge number of great infernal pill formulas and the entire orchard that was filled with 1 million years old spiritual fruits. All of these benefits could be considered as a great harvest. There was also that drop of releasing cold dew. Even though Ning Fan did not plan to consume it, he still took it with him. In the end, he did not put it back. Of course, there were also the memories of enlightened being Gu Hua's failure in transcending the tribulation. What Ning Fan brought out was not an engraved copy. Instead, it was the complete resentment chi of the Emperor's death. It had nearly absorbed all the resentment chi in the entire blood sea. Holding the blood-red resentment crystal in his hand, Ning Fan tried to probe it with his spirit sense bit by bit. Immediately, he felt a piercing pain from the resentment chi in his spirit sense. At the same time, what was reflected in his mind were the fragmented memories of enlightened being Gu Hua's failure in transcending the tribulation. They were still too fragmented. He could not see the entire process of enlightened being Gu Hua's 7th tribulation. He could only see some fragmented images. In the first image, enlightened being Gu Hua was standing above a green lightning sea. He was resisting the lightning attacks of the lightning sea with the power of an innate treasure sword. The second image, however, suddenly changed. It was the scene where enlightened being Gu Hua turned into ashes. Before he died, he was still shouting words like "I don't believe it." In the third image, it was the scene where enlightened being Gu Hua carefully prepared to transcend the tribulation. In the fourth image, it was the moment when enlightened being Gu Hua fought against the green lightning sea. In the fifth image, it was the scene where enlightened being Gu Hua was admiring the carefree orchid on the main peak of the 100 Flowers Peak. In the sixth image, it was, all of a sudden, Ning Fan paused. He rewound his spirit sense a little and looked at the fragmented memories again. The sun was setting in the west and the night breeze was slightly cold. Enlightened being Gu Hua seemed to have a premonition that this tribulation would not be smooth. Thus, he dismissed all the children and stayed on the cliff alone. He looked at the carefree orchids with a solemn expression. I don't have more than 30% confidence in successfully transcending the 7th tribulation. Logically speaking, I should continue to suppress the tribulation and continue to accumulate my strength, waiting for the moment when I'm more confident. Unfortunately, I can't wait any longer. I want to take a gamble with this tribulation to verify a guess. Perhaps, the answer will make me collapse and make me go crazy. However, I will never believe that this guess is true. Even if it's true, I will use this tribulation as a bait to plot against the mastermind and seize it. It's a pity that I found a 12th grade Flower King as a protective artifact. Now, I can only retrieve the 11th grade Flower King. I'm afraid the chance of seizing it is lower than I expected. The flower that I planted in the illusory world first lost its life gold chi and then withered. If it wasn't for that, I would have at least a 50% chance of successfully fusing with the 12th grade Flower King. However, if the flower didn't wither, I wouldn't have been able to comprehend it. Therefore, it's hard to say if I succeeded. Sigh. That was the 1st grade Flower King that I had placed the deepest hope in my heart. Because of a butterfly, it gained sentience and feelings. However, it died looking at its husband and perished along with the ancient heavenly court. What a pity! Enlightened being Gu Hua displayed his divine ability and 12 light balls flew out from his body. Each of the light balls was a flower that emitted the chi of a monarch. Gradually, 12 thumb-sized women emerged from the 12 light balls. They were sleeping in their respective flower cores. They were the souls of the flowers and all of them were extremely beautiful women. Among them, the soul of a woman who was sleeping on the largest and most illusory flower had an appearance that Ning Fan was very familiar with. Su Qiuling, you're the only one that's missing. Enlightened being Gu Hua looked at the carefree orchids that were as pale as sickly beauties and sighed softly. The illusory 12th grade flower which carried the image of Su Qiuling instantly faded and disappeared. Only the other 11 grade flowers remained. The scene ended there. Ning Fan's breath stopped for a moment. He watched the scene over and over again. In his soul, there seemed to be a trembling voice that kept colliding with each other. The Flower King had lost its life gold chi and perished along with the ancient heavenly court. The butterfly and the soul of the flower which was exactly the same as Su Qiuling, that appearance was enough to make his soul tremble. That flower. Could it be Ling Er's past life, and the butterfly that was related to the ancient heavenly court in the story was referring to him? Did I have any interaction with Ling Er in my past life? Ling Er actually died while looking at her husband in her past life? Was she looking at him while looking at her husband? Ning Fan's expression turned gloomy. He could not tell what he was feeling. In his past life, they had gone through life and death situations together. In this life, they had also held hands together. However, when they first met on the road, they did not know each other. Samsara is like a stranger. Samsara is like a stranger. All of a sudden, Ning Fan understood something. No wonder he was so concerned about the carefree orchid on the 100 Flowers Peak. He always had the feeling that he could not move his eyes away from it. Perhaps, the Flower King in Ling Er's past life was this carefree orchid. Only the flower that Ling Er transformed into was worthy for him to take a second look. Carefree orchid, Wangfu orchid. Ning Fan's eyes darkened. He continued to examine the resentment crystal. There were hundreds and thousands of broken scenes inside. However, he skipped all of them that were related to the tribulation. It was difficult to find any scenes related to Su Qiuling. Perhaps at the last moment of enlightened being Gu Hua, Su Qiuling who represented the carefree orchid Flower King only thought about it once. It was not very important. Thus, it did not appear too much in his memory. However, at this moment, Ning Fan would rather not have those memories related to the tribulation. He would rather have this memory crystal only contain bits and pieces of information related to Su Qiuling. He wanted to know more about her past life. Unfortunately, there was nothing more. After a long time, Ning Fan kept the memory crystal. No one could tell whether he was happy or angry. No one knew what he was thinking about. In the following days, Ning Fan would still appear at the cliff. However, it was no longer to comprehend the ancient devil's abilities. Instead, he was looking at the clusters of pale carefree orchids. It was as if he was looking at the smiling face of her husband who was looking forward to his return across time and space. He could not help but take out the zither that he had not played for a long time and play the Yuren song that Su Qiuling taught him. The melody was not as beautiful as those zither grandmasters. However, there was a kind of emotion that seeped into one's bones. Bit by bit, it was deeply hidden in the zither music. There was also an extremely ethereal Tao aura that appeared on Ning Fan's body. Bit by bit, it increased along with the sound of the zither. That was the chi of Samsara. Samsara is like a stranger. Ning Fan saw the past in this 100 Flowers Peak. He saw his past life from the moment he met Su Qiuling. If the first encounter in his past life was the starting point and the second encounter in this life was the ending point, then this moment was the moment when Ning Fan walked from the starting point to the ending point and returned to the starting point. Even though it was not a perfect cultivation of the Tao and it was just a return of the emotional experience, it gave Ning Fan a lot of inspiration. Moreover, that kind of inspiration gave him a real and personal understanding of the word samsara for the first time. Samsara is like a stranger. Ning Fan had already grasped a trace of samsara power when he took the first step of cultivation. However, that trace of samsara power was too little and it was not comprehended by him. Instead, it was comprehended by immortal sovereign Zido who imitated it. Therefore, it could still be used when he took the first step of cultivation. However, it was somewhat useless when he reached the second step of cultivation. However, it was different at this moment. Ning Fan could not tell what he was feeling. However, under the sound of the zither, there was the chi of samsara. It was getting thicker and deeper, making it unfathomable. He did not deliberately amplify the sound of the zither. However, the ethereal sound of the zither seemed to be able to penetrate all the barriers of time and space and enter the ears of every cultivator in the 100 Flowers Peak. Day after day, the sound of the zither continued. Day after day, the sound of the zither became deeper and deeper, giving people an unfathomable feeling. It was as if there was a seed of samsara that had truly sprouted in Ning Fan's Tao heart. Few people knew about it, but it did not mean that no one knew about it. In the past few days, everyone including enlightened being Bai Lu was astounded by the strangeness of Ning Fan's zither sound ability. However, they did not know where the true wonders of the zither sound lay. However, it could not hide it from the two supreme experts in this place. Zhang Yu could naturally see the germination of samsara in Ning Fan's zither sound. Even though it was just a germination, it was something that countless immortal emperors and quasi-saints could only dream of. However, Ning Fan did it. As for the other person who was shocked, it was naturally the 100 Flowers Great Emperor. As an immortal emperor, it was impossible for her to be completely ignorant about the power of samsara. The penetrating power contained in Ning Fan's zither sound was obviously samsara. It was the true samsara that belonged to Ning Fan alone. It was neither an imitation nor borrowing. Perhaps the samsara power in Ning Fan's body was still not strong at the moment. However, as long as he continues to cultivate, this samsara power would eventually become a power that no second-step cultivator would be able to resist. It was a power that belonged to the third step. Someone, write down the zither sound that you heard. The 100 Flowers Great Emperor calmly summoned a group of maids and asked them to record the zither sound. However, when these maids were about to write down the zither sound, they realized that the zither sound in their minds was unfamiliar. They kept forgetting it and could not remember anything at all. The 100 Flowers Great Emperor could not help but feel a little solemn. She also could not remember any of the notes. It was a strange zither sound that entered her ears and was immediately forgotten. In this way, she was even more certain that Ning Fan had integrated an extremely profound samsara power into his zither sound. While she was feeling astonished, she also had unprecedented confidence in Ning Fan's participation in the second round of the mausoleum seizing competition. Reporting to his honor. The Witch of the Sea Witch tribe has replied that she is willing to fight for his honor in the second round of the mausoleum seizing competition. However, his honor's reward will be doubled. All of a sudden, a maid entered the inner hall and reported. The 100 Flowers Great Emperor's eyes turned slightly gloomy. Then, she calmed down and said to the messenger with a strange smile. Tell this woman that I can double the reward. However, if she can't get the South Sea spring water, don't blame me for being merciless. Yes. That maid excused herself and left. The 100 Flowers Great Emperor, on the other hand, shook her head disapprovingly. In the second round of the mausoleum seizing competition, Ning Fan should be more than enough. As for the Witch of the Sea Witch tribe, I'll just use her as an insurance. The 100 Flowers Great Emperor gently raised her hand and pointed with her finger. A sword light that transmitted sound was suddenly shot out and disappeared in a flash. At the same time, on the cliff of the main peak of the 100 Flowers Great Emperor, a sword light that transmitted sound suddenly appeared beside Ning Fan. If I can get the South Sea spring water and nurture enough divine essence pills, I will certainly give you the information you want. I will never go back on my words. As for some of my previous schemes, I hope little friend can forgive me. After everything is done, I will certainly compensate you. She actually had the intention to ease the tension between the two of them. Ning Fan stopped playing the zither. His expression was a little hesitant. Then, he sighed softly. There were many disagreements between him and the Hundred Flowers' great emperor. However, it was not an irreconcilable enmity. Since the other party was willing to take a step back, he did not plan to pursue the matter any further. After all, the matter regarding the ancient Chaos Great Emperor was more important. After remaining silent for a while, Ning Fan turned his hand and sent a flying sword back. If I can get the information about the sacrificial vessel, all our grudges will be resolved. As long as he could get the information about the sacrificial vessel and save the ancient Chaos Great Emperor, Ning Fan could ignore some schemes. After getting a reply, the Hundred Flowers' great emperor immediately felt a little relieved. Although she had a domineering personality, she was also unwilling to provoke a powerful enemy who had just comprehended the samsara realm for no reason. It's still alright for him now. As for his achievements in the future, she did not dare to imagine it in detail. Perhaps, he would at least be a quasi-saint realm expert. It's unwise to provoke this person. A few more days passed. Rows of spiritual beast carriages began to move towards Liuli City in the Middle State. Ning Fan naturally planned to move as well. Unfortunately, Zhongyu and Ouyangwan could not go with him. Up until now, with the help of Ouyangwan's five-colored medicine soul, the Golden Core Realm Pill Refinement Master of the Hundred Flowers Peak had already concocted more than 60 Divine Essence pills. However, this number was still far from the requirement of the Hundred Flowers Great Emperor. Perhaps, Ouyangwan would still have to stay in this place for a period of time. Zhongyu naturally stayed behind to protect Ouyangwan. The people she brought along naturally needed to be protected properly. As for Old Wu, he shamelessly insisted on going to the Middle State with Ning Fan. He wanted to represent the Towerwood tribe and the grassland of the southern border to participate in the second round of the Mausoleum Seizing Battle in the Middle State. Master, bring Little 8 along with you. Little 8 has obtained a new magic treasure and his abilities have improved tremendously. If he participates in the grand competition in the Middle State, he will certainly be able to sweep away all the enemies in front of you for Master. Old Wu was full of confidence. Even if his cultivation base was sealed, he was confident that he would be able to face an ancient immortal venerate head-on just by relying on his improved dark luck ability. If his cultivation base is unsealed, he also has the confidence to fight against an ancient immortal king who has undergone 3 tribulations. With the Emperor Jade Luck Crown, his strength had improved tremendously. He was no longer the Old Wu that he used to be. According to the rules that I understand, you didn't participate in the first round of the Mausoleum Seizing Battle. It seems like you are not qualified to represent the Towerwood in the second round. I think it's better for you to stay here. There's no need for you to go with me. Ning Fan gave Old Wu a meaningful look. What? I am not qualified to participate in the second round? Even if I can't participate in the second round of the Mausoleum Seizing Battle, Little 8 also wants to follow Master to this Liuli City. Little 8's long-cherished wish is to follow Master. What I want is not to be rewarded by Master but to be able to see Master's handsome face every day when I open my eyes. Every day when I take a deep breath, I can smell Master's fragrance. Every day. Ning Fan knitted his brows and felt a chill run down his spine. He began to suspect that this Old Wu had a sexual interest in men. Subconsciously, he moved a few feet away from Old Wu. Of course, he also suspected that Old Wu had other motives for wanting to go to Liuli City so urgently. Recently, this fellow had been searching the treasure-searching tortoise countless times to the west of the Middle State. Liuli City is just to the west of the Middle State. Could it be that there is something here that Old Wu desperately wants to obtain? Ning Fan had to admit that he knew Old Wu too well. According to the feedback from the treasure-searching tortoise, there was really something in the direction of Liuli City in the Middle State that made Old Wu salivate. That was why he was eager to follow Ning Fan to Liuli City. As for helping Ning Fan to participate in the second round of the Mausoleum Seizing Battle, it doesn't matter whether he can participate or not. He, Old Wu, was not a good person. Why should he help the Towerwood tribe to participate in the second round of the Mausoleum Seizing Battle? If he had the time, he would rather go and deceive the natives of the Middle State. There were a lot of fools in the Debay clan. He could obtain a lot of benefits just by deceiving and scaring them. However, compared to that item, ordinary benefits seem to be overshadowed. Forget it. I will bring you along for this trip. Ning Fan smiled meaningfully. Old Wu suddenly shuddered. Did this fiend see through something? Last time when he drowned the realm bottle with water, he also smiled like this. This time, let's go. A carriage of spiritual beasts carried Ning Fan, Duo Lan and Old Wu towards the extreme west of the middle state. This time, Old Wu was the one driving the carriage while Ning Fan and Duo Lan stayed in the carriage. Ning Fan did not waste any time during the journey. Along the way, he was sorting out the insights he had gained from the ancient devil and the previous round of samsara. What is samsara? Ning Fan still had no idea. He just vaguely felt that after the incident with Su Qiuling, a seed seemed to have been planted in his heart. When he uses the samsara power, the feeling he got was somewhat different from before. The purplish golden wind mist power twined around his fingertips like an obedient snake. This was once immortal sovereign Zido's samsara comprehension. Today, however, it seemed to be different. It was as if he had a unique comprehension that belonged to him. Compared to when I was in the 100 Flowers Peak, I seemed to be very different. However, every time he wanted to meditate and comprehend the Tao rhythm of samsara, he would be interrupted by Old Wu's impromptu singing along the way. His singing was so horrible that one could not bear to look at it. It was an incomparably cheerful singing. Even with Ning Fan's firm Tao heart, he still frowned when he heard the singing. The singing of senior subordinate is really special. Duo Lan tried her best to describe it in a euphemistic manner and smiled helplessly. It's indeed special. It's really a waste that this fellow doesn't cultivate devil sound type divine abilities. His singing actually carries the innate power of ridicule. Ning Fan also shook his head helplessly. However, he did not stop Old Wu from singing. It's fine if it's unpleasant to listen to. I'll just treat it as training my state of mind. Unexpectedly, Old Wu heard everything that was said in the carriage and secretly memorized Ning Fan's words. When my master was still alive, he also said that I have an innate devil sound talent. He said that I'm tone deaf, which is 1 in 100,000 people. In the past, I just thought that my master was mocking me. Now, even the fiend said the same thing. Could it be that I really have this kind of talent? I might as well develop a devil roar technique that incorporates my dark luck divine ability. Hence, when Old Wu was singing, he would pause from time to time as if he was pondering and studying the changes in the rhythm of the music. Under such an atmosphere, Liuli City was getting closer and closer. Finally, it appeared in front of him. Are you the participants or spectators of the second round? As soon as the spiritual beast carriage stopped, a group of cultivators came to the front to interrogate them. The person leading the group was a strong man with red hair and red eyes. There's no need to interrogate me. It's me. Duo Lan walked out of the carriage with a cold and aloof attitude. Immediately, the red-haired strong man's expression changed and he immediately kneeled on the ground. Chu Lai, Sinner Luosher, greets young lord. I didn't expect that young lord would also come to Liuli City to watch the second round of the mausoleum seizing. Luosher originally thought that with young lord's identity, he would directly participate in the third round. But this is also good. In Liuli City, there is a matter that requires young lord's decision. Please help us and Chu Lai. End of chapter 1014. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.